Chapter 1. How can one accept such a death? Lin Shun, you conspire with the enemy and betray your nation, seeking to overthrow the Great Wei dynasty and establish yourself as king. Do you not know your crimes? A thunderous voice reverberated throughout the palace. In the Xintian continent, within the grand halls of the Wei dynasty, the Grand Marshal of the Wei dynasty, Zhao Wuji, exuded an aura of iron-blooded ferocity as he coldly glared at the blood-soaked youth before him. The youth, known as Lin Shun, was the young general of the Lin clan, hailed as the foremost talent of the empire's younger generation. At such a tender age, he had already attained the fourth realm of the condensation of intent, shattering the record for the youngest condensation warrior in the history of the Wei dynasty. Even the secluded Qingxian divine sect had extended an olive branch to Lin Shun, expressing their desire to take him as a disciple. In recognition of Lin Chen's achievements, the Emperor of Wei had even promised him his most cherished princess. His fame was unparalleled. Yet, who could have imagined that just recently, this once celebrated young general, who had succeeded his father in leading the Lin army to victory on the borders, would now find himself imprisoned, his meridians severed, and his cultivation utterly ruined. The hall fell silent, as everyone dared not utter a word. They understood that the Lin clan, which had fought valiantly for the empire and contributed to the establishment of half of the current Wei dynasty, was on the brink of complete annihilation today. Conspiring with the enemy and betraying the nation? Lin Shun spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared at Zhao Wuji. How many brave souls from the Lin clan have perished for the Wei dynasty? My fifth brother was merely 14 years old when he died in Battle 14. Yet we of the Lin clan have always charged forward, undeterred by death. And now you tell the world, that the Lin clan seeks to rebel, to collude with the blood-soaked enemy of the Wu kingdom, to overthrow the Wei dynasty. Ridiculous! Lin Shen's roar echoed throughout the grand hall, causing many to change their expressions. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. He cast a glance at the emperor seated imperiously on his throne, who remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by Lin Chen's anguished cries. Thus, Zhao Wuji spoke with a nonchalant tone. The Lin clan has indeed rendered great service, but that is merely the duty of subject. It does not justify your rebellion. Now, your majesty has shown leniency, sparing the Lin clan from complete annihilation. What more do you desire? Lin Shun, bloodied and gritting his teeth, retorted, My Lin clan has been loyal for generations. The guilty ones are all of you. Obstinate fool. Zhao Wuji's voice was ice cold. Bring forth those who participated in the rebellion. At these words, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of panic for the first time. He turned to see familiar figures being brought forth, clad in prison garb, bloodied and battered as comrades, his brothers in arms who had fought valiantly for their country. Spare them. They are loyal men. They should not die here. Lin Shun howled in despair. Traitors and rebels. What loyalty is there to speak of? Execute them. Zhao Wuji bellowed. One by one, comrades, brothers in life and death. With the sickening sounds of flesh tearing, heads fell to the ground. Lin Shun cried out in anguish, his sorrow palpable to all who heard. Soon, the clanking of shackles echoed once more, as another group was dragged forth elderly, weak, and infirm. The imperial nobles present felt a chill in their hearts, unable to bear witness any longer. These were Lin clan members, warriors who had shed blood and tears on the battlefield. Those Lin clan traitors must be executed as well. Zhao Wuji declared coldly, devoid of compassion. Lin Chen's vision blurred with tears of blood. He watched as his kin were brought forth, frail and broken, having returned from the battlefield, unable to fight any longer, now only able to teach their young. They should not die. Chainer, you have done nothing wrong. Do not blame yourself. Grandmother has lived long enough. She will go to the underworld and ask the ancestors of the Qin clan if they can answer for my Lin clan. An elderly woman, disheveled and stooped, pointed a trembling finger at the lofty throne, her voice a mix of blood and tears. But the executioners remained cold-hearted. With a swift motion, the blade fell. Thud, 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 the sounds of decapitation echoed. Uncle, aunt, grandmother, no, please don't. Lin Shun wailed, spewing blood, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet within the palace, an inexplicable chill pervaded, causing shivers to run down spines. Take this boy and confine him to the celestial prison. In 3 days, he shall be executed publicly during the imperial sacrifice to honor the valiant spirits of our great way. Zhao Wuji's detached voice resonated through the hall. He smiled coldly. The Lin clan was obliterated. The imperial family remained unyielding. The empire needed only one Marshal Zhao Wuji. The celestial prison, dark and damp. At this moment, in the very depths, Lin Chun lay bloodied upon the ground. The brutal scenes from the Grand Hall replayed relentlessly in his mind, the blood-soaked floor, the heads rolling, each image tearing at his heart. He felt himself slipping away, his vitality waning. He might not survive these 3 days in prison. But how could he accept such a death? I refuse to accept this. I cannot die like this. I won't allow my kin to suffer in vain. I must make the Zhao clan and the imperial family pay in blood to honor the loyal souls. Lin Chun rasped, his voice hoarse with desperation. Yet, no matter how unwilling, he felt utterly powerless. Those cruel beings had colluded with the Wu kingdom, forcing him into a corner, slaughtering his comrades, severing his meridians, ruining his dantian, and breaking his limbs. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and he could barely stand. His final cry consumed all his strength. He lay on the ground like a lifeless corpse, his eyes devoid of light. "Father, are you still alive?" Lin Chun murmured. His father, Marshal Lin Lan, had been gravely injured in a battle against the Wu kingdom and had returned to the capital for treatment. When Lin Chun took up the martial seal and led the Lin army to the borders, Lin Lan was still recuperating. Who could have foreseen that farewell would be eternal? After that, they never saw each other again. Today, Lin Lan's absence in the court likely meant he had perished long ago. "Mother, I'm sorry. I failed to protect everyone. I have disappointed you," Lin Chun said, tears mingling with blood streaming down his face. Before her death, he had promised his mother he would take care of his father and protect the Lin clan. Yet he had achieved none of it. "Mother, I miss you." Lin Chun placed his hand over his chest, clutching the jade pendant left to him by his mother, closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the jade pendant in his bloodied hand began to glow faintly, as if melting into a stream of light, entering Lin Chen's body. "Little brother, did you wake your sister? You look quite unwilling. Would you like me to help you?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. It was a woman's voice, sweet and melodious, each word caressing his heart, soothing yet teasing, as if she had just awoken from slumber. Lin Chun felt as if his mind had exploded, jolted awake from his stupor. Who is it? Who is speaking? Chapter 2. 9 Heavens Slaying God Technique. Who? Lin Chun shouted softly. "Ah, I slept so, well it feels like I've been asleep for 1,000 years. How delightful." The woman seemed to stretch lazily, her voice a mix of languor and allure. Lin Chen's heart raced with uncertainty. Who is speaking? There is no one else in this prison. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps there's a ghost here. Enough with the guessing. I'm not a ghost, but a great beauty. "Little brother, come to your sister." The woman's voice rang out again, enticingly. Before Lin Chun could ponder where to find her, he found himself in a realm of darkness, with a long staircase faintly visible, leading upward into the unknown. Lin Chun was astonished, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Determined, he gritted his teeth and began to ascend the steps. Each step was littered with the remnants of battle-broken swords, shattered armor, and severed wings. Just the sight of these remnants hinted at the fierce battles that had once raged here. This was beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. What kind of staircase is this? Where does it lead? His mind swirled with questions, and the only way to find answers was to reach the end. After climbing 999 stone steps, Lin Chen finally stood at the staircase's end, where he beheld a colossal world of molten furnaces. Surrounding him were volcanoes, with lava cascading like waterfalls. Between these volcanoes lay enormous black chains intertwined, as if binding this realm itself. "Come to your sister," the woman's voice called once more. Suddenly, the sound of clanking iron echoed, as an iron chain, serpentine in form, coiled before Lin Chun. With no time to hesitate, Lin Chen stepped onto the chain. In an instant, the chain retracted, drawing him deeper into this volcanic world. At last, beneath the immense volcano at the center, Lin Chen beheld the woman. A beauty beyond words, her very presence captivating. Draped in a crimson gown that bled like fresh blood, the skirt slashed high, revealing a swath of pristine skin, she reclined gracefully upon a stone platform, her exquisite legs elegantly displayed. She gazed at Lin Chen with an air of keen interest. Surrounding the stone platform beneath her, 9 swords of varied forms were embedded. It appeared as though she was ensnared by these 9 blades. "Little brother, do share your name with your elder sister." The woman giggled, her beauty so captivating that it seemed otherworldly, a sight rarely beheld by mortal eyes. However, Lin Chen found himself in tumultuous circumstances, rendering him incapable of appreciating such exquisite beauty. He replied, "Lin Chen. Then I shall call you Little Chun Chun from now on." She chimed with a tinkling laugh. "Whatever pleases you, Senior," Lin Chen responded. "Do not call me Senior, it makes me feel ancient. From now on, you may refer to me as Goddess, or Goddess Sister if you prefer." She laughed, her eyes sparkling like those of a mischievous sprite. A goddess? Could she truly be a divine female entity? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yet, considering her enchanting beauty, calling her a goddess seemed rather fitting. "Goddess, where exactly is this place, and why have you brought me here?" Lin Chen inquired. "This place? Merely a wretched locale, best left unmentioned," the goddess pouted, clearly reluctant to elaborate, as if it brought her misfortune. "As for why you are here, it is undoubtedly due to the medium you possess to enter, likely a jade pendant or something similar. Do you recall having such an item?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, for indeed, he wore a jade pendant around his neck, a keepsake from his deceased mother. Could it truly be because of that pendant? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. He was present in this realm, and thus, Lin Chen was eager to discern what assistance this goddess could offer him. "Goddess, you can aid me, cannot you?" Lin Chen asked earnestly. "Of course. I possess the most formidable power in existence. Would you desire it?" The goddess chuckled, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. "I do," Lin Chen responded without hesitation. The goddess' eyes sparkled with mirth, brightening ever so slightly. "Do you not wish to inquire about the cost?" "Whatever the cost may be," Lin Chen asserted boldly. He had nothing left to lose. He must obtain this power, and for it, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Haha, I admire your spirit. Some individuals are overly cautious, fretting about this and that, and I have no patience for their hesitation. I would simply dispose of them. Yet they still yearn for power. How absurd. The goddess scoffed. Even in her coarse demeanor, she remained utterly enchanting. Could the goddess truly eliminate those who entered? Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. But that was of little consequence. How might I attain this power? Lin Chen pressed, singularly focused on this inquiry. Such impatience. Is acquiring power not more pleasurable than conversing with your elder sister? The goddess teased, her slender fingers gesturing towards the swords surrounding the stone platform. "Little Chen Chen, choose one for yourself. Simply draw it, and the power shall be yours," the goddess said with a playful smile. Her peach blossom-like eyes regarded Lin Chen, their depths inscrutable and laden with meaning. 9 swords were embedded beneath the stone platform, each distinct from the others. Even without contact, one could sense the terrifying power contained within each blade. Lin Chen scrutinized each sword, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the one directly facing him. It was a pitch-black sword, its blade irregular, not entirely straight, with several chips marring its edge. The hilt bore intricate patterns resembling dragon scales, culminating in a dragon's head at its end. As Lin Chen grasped it, suddenly, a ferocious black dragon lunged at him, intent on tearing him apart with its maw. The sheer force of its presence made the heavens tremble. In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though his body would shatter, as crimson streaks erupted upon him, reminiscent of a shattered porcelain bowl. "Do you think a mere sword can subdue me? Bow before me and become my strength," Lin Chen bellowed, bracing himself against the onslaught. Even so, he must reverse the oppression of that dark dragon. With unwavering determination, he He forcefully drew forth the sword from his grasp. Oh, the goddess parted her crimson lips, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. With a single motion, she extracted the celestial tungsten, revealing that this youth was far from ordinary. As the celestial tungsten was liberated, a vision of a black dragon surged into Lin Chen's mind, swiftly transforming into a scripture. The nine heavens slaying God technique? Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. IT is indeed a martial art. Is this the power the goddess spoke of? Overcome with fervor, he instinctively sensed that this technique must be nothing short of extraordinary. He turned his gaze towards the goddess, yet suddenly, it seemed he caught a glimpse of a shadow upon her figure, a skeletal silhouette. What? A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart, but upon closer inspection, that shadow had vanished. The goddess remained the goddess, dazzlingly beautiful. Not bad, she remarked, but little Chun, you must understand that merely acquiring the nine heavens slaying God technique does not equate to being truly worthy of wielding it. The goddess smiled. What must I do? Lin Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. As for me, I can assist you in restoring your Dantian, granting you an opportunity for rebirth. Should you survive this, you may indeed qualify as the bearer of the nine heavens slaying God technique. Little Chun, I hope to see you again, the goddess chuckled, her finger tracing through the air, causing the scene before Lin Chen to blur instantly. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a grim dungeon. Am I back? The Dantian. It has indeed been restored. However, amidst the multitude of grievous injuries, only the Dantian had healed. The goddess, as she had promised, had granted but a glimmer of hope. If he could not survive, it would merely signify his unworthiness. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Chen felt a flicker of hope. With that, he endeavored to activate the nine heavens slaying God technique. Yet someone approached, a cloaked figure entered, and even the voluminous robe could not conceal her alluring silhouette. What brings the princess to this dungeon? Is it possible that this dying man still holds some value? Lin Chen spoke coldly. The visitor was none other than Lin Chen's fiancée, the petite princess of the Great Wei royal family. Qin Yuer. Chapter 3. You blocked my path. This woman, capable of entering the heavily guarded dungeon freely, without even the company of guards, wielded considerable power, a rarity in all of Great W.T. This moment. It seemed she was the only one who would come to see Lin Chen. Caught off guard by Lin Chen's direct address, Qin Yuer looked surprised. Did Brother Chen guess it was me? She lowered her hood, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Even in such a dismal dungeon, her visage illuminated the space, akin to a celestial being. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Let us bypass the pleasantries and speak of your intentions, he stated with indifference. Qin Yuer was indeed captivating. Her presence commanded affection. I am grateful for the Emperor's betrothal. Lin Chen acknowledged, for he and Qin Yuer had known each other since childhood. Having grown up together, their hearts intertwined, and the betrothal felt like a natural progression. In Lin Chen's heart, he had already regarded Qin Yuer as his wife. He envisioned returning in triumph to marry her, making her the happiest woman in the world. Yet, all those dreams had shattered like fragile bubbles, for the woman he cherished was nothing more than a meticulously crafted facade. 3 days prior, Lin Chen had planned to lead an elite force on a night raid, charging straight into the rear stronghold of the Kingdom of W.It was a surprise attack. If successful, it could resolve the turmoil at the borders. This plan had been shared solely with Qin Yuer, a gift he intended to offer to the royal family. Yet it had become the very blade that led to his demise and jeopardized his comrades. The expression on Qin Yuer's face was one of innocent fragility, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. She shook her head repeatedly. No, Brother Chen, you must believe me, I did not betray you. Lin Chen merely regarded her with icy eyes. Her countenance stiffened slightly. In an instant, the sorrowful and aggrieved expression vanished, as if by magic, replaced by a detached demeanor. Why must you expose me? Can't you allow me to play the role of a dutiful fiancé? Why? Lin Chen posed the question. Qin Yuer understood the inquiry behind his words, and, with nothing left to conceal, spoke candidly. Your Lin family is too formidable, overshadowing the throne of father and son. Both heroes, your renown echoes through the heavens. Just look at the current border forces. They likely recognize only the Lin family banner. Disregarding my royal command, one Lin Lan is already a formidable challenge. But with Zhao Wuji to balance the scales is hardly enough. What is more now you, the prodigious young commander, have emerged should you continue to grow. One day you could easily topple my Qin family's legacy. If not now, then when? Lin Chen listened, a sense of desolation enveloping him. He had long suspected this would be the outcome. Yet, hearing Qin Yuer admit it so plainly still pierced his heart, filling him with bitterness for the unjustly fallen brothers. The royal family was merciless. Regardless of how many merits you accrued in defense of the nation, should you threaten their status, they would not hesitate to eliminate you. And you? What of you? Lin Chen queried. Qin Yuer chuckled softly, moving to sit beside Lin Shun, tenderly caressing his face as a wife might her husband. Yet, Lin Shun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Brother Chun should know that I hold no interest in power. What do empires and dynasties matter, relying upon those pitiful balancing acts and schemes? How long can they endure? Only the power grasped firmly in one's hand is the foundation of all. True strength is eternal. Qin Yuer smiled, her ambitions soaring high. I see. Lin Shen scoffed coldly. So, Brother Chun, might you bestow upon me that azure profound token? I am your fiancé. Let me represent you at the azure profound divine gate. Qin Yuer implored softly. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, she stood, her voice growing colder. Brother Chun, surely you understand that even without the azure profound token, I can still join the azure profound divine gate. After all, aside from you, I am the most gifted in the great way. Now that you cannot attend the azure profound divine gate, I can employ certain means, pay some price, and ultimately obtain that opportunity. However, that would entail some complications and uncertainties. So please, grant me the azure profound token. Let this final bargaining chip fulfill your ultimate wish. Lin Shen fell silent, fully aware he had no choice, with Qin Yuer's cunning. Even in the absence of the azure profound token, she could still gain entry to the azure profound divine gate. What she sought was merely convenience, and he was in no position to negotiate terms. Spare the remaining members of my Lin family and the old comrades in arms. Lin Chun rasped. Qin Yuer's gaze flickered, not unexpectedly, and she laughed softly. Does that include your sister, who shares no blood ties? Qin Yuer, Lin Chun bellowed. All right, do not be so agitated. These matters are of little importance to me anymore. I agree. Qin Yuer smiled, for her impending journey to the transcendent sect rendered worldly concerns trivial. She looked at Lin Chun, stating with a smile, Now, tell me, where is the azure profound token? I've searched the Lin residence from top to bottom, leaving no stone unturned. Honestly, I am quite curious about where you have hidden it. Under Dragon Rock Mountain, where we first met, Lin Chun replied coolly. He had indeed acquired the azure profound token, qualifying him for entry into the azure profound divine gate, but he had no desire to go, wishing to remain close to Qin Yuer, thus leaving the token at their initial meeting place. Who could have foreseen that it would lead to such a predicament? Upon hearing this, a tremor of emotion rippled through Qin Yuer, the first genuine stir of sentiment, as she regarded Lin Chun with surprise. Yet, that fleeting ripple swiftly dissipated. That I will keep my promise, she said coldly, donning her hood and departing as she crossed the threshold. She paused. Lin Chun, perhaps had you not possessed such talent, we might have had a favorable ending. Alas, you have obstructed my path, in the depths of darkness. Qin Yuer departed, her eyes glimmering with ambition, a smirk of satisfaction playing at her lips. She would join the azure profound divine gate and venture into a broader world. Lin Chen watched her leave with a detached expression, unable to discern whether Qin Yuer would uphold her promise. He could not afford to harbor any illusions. He must survive and escape the royal city. He must grow stronger. Only with formidable strength could he protect everything. 9 heavens slaying God technique, do not disappoint me. Lin Chun declared solemnly. He began to channel the martial art. Despite appearing utterly wretched, his injuries grievous, the most critical aspect, the Dantian, had been restored by the goddess. This was the capital for his rebirth. The nine heavens slaying God technique began to circulate within Lin Shun. Even with many meridians blocked and some severed, it still managed to function. This nine heavens slaying God technique was truly unfathomably profound. The nascent profound energy began to take shape, circulating through his body for a complete cycle before ultimately converging in the Dantian. Yet it did not cease there. Instead, it continuously coalesced into a shadow of a sword. After nearly 100 cycles, Lin Shun, drenched in cold sweat and on the verge of collapse, finally witnessed the sword's shadow manifest in his Dantian. Tiangu? A glimmer flickered in Lin Shun's eyes. Was this not the very sword Tiangu that stood before the goddess's stone platform? Without hesitation, Lin Shun directed the profound energy toward his palm and gently grasped it. A pitch-black long sword now rested in his hand. This sword possessed all the attributes of the Black Dragon, capable of penetrating barriers and formations, while simultaneously concealing its aura, allowing it to slip into the shadows. The Nine Heavens sword-slaying technique, once cultivated, would enable him to wield the power of those 9 divine swords. Lin Shun pondered, gaining insight into some characteristics of the divine technique. Following this, a spark of brightness ignited in his gaze. At this moment, he had taken the first step towards recultivation. His realm had officially restored to the first level of the gathering energy stage. Chapter 4. Devouring the Dragon Vein in the Xintian continent. Martial arts reign supreme. Everyone yearns to cultivate martial arts and become a martial artist. However, only those endowed with martial talent can cultivate techniques and condense profound energy within their Dantian. The levels of martial artists range from weak to strong. Classified into 9 tiers: gathering energy, dominating force, Thousand Jun, condensed will, specialized techniques, knowledge of the void, divine storage, inquiry of the divine, and divine kingdom. Previously, Lin Shun, despite his youth, had reached the 4th realm of condensed will, standing tall among his peers. Yet now, he was relegated to the 1st level of the gathering energy stage. But compared to his former gathering energy stage, Lin Shun's current power was exponentially greater. It was an entirely different realm. This was insufficient. I must rapidly grow stronger, or I shall perish, Lin Shun murmured. Even the strongest 1st level of the gathering energy stage was still too weak. Yet time was scarce for Lin Shun. Only 3 days remained. After 3 days, he would be escorted to the royal sacrificial grounds for execution. His only chance lay in escaping during transport. Otherwise, whether in this dungeon or the royal sacrificial grounds, heavily guarded and fortified, he would have no opportunity to escape. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also had to recover from his injuries. Lin Shun furrowed his brow. The spiritual energy at the bottom of this dungeon was exceedingly thin. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to continue cultivating, let alone recover from his injuries. What should I do? In this desperate environment, could there truly be a glimmer of hope? No, since the goddess has presented a trial. Even in the direst circumstances, there must exist a sliver of survival. Otherwise, the goddess could have simply allowed him to die, without the need to aid him in restoring his Dantian. Ah, Tiangu. Tiangu possesses the attributes of the Black Dragon. Lin Shun's eyes suddenly brightened. The reason the dungeon lacked spiritual energy was not due to its desolation, but on the contrary. The Great Wei Kingdom had meticulously chosen this location to be built atop a dragon vein. Rich in spiritual energy, the dungeon was isolated by a great formation, which was why it appeared so barren. Lin Shun could utilize Tiangu to penetrate the dungeon's formation, reaching the depths below to connect with the dragon vein and directly absorb its abundant spiritual energy. Tiangu go, Lin Shun commanded, and Tiangu transformed into a black dragon, burrowing into the earth below. Indeed, Tiangu, as a manifestation of the Black Dragon, effortlessly breached the barriers of the formation, plunging directly into the depths below. Underground, a network of veins intersected, with countless pure spiritual energies flowing through them, akin to the meridians of the human body. Ultimately, these veins converged into a formidable dragon vein. The Black Dragon traversed the subterranean realm, roaring continuously as it sank its fangs into the golden dragon vein, devouring its essence. These are the highly concentrated pure spiritual energies within the dragon vein. Once consumed by the Black Dragon, they would be infused into Lin Chen's body. Excellent. The power of the Dragon Vein will heal my injuries and significantly accelerate my cultivation speed. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. As Tiangu was a black dragon, it exerted immense pressure on the Dragon Vein, directly biting and consuming it, leaving the Dragon Vein with no chance to resist. An unending flow of spiritual energy converged as Lin Chen fully activated the Nine Heavens sword-slaying technique, channeling the energy to nourish his battered body. Soon, his grievous wounds began to visibly mend. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his severe injuries were completely healed. Once healed, he would resume his cultivation. The profound energy condensed and surged into that sword shadow. Gathering energy stage, 2nd level. Gathering energy stage, 3rd level. Gathering energy stage, 4th level. At the bottom of the dungeon, it was impossible for anyone to escape, especially since Lin Chen was now a cripple. No one would come here. In just 3 days, Lin Chen could exert himself fully to break through his realm. Thus, after 3 days, Lin Chen's realm had already ascended to the 2nd level of the dominating force stage. Merely 3 days had passed, and such speed was truly terrifying. With the 3 days now concluded, Lin Chen retracted Tiangu, and the Black Dragon's characteristics, shrouded in deep darkness, were sufficient to conceal his aura, allowing him to continue masquerading as a cripple. Footsteps echoed as chains clanked open, and several guards clad in golden armor approached the innermost cell. Tiske, isn't this the illustrious Lin Chen, the young commander renowned throughout the Great Way? Zhao Xing taunted, his derision evident. Lin Chen had always been radiant and resplendent, while before him, Zhao Xing resembled a worm wallowing in mud. But how the tables had turned. Weren't you strong? Weren't you the one to overshadow your peers? And now, look at you, reduced to a prisoner, a mere waste. Zhao Xing sneered mockingly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded Zhao Xing with indifference. This Zhao Wujin's favored grandson had previously clashed with Lin Chen, resulting in a crushing defeat for Zhao Xing, who had been unable to withstand even a single strike. Zhao Xing had long sought revenge, and now he had finally found his opportunity. Why so silent? Great genius, aren't you capable? Come, try hitting me again. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xing laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Who are you? Lin Chen rasped this. Zhao Xing was momentarily taken aback, his expression twisting into one of rage. Lin Chen's implication was that he had completely forgotten him. Such a creature was unworthy of being remembered. Seeking death, Zhao Xing shouted, kicking Lin Chen in the stomach, causing blood to spew from Lin Chen's mouth. Can't remember me, can you? How about now? Do you recall? Zhao Xing sneered. No matter how strong you were, now you're nothing but a waste that I, Zhao Xing, will always be superior to you, understand? Lin Chen curled up on the ground, remaining silent. Oh, let me share some good news. Zhao Xing continued with a cold smile. The little princess, out of old affection, spared the remaining rebels of your Lin family. They have been exempted from exile, forced labor and prostitution, and are now en route to Yinzhou. Yinzhou. Lin Chen's expression shifted for the first time. Yinzhou, located on the borders of the Great Wei Kingdom, was a savage land, a persistent thorn in the side of the royal family due to its unruly populace. It was said that the king of Yinzhou had personally approached the emperor, expressing a desire to take Lin Wanner as a concubine, eager to experience the taste of a military family's daughter. Zhao Xing laughed heartily as he spoke. The king of Yinzhou was lecherous and brutal, reveling in the torment of women. Though he had submitted to the Great Wei, he had always harbored ulterior motives. In the past, the king of Yinzhou had claimed he would wed Lin Wanner. This had incited Lin Lan's fury, leading him to Yinzhou to slay the 12 generals guarding the region and break the king's arm, only to relent. Yet now, he dared to covet Lin Wanner. Tiske, it is truly unfathomable to imagine your delicate sister being ravaged by a beastly barbarian. She would likely be reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. However, your Lin family, filled with rebels, should consider it a blessing to be alive. You ought to be grateful for her safety. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xing cackled maliciously. I will certainly kill you. Lin Chen's voice was frigid. Zhao Xing's eyes gleamed with malice as he delivered a forceful kick to Lin Chen's chest, causing him to double over in pain. Just you, a cripple, Zhao Xing scoffed, raining down blows while laughing maniacally. Today you'll die. I am eager to see how you intend to kill me. Come, strike back. Zhao Vice Commander. This man is to be escorted to the royal sacrificial ground for execution. It would not be prudent for him to die here. One of the subordinates advised. Only then did Zhao Xing cease his assault. This wretch won't die so easily. Restrain him and take him out, Zhao Xing coldly commanded, producing a set of shackles. The shackles were inscribed with runes. Embedded with a minor formation, a binding spell. Once shackled, the spell would activate, making it difficult for even a condensed will-stage martial artist to break free. One of the subordinates expressed surprise. Vice Commander. Does this scoundrel truly require such precious binding shackles, being a mere cripple? Isn't this preferential treatment for a great genius? Zhao Xing sneered. Ah! The guards burst into laughter. Zhao Xing looked down at Lin Shun. His smugness apparent. Waste. Weren't you going to kill me? If you have the capability, try breaking these binding shackles. I'll be waiting for you to kill me. Just don't go back on your word. Lin Shun was shackled with restrictive cuffs and escorted out of the dungeon. Boarding a prisoner carriage that traversed the grand Shunshi Avenue, heading towards the Imperial Shrine. Within the confines of the carriage, beneath a veil of disheveled hair, a pair of eyes glimmered with a cold light. Chapter 5. Escape in the capital of the Great Wei Kingdom. Lin Shun had spent his formative years possessing an intimate knowledge of its every corner. Shunshi Avenue was one of the largest thoroughfares in the capital, flanked by a labyrinth of alleys, intricate and convoluted that a map of the capital unfurled in Lin Chen's mind. He had long devised a plan to the midpoint of Shunshi Avenue lay Fong Street, a bustling area alive with the vibrancy of life, where the myriad of people from all walks of life mingled. Countless hidden passages and secret channels lay within, perfect for Lin Shun to exploit. Departing Fong Street, he would pass through the Sanxian Gate and directly into Liuli Alley. This location was the residence of the esteemed Prince Yanqian. Even with pursuers in hot pursuit, none dared to tread lightly upon the grounds of the Yanqian prince's estate, let alone conduct a search. Today, a grand sacrificial ceremony was to be held at the Imperial Shrine, and as a member of the royal family, Prince Yanqian would surely not be at his residence. The choice of this location was deliberate, for Prince Yanqian was known for his eccentricity. He did not engage in court politics, nor maintain a retinue, his household consisting solely of family. Additionally, he shared a connection with Lin Chen's mother, having traversed the world together in their youth. Beyond the princess estate lay the Northern Gate. The gatekeeper, Wang Yusi, had made a grave error in his cultivation and had been absent for several days, rendering the Northern Gate the weakest of the four. Furthermore, due to the royal sacrificial rites, the city gates were mandated to remain open all day. This presented Lin Shun with a splendid opportunity. If he could escape the capital, there was a chance for survival. He inhaled deeply, mentally reviewing the entire route once more. At this moment, the Imperial Shrine was filled with high-ranking figures, all of whom had arrived in the capital, and the proceedings were unfolding in an orderly manner. However, what everyone awaited was not the rituals or prayers, but the arrival of Lin Shun, who was being escorted in chains. Crowds gathered on either side of Shunshi Avenue, some vociferously denouncing the Lin family as traitors, while others expressed disbelief and cried for justice. Yet all were aware that the once resplendent youth was destined to meet his demise today. The procession advanced steadily, finally reaching the midpoint of Shunshi Avenue, where the throngs of people had indeed multiplied. Fong Street lay adjacent to the Grand Avenue, and from the upper stories of the brothels, many young women craned their necks to catch a glimpse that it seemed today would be devoid of clients. Now, let the escape commence. Within Lin Chen's dantian, the shadow of a sword trembled imperceptibly. A formidable surge of profound energy coursed through him, transforming into an overwhelming aura that remained concealed. The dark essence of Qianwu flowed into Lin Chen's shackles, inscribed with powerful runes, which began to unravel. Lin Shun, I recall the last time you traversed Shunshi Avenue. It was amidst cheers and adulation. This time, however, you were met with scorn. How does it feel? Zhao Xing turned back, a sneer gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Shun. Lin Shun met his gaze briefly. Zhao Xing shuddered. The intensity of Lin Chen's glance instilled a profound sense of dread within him, reminiscent of the time he had provoked Lin Chen only to be decisively defeated in a single strike. Zhao Xing shook his head, dismissing his fears. What power did Lin Chen possess now? A waste of a person, shackled with formidable rune-engraved chains. What could he possibly achieve? Chains. The chains are why have they come undone? Zhao Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to call out, Lin Chen moved faster, bursting forth like a sword unsheathed, shattering the carriage and charging straight for Zhao Xing. What? The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the crowd. Lin Chen is escaping. Do you think you can flee? Zhao Xing roared, unleashing a torrent of profound energy that coalesced into a formidable force. He was a powerful warrior of the third tier, the Qianjun realm. He paid no heed to how Lin Chen had extricated himself. This was merely a futile struggle that presented him with an opportunity to crush Lin Chen decisively. This was his moment of glory. Lin Chen, I must thank you. After today, I shall be hailed as the hero of the capital. Zhao Xing cackled. The starry spear's radiance surged. A single thrust aimed straight at Lin Chen, a signature technique of the Zhao family that had once shone brilliantly on the battlefield. Yet it bore numerous flaws. The Zhao clan had ultimately fallen from grace. Lin Chen murmured, wielding Tianwu, and shattered the spear's light. In that instant, he cleaved Zhao Xing in twain. No. Zhao Xing's despair was palpable, yet his fate was sealed. The slaying of Zhao Xing transpired in the blink of an eye, and in the next moment, Lin Chen surged towards Hefeng Street, his speed reaching its zenith. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Some roared in anger while others cheered in exhilaration. Such a spectacle was a rarity. Capture him! He must not escape. The golden-armored guards bellowed, a multitude of strong warriors hot on Lin Chen's heels. Simultaneously, a signal was shattered, and news was swiftly disseminated. Formidable presences would soon descend upon the scene. Lin Chen's escape was deemed impossible. Dashing into Hefeng Street, Lin Chen melded into the hidden passages, rapidly altering his course. This place was rife with secrets, an emlang of unsavory dealings. A sudden influx of golden-armored guards was inevitable, leading to conflict. The greater the chaos, the more opportunities for Lin Chen would arise. Behind him, shouts reverberated as battle erupted. A throng of golden-armored guards found themselves obstructed and unable to advance. Traitor, can you truly escape? A particularly swift golden-armored guard pursued him, moving like the wind, cultivating wind techniques. Gale stabbed I. The guard howled, unleashing a barrage of wind blades aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no time to engage him. He swiftly evaded, darting into a shadowy alley, and missed strike only fueled the guard's determination to pursue, as more golden-armored guards surged from all directions. Lin Chen, you are but a fish in a barrel. Bursting from Hefeng Street, Lin Chen pressed onward towards the Sanxian Gate that a cadre of golden-armored guards approached from the opposite side, intent on cornering him. Tianwu. Lin Chen summoned forth, a black dragon coiling around him. The overwhelming aura of power transcending the second tier of the Bagang realm, unleashing a tempest of strength. With Tianwu in hand, he charged into the opposing formation. Lin Chen had shattered formations countless times in the past, but those had been against enemies from foreign lands. Now he faced the guards of the capital. Yet, they were even weaker. A single sword strike could shatter armor. The Lin family's secret technique, 16 strikes of the killing formation. Lin Chen executed 16 swift strikes, shattering the golden armor, rendering them powerless to impede his advance. Confronted by Lin Chen, the once arrogant guards of the capital finally comprehended the true terror of the battlefield. They were utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Rushing through the Sanxian Gate, Lin Chen veered into Liuli Alley. The narrow alley echoed with the clashing of steel and the thunderous march of heavy armored troops. They arrived with astonishing swiftness, yet at this juncture, retreat was not an option. This was his sole hope. Armed with nothing but a sword, he plunged into the alley, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Step by step, without pause, the heavy armor crumbled, blood splattered, as Lin Chen, drenched in gore, advanced with the honed martial prowess he had cultivated through years of warfare. Roars of fury, cries of anguish, and the sounds of battle filled the air. As he fought his way through, Shattered armor and broken spears littered the ground, mingling with the blood that stained Liuli Alley. Emerging from the fray, Lin Chun bore wounds, blood streaming from his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and dashed into the Prince Yanqian's estate. This was the most perilous gamble. Should Prince Yanqian wish to apprehend him, even in his absence, he would not escape these grounds. Within the estate, Lin Chun darted through, heading towards the northern gate. In the distance, he spotted an old man standing atop the steps of the main hall. The elder cast a glance at Lin Chun, but quickly turned away. Golden armored guards surged from all sides, several captains converging. At this moment, Lin Chun stood no chance against such overwhelming force. They were confident in their ability to encircle and capture him within the estate. Who dares to disturb the sanctity of the royal grounds? Death shall be the consequence, boomed a resounding voice from the elders standing before the hall. What? The golden armored guards halted in their tracks. The captain, unable to restrain his fury. We are here to apprehend a notorious criminal. Do you dare obstruct us? Criminal. I see no notorious criminal entering my estate. Only you attempting to trespass, the old man retorted coldly. I shall reiterate. This is the royal estate. Should you dare to intrude, you shall face execution without mercy. The captain's face turned ashen, and he roared, Are you allies of that traitor? Do the Yanqian family intend to betray his majesty? Take that up with the prince. I am merely a gatekeeper, the old man replied dismissively. Chapter 6. Gatekeeper Wang Yusi, the captain, ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, they dared not provoke Prince Yanqian. To charge in now would not only fail to capture Lin Chun, but also incite a far greater conflict. Even Prince Yanqian, bold as he was, would not shelter a traitor. Lin Chun must have already escaped through another route. Pursue him! At last, the commander bellowed. The golden armored guards split into two flanks, circumventing the royal palace in pursuit of Lin Chun. The royal sacrifice site, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe stood at the railing. Gazing into the distance, he waved his hand, and the shadowy informant vanished into the gloom. Alas, the extent of my assistance to your son is limited, murmured Prince Yanqian. Your Highness, this shall not happen again, declared a valiant man in a yellow dragon robe, stepping beside the prince, both surveying the horizon with a voice that resonated with authority. Prince Yanqian understood that the emperor was compelling him to intervene, thus providing a pretext. Without further explanation, Prince Yanqian strode away, not once looking back. From this day forth, I shall guard Tianmen Pass, never to return to the capital, Prince Yanqian stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Dawei finally revealed a satisfied smile. Tianmen Pass, a desolate land, once traversed, one would never possess the strength to return. Prince Yanqian would no longer pose a threat to imperial power. This is splendid. As for Lin Chun, he cannot escape. At the north gate, Lin Chun stood beneath the city gate, the blood within him chilling at that moment. Wang Yusi, the commanding officer of the north gate, stood before the entrance, clearly not recuperating. It had been reported that Wang Yusi had taken leave due to a cultivation mishap and had not appeared at the north gate for several days. Consequently, the royal family had bestowed spiritual medicine upon him to aid in his recovery. Yet, everyone knew that a cultivation error could cause severe damage, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Wang Yusi would certainly require time to heal. Thankfully, the capital remained stable, and his absence at the North Gate was inconsequential. However, this was all a deception. From the very beginning, Wang Yusi had encountered no misstep in his cultivation. His leave was merely a facade. Lin Chun could distinctly sense the volcanic vigor emanating from Wang Yusi. Such vitality could not belong to one who had faltered in their training. Rebel, to think you could still regain some strength. Truly astonishing, but to choose the North Gate is a grave mistake. Wang Yusi scoffed. The Emperor's bestowal of medicine was not for healing, but to break my martial shackles, allowing my sword intent to advance further. He stood before the North Gate, clad in dark battle armor, spikes protruding ominously from his breastplate, exuding a fierce aura. The city gate stood wide open, for today was the royal sacrifice, and it could not be closed. Yet, Wang Yusi blocked the gate like an immovable mountain, his presence merging with the gate and the walls. The opening and closing of the gate were inconsequential, for Wang Yusi was the north gate of the capital. Surrender willingly. For Lin Shuai's sake, I shall spare you some suffering. Wang Yusi spoke indifferently, eye in his eyes. Everything had reached its conclusion. With him here, Lin Shun could not pass. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Shun regained his composure. He knew he had no time to ponder why Wang Yusi was present. He had but one choice: to break through Wang Yusi and escape the capital. The only way to achieve this was through speed. Lin Shun unleashed all his inner strength in an instant, the energy surging forth, coalescing into a fierce and turbulent aura. The next moment, he shattered the stone slab beneath him, launching himself towards the north gate like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, far beyond the measure of one at the third realm of Ba Gang. Wang Yusi's eyes narrowed slightly. This velocity exceeded his expectations, yet it was merely obstinacy. He was a great general of the Dawei capital. At the fourth realm of condensed intent, his combat prowess formidable. To break through him, a fool's dream. A flash of brilliant sword light emerged from Wang Yusi's right hand, the blade wide as a palm. Heavy yet agile, humming with a resonant vibration that sent ripples through the air. This was Wang Yusi's signature technique, the shock sword. His ability to rise above many generals and guard the capital's gates relied upon this technique and the intent behind it. This sword intent was unlike any other, particularly sinister. Once it invaded the body, it was exceedingly difficult to expel, gnawing at one's inner strength like a parasite. Countless strong warriors had perished beneath its blade. And now he was even stronger. How could Lin Shun defend against this? Wang Yusi swung his sword horizontally, the force immense, and at the same time his speed increased, seemingly placing the blade directly in Lin Shen's path. This was the power of the fourth realm, a level far beyond the second realm. However, Lin Shun had once reached the fourth realm himself. He understood the might of condensed intent. Moreover, Wang Yusi had fought under Lin Lan's command. And Lin Shun was well acquainted with his habits. Although Lin Shun appeared to charge forward, he was actually reserving strength, ready to counter at any moment. As the sword swept toward him, Lin Shun anticipated the move. Crouching low to evade the strike, then his form split, creating several illusions of himself. 8 shadow steps. This was the secret footwork of the Lin family. Once mastered, it allowed the practitioner to create 8 phantoms, confounding opponents whether in offense or retreat. Merely a trivial skill, utterly futile. What use is it? Wang Yusi snorted coldly. One must admit, Lin Shen's martial arts talent was exceedingly high. His 8 shadow steps had reached perfection, making it impossible to discern the true form at a glance. Yet this was unnecessary. Heavenly Rift. Wang Yusi roared, unleashing a horizontal slash. The stone slab shattered under the impact of the sword's aura, cleaving the ground. The force was astounding. Lin Shen's 8 phantoms were instantly engulfed. How could one defend against this? Why bother distinguishing? A mere practitioner of Ba Gang could not withstand such a blow. Yet, Wang Yusi sensed that beneath the strike, there was no trace of Lin Shen's presence. All 8 figures were mere illusions. Wang Yusi's heart jolted, and he abruptly looked to the sky, where a figure was swiftly darting toward the city gate. 8 shadow steps? No, this was 9 shadow steps. Lin Shun had cultivated the 8 shadow steps to their zenith, then broken through to create the 9 shadows. What terrifying martial talent was this? Moreover, Wang Yusi's perception had failed to detect it at the first moment. But what of it? You cannot escape. Wang Yusi bellowed. Lin Shen's display was unexpected, but it was still insufficient. Wang Yusi held nothing back, gripping his sword with both hands, delivering a colossal upward slash. The sword light roared with a fierce intent at Lin Shen's level. Not only was he unable to withstand the full brunt of the strike, but even being caught in its wake would lead to his demise. In the limited space of the gate, Lin Shun exerted every effort to dodge, avoiding the blade's edge. Yet even the fringe of its lethality could lead to instant death, an utterly despairing scene. Yet, Lin Shun refused to yield. He could not die here. He must grasp any glimmer of possibility, sword intent. The light in Lin Shen's eyes surged, for he had once been a practitioner of condensed intent and understood the nature of sword intent. At this moment, the sword intent unleashed by Wang Yusi was indeed formidable. Yet, A hint of sluggishness had surfaced. Had Wang Yusi made an error? The sword technique had not reached perfection, leaving a flaw. Nine heavens slash! Lin Shun roared, unleashing a reckless burst of energy. The sword image within his dantian blazed brilliantly, pouring all his strength into the heavenly tongue. The heavenly tongue transformed into a black dragon. Lin Shun seized a minuscule flaw in Wang Yusi's strike. Wang Yusi merely scoffed. And no matter how frantically a warrior from the Bagong realm might enhance their strength, how could they possibly withstand a full force strike from the condensation intent realm? Indeed, he soon beheld Lin Shun spitting blood and being flung back, his flesh and blood mercilessly sliced by the longsword, leaving him a mere mass of wounds, a veritable bloodied figure. Countless corpses were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Although many defenders have been mistakenly slain, Lin Shen's demise was sufficient. Today's farce would conclude here. The traitor to the nation shall be exterminated. Wang Yusi sneered and bellowed. The sound of clattering armor echoed as it crashed to the ground. Wang Yusi's expression stiffened. He then saw, emerging from the city gate, a figure drenched in blood, struggling to push aside the bodies of the fallen defenders. Rising to stand, that terrifying sword strike from earlier was so potent that even the heavily armored guards within the gate had not had time to flee, all falling prey to the slaughter. Lin Shun was gravely injured, yet he had survived. Thus he must flee, escape this city, survive. Only by living could he return for vengeance. Lin Shun squeezed every last ounce of strength from his battered body, blood flowing as he desperately sprinted towards the city's exit. Activate the Great Formation. Do not let him leave the city. Wang Yusi roared, charging towards Lin Shun at full speed. Meanwhile, the protective barrier of the city's Great Formation was activated. The imperial capital of the Great Way, fortified by this grand array. This formation connected directly to the dragon vein beneath the earth, empowered by the Empire's fortune to bolster its might. The dragon vein and the formation served as the nation's final safeguard. How could they possibly be unable to stop a mere Lin Shun? A resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens as the formation was set into motion. The dragon vein buried deep below, transforming into a golden dragon, soaring into the sky. Yet it was incomplete. This dragon vein was marred, seemingly gnawed upon by some unknown force, leaving it pockmarked. The entire capital stood in shock. An uproar ensuing. Even the pursuing golden-armored guards were momentarily dazed, their minds blank. Within the royal altar, the emperor, who held dominion over all, finally exhibited a change in countenance. The damage to the dragon vein signified the omen of a nation's demise. However, Wang Yusi had no time to concern himself with the dragon rising in the sky. All he could see was the formation activating, the barrier rising, and Lin Shun was still a step too late. Obstructed within the great array, thus, all was at an end. Die for me. Wang Yusi howled, the sword intent surging once more. This strike would undoubtedly seal Lin Shen's fate. Yet in the next moment, Wang Yusi could scarcely believe his eyes. A shadow enveloped Lin Shun, and he actually breached the formation. The array had faltered. A chill shot through Wang Yusi's heart. However, the very next instant, his sword strike was completely thwarted by the formation. Unable to budge in the slightest, this indicated that the formation was functioning normally. So why could Lin Shun pass through? Shut down the formation. Quickly. Wang Yusi could not afford to ponder further. He roared madly. A wave of ice-cold dread surged within him, an uncontainable thought assailing his mind. Lin Shun might escape. This traitorous criminal, once deemed certain to perish, could very well slip through his grasp. He dared not imagine the severe punishment he would face afterwards. But the activation and deactivation of the formation could not occur instantaneously. There were indeed soldiers guarding outside the city. Could they possibly stop Lin Shun? Lin Shun carved his way out, his vision growing blurry. Yet he could not falter, could not succumb to unconsciousness. He must survive. Beyond the capital, the Sisui River flowed relentlessly, its surface impossibly wide, with countless tributaries along its banks and innumerable undercurrents below. Jumping into the river would undoubtedly increase Lin Shen's chances of escape. After several breaths, Wang Yusi and the golden-armored guards gathered at the riverbank, A large contingent of soldiers plunging into the water to search, their formidable might churning the river's surface. Yet, the current was swift, and Lin Shun's figure had long since vanished. How could he be found? That scoundrel was gravely wounded. Once he reached the shore, he could not have fled far. Relay the command to increase the number of personnel searching along the river. Alive or dead, we must find him, Wang Yusi bellowed. The city defense forces and golden armored guards all mobilized, racing along the river. Meanwhile, Wang Yusi felt a chill envelop him. He had never anticipated that Lin Shun could truly escape from his grasp. Such a monumental crime would surely incite the emperor's wrath, and he feared for the annihilation of his entire clan. Only the royal guard would act. Along the Sisui River basin, they would dig 3 feet into the earth. Diverting the waters, determined to find Lin Shun. You all may go as well. Zhao Wujing is in the city, his voice indifferent. Before him, a squad of dozens surged forth, racing toward the Sisui River basin. These individuals were under Zhao Wujing's command. Yet unlike the others, they once belonged to Lin Chen's army, his former subordinates, expelled from the Lin family army for violating military discipline. Zhao Wujing had secretly gathered them. Now was their moment to prove their worth. Chapter 8. The command of demon spells in the turbulent waters. Lin Shun found no means of leverage, helpless against the relentless current, given his injuries. Should he remain in the water, he feared he would not last long and soon become a floating corpse. Yet even if he managed to reach the shore, death awaited him there as well. Countless pursuers were combing the river, frantically searching the banks, deploying numerous magical artifacts for extensive detection. The Great Way would not permit Lin Shun to escape in such a manner. Otherwise, the royal family would be left with no face, becoming a laughingstock among the nations. The moment Lin Shun exhibited even the slightest movement, he could be discovered. The dragon swims in the waters, rivers, lakes, and seas. Lin Chen's consciousness trembled faintly. He diligently maintained his focus. Slowing the flow of his blood, the 9 heavens slashing god technique gradually circulating through his meridians. Tianwu was a black dragon. And in this moment, Lin Shun embodied Tianwu. He swam through the river like a dragon. Gradually, the suffocating sensation of death became less pressing. Lin Shun felt as though he had merged with the waters, flowing with the rushing current. 3 days later, Lin Shun awoke in the river. He had not expected to survive for 3 days in the water. The 9 heavens slashing god technique was indeed extraordinarily miraculous. However, if this continued, it would still be dire. He needed to escape his predicament swiftly, or else his injuries would worsen, and even the 9 heavens slashing god technique would struggle to sustain him. At this juncture, Lin Shun cautiously surfaced, carefully observing the surroundings above the water. The banks on either side were steep and rugged, lined with towering cliffs and rocky gorges. For a moment, Lin Shun could not ascertain his exact location. However, given the terrain, it seemed unlikely that he was still on the Sisui River. It was likely some tributary. Had he been swept away by the undercurrents? Lin Shun was gravely wounded and urgently required treatment. Yet he did not rush to the shore. Instead, he concealed himself beneath a floating log, continuing to observe the area. Only after confirming there were no signs of pursuers did he select a hidden spot to quietly ascend the bank, carefully erasing any traces of his presence. The Sisui River basin was vast. Even if the capital dispatched all its forces to search, they could not cover every corner. For the time being, he was safe. After some time, Lin Shun discovered a concealed cave. He needed to recuperate. The 9 heavens slashing god technique began to operate, working to mend his injuries. However, his condition was exceedingly grave. Wang Yusi's powerful sword strike had devastated his internal organs, severing and obstructing over 100 meridians. Moreover, remnants of the sword intent lingered within him. In his current state, even channeling his profound energy was a struggle. Were it not for the existence of the 9 heavens slashing god technique, he would have long since succumbed. To have managed to escape the capital with his present cultivation was undoubtedly a miracle. But for that miracle to continue, Lin Shun had to find a method to recover. Otherwise, he would not survive the relentless pursuit of the Great Way's net that ensnared him. Lacking medicinal pills, even the 9 heavens slashing god technique was like a skilled cook unable to make a meal without rice, incapable of restoring him in a short time. Lin Shun sat cross-legged, gradually recovering. Were it not for the extraordinary strength of the Nine Heavens slashing god technique, he would not have survived at this moment. He could not afford to wish for more. He needed to find another path, a solution. Lin Shun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The situation was dire, but if he could not remain composed, it would only worsen. Temporarily suppressing some of his injuries, Lin Shun began to channel the remaining profound energy within him, inscribing runes upon the rocky walls around him. Now, this was all he could hope for. This rune was a highly specialized communication talisman, uniquely wondrous, capable of enabling direct contact between nations that IT was taught to him by a dedicated spy. Utilizing it, Lin Shun could establish contact with the other party, who would also be aware of his location. However, this spy was exceedingly special, and their relationship with Lin Shun was not one of subordination. They merely assisted him in the past. All communications had been initiated solely by them, and Lin Shun's attempts to reach out had often yielded no response. Now, he could only give it a try. Lin Shun was utterly ignorant of the happenings in the outside world. He could not easily reveal himself, so he could only rely on the spy to gather information to formulate his next plan. Otherwise, facing the operational machinery of the state, he would find it nearly impossible to move an inch. As night fell, clouds obscured the moon, plunging the earth into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own fingers. Lin Shun sensed the movement and opened his eyes that he gazed at the rocky wall beside him. In the darkness, a faint glow pulsed within the runes. The other party finally responded. Meili, Lin Shun called out. Meili, a woman shrouded in mystery. 2 years ago, Lin Shun, while honing his skills in the outside world, inadvertently saved the gravely injured Meili. Since that fateful day, Meili has been assisting him in various tasks. She is shrouded in mystery. Apart from her name, Lin Shun knows nothing about her. Even after Meili's injuries healed, he has not seen her again. She seems to be one with the shadows, forever concealed within the darkness. Meili has never engaged in combat, claiming to have lost all her fighting abilities. However, she possesses extraordinary skills in stealth. With her presence, countless elusive pieces of intelligence have found their way to Lin Shun's desk. The victories Lin Shun has achieved at the borders can be largely attributed to Meili's crucial role. Unfortunately, Lin Shun's past adversaries were all from the Upper Wu Kingdom, and thus Meili has been traversing that realm, gathering information. Had she focused more on the capital of the Great Wei Kingdom, perhaps the Lin family would not have fallen victim to such a scheme. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the transmission talisman. It is quite remarkable that you are still alive. What extraordinary fortune have you encountered? The voice on the other end was devoid of much emotional fluctuation. I suppose so, Lin Shun replied with a bitter smile, but it appears that fortune is still insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to flee in such a disheveled manner. I should be like the protagonists in certain tales, directly slaying my enemies, Meili remarked coolly. Simultaneously, an odd sound, reminiscent of a chant, accompanied her words. Lin Shun furrowed his brow and inquired gravely, Meili, what is wrong with you today? You seem somewhat unusual. Meili, who typically detests unnecessary chatter, was speaking more than usual today, and Lin Shun did not believe that the events transpiring around him would pique her interest excessively. After another moment of silence, Meili's voice finally returned. The sound you heard was a demon-suppressing incantation, capable of calming malevolent spirits. Since you have managed to maintain your consciousness, it seems you are still yourself. Meili's tone was calm, and the chanting sound faded away. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun understood the situation. That Meili must have learned of the Lin family's plight and hastily returned from the Upper Wu to the Great Wei. Comprehending the entirety of the events, including how Lin Shun escaped the capital, the power he exhibited while breaking out of the capital, the dragon's claw, and his ability to dismantle formations, might be unknown to others. But Meili likely recognized it as stemming from the Black Dragon. She was concerned that he might have been possessed by a certain powerful Black Dragon, which is why she employed the demon-suppressing incantation to gauge his condition. After all, it was quite extraordinary to have been rendered powerless and then to reclaim strength, ultimately breaking free from the capital. Such a transformation is difficult not to question. The situation is somewhat intricate. There is no need for me to elaborate. Meili's voice remained steady. showing no signs of interest in the complexities involved, as long as she knew Lin Shan was still Lin Shan. Lin Shan, understanding Mi Li's character, directly asked, "Since you have returned, have you managed to uncover any information regarding my kin?" Lin Wanner had already entered the territory of Yinzhou, and the king of Yinzhou intended to directly summon her to his chambers. Lin Wanner, however, declared that if the king were to force her, she would deliver him a corpse. Mi Li recognized that Lin Chen's foremost concern was Lin Wanner's welfare, while for the king of Yinzhou, Lin Wanner was the woman he most desired to possess. Chapter 9. The pursuers have arrived. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. "The king of Yinzhou, I will undoubtedly go to Yinzhou to slay him." Mi Li paid no heed to Lin Chen's emotional outburst and continued with her unwavering tone. "Though Lin Wanner is reluctant, she has no choice but to consider the few remaining members of her clan. She has agreed to marry into the royal house with the condition of guarding the spirits of her deceased kin for 1 month, and simultaneously to escort the surviving members to the Hundred Battles Wasteland." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. The Hundred Battles Wasteland is a chaotic land, fragmented and belonging to no nation. Even the Great Wei Kingdom struggles to extend its reach there. Lin Wanner's choice of the Hundred Battles Wasteland was evidently made after deep contemplation. However, the wasteland is fraught with danger, teeming with all manner of people. Yet, Lin Chen understood that this was the utmost effort that the gentle Lin Wanner could muster. She could only do this much. Lin Wanner is not a member of the Lin family. She is an orphan whom Lin Chen's mother rescued from the snow, having endured homelessness and the harshness of hunger. It was the Lin family that provided her with warmth and a sense of belonging. She cherishes those who have shown her kindness more than anyone else. She values this family above all, especially Lin Shan. Lin Wanner and Lin Chen grew up together, and she regards him as more important than her own life. For Lin Shan, she would do anything. Those delicate shoulders could bear all burdens for him, even if it meant enduring unbearable pain and humiliation. "Your current position is not secure. Decide swiftly where to go and what to do," Mi Li stated with her usual calm demeanor. Through the transmission talisman, she was already aware of Lin Chen's precise location, and depending on his next choice, she would provide corresponding intelligence support. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Indeed, he was deeply concerned about Lin Wanner's current predicament, but he also understood that all her actions were aimed at ensuring the survival of her kin. His only choice was to first head to the Hundred Battles Wasteland, protect his kin, eliminate potential threats, and then confront the king of Yinzhou, avenging Lin Wanner. And he had but a month to accomplish this. For someone who is currently merely at the Bagwang realm, this seemed as far-fetched as a dream. "I understand." Lin Shan released his tightly clenched fist. He knew he could not act recklessly. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. He bore the lives of everyone on his shoulders. He could not afford to err. "Once my injuries have somewhat healed, I will immediately proceed to the Hundred Battles Wasteland, but I must first rescue my kin and eliminate potential threats. And besides, that place is also suitable for my current state," Lin Shan declared solemnly. Mi Li's voice responded, as she would not interfere with Lin Chen's decision-making. "What do you need me to do?" "You go to Yinzhou," Lin Chen instructed. "Very well," Mi Li replied. She understood that Lin Shan wanted her to watch over Lin Wanner and report on her situation at all times. "This was all that lay within Mi Li's capabilities at present, that I entrust this to you," Lin Chen said apologetically, knowing that this task would pose dangers for Mi Li at this moment. "Proceed," Mi Li responded flatly, that "I am in urgent need of elixirs and various cultivation resources," Lin Chen stated, as under his current circumstances, conventional means could no longer procure these necessities. "Wait a moment," Mi Li replied. Before long, Mi Li's voice came through. "I have checked the reported document from the local authorities. 20 li to your northeast, there are several bands of mountain bandits. Their combat strength is not particularly formidable. You might attempt to procure the healing elixirs you require from them. Additionally, the Lord of Gulo City has reported that within the Shalu mountain range, there are rumors of spiritual herbs appearing. This has been circulating for over a month, and their authenticity remains uncertain. However, since you intend to head to the Hundred Battles Wasteland, you could investigate if an opportunity arises to AS for the forces pursuing you. There are both royal guards and Zhao Wuji's men advancing towards your location. The specifics of their progress remain undetermined, but it would be prudent for you to depart by tomorrow morning." Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Li had infiltrated the core of the Great Way and was obtaining first-hand information from the enemy camp. "Rest assured, I will not perish in such a place," Lin Shan assured, clenching his fists with determination. The transmission talisman began to fade, eventually disappearing without leaving a trace. Mountain bandits, huh? I still harbor the sword intent of Wang Yuxi's Xinjian within me. This must be purged with a 6th grade healing elixir. However, with my 9 heavens slashing god technique, I can lower the requirement. A 5th grade healing elixir will suffice. Lin Shan pondered, furrowing his brow. Even a 5th grade healing elixir is exceedingly precious. He wondered if the bandits would possess any. Yet, given the current situation, he had no choice but to take a gamble on the bandits' lair. Even if they did not have the 5th grade healing elixir, any other elixirs would suffice as a temporary remedy. In his current state, any assistance would be invaluable. Thus, Lin Shan sat cross-legged, slowly operating the 9 heavens slashing god technique, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish his battered body. The next day, before dawn, Lin Shan abruptly awakened from his healing state, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes that he sensed someone approaching. They found this place so swiftly. Soon after, flames flickered as someone entered the cave, a large blaze burning brightly in their hands. Illuminating the darkness, Lin Shan concealed himself behind a rock, employing the Tian Tong concealment technique to mask his presence. The intruder was inspecting the cave's interior. Lin Shan frowned slightly, sensing that the intruder's aura seemed somewhat familiar. An acquaintance? Suddenly, Lin Shan realized something, quickly understanding how the person had found this place so quickly. This individual was a soldier of the Lin family army. The Lin family army has a distinctive characteristic. After being selected for the elite corps, each soldier must cultivate a special technique. This technique enables the warriors to sense the fluctuations of their comrades' auras more clearly, creating a bond that allows them to locate one another even amidst chaotic battlefields, maintaining the integrity of their formation. This is also one of the reasons why the Lin army is invincible. As the young commander, Lin Shan has gathered numerous elite legions under his command, naturally mastering this particular technique. After years of warfare, the method has long since become instinctual. Lin Shan, previously in a state of unconsciousness and extreme weakness, could not maintain the concealment of Tianwu, and it is likely that he has been sensed. Is there no one here? Have they already departed from this area? A hoarse voice echoed, tinged with a gloomy tone, as if speaking to oneself. Indeed, I sensed his aura fluctuating earlier. Although it was only for a fleeting moment, it should not have been an illusion that he cannot have traveled far. He needs to recuperate, and he must be hiding somewhere within this vicinity. Listening to the voice, Lin Shan narrowed his eyes, recalling the identity of the speaker. Chapter 10. You are not worthy of borrowing my head. Xing Guangyun. This individual was originally Lin Chen's adjutant, possessing commendable strength and experience. Entrusted with significant responsibilities by Lin Shan. Yet he had disregarded the law, abusing the name of the Lin army to humiliate women and slaughter innocent civilians, deserving of execution. However, before the sentence could be carried out, he was forcibly taken away by Zhao Wuji's men, and despite Lin Chen's repeated attempts to retrieve him, he was unsuccessful. A criminal despised by the Lin army has now become the vanguard seeking to kill him. Xing Guangyun's gaze swept menacingly across the cave. In the battle for the capital, Lin Chen's abilities were laid bare, and he was now aware of Lin Chen's formidable concealment techniques. Thus he could not entirely trust his own eyes. To ascertain whether anyone was present, he would resort to indiscriminate attacks. Gathering his mystical energy swiftly, Xing Guangyun soon conjured a massive fireball, unleashing an overwhelming heat. Without hesitation, he launched the fireball, bombarding every corner of the cave indiscriminately. Though he could not see Lin Shan, that did not imply Lin Shan was absent. He needed confirmation. Lin Shan snorted coldly, recognizing that Xing Guangyun was indeed one of his soldiers, well-trained but regrettably misguided. In the current situation, Lin Shan could no longer remain hidden, or he would be scorched by the fireballs. He could not afford to sustain further injuries. He had to take the initiative in an instant. Lin Shan leaped forth, launching the first attack, his sword radiating a sharp light, aimed directly at Xing Guangyuan. Startled, Xing Guangyuan had no time to think. His years of combat instinctively prompted him to summon a golden shield. With a resounding crash, cracks appeared on the shield, which was swiftly shattered. "Damn it!" Xing Guangyuan roared, his expression darkening. This was his defensive spiritual treasure, hard-earned, now destroyed, if only the runes within the shield had fully activated. Nonetheless, Xing Guangyuan's combat prowess was indeed exceptional. After deflecting the blow, he quickly created distance. Upon recognizing his attacker, a look of astonished delight crossed Xing Guangyuan's face. "Lin Shen, he really is here. Ha! It seems the heavens are favoring me." Xing Guangyuan's gaze was fixed greedily and bloodthirstily on Lin Shen. "Young commander, you remain as perilous as ever. Despite your injuries, you can still wield your sword. What a pity that this strike did not end my life, but merely destroyed my spiritual treasure." He sneered coldly. Cautiously, he increased the distance, unwilling to provide Lin Shen with another opportunity for a sneak attack. The loss of a spiritual treasure in exchange for Lin Shen's head was a tremendous profit. "Young commander, do you know how much your head is worth? It is remarkable that you have delivered it directly to me." Xing Guangyuan envisioned himself ascending the ranks of nobility. "Oh really?" Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. Xing Guangyuan snorted, his expression twisting in disdain. Even now, he remained so composed, believing he could survive this encounter. Lin Shen was merely a stray dog, pretending to be something more, having already deflected his most promising sneak attack. Lin Shen had no chance left. Killing Lin Shen would elevate him to a distinguished guest of the royal family. He would bask in glory beyond the reach of Zhao Wuji. "Young commander, my current power has reached the 6th level of the Thousand June realm. You are nothing but a rat in a gutter before me. Do you understand? The 6th level of the Thousand June realm against the 3rd level of the Dominant Force realm. How could he possibly lose?" Not to mention, Lin Shen was gravely injured. The events of the capital would not repeat. Lin Shen would undoubtedly be slain. With nothing more to say, he commanded, "Draw your sword." Lin Shen's figure suddenly flickered. The 8 shadow steps. Instantly, he manifested 9 figures, all charging towards Xing Guangyuan. The 8 shadow steps, perfected to the 9 shadows, were indeed breathtaking. "However, my young commander, why does your aura feel so feeble?" Xing Guangyuan mocked. Swinging his sword, the fiery sword light swept across, its power overwhelming. The 8 shadows shattered, and Lin Shen's true form was jolted back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Xing Guangyuan laughed heartily. This strike was sufficient to confirm Lin Shen's severe injuries and his far from recovered state. He was transformed into a stranger. Thus, the threat of the maritime capture documents to me will significantly diminish, allowing for much safer actions in the future, which grants Lin Shen a modicum of relief. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the lifeless body of Xing Guangyuan. "It is quite commendable that you traveled such a distance to deliver this mass to me." Aiding my escape, Lin Shen spoke with indifference. Immediately afterward, Lin Shen meticulously erased any traces before hurriedly departing. Zhao Wujing's faction has likely gathered a considerable number of the Lin family's former associates, and it is quite possible that there are others besides Xing Guangyuan in pursuit. Lin Shen must swiftly distance himself from this area. Next, he would seek out bandits. On the following day, in the afternoon, Lin Shen concealed himself in the shadows of a dense forest, observing a distant valley. There, a group of individuals traversed the woods with agile movements, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. They were bandits. It seems they are not far from their lair. The 3rd-grade healing pill in Xing Guangyuan's possession could only serve as a temporary remedy and was insufficient for Lin Shen's recovery. He required more high-grade elixirs. Even in the absence of a 5th-grade healing pill, a 4th-grade pill would suffice, at the very least to mend his internal and external injuries, that he hoped these bandits would not disappoint him. It was said they planned to rob the Jioding Chamber of Commerce. The leader has finally resolved to undertake a grand venture. The bandits engaged in idle chatter. "I heard that the young lady of the Jioding Chamber of Commerce is renowned for her beauty, rivaling the 3 beauties of the imperial capital. If she happens to be present this time, it would be delightful. Hee hee." Another bandit chuckled lewdly. "Don't get your hopes up. If we capture her, she will be enjoyed by the leader and the rest." There won't be any share for us? Can't we even fantasize? Hurry up and leave. Don't spoil the leader's grand plan. Another bandit retorted discontentedly. Once that group of bandits had departed, Lin Shun emerged from the shadows. It appeared the bandits had plans, which meant the lair should be unguarded at this moment. This was fortuitous. Following the trail they had taken, Lin Shun swiftly arrived at the exterior of a bandit stronghold. The lair had but a single entrance, heavily guarded by numerous bandits. It seemed the only option was a frontal assault. Thus, there was no more to deliberate. Lin Shun acted swiftly, darting forth in an instant, his sword gleaming with deadly sharpness. The bandits were unable to react, and the sounds of bodies falling echoed as heads parted from their torsos. They were merely minor henchmen, at most at the 4th or 5th level of the Bagong realm, posing little threat to Lin Shun. Utilizing the lethal techniques honed in the military, Lin Shun advanced through the stronghold, executing each movement with precision, every sword strike resulting in a fatality. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Shun had slaughtered his way through the lair, leaving no survivors in his wake. Finally, before a stone door, Lin Shun pierced through the neck of their 4th-in-command with a single thrust. Cough! Lin Shun spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs trembled, old injuries threatening to resurface, the sword intent left by Wang Yusi increasingly permeating through his body with each battle. This must be resolved swiftly, or he would injure himself without any external threat. Hoping to find what he sought, Lin Shun wiped the blood from his lips, pushed open the stone door, and stepped into the stone chamber within. Here lay the bandit's treasury in the martial arts world. Although treasures like spatial rings exist, they are scarce, and low-grade rings have limited internal space, hardly able to store much. Thus, a substantial quantity of treasures is still stored within treasury vaults, inside the treasury. There were numerous treasures, martial techniques, and medicinal herbs of various kinds. Lin Shun did not examine the spiritual treasures or martial techniques, but directly opened vials of medicine, inspecting each. The 4th-grade holy water pill was even more effective than the 4th-grade healing pill. Sufficient to restore his internal and external injuries, Lin Shun's eyes brightened. This was a valuable find, a significant aid to him. Unfortunately, it was not a 5th-grade healing pill. Fortunately, there was a full vial of holy water pills, which would temporarily stabilize the sword intent within him, preventing further deterioration. The 4th-grade blood explosion pill, when consumed, could enhance combat power for a short duration. Lin Shun picked up another vial. Inside was a single fiery red pill, radiating explosive power. This item, when taken at a critical moment, would significantly amplify his energy, serving as a trump card. This was the exploding sword technique. Perfectly complementing the blood explosion pill, Lin Shun also retrieved a scroll containing a martial technique. It was ranked at the 4th grade. Now, Lin Shun needed to conceal his identity. The martial techniques from his past could not be utilized, and this exploding sword technique was formidable for his current stage. As for the others, their overall assistance was minimal. Lin Shun collected some and destroyed the rest. He certainly would not leave these items for the bandits. I will search other bandit strongholds, Lin Shun muttered, his gaze icy. This area is infested with several groups of bandits, and a few other strongholds must not be overlooked. When dealing with bandits, there is no need for mercy. Thus, Lin Shun consumed the 4th-grade holy water pill, recovering as he swiftly made his way out. Meanwhile, on the official road, the convoy of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce had already been intercepted. On both sides of the official road, numerous bandits lay in wait upon the mountains, their powerful bows and crossbows all aimed at the convoy. The guards of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce could only form defensive formations around the convoy, shields raised, ready for battle at any moment. Yet their faces were pale. The sheer number of bandits was overwhelming, clearly a coalition of multiple strongholds, unleashing their elite forces. Once battle erupted, their chances of victory appeared slim. Third uncle, what shall we do now? Inside the luxurious carriage of the convoy, a remarkably beautiful young woman could not suppress her anxiety. Her lovely face had turned pallid. Zhang Chongli's expression was equally grim. He forced a smile to reassure Zhang Tianxue. But his heart sank. He was perplexed as to why the bandits were so brazenly violating the rules and attacking them. Was it for Zhang Tianxue? Or was it for that batch of fifth-grade pills? Chapter 12. The Three Blades leader Zhang Tianxue was none other than the young lady of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce. Though merely 18 years of age, she had already made a name for herself and Dawei. Her beauty unparalleled, rivaling that of the three great beauties of the imperial capital. Countless young talents in Dawei had fallen for her, yet she remained unbetrothed to anyone, originally, due to her status. It would have been impossible for Zhang Tianxue to accompany the commercial convoy, as it posed a risk and was unnecessary. However, this time the situation was exceptional. The old president of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, who just happened to be Zhang Tianxue's grandfather, had suddenly fallen gravely ill and likely had little time left. Furthermore, the chamber's flying treasure ship had been dispatched beyond Dawei to invite renowned physicians to treat the old president. In a time of urgency, they could not return Zhang Tianxue home. In her anxiety, Zhang Tianxue chose to follow the convoy. After all, this route was the most direct. If she were to take a different path to the capital, as usual, she might not make it in time to see him one last time. To ensure safety, the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce had already paid the toll and invited the highly respected Three Blades leader to oversee the passage. Multiple preparations were made to ensure smooth transit, yet they did not anticipate being intercepted by bandits. Zhang Chongli's face darkened. It was evident that the adversaries were targeting the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, a coalition of several strongholds, likely determined to rob them. The situation in Dawei was tumultuous. Were these bandits planning a grand heist to escape? This was dire. Nonetheless, Zhang Chongli remained composed. Prior to his departure, he had made extensive preparations. The number of experts deployed this time exceeded any previous occasion, including himself, a formidable warrior. These bandits would need to weigh their options before attempting to devour them. At that moment, Zhang Chongli spoke to reassure, "Sure, do not worry. We are well prepared this time. Our guards are all skilled fighters, and with the Three Blades leader present, nothing will happen." The Three Blades leader held significant authority. With a high standing in the martial world, and the nearby bandits would give him face. The current bandits were coveting the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce's goods, which was why they chose to attack even after receiving the toll. It was merely a matter of greed. However, with the Three Blades leader's intervention, they might back down after a little negotiation. Zhang Tianxue's lips turned somewhat pale. Naturally, she felt anxious. These were bandits, and she could hardly fathom the miserable fate that awaited her should she fall into their clutches. It was something she would rather die than face. Three Blades leader, I implore you to mediate. Zhang Chongli dismounted from the carriage and bowed to a robust elder. The elder, though advanced in years, radiated vitality, his gaze profound and somewhat sinister. His most distinguishing feature was the three long scars on his face, which were quite fearsome, hence earning him the title of Three Blades leader. Humph! These scoundrels must have been blinded by greed. Disregarding all rules, don't they fear their own doom? The Three Blades leader scoffed coldly, brimming with rage. He then turned to Zhang Chongli and solemnly clasped his fists, saying, "Rest assured, Master Zhang, with me, the Three Blades leader present. They will not dare to go too far. At most, they will only demand a bit more toll. Just need some preparations on your end." The Three Blades leader spoke with utmost confidence upon hearing this. Zhang Chongli sighed in relief, cupping his hands with a smile. If they wish to demand additional tolls that can be easily arranged, I will ensure they are satisfied. Very well, I shall step forward to mediate. I believe they will not dare to refuse me this courtesy. With a sinister grin, the man known as Sandao Ba-Tu let out a laugh at that moment. He prepared to step outside. However, in the instant he moved forward, a glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a dagger flashed in his hand, its sharp edge glimmering with a toxic green hue. In the next heartbeat, he pivoted sharply, thrusting the dagger towards Zhang Chongli. The speed was so swift that Zhang Chongli had no time to react. The dagger pierced through his heart. Blood erupted from Zhang Chongli's mouth as he clutched at Sandao Ba-Tu. Realization dawning upon him. This Sandao Ba-Tu had conspired with the mountain bandits to seize the goods of the Jiuding Merchants Association. With a low growl, Zhang Chongli, fully aware of his impending doom, summoned his last reserves of strength and struck out at Sandao Ba-Tu with a fiery palm. The blazing strike was fierce and unyielding, and San Dao Batu, too close to evade, could only suffer the blow, spitting blood in response. Yet, Zhang Chongli, already mortally wounded, could muster only a fraction of his peak strength. Though he managed to injure San Dao Batu, it was far from lethal. "Schwerer, flee!" Zhang Chongli roared with his last breath. Meanwhile, San Dao Batu had already slashed at his throat, blood gushing forth. Damn it! What a turn of fate! San Dao Batu gritted his teeth. He had not anticipated that Zhang Chongli, a man accustomed to a life of luxury, would possess such resolve, inflicting an unexpected wound upon him. Nevertheless, this would not alter the outcome. With a swift motion, San Dao Batu produced a signal arrow, launching it into the sky. The piercing cry of the arrow echoed instantly, a predetermined signal to the mountain bandits, and soon, shouts of slaughter erupted as they charged forth. Rain of arrows fell, and the Jioding Merchants Association's guards began to suffer casualties. Forced to retreat and struggle to hold their line, as the mountain bandits surged forward, the clash of blades became relentless, and the tide of battle was swiftly turning against them, especially after Zhang Chongli's death. The absence of their leader rendered them unable to withstand the onslaught, with many guards beginning to flee. "Miss, hurry!" Zhang Tianxue, hearing the commotion, had already dismounted from the carriage, surrounded instantly by a dozen of the Jioding Merchants Association's trained warriors, who formed a protective circle around her. Yet, 3 glimmering blades suddenly sliced through the air, their might nearly insurmountable. Several warriors were cleaved in two in an instant. San Dao Batu, wielding his 3 blades, exhibited his deadly prowess. This was the true origin of his name. Zhang Tianxue gasped, her complexion paling as she beheld Zhang Chongli's lifeless body in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face. She realized that Zhang Chongli had been slain and understood that San Dao Batu had colluded with the bandits. "Little girl, I advise you to behave. It will spare you some pain. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion." San Dao Batu sneered coldly. Though he was of advanced age and held no interest in Zhang Tianxue, he recognized her worth. He intended to use her to negotiate for greater gains. This merchant convoy contained many valuable items, including high-grade techniques, martial skills, and rare treasures. There was even a 5th-tier healing elixir, a life-saving treasure that anyone would covet. "Miss, run. We will hold them off." The warriors shielded Zhang Tianxue as some of them roared, charging towards San Dao Batu. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxue, under the protection of the warriors, began to retreat swiftly. Observing this, San Dao Batu merely scoffed. How could he let such a prize escape? Zhang Tianxue was destined to be caught. His current thoughts revolve around how to profit from capturing this noble lady. Certainly he could sell her for a handsome price. Chapter 13. This medicine works wonders for both men and women. Can she escape? San Dao Batu harbored no fears of Zhang Tianxue fleeing. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated the convoy's strength. Zhang Chongli posed the greatest threat, possessing the power of a 9th tier in the Qianjun realm. But now he lay slain. Although a few Qianjun realm guardians remained, he had already poisoned their drinks the previous day, and now was the moment the poison would take effect. No cause for concern. As for the remaining warriors and guards, they were hardly a match, merely fodder to be cut down with ease. This operation was already in the bag. San Dao Batu grinned wickedly, gripping his 3 blades as he dispatched the remaining warriors and hurriedly pursued Zhang Tianxue. The sounds of battle continued to erupt. Though many mountain bandits fell, far more from the Jioding Merchants Association perished, ultimately leading to their complete slaughter. Zhang Tianxue, too, could not escape and was apprehended by San Dao Batu. "This time it truly depends on you, San Dao Batu. According to our agreement, you may take a third." The 4 leaders of the bandits gathered, their laughter echoing in the air, reveling in the immense spoils they had acquired, various spiritual treasures, materials, gold coins, elixirs, and more, including the highly coveted 5th-tier healing elixir. "Which of you desires this woman?" San Dao Batu chuckled. Upon seeing Zhang Tianxue, the 4 leaders' eyes lit up, and some even began to breathe heavily, swallowing in anticipation. Zhang Tianxue was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, her figure tall and curvaceous, with every desirable contour exquisitely pronounced. Coupled with her flawless, snow-like skin, her stunning visage was difficult to tear one's gaze from. Especially her air of nobility drove the bandits wild. They were crude men, unaccustomed to encountering such a distinguished lady, and naturally, they all desired her. Such a woman was a rarity, even in Dawei. And to possess her, they would consider it worth any price, not even trading for martial skills of 5th-tier quality. 5th-tier, the audacity of Sandaoba, too, was astounding, yet for a woman like this, it was indeed worth it. After all, a noble lady like Zhang Tianxue, should she venture outside, would be unattainable even with treasures of 6th-tier quality. Release me, and I shall grant each of you a 5th-tier martial skill. Zhang Tianxue bit her silver teeth, attempting to resist, but found herself devoid of strength. Her profound energy had been sealed by Sandaoba too, leaving her incapable of even contemplating self-harm. Upon hearing her words, the mountain bandits erupted into laughter. The Jiuding Merchants Association undoubtedly possessed such wealth, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. They were certainly not foolish enough to allow Zhang Tianxue to escape. This is the 5th-tier martial skill. Ubi Blade.is this sufficient? One of the bandit leaders presented a scroll to Sandaoba. 2 5th-tier martial skills were indeed precious, causing a pang of regret. Seeing someone offer, the other 3 hesitated. They too possessed 5th-tier martial skills, but they had to be blade techniques, which were harder to find. After some contemplation, they ultimately decided against it. After all, she was merely a woman. With wealth, there were countless women to enjoy. Moreover, once they grew tired of her, they might even sell her off cheaply, thus earning a reputation for frugality. Thus, they divided the spoils, and after everything was settled, they hastily made their way back to the mountain stronghold. They needed to vacate swiftly. Zhang Tianxue, slung over the shoulder of Wang Laojio, wept silently, her heart filled with dread as she cried out, hoping someone would come to her rescue. But who would come to save her? These bandits were cunning. After completing their heist, they would surely flee far away, leaving no trace behind. She would live in perpetual darkness, becoming a tool for the bandits' depravity, trampled and violated. With this thought, Zhang Tianxue felt her heart turn to is there anyone who can save me? Save me. She silently cried out like tea that moment. Lin Shun had emerged from the mountain strongholds. His expression was grim, not due to injury, but rather from the disappointment of not finding what he sought. He had plundered all the bandit camps, yet not a single 5th-tier healing elixir had been found. This indicated that the sword intent left in his body by Wang Yusi would continue to affect him, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. He would have to find another way. Lin Shin lamented. It seemed that the imperial efforts to eradicate the bandits had not completely extinguished the threat, but had at least drawn some resources away from them. Even if there had been 5th-tier healing elixirs, they had likely been exhausted. Fortunately, both his internal and external injuries had healed, and Lin Shin exhaled a sigh of relief. Aside from the persistent sword intent, his other wounds had mended. This gave him a measure of confidence. Just as he pondered where to seek medicine next, he suddenly halted his steps, slipping into the shadows. The bandits were returning. Lin Chun observed from a distance. Noting that the bandits did not appear too severely harmed, they likely triumphed. Leading them was a man carrying a girl over his shoulder, but Lin Chun merely watched, having no intention of intervening. He needed to leave this area as soon as possible. It was one thing for the bandits to discover their lair had been robbed, but the Jiuding Merchants Association had been attacked. A commotion that would surely attract the attention of powerful figures from the capital, or even the royal guards. That would spell trouble. Currently, Lin Chun bore the lives of Lin Lan, Lin Wan'er, and others upon his shoulders. He had no time to concern himself with the fates of others. Thus, Lin Chun remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the bandits to pass before making his escape. Boss, this time our haul is monumental. Not only have you won a beauty, but in terms of elixirs, spiritual treasures, martial techniques, and skills, we have amassed countless items, including high-tier goods. The small bandit leader chuckled mischievously. If it were otherwise, why would we risk robbing the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce? A hearty feast now will allow us a respite for a while, Wang Laojio said with a triumphant smile, but he moved swiftly, clearly eager to return and make a hasty retreat. Most importantly, he could hardly wait to savor the experience of this noble maiden. "Boss, should we sell this batch of goods on the black market or keep them for ourselves?" the small leader inquired. "Everything else can be sold, but the fifth-grade healing elixirs, especially the healing potions, must not be sold. These are life-saving items. What use is wealth if one has lost their life?" Wang Lao Jiao declared emphatically. "Boss, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have already secured the channels. Once we retreat, we shall dispose of everything at once." The small leader chuckled slyly. "Indeed, you have performed admirably." Wang Lao Jiao nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his voice. "Have you procured the medicine I asked you to prepare?" At this, the small leader revealed a lewd expression. He discreetly produced a vial of healing elixir and handed it to Wang Lao Jiao, saying, "Boss, this vial contains it. Its efficacy is remarkable, beneficial for both men and women. I assure you, tonight will be quite memorable." Wang Lao Jiao raised an eyebrow and accepted the vial. This fellow certainly knew how to curry favor and even disguise the healing elixir cleverly. He would need to be promoted in the future, and with this precious medicine paired with a beautiful woman, he intended to relish the experience. Lin Shun, however, found their lewd conversation uninteresting, yet he could not ignore the significance of the fifth-grade healing elixir. It seemed that fortune had not completely abandoned him. Chapter 14. Robbing medicine and people. It turned out that good things were in the possession of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce. This was fitting considering the chamber's status. Since he had encountered them, Lin Shun could not let this opportunity slip away. He needed to eradicate the sword intent left in his body by Wang Yusi in order to grow further. Lin Shun watched from the shadows as the bandits made their way to their lair. The leaders possessed considerable strength, each at the Thousand June realm, with the strongest being Wang Lao Jiao, who was at the 7th level of this realm. Such power was formidable, and Lin Shun, at the 3rd level of the dominating force realm, found himself at a significant disadvantage, having to bridge an entire realm. Moreover, with the sword intent of Wang Yusi still within him, he could not unleash his full potential. He would have to strike unexpectedly and launch a deadly assault from the shadows. Lin Shun activated the 9 Heavens God-slaying technique. The shadow of the heavenly tungsten sword in his dantian began to resonate, and the power of the black dragon enveloped him, allowing him to blend into the darkness. Without a sound, if only that woman were not present. Zhang Tianshui's existence rendered it impossible for Lin Shun to utilize the heavenly tungsten. Otherwise, his identity would be instantly revealed. However, she was thriving, and it would be unreasonable to let her perish for this matter. Thankfully, he had practiced the exploding sword technique on the way. This swordsmanship was not weak and would suffice, Lin Shun mused. The exploding sword technique could unleash multiple times the power in an instant, emphasizing a strike that would ensure victory, making it one of the strongest techniques among the 4th-grade martial arts. Furthermore, it was a method of the bandits themselves, so it would raise no suspicion. The only limitation was that it could not be executed consecutively. Lin Shun needed to conclude the battle in one strike. For if it were to be delayed, escaping without employing his martial techniques would prove exceedingly difficult. He also possessed an explosive blood pill, capable of instantly enhancing his energy. Lin Shun contemplated this in his mind. The combination of these two powers would be sufficient. Lin Shun refrained from acting impulsively, maintaining his patience as he quietly followed on the outskirts, waiting for the opportune terrain and moment. The bandits were moving swiftly, clearly reluctant to linger, and they traversed several mountains before arriving at a rocky forest. Here, boulders towered 1 or 2 men high, densely packed, and the foliage was lush, resembling a labyrinth. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would likely become disoriented and lost. A splendid location indeed, perfect for an ambush. Lin Shun awaited, searching for the ideal opportunity. "Miss Zhang, we are nearing my lair, but alas, we cannot indulge in affection within the confines of a stronghold that I hope you do not mind." Wang Lao Jiao bellowed with laughter, his impatience palpable. Zhang Tianshui felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Help! Help me!" she began to scream. She understood the futility of her cries, but it was all she could do. Her desperate pleas only elicited laughter from the bandits, who paid her no heed that if calling for help were effective, why would we need to be bandits at all? TSK, TSK, what a delightful sound. even more enchanting than a lark song. I eagerly anticipate hearing Ms. Zhang make such delightful sounds in bed. Wang Laojiu laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned with Zhang Tianshui's cries. Help! Whoever saves me, I swear I shall marry you, no matter how ugly you are. I will remain loyal to you. And for any women, I will bestow great fortune upon you and help you find a handsome man. Zhang Tianshui shouted frantically, her desperation driving her to make such outrageous promises. The bandits roared with laughter, mocking her relentlessly. Lin Shun, however, hesitated momentarily in his preparations to strike. After all, acting now might give the impression that he was responding to Zhang Tianshui's earlier words. But never mind. Lin Shen's gaze turned icy, and he moved without hesitation, seizing the moment of Wang Laojiu's laughter when everyone was thoroughly relaxed. Suddenly, he shot forth from the shadows like an arrow. Explosive blood pill. The surge of energy propelled Lin Shun to his peak, amplifying his explosive power and speed. In an instant, he had closed the distance to Wang Laojiu. Gasps of astonishment erupted. The sudden assault took all the bandits by surprise. They had not anticipated an enemy attack so close to their lair. Moreover, there had been no prior signs of an impending attack, making it impossible for them to react in time. Seeking death, Wang Laojiu, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Thousand June realm, reacted swiftly. While the other bandits were still startled and unable to act, he had already drawn his blade. Although his response was slightly delayed, he seemed poised to narrowly deflect the attack. If he were just a bit stronger, perhaps this ambush would have succeeded. You're too inexperienced, seeking your own demise. Wang Laojiu snarled. He believed he could block this sword. Yet suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as Lin Shen's sword strike unexpectedly doubled in power. Exploding sword technique. Wang Laojiu's expression shifted instantly. You are one of Lu Lao San's people. The exploding sword technique was a 4th-grade martial art, difficult to master. Only those trained by Lu Lao San could reach such a level. Damn it! How dare you attempt to rob me? Wang Laojiu roared in fury. But he was already a moment too late. Lin Shen's sword momentum surged. Wang Laojiu's blade paled in comparison and proved utterly inadequate to defend against it. The long sword cleaved down, drawing forth a spray of blood as Wang Laojiu's entire hand was severed. Without a moment's pause, Lin Shen seized the hand, knowing that the spatial ring it contained was precisely what he needed. He intended to plunge into the rocky forest and make his escape. Zhang Tianshui was of no concern to him. There was no need to take risks for her, as he brushed past. Lin Shen caught a glimpse of the pleading and hopeful light in Zhang Tianshui's eyes. She was silently begging him to rescue her from the inferno. But that was irrelevant to Lin Shen. Yet, another exquisitely beautiful face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was Lin Wan-er, who had grown up with him like a sister. What she faced now bore no difference to Zhang Tianshui's plight. She too must be yearning for someone to rescue her from the abyss. Lin Shen sighed. I could see that moment. He flipped his hand and grasped the back of Zhang Tianshui's collar, hoisting her up effortlessly and tossing her over his shoulder as he dashed into the rocky forest. Lin Shen aimed to escape as far as possible before the effects of the explosive blood pill wore off. After him, Wang Laojiu's furious voice echoed. The commotion startled the birds, sending them scattering into the sky. The bandits finally reacted, rushing into the rocky forest in pursuit. We must capture him. I will tear him to shreds. Wang Laojiu bellowed frantically. The losses this time were too great to bear. Half an hour later, the bandits returned, having failed to capture Lin Shen. Boss, that kid is slipperier than an eel. He left no trace in his wake, making him impossible to catch, a small leader reported. His tone hesitant. Useless. What good are you to me? Wang Laojiu roared, swatting the man's head clean off. The remaining bandits were left trembling, too afraid to breathe. Gather everyone and head to Lu Lao San's lair. Wang Laojiu's gaze darkened with malice. I will make him understand that I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 15. The disdain Zhang Tianshui, the internal strife among the bandits, did not concern Lin Shen. It was merely an unintended consequence of his actions. He had already achieved his objective and only needed to keep his distance. Yet, ultimately, he found himself moved by compassion and rescued Zhang Tianshui. Lin Shen felt helpless, But having saved her, he had no reason to regret his decision. As long as he remained vigilant and cautious, it was unlikely that Zhang Tianxue would perceive any anomalies. With Zhang Tianxue hoisted over his shoulder, Lin Shan dashed through the stone forest, constantly changing direction. Although the bandits were familiar with the terrain, Lin Shan managed to evade them, taking advantage of the lingering effects of the bloodburst pill. He and Zhang Tianxue vanished into a secluded valley as dusk fell and the sun began to set. The dense forest grew increasingly dark. They were nearing an area frequented by ferocious beasts, which typically prowled at night, and Lin Shan did not wish to venture too deeply. He sought a concealed cave, intending to rest there for the night before departing in the morning. As for Zhang Tianxue, they would part ways at dawn. Upon entering the cave, Lin Shan unceremoniously dropped Zhang Tianxue to the ground, showing no hint of tenderness. She let out a pained cry, her eyes brimming with tears, clearly hurt from the fall. Could you not be more gentle? I'm a person, not a piece of cargo. Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice, though she dared not raise it too high for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Lin Shan paid her no mind. His act of saving Zhang Tianxue was entirely unnecessary. He had no inclination to concern himself with her. After discarding her, he placed a luminous stone on the ground. Its dim glow barely illuminated the space, providing just enough light to see without attracting too much attention from the outside. Feeling quite aggrieved, Zhang Tianxue sat aside. She had endured far too much that day. And seeing Lin Shan meticulously arrange the luminous stone without even considering throwing it at her only deepened her sense of injustice. Rest up quickly tonight, and you'll leave by yourself tomorrow, Lin Shan said as he settled down to cultivate the Nine Heavens God-slaying technique. Due to the effects of the bloodburst pill, he was feeling quite weak and needed to recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxue blinked her large eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Aren't you going to take me back?" "Absolutely not," Lin Shan replied coldly. Zhang Tianxue was taken aback. After all, during her moment of despair, she had cried out for help and made a promise. Lin Shan's intervention had been undeniably clear in its intent. Throughout their journey, she had wrestled with the dilemma of whether to fulfill her vow. In her moment of utter hopelessness, she had shouted without thinking, never believing someone would actually come to her aid. Now that she had been rescued, she was at a loss. To go back on her word felt somewhat dishonorable, especially since she had been the one to call out in the first place, and Lin Shan had indeed saved her. Yet, fulfilling her promise felt overwhelmingly daunting. After all, she had been in a state of desperation, and no one wished to marry a stranger without hesitation. It was all so complicated. Having lived a life of luxury and privilege for over a decade, Zhang Tianxue had never faced such a difficult choice. Moreover, even if she wanted to retract her promise, there was no guarantee Lin Shan would agree. She felt trapped, utterly confused. What did it mean to be told to return on her own? She had no idea which mountain she was even in, let alone how to navigate back. I can't go back by myself. I don't even know where I am. How am I supposed to walk alone? Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, her anxiety rising. This area was rife with bandits, and she was loath to find herself in their grasp once more. TSK. Lin Shan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Zhang Tianxue widened her eyes, sensing his disdain. This man clearly held her in contempt. She was momentarily bewildered. How had she ended up in such a situation? As the daughter of the Jiuding Merchants Association, her status was lofty, and she had always been the center of attention, adored by all. Countless individuals had gone to great lengths to curry her favor. Why was this person so different? His disdain was palpable, as if he wished to rid himself of her presence as quickly as possible, even regretting having saved her in the first place. What do you mean? I won't let you save me for free. I can offer you a reward. The Jiuding Merchants Association can certainly provide something to satisfy you. Zhang Tianxue retorted, pouting and unwilling to mention the marriage matter again. Lin Shan sighed internally. The Jiuding Merchants Association was indeed powerful, possessing countless treasures that could expedite his training, something he desperately needed. However, engaging with an entity of such magnitude was imprudent at this stage. Fraught with uncertainties, still, having rescued her, abandoning her in the wilderness was hardly a favorable option. He would need to escort her to a relatively safe location. I will accompany you part of the way. Before that, focus on recovering quickly, at the very least so as not to hinder me. Lin Chun stated blandly. Zhang Tianxue was enraged. His words were utterly outrageous. She was no weakling. She had merely been incapacitated by the three-blade bandit. Yet, seeing Lin Chun disinterested in further conversation, she could only seethe in silence. However, one thing Zhang Tianxue noted was that Lin Chun had not once mentioned her promise or seemed particularly interested in the reward from the Jiuding Merchants Association. What an odd individual. Did he really only save her out of sheer goodwill? If that were the case, her previous attitude had been quite hurtful. Unable to help herself, Zhang Tianxue glanced at Lin Chun. You're not even handsome, just an ordinary-looking guy. However, the seriousness with which he was currently focused on his recovery was somewhat captivating. Despite only being at the Ba Gang realm, he had risked his life to save her from a group of ferocious bandits. Causing her heart to race unexpectedly. What am I thinking? He is just a brutish fellow. Zhang Tianxue shook her head repeatedly. Then she looked at Lin Chun and huffed, all my belongings were taken from me. I need healing pills to recover. The three-blade bandit had indeed tried to leave Zhang Tianxue in a condition suitable for sale, but despite her formidable combat ability, she had still been injured in the confrontation. However, with her injuries, a third-grade healing pill would suffice for recovery. Lin Chun, upon hearing this, casually retrieved a vial of healing pills from Wang Laojiu's spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Tianxue. If there's nothing else, keep quiet, he advised. Words often lead to misunderstandings, and Lin Chun preferred to remain silent. Zhang Tianxue gritted her teeth in frustration. When had she ever been treated with such disdain? Even speaking with her seemed to be a burden to him. Clutching the vial, she moved aside to sulk. Once I recover, I will return on my own and have my father reward you with ample treasures. You won't owe me anything, she declared defiantly, pouring out a healing pill without a second glance and swallowing it whole. She was determined to recover swiftly. She would not allow herself to become a burden. Chapter 16. The pill is problematic. Zhang Tianxue sat cross-legged upon a stone, her internal energy swirling as her hands overlapped. The ethereal image of a three-legged ancient cauldron gradually manifested. This was the Jiuding technique, the secret of the Jiuding Merchants Association. The Jiuding Merchants Association was one of the largest trading firms in the Great Wei Kingdom, with business dealings across the nation and even with neighboring countries. Their influence was immense. As the daughter of the association's leader, Zhang Tianxue had access to the finest resources available in the Great Wei Kingdom. The martial arts and techniques she practiced were surely on par with those Lin Chun had previously employed. Coupled with her natural intelligence, she was among the more accomplished of her generation, possessing significant combat prowess. However, she was not particularly enthusiastic about training and seldom engaged in battle, resulting in a stark lack of practical experience. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily captured by the three-blade bandit. This moment. As Zhang Tianxue channeled the Jiuding technique alongside the healing pill, she rapidly healed her injuries while also expelling the residual energy left in her by the three-blade bandit. She believed that by the next morning, she would be fully recovered. At that point, she would see what right that insufferable man had to look down on her. For the first time, Zhang Tianxue was earnest in her cultivation of the Jiuding technique. However, as time passed, she began to sense something was amiss. The effects of the healing pill seemed weaker than usual. Differing from her past experiences, the pill's energy should have rapidly integrated into her meridians, circulating throughout her body. Yet this time, it seemed to be falling short. There was a warmth to the healing pill's energy as it dispersed, which was normal, but it felt more like a hot current rather than a gentle flow. What was happening? Zhang Tianxue's mind was filled with questions. She wondered if she had mistakenly taken the wrong medicine. This was clearly not the expected effect of a healing pill. Zhang Tianxue's cheeks were flushed, a vivid crimson that hinted at an overwhelming heat enveloping her. She picked up the vial, scrutinizing it. Indeed, it was unmistakably the container of a healing elixir, a most commonplace item. However, upon glancing into the vial, she noted that only 2 pills remained, the rest having been consumed in a moment of impulsive recklessness that a frown creased her brow as the scent wafted up to her. This aroma was certainly not that of a healing remedy. In her earlier irritation, she had failed to notice, hastily swallowing the contents without a second thought, never suspecting that the vial might contain something else entirely. Now, however, it dawned on Zhang Tianxue that she had ingested the wrong medicine. The sensation of heat began to course through her entire being, her breaths growing slightly labored, and fine beads of perspiration emerged upon her delicate skin, creating an alluring flush. What on earth was this potion? Her thoughts began to feel sluggish. She poured the remnants out, and their appearance indeed resembled that of a healing elixir, suggesting a deliberate disguise. Panic started to rise within her. What insidious concoction had that detestable fellow made her consume? And for what purpose? Just as she was about to rise and demand answers, she suddenly felt herself tipping to one side. She was utterly drained of strength, feeling as weak as a wilted flower. Soft gasps escaping her lips, tugging at the heartstrings. "Hey, what did you make me take?" she managed to utter, her breath coming in rapid bursts, exhaling warmth. Lin Shen noticed Zhang Tianxue's peculiar behavior, initially assuming that the young lady was simply throwing a tantrum. However, it quickly became apparent that something was amiss. He halted his cultivation, casting a bemused glance in her direction. The faint glow could not obscure Zhang Tianxue's current allure, and even Lin Shen found himself battling the impulse to cover his face. Earlier, he had overheard Wang Lao Ju discussing some form of medicine with his subordinates, but he had paid little heed to it, deeming it insignificant. To his utter astonishment, it turned out that this very medicine had ended up in Zhang Tianxue's hands. He had merely grabbed a vial at random. What were the odds? Recalling the bandit's words, Lin Shen remembered that the medicine was effective for both genders and possessed remarkable properties. "Miss, are you all right?" he inquired hesitantly. "I am not well. I feel strange, hot, and altogether peculiar. This is certainly not the healing elixir you promised." "What is it?" Zhang Tianxue articulated in a fragmented manner. Some effects were far too embarrassing for her to voice. "This could be an aphrodisiac, an intense one," Lin Shen replied candidly. "What?" Zhang Tianxue's eyes widened in shock. "An aphrodisiac? Why would you give me this? You wretched scoundrel, you are no good." Her face burned with a mix of shame and fury, accompanied by a rising sense of panic. This was disastrous. The fiend must have sensed her desire to retract her promise of marriage, thus resorting to such underhanded tactics to ensure her compliance. Zhang Tianxue found herself at a loss, unsure whether to chastise Lin Shen or berate herself. "I've already promised to marry you. Let's take our time. I do not wish to surrender myself to a man in such a manner." Zhang Tianxue wept that he felt far too humiliating. Lin Shen sighed, attempting to explain the aphrodisiac was prepared by the bandits. They likely feared being questioned about their masculinity, hence the disguise of a healing elixir vial. "I never anticipated such a coincidence." His words felt clumsy, for it seemed that no matter what he said, trust would be elusive, and it bore an air of incredibility. In any case, how are you feeling now? Can you maintain control?" Lin Shen asked. Zhang Tianxue was indignant. Was she truly expected to admit that she, a young woman, could not control herself and desired to consummate their union? "Get out. I do not wish to see you," she insisted, forcing herself to retain her composure. Lin Shen nodded, standing to leave. Zhang Tianxue was taken aback by his decisiveness. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Yet, she soon saw Lin Shen return. "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, I would rather die than allow you to succeed," Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, but her voice was laced with breathy gasps, lacking any semblance of threat, instead tinged with temptation. Furthermore, she possessed not the strength to carry out such a threat. "Do not misunderstand. I am concerned that you might lose control and venture outside. There are no people in this mountainous region, but there are still wild monkeys," Lin Shen cautioned. Zhang Tianxue nearly spat blood in a fit of frustration. Yet, fear gripped her. Should she succumb entirely to desire, alone and without a man by her side in this desolate wilderness, rife with beasts and potentially monstrous entities, she could hardly fathom the horrific possibilities that could ensue. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Tianxue. Better to. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She resigned herself to her fate, understanding that she had no one to blame but herself for the promise she had made, and thus must bear the consequences. Zhang Tianxue vaguely sensed Lin Shen's hands upon her, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Yet something felt amiss. As he loosened her garments, the sensation should have been one of relief. Yet the constriction seemed to intensify. No, it was tightening. A pained gasp escaped her lips as she reluctantly opened her eyes. This was far too constrictive. She discovered that Lin Shun had produced a thick rope, binding her tightly, securing it with a knot that would not yield. Zhang Tianxue stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. Just before losing her sanity entirely, she felt a flicker of defiance. It was as if even her attempts to embrace him were being rejected. Chapter 17. Am I truly so inferior? Lin Shun sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing his recovery. Zhang Tianxue was utterly disoriented. Despite being bound, she incessantly sought solace in Lin Shun's embrace. Lin Shun, exasperated, tethered her to a nearby rock to prevent her from thrashing about. Yet, the coarse rope could hardly contain a warrior of her caliber. Zhang Tianxue, with a wild look in her eyes, was terrifying, her gaze ablaze with a hunger that seemed capable of consuming Lin Shun whole. And the ropes strained under her efforts. How was it that she could display such ferocity while he was battling the bandit chief? As she broke free from her bindings, Zhang Tianxue lunged toward Lin Shun, her limbs entangling him like an octopus, securing him completely. Lin Shun took a deep breath and struck her lightly on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious, but she quickly regained her senses. Ultimately, Lin Shun surrendered. He did not wish to waste time on the turmoil surrounding Zhang Tianxue, as he needed to recover swiftly. For the moment, Zhang Tianxue was in a daze, clinging to him, uncertain of what to do next. It appeared that this matter required collaboration on both sides. Thus, Lin Shun disregarded Zhang Tianxue's antics. Her embrace would not hinder his cultivation, enabling him to dispel the lingering effects of the blood-boosting pill. He began to ingest a 5th-grade healing elixir. Although it was not a 6th-grade remedy, combined with the 9 heavens slaughtering god technique, it should suffice to eradicate the sword intent left within him by Wang Yusi. However, Lin Shun did not intend to merely eliminate the sword intent. Wang Yusi had inflicted that torment upon him, ensuring his suffering. He must derive some benefit from it. Harnessing the medicinal power, Lin Shun activated the 9 heavens slaughtering god technique, pitting his heavenly tungsten against the sword intent. This would hone the power of the heavenly tungsten. Under normal circumstances, such an endeavor would be perilous, as the battlefield lay within his own body, and the fluctuating sword intent would undoubtedly inflict harm upon his internal organs and meridians. Yet, with the support of the 9 heavens slaughtering god technique and the 5th-grade healing elixir, Lin Shun was sufficiently equipped to proceed. Wang Yusi's sword intent pulsated in layers, possessing unique qualities. Lin Shun had previously ventured into the realm of intent, developing his own sword intent, and this was the perfect opportunity for affirmation at this moment. The tempering of the heavenly tungsten was one aspect, while accumulating strength for future sword intent was another. Lin Shun transformed his body into a battlefield, engaging in a duel with Wang Yusi's sword intent. Akin to fighting once more, through this clash, Lin Shun gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly tungsten, and the sword shadow within his dantian grew increasingly solidified. Finally, at the moment when the sword intent was entirely eradicated, Lin Shun's realm surged forth, breaking through to the 3rd layer of the dominant stage. His profound energy coalesced, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Once his body had fully recuperated, Lin Shun quelled the surging power within him. He was still quite weak, having revealed all his trump cards during the battle in the capital. Those who pursued him should now be well aware of the unique attributes he possessed. The capabilities of the heavenly tungsten would also be analyzed, that if he were to encounter them again, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve an unexpected victory, as he had done against Wang Yusi. The only solution was to grow stronger. Absorbing the dragon vein had propelled him to the 2nd layer of the dominant stage at an astonishing rate, but that was, after all, the power of the dragon vein. Lin Shun pondered. Rather than claiming rapid advancement, it was more accurate to say that even with the strength of the dragon vein, it had merely elevated him to the 2nd layer of the dominant stage. The appetite of the 9 heavens slaughtering god technique was indeed insatiable. The dragon vein is elusive. One cannot perpetually rely on it for ascension, Lin Shun mused inwardly. However, aside from the dragon vein, There exists a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can aid in cultivation, such as rare spiritual herbs and uncommon energy crystals, as well as formidable arrays crafted by masters. A map of the Great Way unfurled in Lin Chen's mind, revealing numerous significant locations along the route to the Hundred Battles Wasteland. Yet for the sake of caution, he deemed it necessary to embark via a more obscure path. Ancient Tower City, nestled beyond the 10-story mountain, had recently garnered rumors of matured spiritual herbs accompanied by unusual phenomena. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled at the thought. The reliability of such news was uncertain. Yet it was not entirely implausible. After all, it seemed that thus far, no one had successfully located those spiritual herbs. Only whispers of sightings of their maturation had circulated, with a month having elapsed. Countless individuals must have traversed the 10-story mountain in search of them, thus casting doubt on the authenticity of the claims. It was likely that most had already relinquished hope. Lin Shun, naturally, harbored skepticism. Had it not been for the convenience of the route, he would not have chosen the 10-story mountain as his next destination. If fortune favored him, it would be a boon. If not, he would merely pass through without concern. A resolution firmly established in his heart, at dawn, Lin Shun resolved to set forth for the 10-story mountain. His injuries had mended, and his cultivation had progressed to the 3rd level of the dominant force realm. With a bit more time, he continued to cultivate the 9 heavens slaying god technique to solidify his realm. He could not afford to squander any time. The shadow of Tian Wang's sword coalesced in his dantian, and it appeared as if a black dragon spiraled around it, embodying the essence of Tian Wang. Previously, this vision had been indistinct, only gradually manifesting through collision and tempering with sword intent. Lin Shun sensed that once the black dragon fully coalesced, he would be able to attempt drawing the 2nd sword, and at that moment, he would likely encounter the goddess once more. The anticipation thrilled him. Thus, the night passed without incident, save for the intermittent sounds of Zhang Tianxue's labored breathing and fragmented murmurs. Rendering the night rather tranquil, as dawn broke, Zhang Tianxue awoke groggily, feeling as though she had toiled throughout the night, her body aching all over. Habitually stretching, she intended to roll around with her pillow, as usual before rising, only to find that the pillow felt quite firm and, moreover, warm. Furrowing her brow, her awareness slowly returned. Suddenly, the events of the previous night flooded her memory, and her body stiffened. The fog of sleep dissipated in an instant as her wide eyes fell upon Lin Shun. Mere inches away, so close, her body was pressed against his, akin to a koala bear. Ah! Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, hastily struggling to extricate herself from Lin Chen's embrace, only to tumble onto the ground. Ouch! She cried out in pain, then realized she had been the one clinging to Lin Shun, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Did you? Zhang Tianxue stammered. It's dawn. We should leave, Lin Chen stated, rising and speaking in a calm tone. With that, he turned and walked away. Explaining the situation seemed cumbersome, and Lin Shun preferred silence. Too many words could lead to missteps. Zhang Tianxue blinked, her cheeks puffing slightly in protest. What a cold demeanor. Yet, judging by the circumstances, it seemed nothing particularly scandalous had transpired the previous night. It was merely her unilateral transgression against Lin Shun, who had not reciprocated in any significant manner. A relief washed over her. She also felt somewhat disheartened. Was she truly so lacking? Zhang Tianxue cast a glance downward. Unable to even see her toes, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, as long as nothing was amiss. Everything was fine. With that, she hurried to catch up, not wishing to traverse the desolate mountains alone. Chapter 18. Royal Guard Lin Chen swiftly navigated the mountainous terrain with Zhang Tianxue in tow. Opting for silence unless absolutely necessary, he would only intervene if she made a significant error, leaving too many traces. However, after only a few minutes, Lin Chen halted, effortlessly hoisting Zhang Tianxue onto his shoulder and resuming his rapid pace. Zhang Tianxue was rather inexperienced and required constant guidance, a demand that Lin Chen lacked the patience for. Pouting, Zhang Tianxue felt quite displeased. Yet having spent time together, she understood Lin Chen's character and recognized that this was all to evade the pursuit of bandits, leaving her wary of speaking. Nonetheless, She felt deeply affected. In the past, she had been held in high regard by everyone, leaving her pride intact. Now, she realized her own shortcomings. As a woman, she had believed her beauty sufficient, only to be overlooked entirely. As a warrior, she felt utterly inept, lacking even the ability to protect herself, facing disdain at every turn. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, a feeling she had not encountered in over a decade. Zhang Tianxue resolved that if she returned this time, she would diligently train and strive to enhance herself, vowing never again to squander her talents in idleness. "Hey, what is your name? I don't even know how to address you," Zhang Tianxue asked quietly. After all, being carried by Lin Shan meant she had nothing to do, and it felt rather dull. Moreover, she was quite curious about this individual. He was unlike anyone she had previously encountered. Lin Shan was initially reluctant to respond. However, refusing to reveal his name would be peculiar and raise suspicions. "Bai Fei," he replied at Bai Fei, that's not a bad name. "Where are you from, and how did you end up in the bandit-infested mountains?" Zhang Tianxue inquired with curiosity. "Well, since you seem disinterested in me, how about we renegotiate our previous agreement? Do you have a girl you fancy? I could help you pursue her, or I can introduce you to some beautiful girls." "Why are you so silent? I'm not backing out. It's just that you genuinely seem uninterested in me," Lin Chen retorted. Zhang Tianxue pouted. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't." As they continued onward, Lin Shan exhibited extraordinary stamina. Even while carrying Zhang Tianxue, he showed no signs of fatigue. It was not until around noon that Lin Shan finally paused to rest, realizing he needed sustenance. "Eat," he said, tossing some food to Zhang Tianxue. It was a type of pastry, exquisitely crafted. Zhang Tianxue accepted it, her expression darkening. This was her food, yet had been pilfered by bandits and was now in Lin Shan's possession. Of course, she was not about to demand it back. While replenishing her energy with the food, Lin Shan contemplated where to safely leave Zhang Tianxue. They had traveled a considerable distance from the bandits' lair, and Lin Shan doubted they would pursue. The larger concern was that someone might come looking for Zhang Tianxue. However, she had been thoroughly stripped of her belongings, seemingly lacking any identifiable marks. The Jiuding Merchants Guild should be unable to pinpoint her exact location. Nevertheless, due to the traces left in their wake, it was inevitable that they would attract attention. Given the guild's capabilities, it was unlikely they would have trouble tracking them down. According to Lin Shan's calculations, it would only be a few more hours before the Jiuding Merchants Guild members, or even powerful figures from the capital, would catch up. Before that happened, he needed to part ways with Zhang Tianxue. "We should be nearing a village after we cross a few more mountains. You should be safe there," Lin Shan said while eating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxue did not feel as elated as she had anticipated, though she couldn't quite understand why. After some contemplation, she asked, "Will the bandits chase after me?" "They should not. Moreover, members of your Jiuding Merchants Guild will arrive shortly. You merely need to wait for them," Lin Shan assured her. Zhang Tianxue nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh." Then she added, "Why don't you come back to the Jiuding Merchants Guild with me? You saved me. I should express my gratitude, and my family would surely want to meet you." "No need. I have other matters to attend to," Lin Shan replied. Zhang Tianxue took small bites of the pastry and suddenly asked, "Will we have a chance to meet again in the future?" "Preferably not," Lin Shan replied. "Humph." Zhang Tianxue huffed in annoyance. "If we don't meet again, then so be it. I don't want to see you either." After a brief respite, Lin Shan hoisted Zhang Tianxue once more and continued along the path. Approximately an hour later, they crested a ridge, revealing a village in the distance. "There should be no danger here. You can go on your own now," Lin Shan said, setting Zhang Tianxue down before turning to leave. That was quite abrupt, without a hint of reluctance. Zhang Tianxue stamped her foot in frustration. With a mix of feelings, she walked toward the village without looking back, but she paused, calling out to Lin Shan. "Bai Fei, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, come find me at the Jiuding Merchants Guild. I will definitely help you. Of course, it would be best if no difficulties arose," for she did not wish to see him again. With that, Zhang Tianxue stormed off towards the village, not glancing back. Lin Shan hesitated briefly before departing quickly. This young lady was rather commendable. Yet, had not Qin Yuer been equally delightful in the past? Now, Lin Shan felt he had no right to trust anyone. A solitary figure embarked upon a journey, and Lin Chun, possessing ample energy, meticulously erased all traces until he altered his course several dozen miles away, setting his sights on the Shalu mountain range. After approximately an hour had passed, several formidable individuals arrived at the village and located Zhang Tianxue. "Uncle, you have finally arrived? Third uncle has been murdered." Upon seeing Zhang Chongqing, Zhang Tianxue immediately burst into tears. Zhang Chongqing hastily offered solace to her, his heart brimming with rage. This time, the Jiuding Merchant Association would undoubtedly exert all its efforts to eradicate the bandits completely. "Miss Zhang, would you kindly recount the events that transpired? It would aid us in determining a course of action to pursue these audacious miscreants." A middle-aged man spoke up. Zhang Tianxue glanced over. This man was not affiliated with the Jiuding Merchant Association, yet his aura was exceptionally potent, even surpassing that of Zhang Chongqing. Imperial Guard. Zhang Tianxue noted a decorative insignia on the middle-aged man's collar, one that signified the Qin royal family. Although she was somewhat naive, she was aware of this fact. But why would the Imperial Guard be present here? Zhang Tianxue was not foolish. She simply lacked experience in such matters. At this moment, she realized that the appearance of the Imperial Guard likely had nothing to do with the bandit incident, but rather with something else entirely. Perhaps it was related to the young Lin family general who had fled from the capital. "Shuer, this is Commander Zhou Tao of the Imperial Guard, representing the royal family. Do not be afraid. Simply clarify what has transpired," Zhang Chongqing cautioned, his demeanor tinged with wariness. Zhang Tianxue steadied herself and recounted the events in a general manner. "Three Blades Head, what a notorious figure. I shall immediately issue the highest bounty for his capture, a nationwide manhunt. We must avenge our third brother," Zhang Chongqing bellowed furiously. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao displayed no interest in Three Blades Head. He fixated on Zhang Tianxue and inquired, "You mentioned that a young man named by Fei rescued you from the bandits, and, without seeking recompense, brought you to this vicinity before departing?" "Yes," Zhang Tianxue nodded. "Such a person is indeed rare. Knowing you are the heiress of the Jiuding Merchant Association, rescuing you would be tantamount to fortune. Yet he asked for nothing in return, even refusing to show his face and leaving prematurely." Zhou Tao's eyes narrowed. Zhang Tianxue's heart tightened at once. It seemed that this commander might seek Lin Chun. Regardless of the intent, being found by the Imperial Guard would not bode well. With indignation, Zhang Tianxue asserted he would not dare to reveal himself. "Shuer, what did that young man do to you?" Zhang Chongqing's brows shot up in alarm. He kissed me," Zhang Tianxue admitted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Memories of her own actions towards Lin Chun flooded her mind, leaving her utterly mortified. Even someone as astute as Zhou Tao could not discern any signs of deceit. This reaction did not appear to be feigned. Chapter 19. Zhou Tao's suspicions. That young man certainly lacks the qualities of a true gentleman, Zhang Chongqing remarked, his mouth agape, ultimately concluding thus. Under such circumstances, he kissed Zhang Tianxue and then fled in fear. It seemed Zhang Tianxue had not lost out in any regard. After all, she had exchanged a life for a life. Younger generations may still lack composure. Zhou Tao mused, squinting. The reasoning sounded plausible, yet it also felt somewhat lacking. Did he mention where he was headed? Zhang Tianxue, though uncertain of her location, discerned the cardinal directions. Recalling the direction Lin Chun had departed, she said he did not specify clearly, only mentioning he would head south for some business. Zhang Tianxue was not concerned that her words might lead Zhou Tao to Lin Chun. She had observed over the past few days that Lin Chun was exceedingly cautious and distrustful. There was no way he would travel towards his destination in her presence. He would surely change course midway. "Humph, what an irritating fellow." Zhou Tao nodded, then added, "Ms. Zhang, if you do not mind, could you provide a portrait of this individual and detail his combat style and habits?" Zhang Tianxue furrowed her brow. "Why do you require such detailed information, sir? Is he a criminal?" "Not at all. I merely wish to understand." The Imperial Guard chuckled lightly. "But I am quite fatigued," Zhang Tianxue replied, unwilling to comply. Zhang Chongqing, observing her distress, interjected, "Commander, Shuer has endured much these past 2 days and is indeed weary. I implore you to allow her to rest and recuperate before continuing the questioning." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Chongqing, uttering no words. Zhang Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger in his eyes, yet he dared not express it. Ultimately, he turned to Zhang Tianxue. Speaking gently, Schwerer, perhaps you should answer the commander's questions. He is acting on behalf of His Majesty and must be quite anxious. Reluctantly, Zhang Tianxue nodded. She began her description. Faced with Zhou Tao, she dared not fabricate lies. For many bandits still lived, and any inconsistencies could easily expose Lin Shun to danger. Thus, she chose to speak truthfully, albeit ambiguously regarding crucial details. This would not raise suspicion, as it was improbable for her to remember everything clearly under such pressing circumstances. However, the outcome could diverge significantly from the truth. The portrait she provided would also be 8 parts true and 2 parts false, which would leave no room for dispute. Zhou Tao said nothing further. After concluding his inquiries, he took his leave to Schwerer. We should hasten our return. Your grandfather. Zhang Chongqing sighed deeply. The urgency of their journey along the official road was due to the elder's grave illness. Yet now, Zhang Chongli had passed before the elder, a truly lamentable turn of events. What of grandfather? Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. The elder had always doted on her, and her reckless venture was driven by a desire to return swiftly. It seems your father may find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Despite inviting the finest physician from Dawei, it merely prolongs the elder's life, Zhang Chongqing lamented. If Zhang Laozhang were to pass away, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the Jioding Merchant Association. The current scale of the Jioding Merchant Association was built upon the elder's connections, prestige, and methods, each element indispensable. Once the elder departed, the Jioding Merchant Association would undoubtedly lose its capacity to intimidate its rivals. Even the royal family was envious of the association's vast wealth. Therefore, the Jioding Merchant Association was willing to spare no effort to preserve the elder's life. As long as he remained, no one would dare to act against them. What of the divine physician, the saintly hand? Wasn't he summoned? Zhang Tianxue inquired anxiously. That esteemed physician possesses an eccentric temperament. He cannot simply be summoned at will. However, we have managed to secure one of his disciples, who is expected to arrive today. Let us hope for favorable news. Zhang Chongqing sighed. Once more, the west of Dawei lies a nation known as the Qi, whose strength pales in comparison to Dawei, falling significantly behind in terms of power. Nonetheless, the Qi has maintained a neutral stance throughout history, never meddling in foreign conflicts and never having been invaded by external foes. The reason for this lies in the Qi's foundation upon the alchemical arts. Within the Qi, alchemy flourishes, and over half of the alchemists among neighboring nations hail from the Qi's esteemed lineage in the art. Thus, they naturally command great respect from surrounding countries, which are hesitant to wage war against them. After all, who can practice martial arts effectively without the aid of alchemists? To wage war against the Qi would invite direct pressure from the alchemists. Even potential defections, losses that no nation could bear. In such a context, the Qi venerates the alchemical arts, inevitably producing exceptional alchemists known as the divine physician, the saintly hand. It is said that the current divine physician has attained the rank of 7th grade alchemist, surpassing all others in neighboring nations in the field of alchemy. The elder of the Jioding Merchant Association lay on the brink of death, and numerous renowned doctors had proven futile. Thus, the last glimmer of hope rested with the divine physician. The Jioding Merchant Association had sent countless envoys to request the physician's presence. Even Zhang Tianxue's father had personally journeyed to the Qi, yet they had been unsuccessful. The fact that they were able to invite a direct disciple of the divine physician represented a significant breakthrough. This disciple was no ordinary individual. Perhaps grandfather might yet be saved. Zhang Tianxue spoke with renewed hope. Let us hope, however, the realm of this individual bears a resemblance to that of another. Drawing near in proximity, the circumstances under which Zhang Tianxue was rescued align closely with the account she provided, indicating that she has not been deceitful, at least not frivolously so, while saving Zhang Tianxue. This person also seized goods that had been pilfered from the Jioding Chamber of Commerce from the hands of Wang Laojiu. He plundered the stronghold, appropriating goods. What, after all, could motivate such a substantial risk? Benevolence, or perhaps ulterior motives? techniques, martial skills, elixirs, or spiritual treasures. Elixirs. Zhou Tao's eyes narrowed suddenly. Chapter 20. The 10-story mountain range. Zhou Tao recalled that among the list of stolen items submitted by the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, there was a 5th-grade healing elixir. Within that individual lay the lingering intent of Wang Yuxi's, and unless a more formidable entity could eradicate it, only a 6th-grade healing elixir could restore him. Would the 5th grade suffice? Zhou Tao furrowed his brow. Yet even if it were not to dispel this intent, healing elixirs would still be necessary for recovering from internal and external injuries. Additionally, there exists another conundrum. If it truly were him, why would he choose to rescue Zhang Tianxue? This aspect does not add up. Zhou Tao was acutely aware of that person's current predicament, and it would be utterly inconceivable for him to complicate matters. Although there are points of convergence, there are also numerous discrepancies. As it stands, the likelihood seems insufficient, barely exceeding 30%. Zhou Tao rubbed his temples. In recent days, dozens of individuals with a probability exceeding 30% have emerged in the Siwijiang region. Yet ultimately, none were confirmed. Presently, even this 30% is likely to be unfounded. Better to err on the side of caution than to let an opportunity slip away, much like those dozens before. With a 30% probability, the distinction between yes and no has become trivial. The paramount concern is to eliminate the target. It appears the only course of action is to pursue further. Otherwise, the pursuit will yield nothing, and should His Majesty express displeasure, the consequences will be unbearable. Zhou Tao let out a sigh. This time, the Emperor's stance is unwavering, declaring that at all costs, Lin Shun must be eliminated. Zhou Tao naturally dared not to relax even for a moment. After all, if Lin Shun were not vanquished, their own survival would be in jeopardy. He instructed his subordinates to scour the paths leading from this area to the 100 Battles wasteland, excluding major cities and thoroughfares, while simultaneously marking regions where spiritual herbs and rare treasures are known to appear. Zhou Tao slowly commanded. He placed himself in Lin Shen's shoes, contemplating the route Lin Shun would likely choose. Although it was improbable to directly discover the path Lin Shun had taken, diligently tracking every lead would surely unveil a correct one. Ultimately, everyone is aware of Lin Shen's intended destination. Understood. The black-clad guard took his leave. Soon, a vast force was mobilized, the imperial machinery set into motion, leaving no trace unexamined. To escape would not be so simple. Lin Shun was acutely aware that saving Zhang Tianxue would inevitably stir considerable trouble, bringing with it unpredictable risks. Thus, he had no choice but to accelerate his departure, as long as he could distance himself swiftly and significantly. The risks arising from Zhang Tianxue would be mitigated. Lin Shen's strategy proved effective. Even Zhou Tao could only cast a wide net. Unable to ascertain Lin Shen's location, he was equally incapable of determining his escape route. 5 days later, Lin Shun found himself amid a completely new mountain range, where the peaks towered far higher than before, piercing the clouds with an awe-inspiring majesty. The mountains stretched endlessly, evoking admiration for the artistry of nature. This was the 10-story mountain range. The 10-story mountain range derived its name from the 10 ancient stone towers nestled within its expanse. These towers, shrouded in mystery, were erected in an unknown era, standing tall amidst the mountains. Countless legends surround them, yet few are credible, and these towers remain mere husks, remnants of a bygone age to this day. They serve primarily as landmarks. Amongst these, the White Jade Tower stands as one of the 10 ancient structures, constructed entirely of white jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. The area surrounding the White Jade Tower is perilous, inhabited by formidable beasts. Nevertheless, it has historically yielded high-grade spiritual herbs, drawing adventurers in droves. Unsurprisingly, the outcomes have frequently resulted in heavy casualties. News of the spiritual herb's emergence has circulated for over a month. Yet no accounts of successful acquisition have surfaced. With limited information at his disposal, Lin Shun chose to pursue the direction of the White Jade Tower. Determined to investigate further, he cautiously traversed the narrow path leading to the White Jade Tower. Remaining ever vigilant, danger lurked at every turn, and it was not solely the threat of pursuit that he had to guard against. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Lin Shun scaled a massive boulder, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped him. A clammy discomfort coursing through his body. A serpent. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful push, he instantly vacated his prior position. In the next moment, a serpent's tail lashed down like an iron whip, shattering the stone beneath the force of its might. A third-tier beast. Lin Shen caught sight of the snake, its body entirely black, save for its neck, which was a vivid crimson, currently fanned out like a parasol. Layer upon layer of red stripes coalesced into what resembled eyes. The crimson-ringed ice snake. Lin Shen's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he did not linger on the crimson-ringed ice snake. This was due to the snake's formidable illusionary abilities. Should he meet its gaze, the crimson rings could ensnare the mind, inducing hallucinations. A perilous situation indeed. The crimson-ringed ice snake, taken aback by Lin Shen's swift evasion, flicked its tongue and lunged once more. Its speed was astonishing. This time, it aimed to bite Lin Shen. The venom of the crimson-ringed ice snake was no trifling matter. Should one be bitten, only a fourth-grade antidote could hope to provide relief. However, for Lin Shen, considerations of antidotes were far from paramount. Even without gazing into the eyes of the crimson-ringed ice snake, he could discern its assault, the 8 shadow steps. Lin Shen evaded the attack of the crimson-ringed ice snake and swiftly unleashed the Tian tongue, cleaving the serpent cleanly in two. Having fully recovered and ascended to the 3rd stage of the tyrant's realm, Lin Shen was indeed beyond the capability of this 3rd-tier, 1-star beast to contend with. In a single stroke, he vanquished the crimson-ringed ice snake, using the Tian tongue to slice through its flesh, extracting the beast's core. The core, a blend of crimson and black, radiated an overwhelming power. The core possessed myriad uses. It could serve as a material for elixir concoction, the forging of spiritual treasures, or be directly refined and absorbed, albeit with limited efficiency and conversion rates. Thus, barring a shortage of necessary elixirs for cultivation, few would resort to direct absorption of a beast core. Lin Shen had plundered a stronghold and acquired considerable goods from the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce. He was certainly not in need of elixirs. This beast core was merely a convenient acquisition. However, just as Lin Shen prepared to continue onward, the Tian tongue in his hand transformed into a black dragon, spiraling towards the beast core. The transformation of the Tian tongue took Lin Shen by surprise, soon igniting a wave of excitement within him. His greatest concern had been the absence of transformation. Now that the Tian tongue was reacting, it was undeniably fortuitous. This could very well signify the direction of its growth. The Tian tongue, manifesting as a black dragon, exuded an aura of depth and darkness, traversing the void like an abyss, presenting an exceedingly fierce and brutal visage. Yet at this moment, the Tian tongue remained a weapon. Wielded by Lin Shen, Lin Shen's will was paramount. The black dragon coiled, ensnaring the beast core as tendrils of dark energy surged towards it. Chapter 21. Devouring the beast core seemed to sense the impending threat, and red-black energies erupted from within, coalescing into the form of the crimson-ringed ice snake. It arched its neck and repeatedly flicked its tongue in a display of defiance. The black dragon's eyes, deep and menacing, roared fiercely, obliterating the illusory form of the crimson-ringed ice snake before lowering its head and swallowing the beast core whole. Lin Shen felt a stirring within him as the master of the Tian tongue, which was a manifestation of the 9 heavens slaying god technique. He was intimately connected with it. Almost instantaneously, Lin Shen perceived the pure power of the beast core being completely absorbed by the Tian tongue. Moreover, the weapon's ethereal form felt significantly more solid than before. Could devouring a beast core empower the Tian tongue? Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly splendid news for him. Yet, it remained uncertain whether only cores from serpentine or dragon-like beasts could be consumed. Lin Shen quickly reined in his emotions and murmured to himself, serpents, after all, share a kinship with dragons, and through continuous evolution, they acquire strength, with the most exceptional among them ultimately transforming into dragons. The bloodline of a formidable dragon further enhances their prowess, granting them the potential to metamorphose into true dragons. Though they belong to different families, they could be considered part of the same genus, connected by a bond. This may well be the reason why the demon core of the red-ringed pupil snake can be devoured. Thus, Lin Shun sought a secluded corner to conceal himself, from which he retrieved various demon cores from his spatial ring. Whether pillaged from the bandits or procured from the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, the number of demon cores was substantial, providing an excellent opportunity for experimentation. He took out a pitch-black demon core from a third-tier demon beast, the three-eyed frenzy python. Then he activated the Zhouqianzhan Shunju, with the heavenly tongue materializing in his hand. As Lin Shen's thoughts stirred, the heavenly tongue swiftly transformed into a black dragon, which gulped down the demon core of the three-eyed frenzy python. He could distinctly feel the demon core transforming into pure power, absorbed by the heavenly tongue, which grew stronger yet again. What are the demon core of the blazing firebird? Lin Shen's gaze flickered as he retrieved a crimson demon core. The black dragon, now in its form, slowly coiled in the air, seemingly disinterested. It appeared that only demon cores of the same genus would suffice. However, Lin Shun was not one to concede easily. He urged the heavenly tongue to devour the demon core with his will. The black dragon, though reluctant, could not defy Lin Shun as its master, and thus lowered itself to consume the blazing firebird's demon core. The power of the demon core was swiftly digested and transformed into the purest energy. Yet it was not absorbed by the black dragon, as it was not what it required. Indeed, this approach proved fruitless. Lin Shun furrowed his brow. If only the dragon lineage and serpent family were permissible. The scope would be too limited, hindering efficiency. Of course, if this were indeed the rule, he could do little but seek out usable demon cores. If the black dragon could not absorb it, could he? Noticing the black dragon's reluctance to absorb the pure power, Lin Shen's mind sparked with a thought. Perhaps he could utilize it for himself. He commanded the black dragon to release the pure power, which directly manifested in his Dantian S. He activated the Zhouqianzhan Shunju. The energy permeated through his limbs. He absorbed this power, feeling his profound energy strengthen significantly, and his realm slightly loosen. This was indeed useful. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with delight. Thus, he could consume demon cores, utilizing their power for his cultivation. The Zhouqianzhan Shunju was truly the most potent force as proclaimed by the goddess. Undeniably remarkable. Lin Shun had never heard of any technique capable of achieving such feats. This discovery greatly bolstered his confidence, even if he could not find rare materials or numerous spiritual herbs. He could grow stronger through the continuous devouring of demon cores. However, the strength gained was not overwhelming, and it paled in comparison to the dragon lineage, necessitating persistent accumulation or the hunting of stronger demon beasts. Lin Shun murmured. Although the situation had improved, he remained cautious that, in any case, he decided to consume all the demon cores at hand. The 10th floor mountain was fraught with danger, and it was imperative to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. Therefore, Lin Shun continuously retrieved demon cores ranging from 2nd to 4th tier, all devoured by the heavenly tongue. However, most of them were of no use to the black dragon, naturally benefiting Lin Shun instead. Lin Shun exerted himself to the fullest, operating the Zhouqianzhan Shunju to absorb the power, which continuously bolstered his profound energy, allowing him to break through his realm twice, reaching the 5th level of the Overlord realm. Such a pace was indeed terrifying. Regrettably, without a 5th-tier demon core, a single core could have elevated him by an entire realm. Lin Shun felt a tinge of regret. However, relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. He could only strive to achieve qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Thus, hunting demon beasts became Lin Shen's primary objective moving forward. As for the seemingly mature precious spiritual herbs, he would leave it to fate. With this resolve, Lin Shun ventured deeper into the mountains, his goal now firmly set on hunting demon beasts. 3 days later, Lin Shun approached the area where the white jade stone tower was situated. Along the way, he had slain at least dozens of demon beasts, yet the strongest among them was merely a 3rd-tier 5-star beast, insufficient to generate a qualitative change. However, the path ahead promised even greater peril, as the demon beasts in the vicinity of the white jade stone tower would undoubtedly be of a higher caliber. Lin Shun mused, This was precisely what he sought. He pressed on deeper. Lin Chun traversed several towering mountains, arriving in a dense forest where the trees soared skyward, some requiring several people to encircle. These ancient trees were millennia old. Lin Chun maintained the Black Dragon's concealed state. The senses of demon beasts were exceedingly sharp, and many excelled at hiding, ready to launch a lethal strike from behind. Lin Chun had no desire to become prey. Yet, after advancing a distance, Lin Chun sensed something amiss. There were not even a single demon beast in sight. It seemed that faint fluctuations were emanating from afar, and upon closer inspection, he discerned subtle waves of power colliding. Clearly, a considerable distance still lay between them. With this thought, Lin Chun narrowed his eyes. It appeared that after days of delving into the 10th floor mountain, he had finally encountered other individuals. Chapter 22. The Silver-Horned Three-Tailed Snake for Lin Chun. It was naturally preferable to avoid encounters with others to prevent leaving any traces behind. However, since a fierce battle was underway, it might indicate the discovery of something valuable. Lin Chun needed to grow stronger expeditiously and could not afford to overlook any opportunity. Thus, he stealthily approached to assess the situation. In the ancient forest, within a valley, dozens of colossal trees lay shattered, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. This was an exploration team numbering around 10. Their roles were clearly defined, with some engaging in close combat, others in ranged attacks, and some serving as healers and talisman masters providing support. Talisman masters were individuals capable of inscribing talismans. Their mental strength was particularly formidable, allowing them to channel power in a talisman paper through unique runes, thereby creating talismans. The function of these talismans was akin to miniature formations, which could be activated at any moment, enhancing speed, combat power, defense, and various other effects. A powerful talisman master could significantly influence the course of a battle, enabling even the weak to triumph over the strong. Yet, despite the healer's constant treatment of injuries and the talisman master's various enhancements, this battle proved exceedingly arduous. The situation had become difficult to control that a silver-horned three-tailed snake lurked behind a throng of demon beasts, its cold, piercing gaze fixed on the group of humans. Concurrently, the bloodline within its body throbbed incessantly. Surrounding demon beasts were summoned and continued to converge. This was indeed a superior demon beast. Its bloodline was potent enough to subdue ordinary demon beasts. Thus, even with a lower cultivation base, it could command those of higher realms. This was the essence of bloodline suppression. For bloodline-respected demon tribes, this was a commonplace occurrence. However, a typical silver-horned three-tailed snake should not possess a superior bloodline. It was likely that it had consumed a certain spiritual herb or undergone a particular opportunity leading to a bloodline transformation. This snake is no ordinary creature. We have underestimated it. We must retreat, shouted a burly man. He wielded a large shield, continuously emanating light to shield his companions from the demon beast's assaults. However, the radiance was gradually dimming, clearly unable to last much longer. Precisely because this is a bloodline-transformed silver-horned three-tailed snake, we must capture it. Are you not aware of its value? If we miss this opportunity, we may never encounter it again. Hua Yun retorted, unwilling to retreat. The silver-horned three-tailed snake held significant importance for him, being one of the materials required for refining the three-snake pill. If it was indeed a bloodline-transformed silver-horned three-tailed snake, its demon core would undoubtedly be more potent, and the efficacy of the concocted three-snake pill would be exponentially enhanced. How could Hua Yun possibly let this slip away? Hua Yun's strength was formidable, having reached the 5th level of the Thousand June realm. For every major realm, the transition from the 5th to the 9th level was a significant hurdle. The 5th was a minor threshold, while the 9th marked a major one. Surpassing the 9th level would lead to an entirely new realm, a feat of considerable difficulty. Needless to say, from the 5th to the 6th level, as a minor threshold, the challenge was considerably greater than that of elevating to other minor realms. If one's talent was not sufficiently robust, or if external resources were inadequate, a martial artist might struggle to cross over. Hua Yun was such an individual. Use all the talismans on me, and I shall surely slay that snake. He declared he was determined to seize the demon core of the silver-horned, three-tailed snake. Huayan, have you lost your mind? Doing so will lead to our immediate demise, Lü Nen exclaimed. The reason this small team could still hold their ground was due to the Talisman Master bolstering their combat prowess. If the Talisman Master were to focus solely on Huayan, what would become of them? Can you not hold on for just a while longer? Fortune favors the bold. If you fear death, do not venture into such perilous places. Huayan bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of anger. Huayan was prioritizing his own desires at the expense of their lives. Retreat! We must exit! Lü Nen maintained his composure. They could not afford to sacrifice their lives. Go. Others began to withdraw as well. What are you doing? I was so close to success. Huayan roared, but his cries fell on deaf ears. A surge of malice welled up in his eyes, the intent to kill growing stronger. Yet he understood that it was no longer feasible to continue battling the monstrous beasts. He had no choice but to concede. After all, he still wished to live. The silver-horned, three-tailed serpent gazed coldly at the retreating Huayan and his companions, its forked tongue flickering menacingly. He commanded the beasts of its bloodline to pursue. Determined to annihilate these humans, the beasts surged forward, ancient trees crashing down under their relentless assault. Lin Shan witnessed the unfolding chaos, surprised to encounter a silver-horned, three-tailed serpent that had undergone bloodline evolution. Possessing a superior lineage, this would undoubtedly prove beneficial for Tian Tong. Such an opportunity could not be missed. The silver-horned, three-tailed serpent had been injured, likely from its initial encounter with Huayan and his group, who had wounded it in tandem before it summoned other beasts for protection. Ultimately, it was merely strong in bloodline, but its realm was not particularly high. It could command lower-tier beasts, yet its influence over humans was limited. Seizing the moment while the powerful beasts pursued the others, Lin Shan swiftly closed the distance to the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent. Tian Tong transformed into a black dragon and engulfed it whole. The sudden assault left the already wounded serpent with no chance to react, as it was pierced straight through by Tian Tong. With a roar, the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent's silver horn blazed with brilliance, manifesting a colossal phantom, a dragon. This dragon coiled around Lin Shan. Meanwhile, Huayan and his companions, who were in retreat, suddenly noticed that the beast had ceased their relentless pursuit, with many turning on each other instead. They had lost their unified terror. This was disastrous. Huayan's expression darkened. He realized that someone had slain the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent. With a furious roar, Huayan turned back, racing back into the fray. The blood of the dragon coursed through Lin Shan, his expression shifting slightly. The bloodline evolution of the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent had granted it the essence of a dragon. It seemed that the serpent had consumed some potent elixir. Given time, it might truly transform into a dragon. Possessing dragon blood enabled the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent to summon the phantom of a dragon, and even after being pierced by Lin Shan's sword, it was still capable of resistance. Yet, it was futile. Lin Shan wielded Tian Tong from below, cleaving through the dragon's phantom with ease in the presence of the black dragon. The phantom was insignificant, as he severed it with a single stroke. Lin Shan's gaze flickered slightly. Tian Tong rapidly retracted, and he switched to a long sword he had acquired from a mountain bandit. In the distance, Huayan was racing back furiously. "The demon core is mine," he shouted, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 23. Seizing the demon core, Lin Shan, of course, paid him no mind. During their fierce battle, it would indeed have been somewhat unethical for Lin Shan to intervene and seize it. However, now that the others had retreated and given up, what more was there to discuss? With a swift motion, Lin Shan stirred the sword light, extracting the demon core from within the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent's body before vanishing in an instant. "You dare! Stop right there!" Huayan bellowed, pursuing with all his might, yet he could only watch helplessly as Lin Shan faded from view. "Kid, you can't escape. I will kill you," Huayan screamed in a frenzy. Moments later, Lü Nen and the others caught up, quickly grasping what had transpired. They hadn't expected a hidden figure to emerge from the shadows, and it had ultimately benefited Lin Shan. The Talisman Master gritted his teeth. Clearly displeased, But before he could voice his thoughts, Huayun spun around and slapped the talisman master away with a wild roar. If you had listened to me back then and reinforced all the talismans on me, how could anyone else have benefited? This scene caused the others to exchange worried glances. Huayun, what are you doing? Do you not understand the situation back then? If you had acted recklessly, we would all have perished. Lu Nan shouted in fury. To his astonishment, this ability was unexpectedly extracted from the demon core by Tian Wat, and remarkably, it could be wielded by Lin Chun. Was it perhaps due to possessing a higher bloodline that only the awakened talent abilities of such a lineage qualified it to be retained by the Black Dragon? Lin Chen's heart was filled with uncertainty, giving rise to a conjecture. After all, the demon core he had previously consumed had not resulted in such a transformation. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this change heralded immense benefits for Lin Chun, augmenting his offensive capabilities while significantly altering his combat style, all while concealing past vulnerabilities. After all, this was a power derived from a magical beast, who could uncover any clues. Lin Chun summoned the image of the dragon. Sensing the enhancement brought forth by this ability, and his eyes immediately sparkled with greater brilliance. The improvement was substantial and comprehensive. Speed, explosive force, destructive power, and even defensive strength had all seen enhancements. Moreover, when necessary, the dragon's image could surge forth, serving as a means of mid-range attack. Although it could not reach the distances achievable by the Black Dragon, it was still extraordinary, a truly holistic capability. To achieve a similar effect with martial arts would require at least a 6th rank, if not more. The dragon's image enveloped his body like a garment. Henceforth, let it be called the dragon's garment. Lin Chun chuckled. With the dragon's garment, Lin Chun felt a surge of confidence. Without further delay, he pressed deeper into the mountains to hunt magical beasts. As he ventured further, the magical beast grew increasingly formidable, ultimately reaching the tier of 3-stage, 7 or 8 stars. Even Lin Chun felt the pressure mounting. However, the dragon's garment had significantly bolstered his combat prowess, and combined with Tian Wat's ability to conceal, his initial ambush strikes often yielded remarkable results. Even if he failed to secure a kill with a single strike, he would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries upon his prey. Whether to engage in a protracted battle or to retreat momentarily before launching a surprise attack would be determined by the situation. But ultimately, he would be able to slay his quarry. Thus, he advanced slowly, and 2 days later, Lin Chun finally beheld the white jade stone tower at the edge of his vision. Though still distant, he had already ventured quite deep, necessitating greater caution for the journey ahead. The transition from the 5th to the 6th tier was indeed challenging, requiring an abundance of demon cores, yet through accumulation. It was nearly time for a qualitative transformation. Lin Chun murmured he had discerned his condition. After consuming a few more demon cores, he could break through to the 6th tier of the dominating realm in one fell swoop. And this was merely a minor hurdle. Once crossed, the enhancement in combat power would be significant. Regrettably, he had not encountered many serpentine magical beasts along the way, prompting a sigh from Lin Chun. Despite Tian Wat's enhancements, the lack of a superior bloodline limited its efficacy. However, this predicament would soon be resolved. If Lin Chun recalled correctly, there was a natural cavern near the White Jade Stone Tower, one of the lairs of serpentine magical beasts, where he was certain to find bountiful rewards. Casting a glance at the White Jade Stone Tower, Lin Chun altered his course slightly and headed towards the Lingyun Cavern. The Lingyun Cavern resided halfway up a massive mountain, with its intricate and complex internal passages teeming with perilous magical beasts, blood-sucking bat demons, blood leech worms, venomous spiders, and various serpentine creatures lurked within, all exceedingly fearsome. Should one encounter them in such a cavernous terrain, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Chun stealthily approached the Lingyun Cavern. From a distance, he noticed others also making their way towards the cavern. A team of explorers, perhaps. Moreover, it appeared there were several groups present. Was there some sort of discovery within? Lin Chun pondered. Could it be the legendary spirit herb? He mused, yet refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to remain concealed and observe the situation. The interior of the Lingyun Cavern was exceedingly chaotic. Even if something were indeed present, locating it would not be easy. There was no need to rush. Rushing would yield no benefits as night fell. Lin Chun emerged from his hiding spot T-night. Conditions within the Lingyun cavern would become even more perilous. During the day, light filtered through the crevices of the mountain ridge, illuminating the cavern's interior, allowing for visibility in most areas. However, by nightfall, darkness would engulf the space, and the magical beasts accustomed to cavern life thrived in such shadows, emerging in droves. The explorer teams would be unable to continue their explorations, forced to find a place to rest and await dawn. Yet for Lin Chun, who wielded Tian Wat, the darkness was his domain. Silently entering the cavern, Lin Chun's eyes melded into the shadows, granting him the ability to perceive everything around him. This was the vision bestowed by the Black Dragon. The night could obscure the sight of most creatures, yet the Black Dragon was clearly not among them. The battles within were fierce. As Lin Chun advanced, he observed the signs of conflict in the cavern. Bloodstains scattered about, and even numerous severed limbs left unattended. That moment, blood leech worms were incessantly emerging from the cracks, beginning to feast upon the corpses, siphoning the still fresh blood. These diminutive creatures resembled short, red intestines writhing on the ground, utterly repulsive. Individually, they were weak. A single strike could slay many. Yet they often acted in swarms, and once bitten, it would be nearly impossible to detach them without shedding a layer of skin. Coupled with their ant-like numbers, they posed a significant danger. Since the blood leech worms bore no demon cores, Lin Chun had no interest in slaying them. Utilizing the power of the Black Dragon, he evaded the blood leech worms and continued onward to here it comes. After advancing a short distance, Lin Chun's gaze flickered. The first prey of the night finally appeared. A black serpent, the thickness of a thigh, was wriggling out from a crevice, flicking its forked tongue and scanning its surroundings with crimson eyes. A red-eyed black serpent. Lin Chun squinted. This species possessed formidable stealth abilities and acute senses. Fortunately, the power of the Black Dragon overwhelmingly surpassed it. As the prey came into sight, Lin Chun had no intention of holding back. He was ready to strike down the serpent. However, suddenly, his senses tingled, detecting a hint of abnormality. This serpent seemed to be under the influence of some power. A beast tamer. Lin Chun's expression shifted, caught off guard. Chapter 25. A Claw of the Black Dragon. Beast tamers are a rare breed of martial artists capable of commanding magical beasts. Such individuals are exceedingly scarce. Requiring an innate affinity for magical beasts, the ability to communicate with them, and the study of beast taming techniques to condense beast taming seals. Compared to them, talisman masters and potion masters are hardly rare, as the challenges they face are far greater. Of course, this pertains to the ease of entry. Attaining the pinnacle is equally arduous, with no distinction between difficulty levels. Lin Chun had certainly not anticipated encountering a beast tamer here. Throughout his life, he had met only a handful of them. 3 within the border army, and perhaps 1 or 2 nurtured by major factions. The rest were affiliated with the royal family. The beast tamers in the border army bore significant responsibilities, tasked with guarding the borders and commanding magical beasts for patrols, making it improbable for them to be present here. Thus, this beast tamer likely hailed from one of the major factions or was associated with the royal family. Lin Chun's heart immediately filled with wariness. The royal family possesses an immensely profound heritage, and the beast tamers they cultivate are exceptionally powerful. One such individual even ranks among the grand beast tamers. Capable of commanding 5-tier magical beasts, a highly dangerous figure. If the beast tamer here were that person, Lin Chun would do well to turn and leave immediately. That individual was notoriously brutal, killing without reason. Lin Chun had no desire to encounter him at this moment. The red-eyed black serpent is a 3-tier magical beast. 3 stars. Not weak at all. Lin Chun thought. Remaining hidden in the shadows, he observed the movements of the red-eyed black serpent closely. Its actions appeared somewhat sluggish. Evidently, its mastery over the serpent was lacking, suggesting it was not the grand beast tamer. Lin Chun felt a slight sense of relief. If it were not that person, there was still room for maneuver. However, Lin Chun remained cautious, not intending to provoke the beast tamer prematurely. Until he clarified the identity of his opponent, he preferred to avoid any confrontation, steering clear of that passageway. Lin Chun veered in another direction. A night descended. Magical beasts roamed freely, and soon Lin Chun encountered a hunting serpent, its body adorned with mottled patterns, a triangular head, and a slender neck, featuring a striking crimson stripe running along its crown. It was evidently a highly venomous serpent, the red-topped mottled snake. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. This snake's venom was lethal. A single drop could cause a peak practitioner in the Thousand June realm to perish within a short time. It was currently slithering along the rock face, searching for signs of life. Lin Chen emerged from the shadows. He became the hunter of hunters. With a swift strike from Tian Wat, the head of the red-topped mottled snake was severed from its body, resulting in instant death. Quickly extracting the demon core, Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before carefully detaching the snake's venom sac. This toxin was formidable, often serving as an excellent means for the weak to triumph over the strong. After meticulously securing the venom sac, Lin Chun discarded the demon core for the black dragon to consume. Regrettably, lacking a superior bloodline meant he did not gain any special power, yet Tian Wat had indeed solidified. Continuing onward, Lin Chun paid little heed to anything else. His primary objective here was to hunt serpentine magical beasts. As he delved deeper into the cavern, Lin Chun encountered numerous magical beasts on the prowl. True to its name, the serpent cavern was rife with serpentine creatures, and within the span of an hour, Lin Chun had already slain over 10 snakes. One of them possessed an exceptionally potent bloodline, already exhibiting a pronounced protrusion on its forehead, hinting at a transformative potential. Alas, it never reached that pinnacle, lacking the fortuitous encounters akin to the silver-horned three-tailed serpent and the elixirs that could have facilitated its transcendence. The bloodline remained unrefined. Nevertheless, that singular demon core was already equivalent to that of a fourth-tier beast. After being consumed by the black dragon, its form had solidified further, with scales glimmering like precious gems. Almost tangible, the dragon's horns, whiskers, and its deep, menacing eyes would lead any observer to mistakenly believe that Lin Chun was accompanied by a true black dragon. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the dragon's claws had not fully materialized. Of the 5, only 1 claw was solid, while the remaining 4 remained ethereal. Clearly, there was still a distance to traverse before achieving a complete black dragon form. Yet, Lin Chun felt the power of the heavenly tungsten within him had significantly enhanced. He eagerly anticipated mastering the entirety of this celestial element. Along the way, he vanquished several venomous spiders and other beasts, and he was but a breath away from breaking through to the 6th level of the dominant realm. Lin Chen's heart surged with excitement. He resolved to press onward, seizing the cover of night to hunt more beasts. However, in the darkness, he spotted another serpent under some form of control. It was not the red-eyed black snake. Yet it bore a resemblance, larger and more formidable, adorned with golden patterns on its forehead that exuded an air of nobility. It was the red-eyed king snake. Good heavens, what kind of sorcerer could command such a creature? Their strength was indeed formidable. Yet this power had not been unleashed against any individual or beast. Rather, it was orchestrating the serpents to scour the Lingyun serpent cave. What could they be searching for? Lin Chun pondered, deciding to avoid the red-eyed king snake and seek another passage deeper into the cave. Before long, he reached a profoundly dark section of the cave, a threshold marking the perilous zone of the Lingyun serpent cave. Ordinary adventurers would not dare to venture further. However, the traces on the ground indicated that this expedition was ambitious, with many having already ventured into the depths of danger. Thus, Lin Chun pressed on into the treacherous territory. The atmosphere grew markedly colder, the air tinged with a sour and putrid odor. In the darkness, Lin Chun discerned his surroundings clearly, comparable to daylight. It was evident that the adventurers who had delved into this region during the day had engaged in fierce battles, far more terrifying than in the outer areas. Even now, he could sense the fluctuations of demonic and mystical energies, and the remains of third-tier 8-star beasts began to appear. Perhaps he might encounter 4th-tier beasts. Lin Chun mused, aware of the need for caution. 4th-tier beasts equated to the strength of the condensed intention realm, presenting a formidable challenge even for him. It was akin to his previous confrontation with Wang Yusi. where he had no chance to resist, fighting desperately only to escape. Suddenly, the intensity of the energy fluctuations heightened, and as Lin Shun pressed deeper, he paused momentarily. There was a battle occurring at such a late hour. A conflict unfurling within the Lingyun Serpent Cave? Such boldness was remarkable. Curiosity piqued. Lin Shun wondered what could have provoked such a skirmish, particularly in this perilous zone, where danger was magnified at night. Powerful fourth-tier beasts might be lurking, and should they appear, most adventurers in the 10th floor mountain range would be powerless to withstand them. Lin Shen's eyes flickered with determination as he stealthily advanced. Along the way, he encountered several beasts but refrained from engaging, opting instead to evade confrontation, that a confrontation here would undoubtedly attract attention. Again, from a distance, Lin Shen spotted another serpent that was the red-eyed king snake. Distinct from the one he had previously encountered. How many serpents had this sorcerer summoned? Chapter 26. Cicada, Mantis, and Yellowbird. This sorcerer commanded a multitude of serpentine beasts, utilizing their capabilities to surveil the entire cave. Everything that transpired within was likely within their purview. What was their ultimate goal? Lin Shan felt an increasing sense of vigilance, knowing better than to expose himself to the perception of the red-eyed black snake. With someone lurking in the shadows and a fierce battle raging deeper within, the nighttime conflict in the Lingyun Serpent Cave undoubtedly implicated significant stakes. Otherwise, such risks would be unwarranted. Thus, it was conceivable that the sorcerer aimed to play the mantis. Intending to act as the fisherman, if that were the case, Lin Shen would not mind becoming the yellow bird. Avoiding the detection of the red-eyed king snake, Lin Shen continued his advance. Soon, he beheld the scene of battle unfolding before him. This was a relatively rare open space within the cave, a vast chamber within the mountains, approximately 100 zhang in length and width, and several zhang high, with uneven rock walls and numerous natural stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness that a group of adventurers, some wielding torches while others tossed luminous stones onto the ground to render the space barely visible, were armed with blades and swords. Their expressions grim. They were besieged by a continuous onslaught of beasts, surrounded on multiple fronts by their relentless attackers. The situation was dire. Boss, the beasts here are too formidable. That serpent behind us likely possesses fourth-tier strength. Zhou Qing's complexion had turned pale. Clutching a long blade, he emanated a fierce aura, yet his stance now wavered. The ongoing battles had taken a toll on him, as one of Wang Tianyuan's most formidable warriors. At the 8th level of the Thousand June realm, he was indeed impressive. However, he was now injured, and his companions were scrambling to fill in the gaps, taking his place against the beasts, but such a defense could not last long. Zhou Qing swallowed a few healing pills, urging the group, "Boss, give us a command. We can't hold on much longer." The ground was littered with corpses, many of whom were warriors recruited by other adventurer teams. But a significant number were also Wang Tianyuan's subordinates. Such losses were not insignificant. Zhou Qing failed to comprehend why Wang Tianyuan insisted on nighttime operations, even venturing into this perilous zone. Wang Tianyuan, appearing unperturbed, was a towering figure clad in sturdy armor, marked with scars from countless battles. His aura was vicious, and his gaze bore a savage glint. Radiating cruelty, he smirked, revealing his stark white teeth, and said, "Zhou Qing, I have my plans. Rest assured, our harvest this time will be immense." Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, ultimately choosing silence. Wang Tianyuan was no benevolent figure, or rather, he was a shameless rogue, yet he treated his brothers well. Since he spoke thus, there must be some rationale behind it. Just let those men fight as much as they can. If they perish, we need not care, do we? Wang Tianyuan sneered coldly. Zhou Qing nodded in acquiescence. This time, they had undertaken a significant operation, extending olive branches to numerous adventurer teams with promises of substantial rewards, successfully recruiting many. Even before reaching the Lingyun Serpent Cave, a formidable adventurer team had joined them. Displaying utter foolishness, there are too many beasts. We must exert all our strength, do not hold back. Rest assured, as long as this operation succeeds, we will cover your losses and reward you generously. Zhou Qing shouted loudly. Simultaneously organizing the group's positions, subtly shifting more pressure onto the other adventurer teams. Their casualties escalated swiftly. Wang Tianyuan, what do you mean by this? Are we to be used as cannon fodder? Some began to realize the gravity of the situation. If this continued, they would all perish. What good were promises of compensation? Such words were utterly excessive. We are exploring the Lingyun Serpent Cave. How could there be no fatalities? Wang Tianyuan's voice dripped with menace. Once these words were spoken, many hearts sank. They could no longer remain here. They had to break through or risk dying and serving as fodder for Wang Tianyuan's team. Yet, just as their formation began to waver, a venomous spider tore through their ranks, shattering their defenses, leading to devastating casualties. Escape? There was no chance for retreat now. The area was swarming with overwhelmingly powerful beasts. Fighting to the death was their only slim opportunity. To flee would spell even swifter demise. Wang Tianyuan's voice was slow yet laced with cruelty. Thus, I advise everyone to abandon any other thoughts and focus on slaying the beasts. Once our victory is secured, I assure you, those who survive will not regret it. At this moment, whether Wang Tianyuan's words were trustworthy became irrelevant, for not fighting meant death. All around them, battles raged, a bloodbath ensued. The serpentine beasts, possessing potent venom and other attributes, moved with agility, their scales impervious to blades. Venomous spiders traversed the ceiling swiftly, their webs ensnaring the warriors' movements. The blood-sucking bats swarmed, draining human blood and injecting toxins. Blood leeches continued to surge forth. The treacherous realm of the Lingyun Serpent Cave lived up to its reputation. Proving extraordinarily perilous, even several teams of adventurers united seemed insufficient. The casualties continued to rise. Countless individuals were expressions of despair, while Wang Tianyuan's gaze, filled with cruelty, shifts gradually. After having spilled so much blood, demon blood, human blood, surely this should suffice. Wang Tianyuan squints. Beneath the armor that cloaks his left hand, his skin is now adorned with crimson patterns, each line exuding an aura of mystery and danger. These patterns extend continuously, ultimately converging in the center of his palm. There astonishingly lies a blood-red orb, akin to a garnet, embedded directly within the flesh. This is the evil blood bodhi, a malevolent artifact. Yet, one must exercise caution in harnessing its power. However, by supplementing it with blood sacrifice runes and continuously consuming blood, one can indeed channel its might. Wang Tianyuan has brought so many people here, even hunting demon beasts at night, all for the purpose of their demise, to awaken the power of the evil blood bodhi with their blood. Alas, this power is only temporary. It cannot be sustained. Otherwise, Wang Tianyuan would not need to drag people here to their deaths, as he could have easily slain a multitude outside to activate the evil blood bodhi. Feeling the pulsations of power emanating from the evil blood bodhi, Wang Tianyuan's eyes gleam with excitement. With the evil blood bodhi in his possession, he is certain to acquire that coveted item. At this moment, in a concealed corridor, a young girl leans against the wall, her eyes closed. She possesses a striking figure. Her proportions perfect, curves accentuated, particularly her long, fair and straight legs. Her face is beautiful, framed by short, raven black hair, and she wears only a short bee-skin top, her skirt so brief that most of her long legs are exposed. She exudes a wild essence, a uniquely captivating aura, starkly contrasting with the refined daughters of noble houses. Her long eyelashes flutter slightly, seemingly able to perceive her surroundings even with her eyes shut. Soon, her rosy, lustrous lips curl into a slight, disdainful smile, curious about the elaborate schemes unfolding. If it is something worthwhile, this young lady will simply seize it for herself. The girl laughs boldly, her wild spirit evident. However, this enchanting wild girl remains oblivious to the fact that someone nearby is watching her. Is she the demon tamer? Lin Shen squints his eyes. Chapter 27. The Fourth Order Superior Serpent. How young? Lin Shen is indeed astonished. Throughout his journey, he has been speculating about the identity of this demon tamer. He has encountered various demon tamers from the Great Wei Kingdom, either directly or indirectly, and has already ruled out most of them. Yet he never expected that she would not be one of them. Moreover, she is unexpectedly youthful, T.O. commands so many demon beasts at such a young age, and without any visible strain, this innate talent is truly remarkable. Even the esteemed demon tamer revered by the royal family does not possess such a gift. When did such a genius demon tamer emerge in the Great Way? Nevertheless, her methods of control rival those of the esteemed demon tamer. Perhaps stemming from impressive lineage, Lin Chun deduces in his mind. Being young is advantageous. Strong talent signifies immense potential, and her future is limitless. However, that is the future. In the present, a youth lacks the experience of an old hand. And facing a blooming young girl, Lin Chen's chances of success as a cunning predator have significantly increased. Thus, Lin Chun conceals himself, preparing to play the role of the unsuspecting prey. The wild girl similarly hides in the shadows. Utilizing her demon snake to monitor the entire Lingyun serpent cave, ready to assume the role of the mantis out of course, she remains unaware that she is the mantis. She believes herself to be the fisherman. Yet, whether mantis or unsuspecting prey, both must wait, awaiting a resolution from the unfolding events. The scent of blood permeates the entire cave. The battle is brutal, and the explorers suffer severe losses. They all regret having been swayed by the conditions proposed by Wang Tianyuan. Now, it seems they will pay with their lives. Wang Tianyuan, do you intend for us all to perish for you? Hua Yun roars. They had joined Wang Tianyuan, hoping to share in the spoils and seize the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. Yet now, they face death. Brother Hua Yun, I have been sincere with you. Otherwise, you should have been at the forefront, Wang Tianyuan replied coldly. He turned his gaze to Lu Nan, chuckling, Miss Lu, you must sense my sincerity, for you have remained unscathed thus far. Lu Nan's face turned ashen. You may not kill us all. If we survive, we will obediently follow you. I will uphold my previous promises. Wang Tianyuan smiled. Bloodlight flickered in his hand as he felt the power of the evil blood Bodhi fully awakened. Of course, what I desire, you must also provide, or else. Wang Tianyuan fixed his gaze on Lu Nan, his eyes brimming with possessive desire. Hua Yun's expression shifted drastically. He has always regarded Lu Nan as his own, and he intends to possess her one day. Yet, under Wang Tianyuan's oppressive influence, he can only acquiesce, forcing a smile. If you keep your word, then there shall be no problems. Humph, Lu Nan let out a cold laugh. Utterly disappointed in Hua Yun. She must find a way to survive. Among the many demon beasts, one serpent with cold, indifferent eyes observed everything. Its body was pitch black, scales reflecting the flickering light of battle, revealing intricate natural patterns as demonic energy coursed through them. Above its head, two prominent horns occasionally sparked with electricity, an awe-inspiring sight. A superior bloodline. This serpent is even closer to a true dragon than the previous silver-horned three-tailed serpent. It commands all. The demon beasts here heed its commands, relentlessly attacking the group of explorers. Those foolish, greedy humans who dare to intrude upon its territory must perish here, becoming its blood feast. The black serpent's eyes, with their slit pupils, radiate a crimson aura. The surrounding demon beasts grew increasingly frenzied, persistently assaulting the explorers' formation. At this rate, it wouldn't hold for long. Boss, are we done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Qing shouted. The long knife in his hand was tightly entangled by a third-order 8-star serpent, making it nearly impossible to withdraw. Meanwhile, another spider with blade-like forelegs descended upon him. He could only evade. If this continues, he will truly be overwhelmed and slaughtered. It's ready. Wang Tianyuan's eyes sparkled. Let me show you what absolute power looks like. To submit to me is your honor. Wang Tianyuan laughed boisterously. The crimson patterns on his left hand blazed with dazzling light, appearing as if engulfed in blood flames. An aura of malevolence burgeoned within him. As this surge of power erupted, Wang Tianyuan's entire presence transformed. There was a hint of eeriness, but even more so, an overwhelming strength. Wang Tianyuan reveled in this surging power, laughing maniacally as he exerted force through his legs. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the rocky ground shattered beneath him. Wang Tianyuan propelled himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated a third-order 8-star venomous spider, blocking his path. Flesh and limbs scattered chaotically. For a moment, the fierce battle came to a halt. All eyes wide in astonishment. Wang Tianyuan, enveloped in bloodlight, appeared fearsome and terrifying. He shattered one spider, but did not pause. Instead, he charged forward again at a massive six-eyed python, as thick as a man, lunged at him, its gaping maw capable of swallowing Wang Tianyuan whole. However, Wang Tianyuan's left hand formed a fist, the power of the evil blood Bodhi surging forth as he struck with a horizontal punch, piercing straight through that gaping maw. How formidable! This six-eyed black python, possessing a third-order 9-star level, was no match for him. How could Wang Tianyuan possess such terrifying strength? Boss, you're magnificent. Kill them all, Zhou Qing bellowed. Wang Tianyuan's subordinates were instantly invigorated. With Wang Tianyuan alone, he had turned the tide of battle. A roar erupted. The superior demon serpent lurking in the background finally prepared to act. Wang Tianyuan had provoked its wrath. Finally willing to show yourself. I shall slay you, Wang Tianyuan howled, charging toward the demon serpent, his momentum astonishing, like a torrent of steel. The demon serpent roared, its body twisting as it transformed into a phantasm, the howling sound seemingly tearing the very air apart. The demon serpent advanced, its terrifying demonic power surging, ready to bite down. Wang Tianyuan stood his ground, bloodlight enveloping his fist as he struck back with tremendous force. The clash erupted violently, powerful energies causing both parties to stagger back a few steps. Yet Wang Tianyuan's performance was undoubtedly more astounding. He was merely at the 9th level of the Thousand June realm. Meanwhile, the demon serpent was already of the 4th order, possessing a superior bloodline. For Wang Tianyuan to contend with it on equal footing was indeed extraordinary. 4th-order demon beasts are not so impressive. Today I will slay you and seize everything. Wang Tianyuan laughed maniacally, his gaze filled with ruthless bloodlust. He charged forward once more, this time wielding a long blade, its brilliance dazzling, radiating an aura of terrifying lethality. It was a 5th-grade spiritual treasure. With a swift slash of the blade, it seemed as though space itself was on the verge of being severed, twisting slightly in the aftermath. Chapter 28, Purple Mist Thunder Lotus. Roar! The demon serpent let out a furious howl. Its tail, akin to an iron whip, swept relentlessly, shattering the surrounding rock walls. Concurrently, its horns crackled with thunder, unleashing bolts aimed directly at Wang Tianyuan. The ferocity of the lightning, amplified by the 4th-tier demonic power, was utterly terrifying. Boom! 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 The violent collisions erupted in rapid succession, sending shockwaves that caused the very cave to tremble. It was evident that Wang Tianyuan had come specifically to confront the demon serpent. Having made meticulous preparations, the blade light fell. A pungent odor filled the air, emanating from the Ascent Sun's yellow powder, known to restrain serpentine beasts. Coupled with the evil blood Bodhi, this battle indeed held the potential for victory. The demon serpent, engaged in combat with Wang Tianyuan, felt an overwhelming threat and had no choice but to unleash its full power. In that moment, aside from the serpents, the poisonous spider and blood-sucking demon bat had begun to act independently. Although driven by their primal instincts to attack the adventurers, the lack of coordination significantly eased the pressure on them, even allowing for counterattacks. In an instant, blades flashed, beasts roared, and blood was spilled everywhere. Severed limbs and corpses littered the ground. The abundance of blood enabled Wang Tianyuan to feel an even greater surge of power emanating from the evil blood Bodhi. With a wild howl, his strength surged even further. The 4th-tier demon serpent, surrounded by thunder, appeared immensely powerful, but had begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. Wang Tianyuan possessed no shortage of tactics. That sinister bloodlight was undoubtedly not a power inherent to him. Lin Chun, hidden in the shadows, observed with astonishment at Wang Tianyuan's display. However, given Wang Tianyuan's audacity to venture this deep, it would be illogical for him not to possess means to deal with 4th-tier beasts. Such power must come at a significant cost and is difficult to sustain for long. Lin Chun murmured, in his view, with so many lives lost among both men and beasts, there were numerous signs indicating Wang Tianyuan's deliberate actions. It was likely that the utilization of such power was closely related to this. Indeed, It was ruthless, yet all these efforts could not merely be for the purpose of hunting that fourth-tier beast. Lin Shun pondered. Utilizing the Black Dragon's vision, Lin Shun continuously surveyed the situation within the cave. Previously, the demon serpent had been reluctant to reveal itself, only emerging to confront Wang Tianyuan upon witnessing his formidable strength. Could it be guarding something? Surely, the spiritual herb could not be here. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled. Spiritual herbs, such as these, grow in the vast wilderness, often first discovered by demonic beasts. Moreover, powerful demonic beasts possess a degree of intelligence. They understand the necessity of waiting until the spiritual herbs mature before harvesting them. Until then, they remain vigilant, preventing other creatures from approaching. It certainly seemed a plausible scenario. Had that individual also considered this? Lin Shun suddenly noticed the wild girl had opened her eyes. Xiao Yi blinked, her large eyes framed by long lashes, revealing deep, dark orbs resembling black pearls, strikingly intelligent. Yet true to her nature, she retained an untamed quality, exuding the ferocity of an unbroken wildcat. Suddenly, she turned her gaze in Lin Chen's direction. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, yet he remained motionless, confident that she had not directly sensed his presence, merely possessing a keen intuition. Was it an illusion? Xiao Yi shook her head. She seemed to feel a faint gaze, a mere instinct, yet there was nothing in that direction, with so many demonic beasts around, including the small, blood-sucking leeches. It could merely be a trick of the mind. Thus, Xiao Yi dismissed it, her fingers tracing the air, conjuring a runed eye in response. A blood-eyed king snake stealthily slithered toward the location of the earlier fourth-tier demon serpent. At this moment, the battle was at its peak, and no one would notice the movements of a single snake. Xiao Yi closed one eye, watching the unfolding conflict with one eye while the other, now shut, accessed the vision transmitted by the blood-eyed king snake. Behind the original location of the fourth-tier beast lay another cave, winding downward, strewn with numerous serpent skins, clearly indicating that the fourth-tier demon serpent had resided here for quite some time. The blood-eyed king snake trembled slightly, instinctively filled with fear. After all, the fourth-tier demon serpent possessed an upper-tier bloodline. Even these shed skins exerted a suppressive force over the blood-eyed king snake, affecting Xiao Ye's control. Consequently, Xiao Yi moved both hands, casting several seals to forcibly control the blood-eyed king snake. The snake continued forward, swiftly reaching the cave's bottom. Here lay a pool of water, and at its center, a lotus flower bloomed quietly. 3 lotus leaves encircled a purple lotus. The petals had fully opened, lacking any rounded appearance, instead appearing quite sharp, exuding an impression of thunderous impact. A spiritual herb. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. The purple mist thunder lotus, ranked among the top-tier 5-grade spiritual herbs. It was a rare treasure for those cultivating thunder attributes. For demonic beasts, its significance was equally monumental. Once consumed, their thunder-based powers would undoubtedly experience immense growth. No wonder the fourth-tier demon serpent guarded this place. Such a treasure lay within. It seemed that Wang Tianyuan had come for the purple mist thunder lotus as well. Xiao Yi scoffed. Wang Tianyuan was not of the thunder attribute. However, the purple mist thunder lotus, once its seeds were fully formed, would offer benefits beyond merely enhancing thunder powers. By utilizing its seeds, warriors could undergo a minuscule internal thunder tribulation, refining their entire being, cleansing marrow and bones. The advantages were immense, representing a direct enhancement of one's latent potential. Any warrior would eagerly pursue it. This demon serpent, possessing considerable intelligence, had been waiting for the seeds to mature. Yet it was fated to become a mere garment for another. Xiao Yi smiled, filled with untamed glee. Clearly, she believed this was a gift tailored for her. One seed had matured, while 2 others were only half-grown. But patience wore thin. She intended to seize them all. Xiao Ye's appetite was insatiable. She commanded the blood-eyed king snake to swallow the seeds from the lotus pod, then swiftly made her way back out. Under her control, she ensured that the seeds would not be absorbed by the blood-eyed king snake. Roar! Just then, the fourth-tier demon serpent let out a furious roar, sensing the theft of its seeds. It went berserk, attempting to charge back. However, Wang Tianyuan, believing it to be aware of its impending defeat and seeking to consume the seeds for a counterattack, would not grant it the opportunity. He unleashed his full power, elevating the strength of the evil blood bodhi to its utmost. He no longer cared about the corrosive effects this power would have on his body. With a slash of his blade, he obstructed the fourth-tier demon serpent's path that a smile graced Xiaoye's lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. These fools were truly ignorant, making things easier for her. She would claim all the final rewards. Continue fighting. When it concludes, you'll find nothing remains, Xiaoye chuckled, clearly in high spirits. The blood-eyed king snake quickly slithered back. Meanwhile, Xiaoye monitored the entire serpent den, ensuring that even if discovered, she could swiftly escape. Everything was under her control. She began contemplating how to maximize the benefits of the seeds once acquired. A cleansing of her essence was essential, and perhaps even more advantages awaited. Hee, Xiaoye laughed. Yet her smile froze midway. Out of nowhere, a blade of light suddenly sliced through the air, sharp and explosive in its power. The explosive blade technique. Lin Shun struck, unexpectedly cleaving the blood-eyed king snake in two. The seeds swallowed by the blood-eyed king snake fell, and Lin Shun caught them in a swift motion. Chapter 29. Xiaoye's Fury. Xiaoye's strikingly beautiful eyes, which held a wild glint, widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been filled with joy and a sense of triumph. It felt splendid to play the role of the opportunist, effortlessly grasping fortune while these fools engaged in deadly conflict and scheming, only to end up with nothing. Humph. A bunch of incompetents. This was the fitting outcome for them. Xiaoye held her head high, her pride radiating. Yet, she had never anticipated that someone lurked behind her, waiting for her to act. Had she not extracted the seeds, that individual would likely have never had the chance to delve into the depths of the cave. She had unwittingly crafted a garment for another. Xiaoye had never endured such indignation. Her brows furrowed, her short hair seeming to bristle as if ready to explode. How dare they intercept her, seize what belonged to her? Instantly, her mystical energy surged, and she moved both hands, rapidly forming several hand seals. As the seals took shape, multiple shadows surged toward Lin Shun. Not the blood-eyed king snake, but the poisonous spider. The poisonous spider's lower half resembled that of a typical spider, while its upper half bore a humanoid form, complete with arms. The ends of those arms were razor-sharp, blade-like appendages. Upon that inky black head, 6 scarlet eyes possessed a considerable advantage over human vision. These venomous spiders, originally part of the beastly horde, had been unleashed upon the adventurers. It appeared they were controlled by the fourth-tier demon serpent through bloodline manipulation, transformed into subservience. Yet unexpectedly, they were actually under the command of Xiaoye. Their sudden assault was indeed unforeseen. Moreover, the blade struck from all directions in perfect synchrony, leaving Lin Shun no opportunity to evade. This girl was quite formidable. Her exceptional talent was matched by her impressive combat prowess, indicating thorough preparation. However, her experience was still somewhat lacking. The venomous spider's blade seemed to block all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Yet in reality, it was merely an illusion of grandeur, looking splendid but ineffective in actual combat. Lin Shun swiftly wielded a long sword, not with overwhelming force, but rather with finesse, effortlessly redirecting the blades to another direction while simultaneously disrupting another spider's attack. That a gap immediately appeared. Lin Shun exerted force beneath his feet, leveraging the rocky wall to leap several times, quickly reaching an opening he intended to make his escape from there. "You cannot run," Xiaoye bellowed furiously. Her gaze was sharp, and with a flash of light in her hand, a longbow materialized. She drew the bow and released an arrow at an astonishing speed, executing the action in one fluid motion. The arrow flew with incredible swiftness, arriving first to embed itself into the rock wall before Lin Shun. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The shot was off target. However, he understood that the intent was not to kill him with a single arrow. It held a different significance. A demon-attracting rune. Lin Shun discerned the grooves along the arrow, extending from the tip to the fletching, evidently etched with deliberate precision. This rune, when shot high velocity, emitted a unique sound. While it bore no effect on humans, its efficacy against demonic beasts was remarkable. instantly stimulating their nerves and drawing their attention. This demon tamer possessed such knowledge. The sound of a rune indeed stimulated all the demonic beasts present. The fourth-tier demon serpent sensed that the purple haze thunder lotus it guarded had encountered a disturbance, and it became enraged, locking its gaze onto Lin Shun. The beasts roared. Lin Shun became the target of their wrath. "It's that guy." Huayan also turned to look. With the faint light, he barely recognized Lin Shun and instantly recalled the scoundrel who had seized the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent demon Escor. Once was not enough. How dare he return? Moreover, he had directly taken the fortune of this place. Kill him. He has stolen the fortune here. Huayan was the first to shout, filled with hatred for Lin Shun. Yearning to tear him apart, he viewed this as an opportunity. If he could capture Lin Shun, he could reclaim his silver-horned, three-tailed serpent demon core. "You seek death," Wang Tianyuan snarled. That was his fortune. In an instant, Wang Tianyuan surged forward, enveloped in crimson light, charging towards Lin Shun with great speed. The fourth-tier demon serpent also rushed in swiftly. Xiaoye snorted coldly. This had now devolved into a chaotic melee between Lin Shun and the demonic beasts, as well as the adventurers, allowing her to assume the role of the opportunistic bystander. Simultaneously, she monitored the entirety of the serpent's lair, confident that Lin Shun would not be able to escape. Lin Shun, of course, reacted swiftly. Upon realizing the nature of the demon-attracting rune, he vanished into the cave before him, swiftly traversing through its depths. Shadows along the way revealed red-eyed king snakes, demonic beasts controlled by the tamer, which were monitoring Lin Shun's position in real time. However, Lin Shun had been aware of them from the start, deliberately avoiding confrontation to not raise alarm. Now, that was no longer necessary. Explosive sword technique. Lin Shun executed a swift slash, though it was not the heavenly tungsten. His combat strength was formidable at this moment, and a single red-eyed king snake was beheaded in an instant. What? Xiaoye's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Shun had accurately located the red-eyed king snake. One must understand that the cave was enveloped in darkness. Considering Lin Shun's previously precise interceptions, could it be that he possessed some secret technique enabling him to see in the dark? Xiaoye was uncertain. There was no time to ponder, and she quickly commanded other demonic beasts to converge. She could not afford to lose sight of Lin Shun. Meanwhile, behind Lin Shun, both the fourth-tier demon serpent and Wang Tianyuan pursued him relentlessly. Their formidable strength and astonishing speed meant that if Lin Shun attempted a straight escape, he would soon be caught. Thus, he could only continuously change directions, weaving through different caverns. Another one fell. Xiaoye's expression truly darkened this time. Yes, she directed other demonic beasts to track Lin Shun's position. He struck again with a sword, killing another. Yet within this cave there was no lack of demonic beasts, and Lin Shun, in his haste, sought to avoid being slowed down, swiftly evading them. This implied that Lin Shun could discern which beasts were controlled and which were not. No wonder he could approach silently and intercept. Xiaoye gritted her teeth that, if this continued, she would completely lose track of Lin Shun. He would escape the pursuit of the fourth-tier demon serpent and Wang Tianyuan. This time, she had underestimated him, being overly arrogant and dismissive of others. Indeed, the world outside contained many formidable individuals. Her previous perspective had been too narrow. Yet, a fierce fire burned in Xiaoye's eyes, sharp and unyielding. Though she was a girl, there was no trace of softness within her. To be outmaneuvered like this was intolerable. She resembled a small beast, thoroughly agitated. Chapter 30. Blood-explosive demon attracting rune. Xiaoye was determined to reclaim her lost face. Such failure would not be permitted. For this, she disregarded her own safety. Xiaoye brought her finger to her lips and then bit into her own skin, blood immediately flowing forth. Yet, not a single brow was furrowed in discomfort. Using her blood as a medium, she traced a rune in the air, and then her internal energy surged violently, pouring into it. Blood-explosive demon attracting rune, Xiaoye exclaimed. Her complexion paled slightly, but as she executed this technique, the blood within all the demonic beasts in the serpent's lair began to boil, as if on the verge of explosion. They descended into utter chaos, completely frenzied. All the demonic beasts turned bloodshot, launching indiscriminate, wild attacks. You think you can escape? Not so easily. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. This action undoubtedly placed her in peril as well. After all, even her own beast would no longer be under control. Now gone mad. But she did not care. The wildly unrestrained girl exhibited not a hint of gentleness, determined that Lin Shun would pay the price. Lin Shun fled rapidly. He was experienced and knew how to shake off stronger opponents. Utilizing the cover of night alongside his stealth techniques, Lin Shun believed he could break free. This time, the gains would be immense, undoubtedly making him stronger. However, suddenly, all the demonic beasts within the serpent's lair seemed to erupt into roars. Accompanied by violent impacts that shook the cave, countless beasts began to attack indiscriminately. They had gone mad. Lin Shen's expression shifted, his speed momentarily slowing, as the beasts in front were attacking wildly, filling the area with demonic energy and flying debris. It was that demon tamer. Lin Shen realized what was happening. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, questioning whether this woman was insane, not fearing for her own safety. The interior of the Lingyun serpent lair had descended into chaos. All the demonic beasts were rampaging, attacking everything around them. The tremors were incessant. The fourth-tier demon serpent was also affected, shattering all the rock walls in its path with extreme ferocity. This place was within the mountain's belly, a labyrinth of caves formed by the erosion of rain over countless ages, the rock not particularly sturdy. Now, subjected to such impacts, cracks began to spread rapidly, appearing everywhere. Finally, with a resounding crash, the Lingyun serpent lair collapsed. In an instant, countless demonic beasts howled, trapped beneath fallen boulders. Many died, reduced to mere flesh and blood. Fine, I concede your fierceness. Lin Shun gritted his teeth. To some extent, he had underestimated the girl, underestimating her ferocity. At this moment, Lin Shun had no time to think of anything else. The entire cave began to collapse like a chain reaction, and there was no possibility of escaping before the complete collapse occurred. Lin Shen's mind raced through the caves he had traversed. Numerous details sprang to mind. There was only one place with a different rock composition, significantly more solid. Perhaps it could withstand the collapse. Lin Shen's gaze sharpened, quickly altering his direction. Simultaneously, he slashed with his long sword, breaking apart the falling boulders along his path, carving a route through the chaos. Ultimately, Lin Shun, clad in the guise of a dragon, forcefully broke through a rock wall and fell into an empty chamber. The thunderous sounds continued to resonate, the surroundings still trembling, but thankfully, no more boulders were falling. This place had indeed withstood the cave's collapse, not fully caving in. Huff! Lin Shun exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the perilous journey he had just endured. Several times along the way, he had nearly found his path obstructed, had it not been for his quick reflexes. He might have been reduced to a mere pulp or trapped in a confined space, unable to move. Such a predicament would be tantamount to awaiting death. However, the current situation was hardly optimistic either, and Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He was still deep within the belly of the mountain. Following a recent collapse, the passageways in the cavern appeared to be mostly blocked. Lin Shan was uncertain whether any exit remained, and if there were none, the task of excavating a new route would be monumental. He shook his head. The worst-case scenario would be his entrapment here until death. Thus, he began to search for the sturdiest area, settling down to patiently await the end of the tremors. At last, the vibrations ceased, signaling the collapse had concluded, and no matter what, it was time to focus on self-improvement. Lin Shun murmured, grow stronger was always a right choice. Every ounce of power translated into a glimmer of hope. At that moment, he retrieved the lotus seed he had acquired. Tiny arcs of electricity danced across its surface, a testament to the immense and pure power contained within. This was the seed of the purple mist thunder lotus, a treasure Lin Shun recognized well. Along the way, he had gathered several demon cores, sufficient to elevate him to the 6th level of the dominance realm. The transition from the 5th to the 6th level was significant, should he seize this opportunity to refine his essence and purge his marrow. He could undoubtedly solidify his foundation even further. Lin Shun contemplated, envisioning a scenario where 1 + 1 equaled greater than 2. Without delay, he commenced the 9 Heavens God-slaying technique. channeling his inner energy to lift the lotus seed and begin its refinement. A tingling sensation coursed through him as the lightning began to stimulate his body, awakening the vitality within his flesh and blood. The power of the seed flowed seamlessly into Lin Chen's meridians. Lightning crackled throughout his body, causing his flesh and bones to quiver, leaving behind scorched marks. The pain was significant, yet from this suffering, new life would emerge, akin to tender shoots sprouting from charred wood. This was the essence of the purple mist thunder lotus seed. Granting one the opportunity, Li Ke hurriedly stepped forward to mediate the situation. However, Huayun's anger surged forth as he advanced, gripping Li Ke's throat with a cold sneer. "Stop uttering such useless nonsense if you stand with me. Then obediently enhance my combat prowess with your talismans. If you side with her, then prepare to meet your demise here." Since the mask has been completely torn off, there is nothing left to hold back. Lu Muzhou made no attempt to intervene, leisurely rubbing his hands together as he remarked, "Now that matters have escalated to this point, there is little more to discuss. Those willing to follow us will still be considered brothers, enjoying the good life." However, Lu Muzhou's eyes gleamed with malice as he continued, "If you wish to leave, then do not blame me for being unkind." The remaining individuals, upon hearing this, displayed palpable fear, suppressing any alternative thoughts, and oh, one dared to move. Humph. Huayun let out a sinister laugh, discarding Li Ke aside before striding towards Lu Nan. "I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Follow me closely, and at least you will survive that if you choose to depart now, you will perish." Yet, Lu Nan remained unfazed. The structure had only just collapsed, rendering it highly unstable. "If you wish to engage me in battle, then we shall all perish together." Lu Nan was no fool at this moment. She was confident in her decision to leave, convinced that her opponent would not dare confront her. However, upon hearing her words, Huayun burst into laughter. Sometimes he truly admired Lu Nan's naivety. Chapter 32. The bait for Lin Chun. Huayun gazed at Lu Nan with derision, laughing, "You foolish woman. Did you think I was merely being kind to you over the years, hoping you would willingly become mine? Don't be so naive. During this time, I've been administering soul control powder to you. The medicinal power accumulating within you is nearly sufficient. Oh, you truly believe you have the strength to resist me?" Huayun mocked. Lu Muzhou's lips curled into a cold smirk. Soul control powder. Lu Nan's complexion paled as she fixed her gaze on Lu Muzhou. "You concocted it." Lu Muzhou chuckled softly. "I dedicated considerable effort to research it, ultimately rendering the soul control powder colorless and tasteless, undetectable even by formidable warriors unless they reach the condensation realm. Unfortunately, I finished the formulation a tad late. It was only completed a few months ago, so the medicinal power within you has yet to accumulate to the point of transforming you into a mere puppet. However, incapacitating you in battle is still quite easy." Lu Nan's face drained of color. She never anticipated that Huayun and his cohorts would be so malicious and vile. Thus, she had no choice but to abandon resistance to avoid further torment. Huayun sneered, while Lu Muzhou's chilling laughter resonated as he raised his finger before him, channeling his energy to activate the potency of the soul control powder. Lu Nan felt her soul tremble, descending into chaos, her body slipping from her control. Her energy dissipated, unable to coalesce, even though she could barely maintain her sense of self. As Lu Muzhou stated, in such a state, she was utterly incapable of fighting. Lu Nan felt utterly powerless, despair creeping into her eyes. Leaning against a rocky wall, she coldly regarded Huayun. "Is all this merely to possess me?" Huayun, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are astute. Indeed, I have ulterior motives. Otherwise, I have myriad ways to obtain you. What do you desire?" "The treasure of the 7 alleys." At this, Lu Nan's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Huayun in astonishment. "Surprised, are you, that I know of the 7 alleys treasure?" Huayun chuckled proudly. "I obtained clues about this treasure years ago, and have been pursuing it ever since. It is said to contain a hidden cache that allows one to break through to the mastery realm. Yet I have never been able to ascertain its precise location. Later, I inadvertently learned of your background. You are a descendant of the 7 alleys, correct?" Huayun smiled. Lu Nan fell silent, offering no response. Yet, Lu Muzhou relentlessly channeled the medicinal power, rendering Lu Nen unable to control herself, and she found herself involuntarily confessing, "Yes, I'm a descendant of the Seven Alleys. I know the whereabouts of the treasure." Hearing this, Hua Yun cackled madly, his expression contorting with rage. "Unfortunately, even if you know now, you will likely not escape. Damn it, this is all your fault. If you had revealed it sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Hua Yun took deliberate steps towards Lu Nan. "Come, serve me willingly, so I may vent my anger, and then we could devise a way to escape." Lu Muzhou commanded Lu Nan, compelling her to approach Hua Yun while loosening his own garments. Lu Nan's eyes brimmed with despair. She yearned to resist, but found herself powerless. In this moment, she resembled a marionette, while the others averted their gazes, unwilling to intervene. "Lu Nan, flee quickly. I will hold them off." It was Li Ku. He summoned his energy, manifesting two talismans before him. One descended upon Lu Nan, enhancing her strength, while the other landed on Lu Muzhou, not to strengthen, but to weaken him. It was a chaos talisman, capable of disrupting the flow of energy and significantly diminishing one's power. Under the influence of the talisman, Lu Muzhou immediately lost control over the potency of the soul control powder. "Attack! Kill him!" Lu Muzhou bellowed in fury. The others hesitated momentarily. "If you do not act, you will all perish," Lu Muzhou roared. They had no choice but to charge at Li Ku with their blades. Lu Nan broke free from the soul control. She looked towards Li Ku, urgently shouting, "Li Ku, you must go!" Li Ku roared. Lu Nan had once saved his life. He could not stand idly by while she was humiliated, even if it meant death. He would create an opportunity for Lu Nan. Gritting her teeth, Lu Nan's energy surged. She could not waste the chance Li Ku had risked his life to provide. "Do you think you can escape?" Hua Yun hastily pursued Lu Nan. His cultivation was superior. Even with the talisman's enhancement, it would be difficult for Lu Nan to flee. However, she was acutely aware of this, which is why her sword did not strike at Hua Yun. But instead, she directed all her strength towards the rocky wall. The cracks extended like a spider's web. With just a bit more force, a second collapse could be triggered. Lu Nan was intent on perishing together. "Stop her!" Lu Muzhou roared madly. I had already been killed. The talisman's power dissipated, but Lu Muzhou was too late to regain control over Lu Nan. If this continued, they would all perish together. "No!" Hua Yun shouted, unable to catch up. Lu Nan's sword would undoubtedly sever the rock face, causing a second collapse. Just when everyone was engulfed in despair, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure appeared before Lu Nan, grasping her sword arm, preventing her from advancing even half a step. "You?" Lu Nan looked at the newcomer in disbelief that it was the one who had seized the demon core of the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent. The same individual who had previously taken the fortune of this place. It was Lin Chun. "This place cannot collapse. Otherwise, I will have trouble managing it," Lin Chun stated. Lu Nan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, Lin Chun swiftly struck the back of her neck. Lu Nan's vision blurred, and she fell unconscious. Only by losing consciousness could she escape the influence of the soul control. Otherwise, it would become quite troublesome. Seeing that Lu Nan had not succeeded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the sudden intervention of this individual left them all utterly astonished. You are still alive." Hua Yun recognized Lin Chun at once, his eyes instantly contorting. To him, Lin Chun was the root of all his woes. "You are fortunate, but I never expected you would dare to appear before me." Hua Yun snarled, his gaze cold and filled with brutality. He looked at Lin Chun, smiling. "I understand now. You know that once this woman breaches the rock wall, triggering a second collapse, we will all perish together, which is why you couldn't help but intervene to stop her." "A clever one, indeed. I have no desire to complicate matters further. Hand over the demon core of the silver-horned, three-tailed serpent and the fortune you obtained earlier, and I may spare your life." Lin Chun had seized far too many valuable items. This thrilled Hua Yun. He never anticipated that in the end, it would all fall into Lin Chun's hands. It seemed that fate still favored him. Lin Chun remained silent, merely regarding Hua Yun with indifference. Hua Yun, however, mocked, "You believe I will not dare to fight. Thus you feel secure? Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. In that earlier situation, I could not catch up, and indeed, unexpected complications arose. But now you stand before me you think you have the opportunity to shatter that rock wall before I kill you? Lin Shun had previously acted from the shadows. Relying on cunning tactics, he preferred to remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This time, however, Lu Nan's actions forced Lin Shun to emerge from the shadows. Otherwise, he would be buried alongside her. As a result, Lin Chen's advantage vanished, and in Huayan's eyes, he was now nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. You are far too weak, having lost your concealment. What can you do? You are merely a clown. Huayan proclaimed arrogantly, utterly dismissing the idea that Lin Shan could contend with him. Even as he made his move, Lin Shan would struggle to react. This is the disparity in strength. He has Lin Shan completely at his mercy. Chapter 33. The Key. Unexpectedly, there's been such an unforeseen gain that ultimately benefits us. Lu Muzhou, trailing behind, felt a surge of excitement within. Lin Shun had seized far too many valuable items at this moment. Even the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent seemed insignificant. The true treasure lay in the creation protected by the fourth-tier demon serpent, which would undoubtedly enhance their power immensely. Lu Muzhou was convinced that with Huayan's strength, that petty little clown, known only for his ambushes, would have no chance of resistance whatsoever. Huayan, however, was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Thousand Gene realm. That boy likely hadn't even reached the Thousand Gene realm. How could he compete? A waste of space exposed in the light. In this light, he ought to be grateful to Lu Nan. Otherwise, he might have been ambushed by this boy, resulting in significant losses. Boy, my patience is limited. Hand over the items once you've thought it through. Otherwise, I shall kill you and seize them. Huayan declared with arrogance, confidence firmly in his grasp. Naturally, to ensure absolute certainty, he was already cultivating power within his body as he spoke. Immense profound energy coiling and ready to erupt at any moment. Poised to take Lin Shun down with overwhelming force, a gentle breeze swirled around his legs, a secret method enhancing his speed. After all, this place had collapsed before. The structure was unstable. While Huayan looked down upon Lin Shun, deeming him incapable of a fight, he understood that should he encounter a fragile rock wall, it would be disastrous. Thus, caution was essential. He could not afford to hold back. Lin Shun regarded Huayan in silence. Now that he had revealed himself, he had no choice but to eliminate these individuals. Fortunately, they appeared to be ungrateful, and he felt no burden in their demise. It only when one faces the yellow river that one refuses to budge. Truly foolish. Huayan scoffed. His voice fell. His figure suddenly surged forward, his speed so swift that it seemed to tear through the air, appearing as nothing more than a phantom from a distance. In an instant, the force of 1,000 genes erupted forth, crushing the ground beneath him, while Lin Shun stood directly before Huayan, capable of reaching him in the blink of an eye. Then, with a thrust of his spear, the entire process unfolded in a mere heartbeat. A waste, not even reaching the Thousand Gene realm, could possibly react. Even if he knew an attack was imminent, what could he do? Under such velocity, Lin Shun could do nothing but be left in a daze. Die. Huayan laughed heartily. The spear's brilliance pierced through Lin Shun effortlessly, of course. He was precise enough to avoid harming the rock wall behind Lin Shun, able to halt his full power strike in an instant. A level of control that even ordinary Thousand Gene practitioners might struggle to achieve. Huayan could even manage to ensure his aim was off by no more than half an inch. A single thrust pierced through Lin Shun, leaving him no chance of resistance. However, Huayan's triumphant smile abruptly faded. He felt no obstruction. It was as if he had struck nothing but air. An illusion. Not the real body. When had this happened? Huayan's heart sank in alarm, a chill rushing straight to his core. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through Huayan's heart, sending a wave of icy cold through him. Indeed, it was chilling. Remarkably, this strike was perfectly aimed, not missing by a hair. Huayan coughed up blood, vitality rapidly draining from him, gazing incredulously at Lin Shun. This moment, Lin Shun was enveloped by the shadow of a coiling dragon. Reminiscent of the earlier silver-horned, three-tailed serpent, How could this be possible? As Lin Chun dispatched Hua Yun with a single blow, his figure transformed again, instantly splitting into 9, charging towards Lu Muzhou and the others. This was unexpected. Lu Muzhou's face drained of color, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Chun could kill Hua Yun in an instant. Now, they were the next targets, moreover, with a manifestation of 9 phantoms. Discerning the real body became utterly impossible. This was the 8 shadow steps. He had executed the 9th shadow of the 8 shadow steps. Lu Muzhou thought of the tales circulating from the capital, spoken of with great admiration. "You are," Lu Muzhou stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chun, that a single strike severed a head from its body. Lin Chun activated the coiling dragon armor, while simultaneously revealing his true strength, aiming to annihilate all within the shortest time possible. The structure here was unstable. Lin Chun had to ensure absolute safety. Therefore, he no longer concealed his power, showcasing it instead. Under Lin Chun's full-on assault, none could withstand his might. They were all slain. Just as Hua Yun had mentioned earlier, they had no opportunity to react. After dispatching these individuals, Lin Chun made a brief effort to conceal any traces of his methods. Exercising caution, within the perception of the Black Dragon, there were no others nearby, and that girl remained unconscious, posing no issue. Lin Chun murmured, confident that his identity would remain undisclosed. Thus, Lin Chun began to rummage through their belongings, seizing all their spatial rings, including Lu Nan's. All of these were his spoils of war, Lu Nan included. Cradling Lu Nan, Lin Chun ventured into another cave space, one that appeared relatively cleaner. He set Lu Nan down casually and began inspecting the spoils of this battle. Not bad. Truly, they were worthy of being part of an exploration team that could delve into the 10th layer mountains, possessing better goods than mere bandits. Though the quantity was limited, the majority consisted of high-quality items. Quite useful, significantly aiding in combat enhancement. Among the treasures, the most significant was undoubtedly Hua Yun's spatial ring, which held a commendable collection, and due to his need to refine the 3-serpent pill, he had already gathered 2 additional serpent demon cores, just right for the Black Dragon to devour. The Gale Step, a 5th-tier movement technique. Lin Chun retrieved a scroll containing the details of this technique. It appeared to be the very movement technique Hua Yun had utilized, indeed a substantial aid to speed enhancement, and Lin Chun graciously accepted it. After dedicating a brief moment, Lin Chun grasped the essence of the Gale Step. As for the other various pills and spiritual treasures, Lin Chun glanced over them, categorizing them appropriately, in the future, whether for exchanging for spirit stones or other useful materials, they would all prove beneficial. This girl named Lu Nan, the so-called heir of the 7 alleys, what exactly was she? Lin Chun began to examine Lu Nan's spatial ring. He paid no mind to the pills and treasures, as they paled in comparison to Hua Yun's. However, one item caught his attention. It was a key. Lin Chun extracted a strangely shaped, elongated stone. Its surface bore engravings, resembling the form of a key, and faintly, a few ancient characters could be discerned, a script seldom used in the present day. Lin Chun could only make out the character for Lu. This should be the surname of Lu Nan. Was the Lu clan once a family residing in the 7 alleys? Lin Chun pondered internally. Yet, all inquiries would have to wait until Lu Nan awakened. Lin Chun felt that this key must hold critical significance, possibly related to the so-called treasure of the 7 alleys. Naturally, he would store it securely. Afterward, Lin Chun continued to sift through the belongings of numerous talismans crafted by that talisman master. Regrettably, I lacked the ability to wield talismans. Lin Chun shook his head. The talismans created by a talisman master still held some utility. However, without the talisman master's control, their effectiveness would be diminished and thus less meaningful. This alchemist, indeed a practitioner of dubious methods. While the orthodox healing and auxiliary pills were few, the array of special effect medicines was endless. Lin Chun snorted lightly. This alchemist was likely even more ruthless than Hua Yun. Oh, another aphrodisiac, disguised so expertly. Quite impressive. Nestled within a vial of healing pills, it left Lin Chun at a loss for words. Men always seemed to have an uncanny understanding in strange matters. Could it be that the infamous Wang Lao Jiao procured his goods from this alchemist? And this vial contains high-grade merchandise. Lin Shun grasped the vial, intending to destroy it, being a harmful item. Hand over the healing pills to me. It was at another cave entrance that a figure approached. Her aura somewhat weakened. It was that demon hunter. Chapter 34. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Shun was indeed somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected her to come seeking him first. Yet, although this individual was a woman, she was undeniably fierce, exhibiting none of the gentleness typically associated with femininity, exuding an aura of wildness. The collapse of the Lingyun Serpent Cave was entirely due to her. Otherwise, Lin Shun would have long since escaped with treasures in hand. How could he have been trapped here? Of course, it was reasonable for her to survive. After all, she had initiated the demon lure blood explosion. So, she would naturally be among the first to realize the cave was at risk of collapsing. She had likely retreated to a relatively safe area beforehand. However, at this moment, she appeared to be in poor condition. Bearing wounds, after using the demon lure blood explosion, her power had diminished, and attempting to control other demon beasts had resulted in backlash, perhaps. Lin Shun contemplated this possibility, though he was not certain. Xiaoye glared fiercely at Lin Shun. That scoundrel who had interrupted her plans. She drew back her long bow, aiming her arrow at Lin Shun, genuinely contemplating taking his life with a single shot. However, she was in dire need of healing. Her supply of medicinal pills had been wholly depleted, and her injuries were only temporarily stabilized, healing at a sluggish pace. Forcing the use of a blood explosion technique on a fourth-tier beast was indeed too ambitious and reckless. It was only fitting that things had come to this. This healing elixir won't suffice for you. Let me exchange it for another, Lin Shun offered. Since the opponent wielded a bow, she could maintain a considerable distance from him. Even if Lin Shun unleashed his full strength and utilized the recently learned Gale Step, he would not be able to subdue her before she released her arrow. This posed a significant risk. If she were to shoot at the rock wall, causing a collapse, they would both face a dire fate. Nonetheless, Lin Shun believed her to be merely rash and wild, certainly not foolish enough to engage in a mutually destructive act. No, I want this vial, Xiaoye replied, her teeth clenched in determination. How could she trust someone like Lin Shun? His underhanded tactics were utterly shameless. If she allowed him to swap the elixir, who knew what he might give her? And she would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Lin Shun felt somewhat helpless. After all, this was an aphrodisiac. Following the incident with Zhang Tianxue, he was reluctant to give such a potion to a girl. After all, he was a normal man. Yet, this demon-hunting girl clearly did not trust him and exhibited a wild temperament, leaving Lin Shun uncertain of her potential actions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her demands and toss the potion toward her. This elixir has issues. I advise against consuming it, Lin Shun warned, offering a final act of kindness. Xiaoye regarded Lin Shun with suspicion as she picked up the vial and opened it for a sniff. The scent was unmistakably that of a healing elixir, and a high-grade one at that. It was precisely what she needed. However, she still questioned, what issues does this potion have? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shun replied, it contains an aphrodisiac acquired from a nefarious apothecary. Consuming it will not only be futile for your injuries, but will also lead you to become infatuated with me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye shot Lin Shun a look of scorn. Do you think I'm a fool? She scoffed. Such a clumsy attempt at manipulation, even mentioning an aphrodisiac, was merely a ploy to prevent her recovery, fearing it would become harder to control the situation. How foolish! She recognized that he aimed to exploit her gender's vulnerability by referencing the aphrodisiac. Even if she suspected it was truly a healing elixir, she would hesitate to consume it. This was a psychological tactic. This man was truly despicable and detestable. You underestimate me too much, Xiaoye retorted coldly, regarding Lin Shun with disdain. Such trivial tricks could never affect her. Lin Shun's only advantages lay in his stealth and ability to see in the dark. Now, face to face, she felt no fear of him. After confirming once more that it was indeed a healing elixir, Xiaoye trusted her judgment and promptly swallowed it. She needed to expedite her recovery. Lin Shun sighed inwardly as he rummaged through his spatial ring, preparing a thick bundle of hemp rope. To be honest, her talent was impressive. She was a rare genius in demon hunting, and Lin Chun had no desire to harm her. Moreover, it was indeed he who had acted first. Hurting her would weigh heavily on his conscience. As Xiaoye swallowed the elixir, a wave of warmth surged through her body. Huh! She exclaimed in surprise that a healing elixir should create a soothing warmth. Yet this potent energy was a scorching intensity, far exceeding any healing elixir she had previously consumed. Merely a fourth-grade healing elixir shouldn't be this overwhelming. Wait, Xiaoye sensed something amiss. The fiery potency was concentrating in peculiar places, causing her body temperature to rise rapidly. Even images of tantalizing scenes began to invade her mind. Xiaoye realized something was terribly wrong. This was indeed an aphrodisiac. You! She glared fiercely at Lin Chun, her wild eyes now brimming with a different kind of fervor. Despite her anger, they appeared almost flirtatious. I warned you it was an aphrodisiac. You chose not to believe me. Lin Chun sighed. You bastard! Xiaoye shouted in fury, hurling the vial to the ground. She recognized she had been duped. That damn scoundrel was in the third layer. He had anticipated her reaction, deliberately revealing the truth about the aphrodisiac, thereby making her trust her judgment and lower her guard. Such a cunning and treacherous individual. Xiaoye felt an overwhelming urge to shoot Lin Chun with an arrow or collapse the rock wall. No, wait. This man might be on the fourth layer. He had foreseen her fury and the loss of rationality. If the cave were to collapse once more, they would be trapped even more severely, leaving her with no chance to escape, destined to be humiliated in this confined space repeatedly. How infuriating! Xiaoye clenched her teeth. She glared at Lin Chun. If looks could kill, he would have perished several times over. In a rush, she fled, unwilling to remain there a moment longer. She needed to find a place to endure until the effects of the potion waned, then return to eliminate that scoundrel. Lin Chun shook his head. What was the purpose of this girl? Never mind, it was of little consequence. He decided to let her be. Lin Chun tossed all the collected demon cores to the black dragon, gradually enhancing his strength. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lu Nan awakened with a start. I'm not dead, she exclaimed in astonishment, quickly checking her body. Everything seemed intact. She looked at Lin Chun. Did you save me? Indeed, Lin Chun nodded. What about Hua Yun and the others? I killed them, Lin Chun replied flatly. Lu Nan opened her mouth, then sighed, a hint of disillusionment washing over her. After a moment, she asked, You saved me for the 7 alley treasure, didn't you? Naturally, Lin Chun did not disguise his intentions. Lu Nan forced a wry smile. You were quite honest. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she inquired, If I refuse to cooperate, do you plan to kill me? Not at all, but afterward, we shall part ways, Lin Chun replied. Hearing this, Lu Nan felt a bitterness in her heart. Though it seemed she had a choice, in reality, she was left with none. The 7 alley treasure. Even she was unaware of what it truly was, and its existence remained uncertain. Why were they so insistent? Lu Nan sighed again. Did it sound worth a try? Lin Chun replied. Lu Nan paused, realizing that Lin Chun had only learned of the 7 alley treasure from Hua Yun, which prompted him to save her. Very well. If we manage to escape, I will take you to the 7 alley, but I cannot guarantee we will find the treasure, Lu Nan stated. She glanced around, then curiously remarked, Why did you throw the 4th grade healing elixir on the ground? Don't you want it? I could use it for my injuries. Don't. Lin Chun's expression changed as he hurriedly called out. Not a similar scenario again. Chapter 35. The colorless demon spider. Lu Nan froze for a moment, then suddenly had a realization that this Lu Muzhou's elixir, she asked with a smile. Evidently, she possessed some understanding of Lu Muzhou. Recognizing his sinister nature and the numerous malevolent elixirs he concocted, this should be a special potion disguised as a healing elixir. Let us destroy it, Lu Nan declared. Lin Chun nodded in agreement. Lu Nan's reaction filled him with satisfaction, and he promptly grasped the vial of elixir, shattering it with a decisive grip. He then handed Lu Nan a legitimate elixir. She nodded in acknowledgement, consumed the potion, and began her recovery. She made no request for Lin Chun to return her spatial ring. It was unnecessary, as he was clearly not one to negotiate lightly. Since it had been taken from her, it mattered little. It was merely an external possession. As long as she remained alive and unhumiliated, that was an excellent outcome. This display elevated Lu Nan and Lin Shen's esteem. Although her talent paled in comparison to Zhang Tianxue or the earlier demon hunting girl, she exhibited a maturity and composure that surpassed theirs. Lin Shen appreciated engaging with individuals of such caliber. While Lu Nan devoted herself to healing, Lin Shen remained vigilant, acutely aware of the untamed girl who could return at any moment, potentially causing havoc. It wasn't a matter of being unable to contend with her. Rather, it was the fear of her demolishing their surroundings, a feat she was entirely capable of. Half a day later, Lu Nan had fully recovered, her spirit and vitality restored, her gaze sharp and resolute, far from that of a frail woman. Let us proceed. We shall act in concert that I will protect you as we exit. And afterward, you will guide me to the 7th alley, Lin Shen stated. Very well, Lu Nan replied with a nod. Exiting the cave where they had recuperated, they ventured forth, the path still treacherous, with many areas obstructed. Necessitating utmost caution to navigate through as they advanced, they encountered numerous bloodstains and the remnants of disfigured corpses shattered into pieces. Lin Shen's eyes fell upon the figure known as Zhou Qing, a prominent general under Wang Tianyuan, at the 8th level of the Thousand Jun realm, an impressive strength indeed. Yet at this moment he lay crushed beneath a massive boulder, his lower half reduced to a gruesome pulp. Even the might of the Thousand Jun could not withstand such overwhelming force. Lin Shen's expression remained undisturbed as he proceeded to collect spoils of war, various elixirs and materials, carefully sifting through them until he unearthed a scroll. Swordsmanship technique, 5th rank. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled. Zhou Qing's collection was quite remarkable, boasting a 5th rank martial skill. Such a treasure was not easily possessed, typically held within the grasp of formidable factions. One could only wonder where Zhou Qing had acquired it. However, it was now firmly in Lin Shen's possession. Unrolling the scroll, he revealed the 9 thunder swords. Lin Shen's gaze flickered with interest. This martial skill was exceptionally fierce, characterized by its ferocious offensive power, enveloping the practitioner in a storm of thunder upon execution, infusing attacks with the essence of lightning, and providing a boost to speed. It was a formidable technique, commendable among 5th rank skills that a practitioner specializing in lightning attributes could likely unleash even greater might. Lin Shen mused. Martial artists cultivate profound energy. Although there are no strict limitations on attributes, in practice, each individual possesses a natural affinity for particular attributes. Cultivating an affinity allows for exponentially greater efficiency. Conversely, a mismatch leads to diminished results. Thus, martial artists often select techniques aligned with their innate attributes when encountering higher-level skills imbued with elemental forces. Lin Shen had previously practiced the Lin family's wind-based lineage. But after his rebirth, he had yet to settle on a new focus, primarily because he could not discern which attribute resonated most closely with him, or perhaps he was inherently attuned to all attributes. Regardless of which attribute he was closest to, his prior utilization of the Xixia Thunder Lotus's seeds to refine his muscles and marrow would undoubtedly enable him to unleash the full potential of the 9 Thunder Swords. Lin Shen contemplated for which attribute his newly reborn self suited best. That would require further exploration. He examined the 9 Thunder Swords, mentally rehearsing its movements. Even as a 5th rank martial skill, he would not require an extended period to master it. Naturally, to truly harness its utmost power, practical application and refinement would be necessary. Lu Nan observed Lin Shen with surprise, pondering whether he could truly grasp such a martial skill at a mere glance. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated. It seemed implausible that anyone could achieve such a feat. 5th rank martial skills typically demanded a year of arduous practice for mastery, necessitating continuous refinement and contemplation to reach profound depths. It was hardly something one could master in a brief span. As Lin Shen and Lu Nan pressed onward, they once again carved a path, and suddenly, a vast expanse opened before them. They had descended deep underground. Yet here lay an unexpectedly large space, seemingly unaffected by any collapse. Beneath the Lingyun Snake Cave, an expansive area remained intact, something they had not anticipated, much to Lu Nan's astonishment. The Lingyun Snake Cave, long inhabited by serpentine beasts, was well known. Thus, many seeking materials from such creatures would venture here for hunting. The general terrain had been thoroughly mapped, yet they had never heard of such a location. Clearly, there had been no passage to this place until the recent collapse had inadvertently revealed an entrance. Such an unforeseen turn of events was the most fortuitous news for them at present. Lu Nan remarked with a smile. Lin Shen nodded. Indeed, the structural stability and vastness of this space alleviated concerns of being buried should a battle ensue. Should that wild girl pursue them, Lin Shan felt confident in his ability to confront her. However, given the enormity of this underground expanse, it was likely that multiple entrances had emerged from the collapse, raising the possibility of other survivors entering. Furthermore, it was conceivable that formidable beasts already inhabited this space. Lin Shan surveyed the surroundings before stepping inside, but after traversing a short distance, he suddenly halted. Utilizing his black dragon vision, he scanned the area but discerned no immediate threats, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. "What is it?" Lu Nan inquired. Unable to suppress her curiosity, illuminated by the Nightstone, she saw nothing ahead, yet Lin Shan remained immobile. What was he wary of? Lin Shan glanced at her before retrieving a spear from his spatial ring, hurling it horizontally ahead. The spear arced gracefully through the air, but midway, it abruptly shattered into pieces, landing in segments. The cuts were smooth, something had severed it. Lu Nan's expression froze, her face paling slightly. Ahead lay numerous invisible threads, sharp as blades, crisscrossing the space. "It's a web," Lu Nan exclaimed in shock. But what kind of spider could spin such threads? Threads as sharp as blades belonged to the colorless demon spider. Lin Shan furrowed his brow. He was indeed surprised to encounter such a creature here. Chapter 36. The coordination of the demon spider. The colorless demon spider not only spun invisible webs, but also possessed a transparent body, rendering it nearly impossible to detect. This spider was exceedingly perilous. Once one entered its territory, the situation became even more dire. The omnipresent, undetectable yet razor-sharp webs formed a prison, leaving no escape routes. Even without engaging in battle, one could easily meet their demise. "What shall we do?" Lu Nan asked, her trepidation evident. She dared not advance, fearing her body might be shredded as she moved. "We should retreat and seek another path." Yet Lin Shan countered, "Retreating now may be too late." He retrieved another spear, tossing it back along their original route. The result was catastrophic. The spear split in two. The path they had traversed earlier had shown no webs. Yet now it was ensnared. How could this happen? When did this occur? Lu Nan gasped in disbelief. She had sensed nothing. The previous stretch of road had been deliberately designed to lure them in. And now their return route was blocked. They were trapped, like fish in a barrel. Lin Shan spoke calmly. The colorless demon spider lived up to its fearsome reputation. It was indeed formidable, invisible and undetectable. Lin Shan's profound energy surged, flowing into his sword. With a swift strike, he unleashed his blade. The sharp ringing echoed, almost unbearable, reminiscent of steel wires being stretched to their limit. Then came the sound of snapping, as Lin Shan's sword cleaved through the webs. Though the threads were sharp and resilient, they could not withstand his blade. However, while the webs were severed, Lin Shan's sword bore several nicks. The fourth-rank sword is still rather inadequate. Lin Shan sighed in resignation. Yet he could not employ the Tian tongue. "Shall we continue hacking our way through?" Lu Nan inquired, brandishing her own sword, just as Lin Shan was about to respond. A sudden jolt of alarm raced through him, prompting him to block with his sword. With a resounding clang, the blade was pierced. Had he not dodged in time, it would have skewered his shoulder. Such formidable strength! As the martial arts master unleashed his profoundly advanced needle technique, it was indeed still silk, yet it was far from the power of the colorless demon spider, the needle-shooting demon spider. This creature could not weave webs, for its silk was far too rigid, lacking any elasticity. Thus, it could not rely on webs to ensnare its prey. Instead, it pierced its victims with its silk, achieving a lethal effect. Just like the silk that had just been shot, capable of penetrating even a longsword, showcasing its terrifying piercing power, easily bypassing ordinary armor. The presence of these two types of demon spiders in this place was alarming. Their combined forces would undoubtedly yield unexpectedly formidable results, rendering the situation exceedingly fraught with peril. Exercise caution and retreat for now, Lin Shan spoke in a grave tone. Lu Nen nodded, her expression heavy with concern. She possessed the strength of the third level of the Thousand June realm. Her power was not to be underestimated. With her sword in hand, bolstered by martial techniques, severing the silk was not overly challenging, though it would require some effort. Lin Shan had amassed numerous spoils and feared no depletion. As for the needle-shooting demon spider, Lin Shan would stand in its way. The incessant clanging filled the air. Lin Shan simply drew forth his massive shield to resist the silk. Thus, the two retreated continuously, the silk behind them still weak, not fully spread out, making it possible to escape. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the rocks beside Lin Shan were shattered. Powerful energy surging outward. Wang Tianyuan, he had not perished. Wang Tianyuan broke through the rock wall and entered this underground space. The sudden appearance of a formidable opponent alerted the demon spiders, prompting them to refrain from further attacks. Clearly, they began to observe, waiting for an opportune moment. Wang Tianyuan, along with a few of his fierce subordinates, made their entrance, though only a handful remained. The others must have perished in the collapse. The instant Wang Tianyuan stepped in, he noticed Lin Shan and Lu Nan. "It's you!" Wang Tianyuan bellowed in fury. How could he forget that it was Lin Shan who had snatched away the fortune he coveted? That purple mist thunder lotus was discovered by him first, and he had paid a steep price to use the evil blood Bodhi, all to seize that lotus seed for the purpose of refining his body. Yet it had been taken by as long as he was swift enough. The threads of the needle spider could not harm him. That a group of fools, worthless and Navi simpletons, dared to imagine they could ensnare a fierce tiger like him. Ridiculous. With a thunderous punch, he struck down. The force formidable and overwhelming. The crimson radiance intensified the terrifying power of Wang Tianyuan's blow, rendering it seemingly unstoppable. Yet it struck empty. The punch merely created a deep crater in the ground, while Lin Shan had already retreated. His feet moving as if propelled by a tempest, doubling his speed. Gale steps, a mere parlor trick. How many times could it evade? Wang Tianyuan growled coldly, his body like a raging tiger, lunging forward once more. His speed surpassing even before that a punch surged ahead, its momentum akin to a cannonball. This time, however, Lin Shan did not dodge directly. Instead, a brilliant sword light erupted. Explosive sword technique. Xiaoya watched, somewhat astonished. Lin Shan chose to confront him head-on. How could this be? There was no way he could withstand it. Wang Tianyuan thought the same. Did he give up? Then he shall perish. His fist clashed with the sword, the violent force instantly shattering the sword's brilliance. Yet the punch's might was significantly diminished. Lin Shan deftly sidestepped this strike, swiftly countering with a thrust of his sword, capitalizing on a moment Wang Tianyuan was unable to retract his fist. What? Wang Tianyuan was alarmed, hastily retaliating. The elemental energy surged. Lin Shan's sword barely pierced Wang Tianyuan's skin. Nonetheless, this was already astonishing. Lu Nen gasped in shock. Against Wang Tianyuan, Lin Shan had managed to injure him first. How could his strength be so formidable? Damn it, he used the lotus seed. Xiaoya bit her silver teeth in rage. She was utterly infuriated. That was rightfully hers. At Lin Shan's level, it was impossible for him to have diminished so much of the punch's power without the lotus seed. Thus, there was only one possibility. He had utilized the Zixia Thunder Lotus's seed, successfully refining his body, rendering him extraordinarily robust. With the strength of his physical form alone, he possessed the might of 1,000 June. Though still inferior to the 9th layer of the 1,000 June realm, he now had a certain degree of counteracting power. Wang Tianyuan's eyes were filled with fury. He had, of course, considered this aspect. That lotus seed was undeniably his. Yet now it was refined and used by Lin Shan. As such, even if he killed Lin Shan, he would not acquire the seed. Wang Tianyuan roared, his eyes bloodshot. Determined to rend Lin Shan into 1,000 pieces, blood radiance surrounded Wang Tianyuan, resembling an incredibly ferocious blood tiger, as he madly charged at Lin Shan. Both speed and strength surged once more. Even if Lin Shan had successfully refined his body, it would be difficult to withstand. However, a shadow of a dragon suddenly appeared around Lin Shun. Dragon's garment. A wave of malevolent energy rushed forth. What of Wang Tianyuan's might as a fierce tiger? Before the dragon, he would have to bow. The dragon's garment comprehensively enhanced Lin Chen's battle prowess, and in that moment he surprisingly matched Wang Tianyuan's speed. A sword slashed out. Thunder roared, thunderous 9 swords. With the thunder's roar, Lin Chen's speed increased further, racing like lightning, even surpassing Wang Tianyuan. How could this be? Wang Tianyuan was taken aback. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Lin Chen's speed was too rapid, and the might of his sword posed a genuine threat. Thunder erupted. Lin Chen's sword, accompanied by arcs of lightning, descended, but Wang Tianyuan attempted to block it. His overwhelming elemental energy should have far surpassed Lin Chen's, making it difficult to penetrate. Yet this time he could not defend in time and was wounded. Wang Tianyuan's fury surged within him, the crimson light sinister and chilling, sweeping forth, since he had already been struck by Lin Chen's sword. He had to make Lin Shun pay a greater price. However, Lin Shun was even faster. Following one sword came another, a seamless onslaught without pause. In this moment, Lin Shun sought to master the thunderous 9 swords through real combat. Chapter 38. The 10th sword. Once more, the lightning danced. Lin Chen's second sword brought Wang Tianyuan face to face with the threat of death that it was aimed at his neck. Wang Tianyuan bellowed, forced to abandon his punch, twisting his neck nearly to the point of distortion. Yet his formidable power and profound realm granted him high physical resilience, allowing him to avoid injury. He evaded Lin Chen's strike. Wang Tianyuan indeed possessed some skill and had rich combat experience. However, in terms of combat experience, Lin Shun surpassed him. Since he had gained the upper hand, he could not afford to give Wang Tianyuan a chance to regroup. Gale steps. Lin Shun stepped forward, extinguishing Wang Tianyuan's intent to retreat. As thunder roared once more, another sword slashing down. This was the martial skill obtained from Zhou Qing, the thunderous 9 swords. How could you utilize it? Wang Tianyuan was utterly astounded. He recognized it as Zhou Qing's 5th-tier martial skill, intended for exchange for a 5th-tier sword technique. How could Lin Shun execute it? Could it be that Zhou Qing had perished, leaving the technique to Lin Shun? Yet in such a short span, he had cultivated the thunderous 9 swords to such a degree. Regardless, one thing was certain. Lin Shun could not wield the full power of the thunderous 9 swords. At most, he could manage 4 swords, even if he truly possessed exceptional talent. What of the 5th sword? 5 swords. Wang Tianyuan was confident he could withstand. Once the 5 swords concluded, he would counterattack. Lightning flickered. Lin Shun continued to unleash his swords, each strike sharper than the last, pushing Wang Tianyuan to defend with all his might. Yet he was still wounded. 4 swords. The 4th sword? Wang Tianyuan's heart trembled as he prepared to seize the moment when Lin Chen's attack concluded to counter. However, once again, the lightning roared forth. The 5th sword. Very well, you are indeed a prodigy, but today I shall extinguish your brilliance, Wang Tianyuan sneered as he bellowed. The thrill of snuffing out a genius before their potential blossomed was utterly irresistible. The 5th sword. Wang Tianyuan clashed with his long knife, the immense force reverberating, causing his hands to split. Moreover, the thunder paralyzed him, slightly delaying his movements. However, this was entirely acceptable, as it would soon lead to his furious counterattack. Fierce Tiger's Overlord Blade. The powerful energy surged forth from Wang Tianyuan's body, the elemental force raging like 1,000 June. Not to mention the enhancement from the evil blood Bodhi. He aimed to cleave Lin Shun in 2 with a single strike. Of course, this required perfect timing. Wang Tianyuan wore a cold smirk, experienced enough to know when the optimal moment was. He would seize it. Why was there no pause at all? Lin Shun had unleashed 5 swords. That should be his limit. Following this, whether he continued to attack or retreated, he would have to change his tactics. That would present an opportunity. But why was there none? Lin Chen's sword was still coming, and it was even more powerful. There was no delay. Was he preparing to unleash the 6th sword? Wang Tianyuan was shaken. Could it be that he was mistaken? Lin Shun had not obtained the thunderous 9 sword from Zhou Qing, but had cultivated it himself. I refuse to believe you can complete the full 9 swords. Wang Tianyuan roared. He could wait no longer, thrusting forth his long knife to clash with Lin Shun. Yet Lin Shun had already initiated his assault. The sword techniques advancing relentlessly, reaching the peak of momentum. Even though Wang Tianyuan's combat power surpassed Lin Shen's, in that moment he could not withstand it. He was being relentlessly suppressed. The seventh sword. The eighth sword. Lin Shen's understanding of the thunderous nine swords was continuously enhanced through this battle. Especially since Wang Tianyuan was a formidable opponent, he provided ample pressure, allowing Lin Shun to unleash the full potential of the thunderous nine swords. I refuse to believe you can unleash the ninth sword. Wang Tianyuan howled. He had already sustained serious injuries, numerous sword marks on his body, one of which was so deep it revealed bone. He was utterly suppressed. He could contend with a fourth-tier demon serpent, yet could not withstand a mere brat of the overbearing energy realm. Overlord's frenzied blade. Wang Tianyuan went mad, forsaking defense, determined to slay Lin Shun with this strike. He didn't care if it cost him half his life. Moreover, he did not believe Lin Shun could unleash the ninth sword. Boom! Thunder erupted like an explosion, countless bolts of lightning roaring. Lin Shun, thunderous nine swords. The 10th sword, a strike that transcends all limits. Wang Tianyuan's gaze went blank as he was severed in two, utterly unable to comprehend the existence of yet another sword. Lin Shen's expression, however, remained largely unchanged as he dealt the fatal blow to Wang Tianyuan. The thunderous nine swords, after all, was merely a fifth-tier martial technique. With his current talents surpassing those of the past, he had already mastered the entirety of the nine swords in his mind after just a few rehearsals. Yet, to grasp the true essence of the 10th sword, which exceeded the nine swords, practical experience was still necessary. Wang Tianyuan served as a commendable sparring partner, allowing Lin Shun to touch upon the 10th sword. Of course, the presence of the Zixia Thunder Lotus also played a significant role. The 10th sword wielded power that nearly reached that of a sixth-tier martial technique, which compensated for a considerable amount of combat strength in the absence of Tiantong. This fellow, is he even human? Lu Nan found it difficult to remain composed. She was well aware that Lin Shun had engaged with that martial technique for less than half a day, and yet had directly grasped its essence. Transcending the limits of martial techniques, it was truly astonishing. Xiaoya was equally taken aback. She had initially hoped for Wang Tianyuan to eliminate that scoundrel, ideally leaving him in pieces, but now it was Lin Shun who had slain Wang Tianyuan. Lin Shen's strength indeed left Xiaoya astounded. His talents were exceptional. Useless waste, Xiaoya gritted her teeth, cursing Wang Tianyuan under her breath. Her fingers began to dance as she formed seals, having suffered great losses at Lin Shen's hands and faced humiliation. She could not let it end there. The strands of silk began to vibrate. Xiaoya commanded the demon spider to strike at Lin Shen. Lin Shun had little to say. His opponent's character was somewhat reckless, and mere words seemed ineffective. Thus, he could only subdue her with force. Chapter 39. Reluctantly reaching a consensus with Lin Shen's current strength, it was not impossible for him to break through the strands of silk and reach Xiaoya. As long as he closed the distance, he believed he would not be defeated. Xiaoya was equally confident. As long as she maintained her distance, she would not be vanquished. May I say something? Lu Nan interjected anxiously. Neither side was composed of benevolent individuals, and she certainly did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. Lin Shen's survival at least meant there was potential for collaboration, and he might assist her in leaving this place. But Xiaoya was far too wild. The collapse of the Lingyun Serpent Cave was due to her employing some secret method, which had incited chaos among the demon beasts. This girl, while undoubtedly beautiful, was utterly unapproachable. In this situation, it was only right to unite forces in search of an escape. There was no need for a life-and-death confrontation. Lu Nan quickly stated, "You are all lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Whoever possesses superior skills will naturally seize the fortune. Is there truly a need for this violent clash? Humph. This scoundrel is so shameless and despicable. You dare to speak on his behalf. Are you not afraid he will poison you?" Xiaoya spat through gritted teeth. Poison? Lu Nan, being clever, instantly recalled the overturned medicine. She hurriedly added, "That medicine was concocted by a former partner of mine. He had a penchant for disguising various sinister potions as healing elixirs and other legitimate pills. I believe, dear lady, you may have misunderstood. It was merely a case of mistaken medicine. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya paused momentarily. Indeed, her desire to eliminate Lin Chen stemmed entirely from the fact that he had given her an aphrodisiac, leaving her in a most embarrassing predicament. She had barely endured until the effects wore off to AS for the matter of seizing fortune. Although she felt anger, it was not enough to disregard reality and insist on a life-or-death conclusion. Lin Chen had no intention of battling Xiaoya. He continued, following Lu Nan's lead. I told you from the start that the medicine should not be consumed, and my intention in retrieving it was to destroy it. Lu Nan nodded repeatedly. Yes, he had already destroyed that medicine. Look, I did not consume it either. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes, giving a light huff. You are not as beautiful as I am. Lu Nan felt the veins on her forehead throb uncontrollably. You all better fight well. It would be best if you could perish together. Indeed, those lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, are all no good people. Lin Chen slowly spoke. It is somewhat peculiar here. The colorless demon spider and the needle-shooting demon spider are not common beasts. Perhaps a more powerful entity resides here. It could be a demon spider of a higher bloodline, such as the gargoyle queen spider. In the past, along the borderlands, in some treacherous mountains, Lin Chen had encountered demon nests. The ruler of those nests was often a female queen spider, and in this territory, including several surrounding empires, there were only a handful of types of queen spiders. Among them, the rarest was a demon spider known as the gargoyle queen spider. The gargoyle queen spider possesses the strongest bloodline among these queen spiders. Endowed with a high-level bloodline and renowned for its powerful hallucinogenic abilities, it is a demon beast with exceptionally potent spiritual power. Lin Chen could not yet determine what type of queen spider ruled this nest. He mentioned the gargoyle queen spider because he knew how tempting this demon beast could be for a demon tamer. It was precisely due to the gargoyle queen spider's formidable spiritual power that controlling it posed a significant challenge, making it a monumental trial for demon tamers. Yet, once successful, the mastery of the demon taming technique would undoubtedly advance significantly. Therefore, demon tamers often sought out demon beasts with strong spiritual power or even those possessing intelligence as foundational stones for their growth. This young female demon tamer, despite her exceptional talents, likely had no precedent for controlling a high-level bloodline demon beast, let alone the gargoyle queen spider. The temptation for her would undoubtedly be immense. Indeed, Xiaoya's expression changed, her eyes lighting up that, in fact, her purpose for this outing was to seek a high-level bloodline demon beast for taming, and, being inherently proud, she naturally wished to take on the challenge of something difficult. If she could find a demon beast with potent spiritual power, or even one with intelligence, it would be nothing short of perfect. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from making a move. I do not require your assistance, she huffed. Of course. Lin Chen nodded that it was best if no assistance were needed. He did not wish to engage in conflict with Xiaoya at this moment, and that was all. Having reached a considerable consensus, Xiaoya withdrew her seals, and the colorless demon spider along with a needle-shooting demon spider descended from the cave ceiling, landing on her with remarkable docility. This display was truly impressive. Naturally, this was a demon nest, and there could not be merely 2 demon spiders. Xiaoya had only commanded 2 of them. Passing through this place would not be so simple. However, with the 2 demon spiders under her command, Xiaoya was well equipped to ascertain the positions of the others. Even if the colorless demon spider was invisible to the naked eye, they could sense each other through a unique connection. Xiaoya drew out a longbow, beginning to unleash a flurry of arrows. Each shot was remarkably precise, with astonishing power, nearly all of them piercing through without exception. Of course, provoked and sensing the threat, the demon spiders began to shriek in response. Countless strands of silk shot down like steel needles, falling like a torrential downpour. Lin Chen took up another long sword, lightning dancing as the wind howled beneath his feet, swiftly cleaving through the air. The sword light formed a net, blocking nearly all the strands of silk. Lu Nan also joined the fray. She was not particularly strong but could hold her own. Xiaoya coldly snorted, displeased that Lin Chen had shielded her from numerous strands of silk. She did not require protection from others. Yet, despite her wild nature, she was not devoid of reason. She understood what needed to be done now. continuously unleashing arrows to hunt down the demon spiders. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the battle finally subsided, the demon spiders ahead nearly all slain. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had commanded more than 10 demon spiders. This fellow truly possesses formidable spiritual power. Commanding 10 demon spiders simultaneously seemed effortless for him. It was unclear where his limits lay. With the demon spiders vanquished, their webs could no longer obstruct their path. They pressed onward. However, the underground space was unexpectedly vast, revealing a narrow terrain, with no indication of where it would ultimately lead. After traversing a relatively narrow area, Lin Shun and his companions entered a much larger subterranean expanse, where the sound of flowing water could be heard. Beneath them flowed a dark underground river, rushing fiercely. Lin Shen's expression suddenly shifted as he gazed. It appears that, at the moment of the cave's collapse, the fourth-tier demon serpent managed to escape calamity and entered this subterranean realm through the fissured passage. However, fortune did not favor it for long, as it found itself ensnared in the very heart of a spider's lair, ultimately succumbing within the web. The demise of this serpent rendered its flesh a coveted treasure for other demonic beasts, which would undoubtedly seek to consume it without delay, remarked Shi Oi softly. Through shared vision with the colorless demon spider, she glimpsed the lifeless fourth-tier demon serpent in the darkness, but a sense of anticipation stirred within her. Eager to discern the identity of the spider that resided here, Li Nen sighed, leaning against the wall, striving to conceal herself. In the murkiness, she could only perceive a small area illuminated by the luminous stone, unable to discern anything beyond. You two prodigies, enjoy yourselves. Lin Sichin nodded, then held his breath in focused anticipation, awaiting the emergence of the demon spider. After a brief interval, both Lin Sichin and Shi Oi felt a jolt of energy. It was coming. The allure of the fourth-tier demon serpent's flesh was irresistible, and with the prey now lifeless, the web-spinning spider, as the hunter, could no longer restrain itself. Emerging from its hidden lair, a barely audible sound reached Lin Sichin. Yet he was acutely aware. Within his vision, akin to that of a black dragon, a spider the size of a bull crawled along the web. Even a mere glance at this creature induced a vertiginous sensation. It was enveloped in a formidable exoskeleton, with its legs and the edges of its head and abdomen adorned with sharp barbs, presenting a particularly menacing visage. This demon spider was entirely shrouded in ebony. Interspersed with white patterns from a distance, it resembled a ghastly face, and prolonged observation could instill a sense of dizziness, as if one's very soul were at risk of being drawn in. An illusion is forming. The Gargoyle Queen spider. Lin Sichin's spirit surged. Although he had speculated beforehand, he was still taken aback by the authenticity of the Gargoyle Queen spider's presence, but he couldn't help but glance at Shi Oi, who was indeed aglow with excitement. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her mysterious energy swirling around her as she began to invoke the exorcism technique. In a single breath, she formed several hand seals, each radiating with brilliance as they circled around her, amplifying the power of her exorcism. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a unique arrow materialized in her grasp. The shaft was intricately engraved with patterns, extending to the very tip, while its fletching was fashioned from the feathers of a soul-capturing eagle. The soul-binding arrow. Lin Sichin's eyes narrowed slightly. This item served as an exceptional auxiliary tool for exorcists. To date, he was aware that only the royal-sponsored Grand Exorcist possessed such an arrow. It was unclear from whom this young woman had received her tutelage. The soul-binding arrow could unsettle the very souls of demon beasts, significantly aiding in the exorcism process. Exorcists could launch the arrow prior to an exorcism, causing the beast spirit to become agitated and disoriented, thereby making it challenging for them to resist the exorcism's full force, thus yielding greater efficacy. Yet, the Gargoyle Queen spider was no ordinary demon beast. Its mental prowess was formidable, and it possessed a superior bloodline. One soul-binding arrow might not yield the desired effect. Nevertheless, Lin Sichin kept these thoughts to himself, fully aware that Shi Oi would not heed his counsel. She undoubtedly harbored her own confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Oi acted resolutely. Drawing her bow and loosing the arrow, the soul-binding arrow shot forth with incredible speed. Invisible ripples radiated from the arrow like a whirlpool, enveloping the Gargoyle Queen spider in a soul-capturing force. The arrow's intent was to bind. The Gargoyle Queen spider, intent on devouring the fourth-tier demon serpent's flesh, found the temptation overwhelming. Suddenly, it sensed the approaching soul-binding arrow and erupted into a piercing scream. A sound so shrill it threatened to rupture eardrums. This cacophony left listeners dizzy, as though their heads were on the verge of splitting apart. It was as if the soul were convulsing, succumbing to a brief void of consciousness. Subsequently, a torrent of chaotic visions flooded in, utterly uncontrollable. This was a mental assault, akin to the effects of the soul-binding arrow. Lin Sijie swiftly fortified his mental defenses, acutely aware that should he falter, illusions would supplant his current perceptions, leaving him adrift in confusion. Led by the nose into the maw of the Gargoyle Queen spider, Shi Oi stifled a groan. Yet her gaze remained sharp. She anticipated the Gargoyle Queen spider's counterattack, and as an exorcist, her mental fortitude was equally formidable. She would not be easily overwhelmed. In the next moment, the effects of the soul-binding arrow manifested. The Gargoyle Queen spider's screams ceased, and it began to writhe upon the web, its 8 legs flailing wildly. The arrow had indeed proven effective. The Gargoyle Queen spider appeared intoxicated, its mental fluctuations rapidly diminishing, entering a state of unguarded vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Oi deftly employed her exorcism technique, launching a series of hand seals toward the Gargoyle Queen spider. All that was required was a successful hit. What followed would be a battle of wills between Shi Oi and the Gargoyle Queen spider. Roar! The Gargoyle Queen spider's ghastly visage illuminated ominously, growing ever more bizarre as it forcefully suppressed the power of the soul-binding arrow. Regaining clarity, it evaded the exorcism seals and unleashed a frenzied shriek directed at Shi Oi. With the sound echoing throughout the cavernous space, a cacophony of rustling arose from all directions as a horde of demon spiders converged upon them. The Gargoyle Queen spider unleashed a surge of demonic energy, and a tidal wave of mental assaults crashed upon Lin Sijie and Shi Oi, threatening to breach their defenses. Li N's eyes began to glaze over, her spirit overwhelmed, likely ensnared within an illusion. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds rang out as Lin Sijie rapidly severed the threads shot by the demon spiders. I will assist you in acquiring the Gargoyle Queen spider. But the fourth-tier demon serpent is mine, Lin Sijie declared, his gaze sharp as a blade. The mental onslaught from the Gargoyle Queen spider was insufficient to topple him. Rather, the pain of his soul evoked visions of the court, intensifying his murderous intent. Shi Oi, too, was engaged in commanding the demon spiders she had previously controlled to counter the incoming threats. Yet she realized that alone, she could not subdue the Gargoyle Queen spider. She lacked the strength to fend off the relentless tide of approaching demon spiders. Unless she retreated immediately, cooperation was the only option. The soul-binding arrow had already been loosed. Retreating now would only complicate future endeavors. Very well. Shi Oi bit her lip, feeling a twinge of frustration, yet recognizing that anger was not conducive to their current plight. First, they must secure the Gargoyle Queen spider. If successful, her journey as an exorcist would surely advance significantly. Thus, Lin Sijie positioned himself protectively in front of Shi Oi, his dragon-like aura enveloping them. Lightning dancing along the edge of his sword, he would deflect all attacks, creating an opportunity for Shi Oi to exert control over the Gargoyle Queen spider. Whether they would succeed remained contingent upon her capabilities. Should they fail, retreat would be their only recourse. Shi Oi was wholly focused, disregarding all else, her entire being concentrated on her confrontation with the Gargoyle Queen spider. Once more, she formed the exorcism seals and unleashed them. This time, the Gargoyle Queen spider could not evade. The power of the soul-binding arrow still clung to it. The exorcism seal struck true, and the Gargoyle Queen spider let out a frenzied wail. What followed was a clash of mental forces. Shi Oi closed her eyes, yet she could still perceive the Gargoyle Queen spider. This was the realm of the mind. They began their fierce engagement. Chapter 41. successfully taming the Gargoyle Queen spider. Although it seemed as though neither was taking any action, in reality, they were engaged in a fierce struggle, fighting to the bitter end. The Gargoyle Queen spider was ferociously aggressive, its mental power vast and its murderous intent palpable. Crashing forward relentlessly, Shi-Oi felt an immense threat as her mental fortitude was assailed, yet she steadfastly maintained her ground, resolutely anchored in place. Refusing to be toppled, simultaneously, she bided her time, poised to counterattack at any moment, and when she did, it would unleash her most formidable strength, potentially overwhelming the Gargoyle Queen spider. Victory or defeat hinged on this singular moment. Would she succumb to the Gargoyle Queen spider's relentless onslaught, or would she turn the tables in a moment of desperation? The outcome rested upon this decisive strike. Yet prior to that, Lin Chen had to ensure her safety. This was the spider's lair, teeming with countless demon spiders, an uncountable multitude. Moreover, beyond the colorless demon spiders and the needle-shooting demon spiders, there were also the formidable blade-edge demon spiders and the ghost-faced demon spiders, all capable of spiritual assaults, surging from all directions. Lin Chen's task was to shield Shi-Oi, ensuring she remained unscathed, a challenge growing increasingly daunting. Yet Lin Chen had no alternative. He could only kill. The light of his sword surged forth like an unyielding tide, as he drew forth the power within, lightning weaving a protective net around himself and Shi-Oi. His combat skills have been refined and elevated since his rebirth, rendering him stronger than before. Nonetheless, such battles were unsustainable. Over time, even with constant consumption of medicinal pills to replenish his energy, he would eventually reach his limit. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Had Shi-Oi not yet triumphed over the Gargoyle Queen spider? It appears I may have been overly optimistic, for this is the Queen Gargoyle spider we are dealing with, and to exert control over such a creature is exceedingly challenging. Even seasoned demon hunters, with many years of experience, refrain from attempting it lightly. What more can be expected of a mere girl? No matter how exceptional her talent, one cannot achieve greatness in a single bound. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Though it was not entirely unexpected, he resolved to take Xiao Yi and leave at once, for if they lingered any longer, escape might become impossible. Lin Chen extended his hand toward Xiao Yi, preparing to sweep her up in his arms and swiftly retrace their steps, fleeing from danger. Yet, just as he was about to encircle her delicate waist, Xiao Yi's hand suddenly grasped his. Xiao Yi opened her eyes, fatigue evident within them, yet they sparkled with a sharp brilliance. "Do not underestimate me." She regarded Lin Chen with a disdainful snort, her tone infused with pride and discontent at his attempt to embrace her. In the next moment, a commanding roar erupted, the Queen Gargoyle spider bellowing fiercely, unleashing a mental shockwave that radiated outward. However, it did not impact Lin Chen and Xiao Yi. Instead, it struck the other demon spiders. In an instant, all the demon spiders recoiled, their bodies curling in fear, hesitant to attack Lin Chen and his companion, slowly retreating. They had succeeded. Xiao Yi had triumphed over the Queen Gargoyle spider, successfully asserting her control. Lin Chen stood momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his admiration. This girl is indeed formidable. He withdrew his hand and pointed towards the distant fourth-tier demon serpent, as per their agreement. "That one is mine." Xiao Yi huffed softly but nodded in agreement. The victory over the Queen Gargoyle spider was no small feat. She had nearly faltered, facing grave peril. She was acutely aware that Lin Chen's assistance was integral to her success. It was astonishing that he had managed to endure for so long, almost as if he were a prodigy. Xiao Yi, typically boastful, held little regard for so-called geniuses, believing none could compare to her. Yet this time, even against her will, she had to concede that Lin Chen's talent was remarkable, perhaps rivaling her own, and possibly even surpassing it. Xiao Yi's complexion paled slightly. The toll from this exertion was immense, and she had nearly faced backlash, her very soul at risk. She quickly consumed a potion to restore her mental energy, then commanded the Queen Gargoyle spider to intimidate the remaining demon spiders, compelling them all to retreat and dispelling the immediate threat. Simultaneously, a sense of exhilaration began to stir within Xiao Yi. Once she recovered, her mental prowess would reach new heights. Her mastery in the field of demon hunting would take a significant leap forward. And her next target would be the 5th-tier demon beast. Should she succeed, she would ascend to the ranks of Grand Demon Hunters, a monumental achievement. It could be said that the greatest reward this time was not merely the Queen Gargoyle Spider, but rather her overcoming a formidable hurdle on the path of demon hunting, granting her a glimpse of a broader world. Lin Shun leaped onto the back of the 4th-tier demon serpent. With a swift slash of his sword, he extracted its demon core. Within the core, pure demon energy surged and swirled, exceedingly dense. Truly, it was the demon core of a formidable 4th-tier beast. Lin Shen's heart raced with anticipation. With this demon core, the black dragon would further solidify, likely reaching the stage of a 3-clawed black dragon. He was eager for the arrival of the 5-clawed form. At that time, perhaps he could once again encounter the goddess and draw the second sword. Moreover, by absorbing this demon core, Lin Shun would also gain the powerful abilities inherent in its superior bloodline. At this moment, Xiao Yi, drained of mental energy, had no capacity to observe Lin Chen's every move. Seizing the opportunity in her blind spot, Lin Shun activated Tian Tong, devouring the demon core within. Thanks to Tian Tong's stealth capabilities, Xiao Yi remained oblivious, as long as Tian Tong's presence remained concealed. Even if Lin Chen's power-enhancing actions were detected, it would not lead to significant trouble. They might merely regard his methods as excessively domineering. The black dragon swallowed the demon core whole. Indeed, the potent, pure energy caused the black dragon's form to become even more solidified. With 3 claws taking shape among the 5, its strength doubled. Furthermore, it had acquired a new ability, Thunder Horn. Previously, the demon serpent's dual horns had unleashed a formidable thunderous strike. Lin Shun murmured, recognizing this as a reinforcement to the dragon's exterior, granting him even greater thunder-based power. Even without employing the Thunder 9 swords, he could still wield the might of thunder, and its power would surpass that of the Thunder 9 swords. A typical strike would be sufficient to rival 5th-tier martial techniques. Should 2 abilities be combined, their might would be astonishing. Excellent. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at this outcome. Now, he needed to find a way to escape. As long as he could leave this Lingyun serpent cave, the rewards would be immense, and the journey would prove worthwhile. After consuming the demon core, Lin Shun jumped down and indicated to Xiao Yi that she could command the Queen Gargoyle Spider to consume the flesh of the demon serpent. This would greatly benefit the Queen Gargoyle Spider. The act of demon beasts consuming one another was not merely for sustenance. It served to enhance their own strength, just as the black dragon had grown from its feasting. It was an innate ability of demon beasts. Xiao Yi was not one to be modest. She commanded the Queen Gargoyle Spider to devour the 4th-tier demon serpent, while she herself sat in meditation to recuperate. Lin Shun, meanwhile, roamed about, collecting the demon cores of the remaining demon spiders. Even the smallest morsel was worth gathering, and he had no intention of wasting anything. Regrettably, some had been swept away by the underground current. Making recovery impossible, he consumed all that he could, experiencing a slight increase in his realm. However, he still had a long way to go before breaking through to the 7th tier of the dominance realm. It was not until the commotion subsided that Lu Nan returned. Upon witnessing the scene, even though she was prepared, she gasped in astonishment. 2 prodigies. Thus, half a day passed, and Lin Shun set forth once more. In truth, Xiao Yi was somewhat displeased. Half a day's time had not been sufficient for her recovery, yet Lin Shun was unwilling to wait any longer. He had no time to squander here. Nearly a third of the month had already elapsed, and he had to reach the battle wasteland before it was too late. Chapter 42. The wild girl's love for fish. The underground river stretched far and wide. Lin Shun and his companions ventured along its course, delving deeper, yet they were uncertain whether an exit lay ahead. Many sections were even impassable, dead ends. They were compelled to enter the waters, traversing through the rushing currents. The frigid river water making it difficult to breathe. Several times, they nearly became separated. It is worth noting that in such an underground river, should one become lost and unable to access air for too long, even a powerful warrior would perish. That it was an exceedingly risky endeavor. Yet with no other options available, they pressed on. Cough, cough. Once again emerging from the water, Xiao Yi coughed violently, her displeasure evident. If this continued, the newly tamed queen gargoyle spider would surely be swept away. Xiao Yi gritted her teeth. Such a loss would be substantial. Lin Shun could only offer a wry smile. His greatest fear was to continue along the underground river only to find it leading to a dead end. With no path to the surface, if that were the case, he could not fathom how long they would have to linger underground. Given their current strength, it would be impossible to carve a passage upward within a month. The cavern here was narrow and elongated. Perhaps it could lead to the surface. Lin Shun, using the Black Dragon's vision, peered into the distance. This cavern extended quite far, and at its end, it seemed to diverge from the underground river. They could ascend. Moreover, he sensed a breeze. Airflow indicated the possibility of an exit. "Let us take a break," Lu Nan urged. Unable to contain herself, she had ingested considerable water and nearly suffocated. She was not feeling well at all. Lin Shun nodded. Although he felt a sense of urgency, he understood that haste would yield no results. They needed to recuperate when the time called for it. He maintained his composure. "I'm hungry. I need something to eat," Lu Nan said. After all, her spatial ring had been taken by Lin Shun, and she had no provisions on hand. Lin Shun nodded, handing her some of her own rations. They were still not strong enough. Those powerful warriors had long since transcended the need for food. Lu Nan munched on the rations, their taste mediocre, yet they were rich in nutrition, quickly replenishing her energy. Xiao Yi sat to one side, and she too took out something to eat. It was a type of jerky, derived from the essence of the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier demon beast, rich in energy, though not particularly delicious. Naturally, for martial artists traveling in the wild, food was merely a means to quickly satiate their hunger, replenish their energy, and recover their strength, with little expectation of gourmet quality. Lin Shun felt hunger as well. But instead of pulling out any rations, he produced a pile of firewood, followed by a pot and various seasonings. Earlier, during their time in the underground river, Lin Shun had discovered many agile fish. Brimming with vitality, they appeared to be a special breed, existing solely within this dark waterway. He was curious about their flavor, but of course, Lin Shun's intentions were not solely about sustenance. This place led to numerous caves in the distance. Yet which one would serve as an exit was uncertain. Lin Shun planned to ignite a fire to observe the direction of the smoke. He set the pot over the flames and quickly caught several plump fish from the riverbank. These fish swam swiftly, yet appeared sluggish before Lin Shun, insufficiently quick to escape. After removing the scales and entrails, Lin Shun cut the fish into pieces, intending to prepare a pot of fish soup. Xiao Yi snorted softly, visibly displeased by Lin Shun's actions as she bit into her hard jerky. Lin Shun ignored her. As time passed, the pot of fish soup transformed into a milky white, its aroma wafting enticingly, making it utterly tempting. The fish soup bubbled, the fish meat glistening, causing one's mouth to water. Lin Shun sprinkled in some seasonings that was a feast for the senses. The smoke drifted towards 6 caves. But only one emitted the most smoke, likely the one with the greatest chance of being an exit. Lin Shun assessed this based on the direction of the rising smoke. Thus, after finishing their meal, they could continue their journey. At that moment, Lin Shun ladled out a bowl of fish soup and began to eat. The taste was sweet and devoid of any fishy odor, and with each bite, a rich spiritual energy flowed into his body, leaving a delightful aftertaste. This fish was indeed extraordinary and remarkably delicious. Not to mention Lin Shun's culinary skills were already commendable. Even simply boiling fish soup would yield an exquisite flavor. Lu Nan smacked her lips, suddenly finding her rations unappetizing. The fish soup looked far too delicious. The fish meat was translucent and definitely not ordinary. Its aroma was irresistible, and it must taste even better. "Could I have a bowl?" Lu Nan, shedding her modesty, asked directly. Lin Shun handed her a bowl. Lu Nan filled it, her eyes sparkling, and took a sip. It's delicious." Lu Nan's eyes widened. This was the best fish soup she had ever tasted in her life. Undoubtedly, the fish was incredibly fresh, but Lin Shun's culinary skills were truly remarkable. "It's delicious," Lu Nan exclaimed. "That you're overpraising it." Lin Shun replied modestly. The key is replenishing energy. The two of them savored the steaming fish soup, its fragrance continually wafting into the air. Xiao Yi, sitting to one side, found her jerky suddenly tasteless. How infuriating! Xiao Yi felt displeased. Why should these two enjoy such delectable food while she was left gnawing on jerky? Yet, it was utterly impossible for Xiao Yi to ask Lin Shun for some. However, to suppress her frustration and not lash out might prove difficult. Xiao Ye's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly, as if she intended to march over and overturn the pot. Meanwhile, Lin Shun simply sat by the pot, enjoying his meal with unperturbed satisfaction, completely oblivious to Xiao Ye's glare. Lunan rolled her eyes. With two prodigies at odds, why should she, an ordinary person, be caught in the middle? Finally, unable to contain herself, Lunan spoke up. "This young lady, would you like a bowl too? It must have been too chilly in the water earlier. Drinking this would warm you up." Lunan refrained from mentioning how delicious the fish soup was, instead providing an excuse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye's expression visibly softened. Lunan promptly asked Lin Shun for a bowl, filled it, and handed it to Xiao Yi, suggesting it was good to drink a bit. Considering they might encounter unforeseen dangers ahead, better to have some extra assurance. She refrained from mentioning that Xiao Yi also wished to drink this delicacy. Humph! Xiao Yi huffed softly, but the slight gulp she made betrayed her current feelings. Her strikingly beautiful large eyes gazed at the fish soup, glimmering with anticipation. Was this wild girl perhaps a glutton? Xiao Yi could hardly contain herself, eagerly sipping the soup. In the next moment, her eyes curved into crescent moons, radiating an indescribable sense of happiness. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sway her legs slightly, continuing to drink, swaying again, clearly relishing every moment. She even appeared somewhat adorable. Yet, perhaps realizing her loss of composure, Xiao Yi quickly straightened herself. Pretending to sip the fish soup casually, though she occasionally couldn't resist the urge to subtly rock her legs. Before long, she finished her bowl. Xiao Yi placed the bowl on the ground and discreetly nudged it towards Lunan. Without saying a word, Lunan rolled her eyes again. "Great. You two are truly insatiable." Chapter 43. Long Yen Flower. Lunan sighed in resignation. She could only help Xiao Yi fill another bowl. Xiao Yi picked it up and began sipping, once again swaying her legs. Lin Shun was indeed taken aback. He hadn't expected this proud, wild, and impulsive genius girl to possess such a side that moment. She resembled an ordinary girl who had just received her beloved toy, radiating a sense of happiness that could uplift those around her. He couldn't help but wonder where this joy stemmed from. If not from the Great Way, then from which kingdom? Lin Shun mused. Soon, the entire pot of fish soup was consumed. Xiao Yi set down her bowl, casting a glance at the empty pot. Her expression reverted to its previous sharpness, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. Lin Shun remained speechless as he packed his belongings and strode towards the cave he had identified. The path ahead was winding and rugged, yet it was passable, allowing them to continue onward. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Lin Shun and the others arrived at a larger underground chamber. This space was unlike the previous one. It sloped upward, and they could even see a beam of daylight streaming down from above, making it more akin to a cave. Above, an exit to the surface. The three of them couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. They had finally found hope for escape, avoiding the fate of being trapped underground. Below, there was something. Lin Shun withdrew his gaze and looked down. Beneath them lay a deep pit, and Lin Shun sensed there was something lurking below. At that moment, he activated his black dragon vision, focusing intently on the bottom of the pit. It appeared to be a plant. Long Yen Flower. Lin Shun barely managed to discern the flower, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. This was the Long Yen Flower. Its stem resembled a dragon, sporting only 4 leaves, akin to a dragon's claws. Each petal looked like dragon scales, infused with a dense aura of draconic energy, nearly impossible to dissipate. Lin Shun never anticipated encountering the Long Yen Flower in such a place. This was an herb extremely close to a 7th-tier spirit medicine. Throughout the Great Way, Lin Shun had only seen a handful of spirit medicines surpassing the Long Yen Flower in grade, most of which were kept securely within various family vaults. They were rarely utilized unless absolutely necessary. Its value was immense, although the Long Yen Flower was not on par with those few 7th-tier spirit medicines. It was certainly exceptional. especially for Lin Shun. It held even greater significance. The Long Yin flower was a rare spirit medicine for any martial artist. Upon consumption, one's body would embody the essence of a dragon, further enhancing their physical prowess. Its effects surpassed that of the Zixia Thunder Lotus seeds by a significant margin. It was a medicine capable of altering one's potential. Additionally, consuming the Long Yin flower would grant protective draconic energy, enhancing defense and boosting offense. It was truly astounding. Furthermore, if a martial artist practicing dragon-related techniques were to obtain the Long Yin flower, the enhancements would be even more pronounced. Currently, Lin Shun possessed the Tian Kong and the abilities of the Jiao Dragon's outerwear, which combined the powers of two superior demon serpents. If he were to add the Long Yin flower into the mix, it would provide him with an immeasurable boost. The spirit medicine that appeared in the Shalu mountain range was likely this very one. Unexpectedly, misfortune led to fortune as the cave-in brought him to this place. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with determination. This location was indeed concealed, deeply hidden underground, with only a narrow crevice leading to the surface. In the vast expanse of the Shalu mountain range, even if more people entered, without luck, it would be exceedingly difficult to find this place. Without hesitation, Lin Shun leaped down. "Phew," Xiaoye called out. She also commanded her demon spider to disperse and survey the surroundings. But she was not as swift as Lin Shun. She only vaguely perceived that there was something in the depths of the pit. Though the details eluded her, she intended to have the demon spider approach closer. But Lin Shun was a step ahead, leaping down directly. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoye disregarded what it was and followed suit. Simultaneously, she urged her demon spider to hasten, hoping to outpace Lin Shun. Yet in the end, Lin Shun was faster as he descended, retrieved the Long Yin flower, and swiftly stored it within his spatial ring. "What did you obtain?" Xiaoye landed shortly after and glared at Lin Shun with fury. "Just a spirit herb." "Nothing rare," Lin Shun replied. "You're talking nonsense." Xiaoye gritted her teeth. If that were truly the case, would Lin Shun need to act so? "Believe it or not, that is up to you," Lin Shun stated, unwilling to elaborate further. His attitude was unmistakable. What he had was not to be disclosed. If Xiaoye felt aggrieved, she was free to attempt to seize it, and Lin Shun would not shy away from a confrontation. After all, the exit was now before them, and there was nothing to fear. Xiaoye stared at Lin Shun, her expression fierce, her gaze razor-sharp. The stone golem queen spider loomed behind her, its ghastly visage radiating waves of mental energy, poised to strike at any moment. Lu Nin could not discern what transpired below, but could surmise. Skillfully, she chose to withdraw, lest she become collateral damage. Indeed, explosive sounds erupted from the pit. Xiaoye, wild and reckless, undoubtedly unable to restrain herself, launched an assault on Lin Shun. This was a reckoning for both old grievances and new. The two fought fiercely, not merely venting their frustrations, but employing formidable techniques. Lin Shun utilized the dragon armor, while Xiaoye summoned secret arts, even sharing strength with her summoned beasts. Remarkable! It appeared she had made significant strides on the path of a beastmaster. Otherwise, she could not achieve such feats. It is said that a beastmaster, upon reaching advanced stages, can even merge with their summoned beasts. A terrifying prospect. Xiaoye was already showing signs of this potential. Xiaoye's onslaught was fierce, and Lin Shun felt palpable pressure. She was no opponent to be taken lightly, and he had to give his all. Yet Lin Shun would not falter. Even a mental impact from the stone golem queen spider could not disorient him. He counterattacked relentlessly, thunder roaring as he annihilated all demon spiders aside from the stone golem queen spider. Indeed, the 10th sword of thunder would boldly strike at the stone golem queen spider. Xiaoye, simultaneously drawing her bow, found Lin Shun's speed too overwhelming. Though she was confident her arrow would not miss, it might not pierce Lin Chen's vital points. However, Lin Shun's strike was aimed to slay the stone golem queen spider. For Xiaoye, the cost of losing such a precious demon spider was too great. She had no choice but to retreat, and having retreated, there was no need for further combat. Xiaoye's countenance turned grim, her eyes fierce, resembling a female tiger. Yet ultimately, she refrained from striking again. She clearly understood that continuing would lead to no fruitful outcome and might even result in her defeat. Of course, the very thought was quickly dismissed. She would never accept defeat. "Do not let me see you again." Xiaoya glared fiercely at Lin Shun, her demeanor menacing, then angrily leaped atop the stone golem queen's spider's back and ascended. She was leaving, unwilling to linger with Lin Shun for another moment. Lin Shun exhaled, deeming this the best course. Once she departed, he must find a place to refine and absorb the Longyan flower. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Perhaps this time, he could enable the black dragon to coalesce into form directly, and he would proceed to the goddess, drawing forth the second sword. Chapter 44. Silver-Armored Army. Xiaoya ascended, shattering the stones above, likely to vent her frustration, making quite a commotion as numerous boulders tumbled down. She seemed intent on crushing Lin Shun into a pulp. Naturally, such a desire was unachievable. Lin Shun swiftly evaded and returned to the cave, where he waited with Lu Nan until the tumult subsided before emerging. Fortunately, Xiaoya was not truly ruthless enough to seek their demise. Though wild and impulsive, she was not incapable of accepting defeat. Clearly, she acknowledged this encounter as a loss, simply a matter of skill. The next time they crossed paths, Xiaoya would undoubtedly make Lin Shun pay. She had carved a passage, but it created considerable noise, likely attracting others. "We must leave quickly," Lin Shun urged. Looking upwards, streams of daylight poured in, illuminating the space significantly. Evidently, the surface's opening had been forcibly breached. It seemed they were approximately 1,000 meters beneath the ground. Lu Nan nodded, climbing alongside Lin Shun, and within moments, they emerged from the pit. Breathing in the outside air felt invigorating. At last, they had made it out, yet Xiaoya had long vanished. "Honestly, I just want to find a place to sleep," Lu Nan remarked. Having spent days in the dark underworld fraught with danger, she indeed felt mentally exhausted and in dire need of rest. Lin Shun remained vigilant, his senses sharp, and inquired, "Where is the Qi Xiang?" Lu Nan did not hesitate in her response. "In the ancient Tower City." Lin Shun was taken aback. He had no desire to venture into the bustling city, where the crowd posed a risk of exposure. Yet the treasure of Qi Xiang stirred his interest. He needed to grow swiftly, and no opportunity could be overlooked. "I understand." Lin Shun nodded. "In that case, let's head to ancient Tower City." After addressing the entrance, the two departed from the secluded valley and ascended a nearby peak. Having lost their bearings underground, they needed to ascertain their position swiftly. "Over there is the White Jade Stone Tower. And that is the Lingyun Serpent Cave." Lu Nan pointed toward the distance. The White Jade Stone Tower served as a landmark. Cross-referencing, it would help confirm their direction. "That I wonder what secrets lie within the 10 ancient towers of the 10 Tower Mountains. Enduring for millennia, what could have prompted their construction?" Lu Nan mused. The 10 Tower Mountains' 10 ancient towers were shrouded in mystery. No one knew who built them or their purpose. They had existed for thousands of years. Very ancient indeed. Many believed that secrets lay behind the 10 towers, yet none had managed to uncover them. Today, they merely served as landmarks for navigation. "Are there people atop the White Jade Stone Tower?" "It seems they are fighting." Lu Nan blinked. Indeed, two groups were engaged in fierce combat, and Lin Shun, with sharper vision than Lu Nan, had already discerned the truth that, in fact, it was not merely two groups but several factions embroiled in chaos. However, due to one faction's overwhelming strength, the others had banded together, yet still found themselves at a disadvantage, illustrating the might of that particular group. Lin Shun perceived that they were not mere adventurers. They were evidently more elite, disciplined, and organized, even bearing the semblance of a military force. They were not a disorganized rabble that could be easily countered. But how had such a force emerged in the 10 Tower Mountains? Clad in uniform silver armor, could they possibly be the Silver-Armored Army? Lu Nan could only vaguely see that faction donned in silver armor. The Silver-Armored Army was a renowned mercenary group, highly elite, with a formidable reputation even within the Dawei realm. Many factions would hire them for perilous tasks. The Silver-Armored Army, while powerful, also maintained an impeccable reputation, having never betrayed their employers to date. Regardless of whether the task involved harvesting high-grade spirit herbs or seizing potent treasures, the Silver-Armored Army strictly adhered to their duties without overstepping boundaries. Thus, they were favored by major powers. In recent years, they had expanded rapidly and become increasingly formidable. There were even claims that the Silver Armored Army's strength could rival that of the elite troops stationed at the borders. Lin Chun's gaze flickered. He snorted coldly. A mere Silver Armored Army does not possess the qualifications to compare with the border troops, let alone the elite legions. Those who utter such words have likely never experienced the brutalities of border warfare. Nonetheless, the Silver Armored Army indeed possessed some might. Their presence here clearly indicated that someone had paid a considerable sum to summon them. For that spirit herb? Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. Yet the spirit herb must be the Long Yin flower, which he had already taken. He recalled the emblem he had seen. Among the Silver Armored Army's protectors, several individuals were clad in ornate attire, adorned with a crest on their chests, the three-legged cauldron. The Jioding Merchant Association? Lin Chun suddenly thought of Zhang Tianxue. He shook his head, not wishing to encounter the woman who had brought him trouble. However, the Jioding Chamber of Commerce was wealthy and powerful, certainly capable of hiring the Silver Armored Army, though he was curious about the purpose behind such a grand mobilization into the Shalu mountain range. "Let us proceed to Guyuo City," Lin Chun declared. Having achieved his objectives in the Shalu mountain range, far exceeding his expectations, he had no intention of lingering. As for what transpired over there, it was of no concern to him. Lu Nan nodded. With the Silver Armored Army deployed and engaging in conflict with various adventurer teams, it was clear that this was beyond her capacity to intervene. It would be wiser to leave promptly. This outing had already left her feeling shadowed, and she longed to return home swiftly. Thus, the two of them hurriedly departed the Shalu mountain range, making their way to Guyuo City. Guyuo City, the largest settlement outside the Shalu mountain range, served as a base for the majority of adventurers. Various commercial enterprises and factions extended their reach here to reap profits. Consequently, Guyuo City was a complex web of power dynamics, bustling with activity yet fraught with peril, where death was an everyday occurrence, and one could easily find themselves betrayed. As they traveled, Lin Chun and Lu Nan did not tarry. Quickly returning to Guyuo City, Lu Nan expertly guided Lin Chun toward the city gates. However, they soon attracted attention. I asked that Lu Nan. I heard you accompanied Wang Tianyuan to hunt beasts, only to encounter a massive collapse that nearly wiped you out. Yet here you are, alive. Someone recognized Lu Nan. This remark immediately drew the attention of many, their gazes shifting in their direction. Originally, Lu Nan was a member of the Huayan team, which was not without strength, and Wang Tianyuan was a formidable leader. Among the strongest adventurers, Lu Nan was not someone who would typically be targeted. However, now, with her team reportedly annihilated and only she returning, the circumstances were markedly different. The fact that Lu Nan, though not the strongest, had survived spoke volumes. Perhaps she had obtained a final boon. In that moment, she became a coveted prize. With this thought, many gazes shifted, turning covetous. "Congratulations on your return, Lu Nan. Come, let me treat you to a meal." A burly man approached, his eyes gleaming with ill intent. He was strong, boasting a fourth-tier realm of Qianjun, which emboldened him to make the first move. His invitation was merely a pretext, aiming to take Lu Nan away and seize her fortune. Even if Lu Nan had merely escaped death without any real boon, it would still be worth it. After all, Lu Nan was a beauty, her visage, her figure, her waist. He had longed to toy with her. Previously, he had refrained due to the presence of Huayun and others, but now that Lu Nan was alone, what was there to fear? Lu Nan furrowed her brow and coldly replied, "Qi Shaojun, are you looking for trouble?" Qi Shaojun laughed heartily. "Why speak so harshly? I'm merely here to welcome you back. Are you refusing to acknowledge my kindness? I advise you to be wise. You are alone now, and no one can protect you." Around them, many were watching. It was fine to let Qi Shaojun test the waters. They could address further matters later. Qi Shaojun advanced menacingly, clearly prepared to act if Lu Nan did not acquiesce. This was Guyuo City, where might dictated the rules. Lu Nan was fatigued from her journey, and Lin Chun had not allowed her any respite. She truly lacked the energy to confront Qi Shaojun. She cast a glare at Lin Chun, who stood silently by, and thought, let him handle this. After all, it was Lin Chun who desired to venture into the Seven Alleys, not her. She thus positioned herself behind Lin Shun. How does it matter if I refuse to acknowledge your kindness? Qi Xiaojun, Lu Nen retorted coldly. Then she hid behind Lin Shun, remaining silent. Qi Xiaojun's expression turned icy as he regarded Lin Shun, a sinister glint in his eyes. Kid, you would be thinking of playing the hero, would you? Qi Xiaojun reached out, patting Lin Shun's shoulder. Don't be foolish. Why risk your life for a woman? Besides, what do you think you can do? Being such a weakling? He sneered derisively, dismissing Lin Shun as a mere waste of space. Lin Shun glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and replied coolly, remove your hand, upon arriving in Guluo City. Avoiding conflict would be ideal, but Lin Shun was already prepared for the likelihood of confrontation. Since they had crossed paths, he saw no need for words. A show of strength was the correct course of action to deter further trouble. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Qi Xiaojun's malevolence surged, his eyes narrowing with a cruel glimmer. Little waste. If you seek death, I shall grant it, he spat coldly. How foolish was this idiot to stand up for Lu Nan. Blinded by infatuation, a waste of a person dared to challenge him. He was courting death. With that, Qi Xiaojun exerted force, attempting to dislocate Lin Shun's shoulder with a single blow. The immense power of the fourth-tier Qianjun was enough to crush Lin Shun's shoulder bone. You little brat, trying to play the hero. Huh? Now you shall die. Qi Xiaojun laughed maniacally, yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to unleash his strength. What is going on? Why can't I exert my strength? Qi Xiaojun frowned. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. He beheld blood spurting from his arm, and in an instant his hand fell away, severed. What? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This young man's sword strike was so swift. They scarcely had time to react, and Qi Xiaojun hadn't even realized when his hand had been severed. Ah! Qi Xiaojun howled in agony, his expression twisted as he glared at Lin Shun in disbelief. How dare he sever his hand? Qi Xiaojun roared. Raising his remaining hand to strike at Lin Shun, he demanded Lin Shun's death. However, just then, a flash of lightning appeared, and a gash appeared on Qi Xiaojun's neck. His breath faltered, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Lin Shun did not hold back. He aimed to intimidate the entire crowd. Many gasped in shock. This young man, seemingly unremarkable, had demonstrated such ferocity and strength. Dispatching a fourth-tier Qianjun with ease, in an instant, many reconsidered their intentions, retreating in fear and leaving the scene. Yet some eyes gleamed with ambition, contemplating the necessity of action. But not now. They needed to prepare first. In any case, no one dared to act at that moment. Let us go, Lin Shun said. Lu Nen hurriedly nodded and followed, somewhat astonished by Lin Shun's prowess in a place like Guluo City. Being ruthless ensured one's standing. Hesitation and compassion would only lead to being devoured whole. As they entered Guluo City, the main street bustled with activity. While it did not compare to the capital, it was filled with various shops and inns, particularly the trading market, which was thronged with people engaged in transactions. Lin Shun remained observant, not entering the fray, and followed Lu Nan to their previous base, a secluded courtyard that originally belonged to Lu Nan's adventurer team. Now rightfully hers. Lu Nan needed to recuperate, and Lin Shun required time to assimilate the power of the Longyan flower. In truth, Lin Shun had already delivered the Longyan flower to the Black Dragon. Such matters were best expedited, for delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Nevertheless, the power of the Longyan flower would greatly aid the Black Dragon, pushing it to a critical point of transformation. Therefore, it had been absorbing the essence for some time, delaying the feedback of power. Yet Lin Shun could sense that the power of the Longyan flower was on the brink of complete absorption, and at that moment, the Black Dragon would undoubtedly solidify into form. The returning power would also enhance his own strength. Secluding himself in the room, Lin Shun sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the Jiutian Zhan Shunju to assist the Black Dragon in continuing to absorb the efficacy of the Longyan flower. Lin Shun had utilized all the petals of the Longyan flower, leaving only 4 leaves behind, broad and 5-pointed, resembling the claws of a dragon. Most of the medicinal power of the Longyan flower was concentrated in the petals, which contained its essence, yet the leaves were not to be underestimated. Lin Shun intended to set them aside for emergencies. Success was imminent. Lin Shun could see that the Tianwu in his dantian had become far more substantial than before. It appeared like a tangible sword, and the black dragon coiling atop it exhibited an even clearer ferocity, having fully taken shape. The fifth claw had come into being, a true five-clawed black dragon. It was complete. In that moment, Lin Shun felt as if he heard a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the heavens and the earth, from the depths of the underworld to the heights of the skies. A formidable force surged forth, leaving Lin Shun utterly astonished. This was the power of Tian Tong, true power. Simultaneously, the effects of the Longjinhua were reciprocated by the Black Dragon, allowing Lin Shun to make a significant leap in his realm, reaching the 7th level of the Dominance Realm. Not only that, but Lin Shun's physical form underwent another baptism, greatly enhancing his strength, and he even found himself enveloped in strands of dragon energy. Resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, such a transformation naturally filled Lin Shun with joy, yet these were not his primary concerns. What he yearned for was to meet the goddess. With his eyes closed, Lin Shun exerted all his efforts to channel the 9 heavens slaying god technique. In a vague sense, he felt as though he had entered another realm. Before him stood the 999 stone steps. He had returned once more. Chapter 46. The second sword as Lin Shun reascended the stone steps. His state of mind had already shifted. He did not linger, but directly ascended the steps, swiftly arriving at the molten world of the volcanic magma. Just like the last time. Iron chains like a swimming dragon wrapped around his feet, guiding him to the heart of the lava world, the abode of the goddess. The goddess lay languidly upon the stone platform, exuding an aura of indolence. Yet her beauty was overwhelming. Her figure captivating, making it impossible for one to avert their gaze. Oh, isn't this little Chun Shun quite impressive? We meet again so soon, exceeding my expectations. Upon seeing Lin Shun, her star-like eyes gleamed slightly. Lin Shun's performance surprised her just a bit. Of course, it was merely a slight surprise, not enough to truly astonish her. After all, she had lived for an eternity, witnessing countless talents and prodigies of the heavens, and Lin Shun was yet to stand out among them. I have mastered the power of Tian Tong. Is it possible for me to attempt to draw the second sword? Lin Shun approached the 8 swords. The goddess burst into laughter, her demeanor lively and lacking in decorum. Yet she remained extraordinarily beautiful, rendering one breathless. You really dare to say that? With your meager skills, you claim to have mastered the power of Tian Tong? Young man, you are still leagues away. The goddess rolled her eyes. Lin Shun furrowed his brow slightly. He naturally understood that he had not fully mastered the power of Tian Tong, but to be told he was leagues away was indeed surprising. It seemed that each sword here surpassed his wildest imagination. However, he remained resolute, believing that one day he would fully harness the power of Tian Tong. But you haven't yet ventured into the higher echelons of the martial world. It's not surprising you think this way. I won't mock you for it, the goddess giggled. Lin Shun remained silent. She had been laughing all along, without pause. Noticing Lin Shun's silence, the goddess suppressed her laughter and complained, "What a dull boy you are. Little Chin Shun, at this rate, you won't find a girlfriend, but it matters not. Having seen my unparalleled beauty, I believe all women in your eyes must now seem like mere commoners, unable to arouse your interest. Alas, I truly feel sorry for you, wasting the youth of a young lad." The goddess began to indulge in self-pity. Lin Shun ignored her theatrics. She would eventually get to the point when she grew bored. Indeed, upon realizing Lin Shun's lack of reaction, the goddess pouted and remarked, "All right then, although you are like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vast world, you are correct about one thing. You have indeed qualified to draw the second sword. Choose for yourself, but I must warn you, the difficulty of drawing the second sword is greater. Be cautious of backlash." Lin Shun nodded, his expression serious. He gazed at the remaining 8 swords, each exuding a terrifying aura, each with its own unique presence. Lin Shun knew that what he sensed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Each sword likely boasted unimaginable glory in its own era. After a moment's hesitation, he selected a white sword. It was delicate, the blade slender, but not overly so, and its length was moderate compared to the others. The It radiated a gentle aura, yet there was no sense of fragility about it. Lin Shun was uncertain of the sword's exact power, but felt it was suitable for him at that moment. Without further ado, he grasped the hilt of the white sword. The goddess raised her red lips in surprise at Lin Shen's choice. Her gaze towards the sword was complex, clearly indicating that this sword possessed some uniqueness. However, the goddess casually waved her hand, evidently losing interest in continuing to observe, regardless of Lin Shen's success or failure. He should hurry and leave. Lin Shun was oblivious to what the goddess's reaction signified, but having made his decision, he would not waver. He summoned all his strength. Lin Shun was prepared for the struggle, knowing that without full commitment, he could not hope to draw the sword. Ready, Lin Shun exerted all his might to draw the sword, just as he had when he drew Tian Tong at that time. A ferocious black dragon had appeared, seeking to devour Lin Shun. This time, however, he saw a girl. Lin Shun blinked, wondering if he was mistaken. Yet no matter how he blinked, before him stood an exceptionally beautiful maiden clad in white. Seemingly only 16 or 17 years of age, youthful and stunningly captivating, as Lin Shun grasped the sword's hilt, he found himself holding the girl's hand. It was as if the girl possessed a spirit of her own, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixed upon Lin Shun. Lin Shun could even perceive the inquisitiveness in her gaze. What was happening? What was the significance of this sword? What do you want to do? The girl suddenly spoke, her delicate face scrunching in a frown. Lin Shen's soul trembled. The girl spoke? Was it an illusion? A hallucination? Was this the sword's power? Was it affecting his perception, controlling his senses? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Yet ultimately, they were all dismissed. This was not an illusion. It was real, just as it had been when he drew Tian Tong and encountered the black dragon. I'm asking you a question. What do you intend to do? The girl continued, frowning fiercely. Yet her beauty was so striking, as she appeared so youthful, merely 16 or 17, that it was impossible for anyone to be intimidated. Lin Shun furrowed his brow and replied, I want to draw the sword. Do not draw it, the white-clad maiden exclaimed. Lin Shun could not comprehend the nature of this girl, nor her existence, but he had to draw the sword. After all, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. With every ounce of strength, he pulled the sword. I told you not to draw it. The girl cried out in exasperation. Lin Shun ignored her, continuing to draw the sword. The blade began to tremble and slowly emerged. Do not draw it. Put it back, the girl urged. Lin Shun's brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss. The goddess, who had been reclining on the stone platform, initially disinterested, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing their exchange, her body twisting in mirth, utterly disregarding her image. Do not laugh. The girl fumed. Fuming, she glared at the goddess, then directed her ire at Lin Shun, insisting, put it back. Do not draw it. The goddess laughed until she could hardly breathe, seemingly on the verge of rolling off the stone platform. Chapter 47, Sword Name, by Shu Lin Shun took a deep breath, determined not to let any emotions distract him. His entire body tensed, every vein bulging as he channeled all his strength into his hands. He had to draw this sword. Stop. Do you even know what you're doing? If you draw the sword, do you understand the consequences? It took us a great effort, the white-clad maiden implored, feigning an attempt to bite Lin Shen's arm. But Lin Shun paid her no mind. He needed the power as for the cost. He had declared from the outset that he was willing to pay any price. Come out, Lin Shun bellowed. With both hands straining, he finally drew the white sword completely from its sheath. The white-clad maiden's expression turned vacant, her lips pouting in distress. You actually drew it. What now? We're doomed. At the moment the white sword was drawn, Lin Shun felt a surge of power flooding into his body. The Nine Heavens Slaying God technique seemed to undergo a second transformation, becoming even stronger. Within his dantian, a brand new sword shadow emerged, albeit faint and ethereal, requiring further refinement by Lin Shun, by Shu. Lin Shun whispered the name of this sword. He opened his eyes and gazed at the goddess. Upon drawing the Tian Tong for the first time, Lin Shun seemed to have glimpsed an unusual silhouette on the goddess, a skull, with blood flowing from its eye sockets, an eerie and chilling sight. Thus he sought to confirm whether it had merely been an illusion. However, this time he beheld nothing. The goddess remained as beautiful as ever. Her smile halted, though tears from laughter still lingered at the corners of her eyes. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Shun perceived a trace of sorrow beneath her gaze, just as he endeavored to discern this feeling. The scene before him blurred, and his spirit returned to the present world. What kind of power does Bai Shu truly possess? Lin Shun pondered softly. He activated the Nine Heavens slaying God technique. A spectral image of Bai Shu materialized in his hand, and then a girl in white leaped forth, her delicate fist striking at Lin Shun in a flurry. "You big fool, fool, fool!" the white-clad girl exclaimed, visibly enraged. Naturally, she could not strike Lin Shun, merely venting her frustrations. "Are you the sword spirit?" Lin Shun could not help but inquire, for this was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he had never heard of a sword harboring a maiden within. It seemed the goddess was correct. His perspective was far too narrow, utterly oblivious to the vastness of this world. Humph. After a brief bout of venting, the white-clad girl finally quieted down, though her large eyes continued to glare at Lin Shun with indignation. After a while, she sighed, conceding, "I had anticipated this day would come." The white-clad girl's demeanor softened significantly as she scrutinized Lin Shun from head to toe. "You are so weak. I have never encountered anyone as feeble as you." Lin Shun felt a twinge of annoyance and asked, "In the past, did no one ever draw you out?" "Indeed, they all deemed me unworthy, thus left me behind, and that was the end of it." The white-clad girl shrugged, somewhat aggrieved. Yet, recalling her own reluctance to be drawn out, her feelings became quite complex. In the past, how many swords did those people manage to draw? Lin Shun could not resist asking. 6 swords, the white-clad girl replied. "And one chose me before the 6th sword." Lin Shun's heart trembled. Across countless eras, with so many divine sons, prodigies, and favored children of destiny, the maximum they could draw was merely 6 swords. It appeared the difficulty of mastering the Nine Heavens slaying God technique was even greater than Lin Shun had anticipated. "You should focus on your training. You are truly inadequate at present." "Far too weak," the white-clad girl remarked, arms crossed, critiquing him. "Are you willing to help me grow stronger?" Lin Shun asked, surprised out of course. "I want you to counter her," the white-clad girl declared, chin raised defiantly. Counter the goddess? Lin Shun did not entertain such thoughts, nor did he believe himself capable of it. Yet, since the white-clad girl was willing to assist him, he would not refuse. "How can I awaken more of your power?" "Should I devour demon cores?" Lin Shun inquired. Previously, the power of Tian Tung had relied on consuming the demon cores of serpentine beasts to enhance its strength, but as for Bai Shu, being a girl in white, he was uncertain if the approach would be similar. "I am not some crude dragon. The act of devouring for growth is far beneath my dignity." The white-clad girl scoffed, disdain evident in her tone. "Then what should be done?" Lin Shun pressed. "Learn characters," the white-clad girl replied with a smile. Lin Shun was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. "Learn characters? This method of enhancement is unheard of," the white-clad girl giggled. "You wouldn't understand, would you? Characters are among the most potent forces in this world. Of course, not just any characters, but ancient scripts, words that contain unfathomable power." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She adored reading and delving into the realm of characters. Lin Shun sighed, realizing why no one had previously chosen Bai Shu. It hardly seemed like a sword. Could it be a pen disguised as one? Everyone practices swordsmanship. Who would write characters with you? What did that expression mean earlier? "Do you look down on me?" The white-clad girl huffed, hands on her hips, pouting in annoyance. "You simply do not comprehend the terrifying power possessed by ancient scripts." "So how does one acquire ancient characters?" Lin Shun queried. The white-clad girl scratched her head. "You must seek them out, search ancient texts, ruins, and various ancient artifacts." "Very well. I shall keep an eye out for ancient characters." Lin Shun replied with a grin. He was indeed curious to discover what formidable power could be contained within words. With a 2nd sword in hand, the Nine Heavens slaying God technique progressed further, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. It was time to seek out the treasures of the 7 alleys. Lin Shun's gaze flickered with determination as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Lunan had completed her preparations and was practicing a set of martial arts techniques. She appeared to have grasped the essence of it, showcasing considerable might. "You've emerged." Lu Nen remarked in surprise upon seeing Lin Shun. Halting her training, I didn't expect you to be slower than me. That's rather uncharacteristic of you that I was training and gained some new insights, Lin Shun responded. Lu Nen was taken aback. For someone as extraordinary as Lin Shun, such insights would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, she refrained from pressing further. Let us go. I can only take you to the entrance at AS for whether we can enter. I cannot guarantee that, Lu Nen stated. Thus, the two set forth. Yet upon stepping outside, they were abruptly blocked by a group of menacing thugs encircling the courtyard. You too. Where do you think you're going? After killing my subordinates, you wouldn't dare think of escaping, would you? A chilling voice echoed from among the crowd. A bald man stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura that suppressed everyone around him. He was Lu Guangtou, a figure of equal standing with Wang Tianyuan. The previous Qi Shaojun was one of his men. Lu Nen's expression changed instantly as she whispered urgently to Lin Shun. Killing 1 or 2 people within ancient Tower City is hardly a concern. Lu Nen believed that killing Qi Shaojun would lead to retaliation. But she never anticipated that the opposing party would go to such lengths. Even Lu Guangtou himself had come, bringing such a large group to surround and annihilate them. There is no reason for such an extreme reaction over a mere Qi Shaojun. Lu Nen remarked coldly. Such a response clearly exceeded the value Qi Shaojun should have possessed. Lu Guangtou sneered. Lu Nen, are you still pretending to be ignorant? Your affairs have already spread? Lu Guangtou snorted, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to close in. What on earth do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Lu Nen replied sternly, within the 10 Peaks mountain range. The spiritual herb emerged for a full month, yet no one could find it. However, just recently, word has come back confirming that the spiritual herb has indeed been harvested. Lu Guangtou's laughter was cold. So you should understand now. Upon hearing this, Lu Nen immediately grasped Lu Guangtou's intent. He believed the spiritual herb was in their possession. It's either you or that lad. Lu Guangtou pointed at Lin Shun. Such outstanding strength at such a young age, directly overcoming Qi Shaojun. There must be some issue. He suspected it was due to the spiritual herb. We haven't obtained any spiritual herb. You must be mistaken, Lu Nen asserted. Yet, she was acutely aware that Lu Guangtou would never believe her words. When it came to such precious spiritual herbs, which could dictate a person's martial path, who could resist the temptation? People like Lu Guangtou had no moral limits. Killing and plundering were commonplace. If there were suspicions, they would strike to kill, seizing everything in the process, as for the possibility of being wrong. Oh, they would merely accept the mistake. Did they expect to offer sacrifices at their graves? Moreover, Lu Guangtou now had an excuse, making it even less likely he would let Lu Nen and her companion go. In truth, at that moment, not only Lu Guangtou was moving against them. Nearly all the local tyrants of ancient Tower City had mobilized, each targeting their own suspects. Lin Shun's expression remained unchanged. Lu Guangtou and his ilk had simply stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. They had indeed found the spiritual herb, but they were targeting the wrong individuals. Since Long Yanhua had been obtained by Lin Shun, their current pursuit amounted to a path towards self-destruction. Lin Shun's only concern was the one who had unequivocally stated that the spiritual herb had been taken. Who was that person? It was undoubtedly a calculated move to exploit the greed of figures like Lu Guangtou to track down the location of the spiritual herb. How cunning! Lin Shun's gaze did not linger on Lu Guangtou and his minions. Instead, he looked into the distance. Within ancient Tower City, the ancient towers loomed, yet the tallest structure was singular, the Guning Tower. The most prestigious edifice within the city. It is a restaurant. The proprietor behind it is shrouded in mystery, never revealing his presence, and ordinary individuals cannot enter Guning Lu without a high status and substantial wealth. At this moment, numerous patrons occupy the balcony of Guning Lu's top floor, sipping their drinks while gazing down. Some cast their eyes towards Lin Shun, while others look in different directions. Each of them is a person of significance, clinking glasses and toasting one another, as if they regard the chaos below as mere entertainment. This is the demeanor of the elite, inherently laced with disdain. Lin Shun, possessing exceptional eyesight, discerned the identities of these individuals. Among them, a few donned silver armor, clearly leaders of the Silver Armor Army. There were also those adorned with ancient Ding emblems, the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, perhaps. Yet, all these individuals subtly gravitate around a young man. That young man exudes an air of arrogance, maintaining a lofty demeanor. Though he toasts with others, it is as if he bestows a favor upon them. Those around him are not oblivious to this. Yet they endure it, indicating his esteemed status. He is one of those who had caused turmoil at Baiyu Shilu, and they have returned to Gulu City. Lin Shun narrowed his eyes. This is likely not a coincidence. At that moment, the young man noticed Lin Shun, perceiving his gaze that a faint, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his wine glass towards Lin Shun in a gesture of acknowledgement, then slowly poured the wine onto the ground. Is this a right to honor the souls of the departed? He is certain Lin Shun is destined to perish. Master Ningyu, do you think this will lead us to the spirit herb? Inquired a middle-aged man from the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce that he is Zhang Chonglin, a direct descendant of the Zhang family, the fourth in line. He is also the uncle of Zhang Tianxue. Despite his lofty status, he still refers to the exceedingly young Ningyu as master, reflecting his regard. Ningyu seemed to relish this title, that he chuckled and replied, "Who can say for certain? But if we do find it, would that not be a fortuitous outcome? After all, these scurrying rats merely tear at one another. We might as well enjoy the spectacle." Zhang Chonglin was not fond of this attitude. Moreover, Ningyu exhibited no trace of the gentleness expected of a healer. Instead, he radiated a heavy malice, relishing the power to dictate the lives of those beneath him. Previously, at Baiyu Shilu, there was no need to clash with those adventurer teams. Ningyu, however, felt that sharing the same space with them diminished his stature, clouding the atmosphere, and thus ordered their removal, which directly led to the ensuing chaos. Had it not been for the eventual gains, Zhang Chonglin would have seriously considered shattering Ningyu's skull. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought, for Ningyu is the direct disciple of the renowned physician of the Deqi Kingdom, and now that he seeks something from him, Zhang Chonglin dares not offend. Was the herb we found truly worthless? Zhang Chonglin asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. They had discovered a herb at Baiyu Shilu, a Longyan grass, classified as a 6th-grade herb. Dragon-type spirit herbs are exceedingly rare. The efficacy of Longyan grass is somewhat lacking. While it is needed by the elder Zhang, its impact is minimal, certainly not surpassing the elixirs I have meticulously concocted, Ningyu declared with pride. Zhang Chonglin sighed. His expression clouded with concern, and said, "If that is the case, should we seek elsewhere? My father's condition cannot be delayed any longer." "Do you doubt me?" Ningyu furrowed his brow, displaying displeasure. "Master, please do not misunderstand that I merely consider this Longyan grass to be immensely precious. Is it not the so-called spirit herb?" Zhang Chonglin quickly clarified, "I am merely worried about wasting time here." A flicker of disdain flashed in Ningyu's eyes as he replied, "Rest assured, my judgment will not falter. That Longyan grass is merely a byproduct in that region. There must be a Longyan flower. The Longyan flower is extremely close to a 7th-grade spirit herb, its efficacy far surpassing that of Longyan grass. In fact, only 2 leaves are required to extricate the elder from peril." Chapter 49. The Power of the White Book as Ningyu spoke. A gleam ignited in his eyes that he too coveted the efficacy of the Longyan flower. If obtained, he would surely reserve most of its power for himself. As for the elder Zhang, restoration would suffice. If he were to fully recover, it would be disadvantageous for future benefits from the Zhang family. Ningyu's thoughts turned cold as he plotted. If so, that would be splendid. We would still rely on the master. Zhang Chonglin exclaimed excitedly. "Let us observe. Perhaps the Longyan flower truly lies in the possession of some rat." Ningyu replied with a faint smile. He appeared as the master of fate, casually determining the lives of others. Meanwhile, on the other side, attack, kill them. Lu Guangtou's gaze was ferocious as he issued the command to eliminate Lin Shun and Lu Nan. "Be cautious." Lin Shun withdrew his gaze, advising Lu Nan to remain alert. In an instant, he executed the wind step. His body transformed into a gust, darting out like a phantom. He then drew his sword, with white light coalescing at the blade's edge. That was the power of the White Book. Lin Shun was uncertain of the White Book's true power. Its characteristics were far less apparent than those of the Tian Tongue, yet being one of the 9 swords, it surely could not be compared to an ordinary blade. Could it? Thus, he would put it to the test in combat, to see just how far the power of the White Book could be elevated. With a single swing, he cleaved a formidable adversary of the 8th level of the Ba Gang realm in two. And Lin Chen's speed did not wane. The ground shattered beneath his feet, exploding in a cacophony of sounds, resembling a series of instantaneous leaps. Wherever Lin Chen arrived, a life was extinguished. His sword was too swift, its power overwhelming. There was simply no match. This was beyond the realm of what the Ba Gang could possess. Even an ordinary individual at the Qianjun level stood no chance. What? The onlookers were astounded. Just how powerful is this young man's physique, that he can achieve the effects of the Qianjun through sheer physical strength. Moreover, his sword is extraordinary, seemingly employing some potent martial technique that amplifies the power of each strike. This young man is truly a hidden talent. It seems you indeed obtained the spirit herb, Lu Guantou roared. His subordinates, two formidable warriors of the 7th level of the Qianjun realm, surged towards Lin Chen. The blades in their hands, empowered by immense force, nearly tore through the I in this moment of crossing strikes. How would Lin Chen defend himself? Just in time, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. Those previous lackeys were far too weak to test the power of the White Book. Yet these two at the 7th level of Qianjun were a suitable challenge. Thunderbolt, 9 swords. Lin Chen's sword resonated with the roar of thunder, intertwining with strands of white light that danced alongside the lightning. The sword erupted with unparalleled sharpness, its lethality astonishing. The formidable blade strikes, indeed heavy and powerful, were met head-on by Lin Chen's sword. Such brute force! What a physique! The two exclaimed, feeling their hands go numb from gripping the blades. Struggling to maintain their hold, cracks had even begun to appear along the edges of their 4th-grade blades. Yet even so, they remained confident. 2 against 1. Victory was assured. The two, in perfect synchrony, coordinated their attacks with barely a moment's pause between strikes, exponentially increasing their power and leaving Lin Chen gasping for breath. This undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on him. However, this was even better. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to delve deeper into the power of the White Book. As it stands, the White Book merely enhanced the power of each strike, and its amplification was not significantly greater than that of Tian Tong. However, Tian Tong possessed all the traits of the Black Dragon, even capable of changing shape for long-range attacks, a capability the White Book currently lacked. In comparison, the utility of Tian Tong was evidently superior. Could it be that the White Book is merely a blank page? A book devoid of text, can it still be called a book? Naturally, it bears no power, so hurry and find the words to engrave upon it. Within the book lies everything you desire. The girl in white scoffed. She felt that Lin Chen was disparaging her. Is the enhancement of power based on the ancient characters inscribed? The potential is indeed vast. While it may not be apparent now, it could very well surpass Tian Tong in the future. Lin Chen pondered. The power of the White Book surged continuously, although its enhancement compared to Tian Tong was not marked. For an ordinary martial artist, such a combat power amplification was already astonishing. Even Lu Guantou was enraged. However, Lin Chen paid him no heed and continued his massacre. How could this continue? In a fit of fury, Lu Guantou bellowed and took matters into his own hands. The violent aura emanating from him surged with ferocity, and the ground beneath him cracked as if it could no longer bear the weight of his power, a force equivalent to the 9th layer of the Thousand Jun realm, causing the surrounding stones to levitate slightly. The 9th layer of the Thousand Jun realm. Indeed, formidable. Having refined the strength of 1,000 Jun to such an extent, a single strike could shatter a massive boulder. Yet this was merely on par with Wang Tianyuan. Lin Chen had previously dispatched Wang Tianyuan with ease. How much more so now? Having assessed Bai Shu's strength, Lin Chen deemed it unnecessary to continue battling. He stepped forward, unleashing the 10th sword of the Thunderclap, 9 swords. Did you truly believe you could cleave me in two with a single stroke? Lu Guantou roared, wielding a 5th-tier long knife. Its might astonishing. Coupled with his martial technique, the 5th-tier skill, sky-splitting slash, the power was utterly terrifying. Lin Chen dared to face him with a sword? Such folly. Lu Guantou swung his blade, as if truly tearing through the fabric of space itself. The blade's light causing the air to shimmer and distort. The sheer force of this strike was evident. Surely, beneath this blow, Lin Chen's sword would be shattered, and with it, Lin Chen himself would perish. However, the reality was entirely the opposite. Following a violent clash, it was the blade light that shattered. Lin Chen's sword shattered the brilliant knife glow and simultaneously pierced the blade, penetrating Lu Guantou's throat. A single strike to slay. It is worth noting that, in contrast to the previous two adversaries of the seventh layer of the Thousand June realm, Lin Chen had fought several rounds. Yet Lu Guantou, at the ninth layer, was slain with such ease. This was a stark demonstration of the disparity in combat prowess. Many gasped in astonishment, while those with ill intentions felt a chill of fear, daring not to act. Ancient Tower City was not comparable to those grand imperial cities. The strongest figures were merely Lu Guantou and Wang Tanyuan. The realm of the condensed intent was nearly invisible here. With Lu Guantou now felled by a single sword, who would dare lay a hand on Lin Chen? Lu Guantou's remaining subordinates immediately scattered like frightened birds. The outcome of the battle sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Guning Tower, leaving them utterly astounded. Dragon Qi. This man emanates Dragon Qi. He must have acquired the Longyan flower and, moreover, consumed it. Ning Yu's gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his expression contorting. What? Zhang Chonglin exclaimed softly. The Longyan flower is a miraculous herb capable of healing old Master Zhang, and that brat has already consumed it. An ordinary person would be unable to absorb such immense medicinal power all at once. He should still have some left. Ning Yu said darkly to Go. Bring him here. He must relinquish the remaining Longyan flower, for it is not rightfully his to possess. Chapter 50. Half-step to condensed intent. Lin Chen had astonished all. Lu Guantou, with his ninth layer of the Thousand June realm, was a formidable force, a major player in ancient Tower City, with few capable of matching him. Yet now, he had been slain by a mere youth, a truly shocking turn of events. In the shadows, some began to take action. With Lu Guantou's demise, his territory and resources had become unclaimed, ripe for the taking. Ultimately, no one mourned the loss of a figure like Lu Guantou. His death was a relief. However, this would inevitably lead to numerous skirmishes, and more lives would be lost. Such is the law of this world, and Lin Chen would not concern himself with it. After dispatching Lu Guantou, Lin Chen summoned the spatial ring from Lu Guantou's hand. Spoils of war were not to be overlooked. Lu Guantou's collection would surely be of high value. Just as Lin Chen was about to inspect the spatial ring, someone approached from Guning Tower. The crowd that had previously blocked the street now retreated, instinctively parting to create a path. Meanwhile, murmurs of speculation filled the air. That insignia belongs to the Jioding Merchants Association, the largest trading company in the nation. With business extending across the realm and even into other countries, wealthy enough to rival nations. Why are there people here? Someone exclaimed. Though ancient Tower City was bustling with activity and many trading companies conducted business here, the Jioding Merchants Association had never personally sent representatives. They typically delegated such matters to smaller firms and never showed themselves. Yet today, they had come to IT appear they had hired the Silver Armored Army and secured the entirety of Guning Tower. Such financial power truly befits the Jioding Merchants Association. What could they possibly be here for? It was rumored that not long ago, they clashed with our expedition team at the Bayushi Tower, resulting in numerous casualties. Someone scoffed. For the lower class, life was arduous, and they naturally harbored animosity towards these affluent and noble figures. They must be searching for that rare herb that has emerged, willing to pay any price to employ the Silver Armored Army. The rotund man adorned with the ancient cauldron insignia, dressed in opulent attire, likely held a significant position within the Jioding Merchants Association, perhaps even as a branch leader. The silver-armored soldier beside him exuded a solid, sharp aura, akin to a beast unleashed, true to the reputation of the Silver Armored Army, renowned for their combat prowess. Said to rival the soldiers of elite border regiments, this individual must be the vice commander. Vice commander? He appears quite young, likely under 30. Are there vice commanders in the Silver Armored Army below 50? He must be an emerging talent. an individual of exceptional aptitude. People continued to speculate, recognizing that both individuals held considerable standing, and none dared obstruct their path. As the two made their way forward. Were they heading towards Lin Chun? Many watched with glee, anticipating misfortune to befall Lin Chun, believing he would ultimately serve as a pawn for others. Lin Chun also noticed the two approaching him and promptly stowed away the spatial ring. Watching them quietly, both individuals radiated a subtle arrogance. Even without overtly displaying it, they exuded the air of those in positions of power. The middle-aged man from the Jiuding Merchants Association maintained a genial smile. Appearing kind, yet there was a coldness in his eyes. Never once meeting Lin Chen's gaze, the young vice commander of the Silver Armored Army stood with his sword, exuding a heroic presence, his eyes closed in meditation. Clearly dismissive of Lin Chun, the middle-aged man chuckled, addressing Lin Chun with a polite gesture. "Esteemed young friend, my master has taken note of your remarkable skills and wishes to befriend you. He invites you to the top floor of Guning Tower for a discussion. Might it be convenient for you?" His demeanor was courteous and gracious, yet his tone carried an authoritative edge. This was no mere invitation, but a command. Lin Chun had no choice but to comply. "I have matters to attend to. It's not convenient for me," Lin Chun replied bluntly. The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged, yet the coldness in his eyes intensified. How dare a nameless brat refuse the invitation of the Jiuding Merchants Association? Did he truly consider himself significant? Did he believe that a stroke of fortune made him remarkable? Such arrogance, such ignorance of the world. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and said, "You may not know, my master is Zhang Sigi of the Jiuding Zhang family. He seldom summons outsiders, and this occasion is a rare exception. To say you are fortunate would not be an exaggeration. Should you gain my master's favor, the benefits to you would be unimaginable, truly extravagant, boasting even in speech, disregarding those around him." Lin Chun scoffed softly. "If you have no further business, I shall take my leave," he stated coolly at last. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded, his eyes narrowing, revealing a dangerous glint. "Brat, do not mistake our hospitality for weakness. Since my master has invited you, you have no choice but to comply." Simultaneously, the young vice commander of the Silver Armored Army, who had not deigned to glance at Lin Chun, slightly opened his eyes. The glimmer in his gaze was sharp and piercing. In an instant, he radiated an aura akin to a drawn sword, with an intent swirling around him, condensed intent. No, it was not quite that. It was a half-step to condensed intent. A nascent form of sword intent beginning to take shape, yet still fragile and not having fully crossed that final step. Nevertheless, possessing a nascent sword intent was a vastly different concept from lacking it entirely. A half-step to condensed intent, while seemingly only a half-step away from the ninth layer of the Thousand June realm, represented a tenfold increase in combat strength. To reach the half-step to condensed intent before 30 is indeed a testament to remarkable talent. At this moment, he faintly emitted the aura of nascent sword intent, and the threat was unmistakable. "I trust you are a clever individual and understand what must be done. Refusing us will only bring you trouble. Conversely, compliance will bring you benefits, and we shall all be pleased," the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. They were completely confident in having Lin Chun under their thumb. This suddenly rising youth, relying solely on the power of the herb, was devoid of any real foundation. Much like a laughable upstart, he believed he had the right to challenge them. Yet in the face of true, established powers, he was nothing. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid. The other side appeared overly confident. He was not someone who could be easily manipulated, at least not by these individuals before him. Chapter 51. Directly crushing the middle-aged fat man exuded an air of superiority, which, of course, was understandable that as the president of a branch of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, he was considered a significant figure by ordinary standards, deserving of reverence. The ancient city of Lu is populated by individuals from various walks of life, none of whom truly possess any substantial power behind them. In such a place, the middle-aged fat man could indeed act arrogantly, dismissing everyone around him. Similarly, no one would dare to provoke a member of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce. With a cold smile, The middle-aged fat man believed that Lin Shun should have already grasped the situation, of course. If Lin Shun were truly the type to court death, that would be of little concern. After all, the silver-armored army had been summoned, and with Zhang Chonglin stationed here, was there any reason to fear Lin Shun's defiance? It was worth noting that among the Zhang family's power holders, apart from the third son, Zhang Chongli, who lacked talent and strength, the others were formidable. Who would dare to oppose Zhang Chonglin, who held mastery in the realm of intent? Lin Shun cast a glance at the middle-aged fat man. Feeling a sense of helplessness, the unpredictability of life was daunting. He had come seeking the treasures of the Seven Alleys, expecting to face only local bullies like Lu Guangtou. He never anticipated becoming entangled with the Jioding Chamber of Commerce and finding himself in opposition to them. Although he did not fear them, the situation was undoubtedly troublesome and needed swift resolution. In retrospect, saving Zhang Tianxue was not without merit. Lin Shun mused. Have you made up your mind? The middle-aged fat man scoffed. Growing impatient, an audience is acceptable, Lin Shun replied calmly. The corners of the middle-aged fat man's mouth curled into a cold smirk as he looked down on Lin Shun with disdain. Such pretense. Did he really think he could stand against the Jioding Chamber of Commerce? If he was already conceding, why maintain such a facade? It was truly laughable. The middle-aged fat man stepped aside, raising his chin and declaring, "Then come with me." Yet Lin Shun remained unmoved, responding indifferently. An audience is acceptable, but you are quite bothersome. I would prefer not to see you again. The middle-aged fat man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed mockingly. What do you propose, then? Are you feeling embarrassed and trying to act tough? Young man, do you truly believe you have the right to negotiate? He sneered, clearly enjoying the situation, as if he were cat toying with a mouse. Utterly unconcerned. Just kneel right here. Lin Shun replied coolly. Avoid unnecessary complications. Lin Shun was willing to discuss matters with the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, but that did not mean he would easily submit. Such a stance would only lead others to believe he could be easily manipulated, leaving him trapped. Thus, he needed to make Zhang Chonglin understand his position, lest they take advantage of his concessions. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged fat man couldn't help but burst into laughter. This young man certainly had a bold tongue, but did he truly think he had the leverage to say such things? Just as he was about to retort, Lin Shun had already taken action. Lin Shun had no intention of wasting more words. He shattered the ground beneath him and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Seeking death, the middle-aged fat man bellowed in fury. The young vice commander of the silver-armored army opened his eyes wide, two beams of divine light flickering forth, crackling through the air as his momentum surged instantly. A sharp intent coalesced upon his sword, the embryonic form of sword intent. Although it was merely a nascent form, it was still sword intent, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The young vice commander maintained a detached expression. Still exuding arrogance, he drew his sword with astonishing speed, arriving ahead of Lin Shun and blocking his path. His sword, infused with embryonic sword intent, slashed toward Lin Shun. It appeared casual, yet the angle was so crafty that it would be difficult for Lin Shun to evade. This demonstrated high levels of combat skill, honed through extensive experience. He was merely a reckless brute. There was no need to engage in further conversation. He would directly subdue Lin Shun and interrogate him for the Longyan flower. From the Guning pavilion, Ning Yu snorted coldly. How dare he resist? To him, it was an affront to his authority, and he would ensure a severe punishment. Zhang Chonglin's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated Lin Shun would dare to strike. This was a bold young man, one he did not despise. However, given the stakes concerning his father's life, Zhang Chonglin would not show mercy. He would pay any price to obtain the Longyan flower. Rest assured, gentlemen, since Jin Wei has taken action, he will bring him here shortly, said a middle-aged man clad in silver armor with a slight smile. He was one of the strongest leaders of the silver-armored army. And Jin Wei was his most favored protege. This opportunity to enter the sights of a major client like the Jioding Chamber of Commerce was a stage being set for the future. Lin Shun was merely a stepping stone. Jin Wei, a valiant young man, now drew his sword, imbued with the embryonic form of sword intent. The might of his strike was far beyond what Lin Shun, who had never encountered sword intent, could withstand. What significance was there in defeating Lu Guangtou? Before him, everything was insignificant. With a forceful strike, he aimed to force Lin Shun to evade, only to follow up with a swifter second strike, leaving Lin Shun with no avenue of escape. Jin Wei had already calculated every move, foreseeing how Lin Shun would fall before him. But the moment Lin Shun made his move, his defeat was all but assured. Jin Wei's demeanor was lofty and arrogant, his sword light incredibly sharp, pressing forward relentlessly to compel Lin Shun to evade. Yet, Lin Shun did not retreat. Instead, he chose to meet the challenge head-on. Jin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then disappointment washed over his face. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Shun, viewing him merely as a reckless fool. Very well, he would crush Lin Shun with this single strike. Jin Wei's gaze intensified, the embryonic sword intent pulsating fiercely, ready to inflict serious injury upon Lin Shun. Lin Shun's expression remained calm. His combat skills were forged on the battlefield, where life and death were daily encounters. Far surpassing Jin Wei, he quickly discerned Jin Wei's intentions. How could he simply comply? He would not only receive this strike, but would also aim to determine the victor. Although the embryonic sword intent was indeed sharp and powerful, it was still not the true sword intent. Compared to the sword intent of formidable warriors like Wang Yusi, it was world apart. Lin Shun was confident he could withstand this blow with the dragon's outer garment. A roaring dragon erupted from within Lin Shun, its horns crackling with lightning, exuding a fierce aura. The dragon's outer garment, empowered by two superior bloodlines, significantly enhanced his combat strength, particularly when combined with the Thunder Nine swords, amplifying its might further. Moreover, there was the White Book. Although it bore no words, and its true power was yet to be revealed, its potential was still formidable. The fusion of such power, supported by the enhanced physique from the purple mist Thunder Lotus Seed and the Longyan Flower, erupted with an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption. Unleashing the 10th sword, Lin Shun struck out, obliterating the embryonic sword intent, shattering it effortlessly, before Jin Wei could even retract the arrogant expression from his face. He felt as if he were being charged by a human-shaped dragon, directly crushing him. Chapter 52. He came himself. Jin Wei spat blood, his body hurtling backward at great speed, crashing into a wall that crumbled upon impact. He was buried beneath the debris, leaving his fate uncertain. The sudden turn of events occurred in an instant. The battle had already declared its victor. The vast majority of onlookers were left in stunned silence. He lost just like that. A young genius who had grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, seemingly unstoppable, had been defeated by a single strike, unable to offer any resistance. This was utterly shocking. The middle-aged fat man's face turned pale. Words escaped him. All remnants of his former domineering presence, viewing Lin Shun as a mere plaything, vanished in an instant. Only fear remained, and Lin Shun, true to his word, strode toward the middle-aged fat man that I am merely a member of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged fat man stammered, but Lin Shun had no intention of listening to his meaningless chatter. With a mere lowly creature, a rat in the gutter, dares to wield the immensely precious Longyan Flower. How can he possibly endure this affront? Hold on. It was Zhang Chonglin who spoke. Sir, are you worried that I might fail? The commander frowned. Zhang Chonglin replied, Look, he is approaching of his own accord. This. The crowd turned their gaze, and Lin Shun was striding directly towards Guning Tower. He dares to come. Zhang Chonglin's eyes glimmered with understanding as he grasped Lin Shun's intentions. He may come, but not in such a manner of invitation. Since they have been discourteous, a lesson must be imparted, and Jin Wei and that corpulent middle-aged man are Lin Shun's stance. This youth is no ordinary being. Zhang Chonglin, having long occupied high position and being a businessman, has encountered individuals from all walks of life and possesses a keen eye for discerning character. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding Lin Shun's intentions upon arrival. Surely, he could not be a foolish brute seeking a brawl with them. In Zhang Chonglin's view, Jin Wei's swift defeat was due to underestimating his opponent, coupled with the latter's overwhelming combat experience. Otherwise, it would not have transpired thus. And against a true master of the condensed intent realm, this child would stand no chance. Ah, splendid. I shall see what this rat intends to do. Ning Yu sneered. The eyes of the onlookers were fixed upon the staircase, and before long, Lin Shan ascended. What business do you have with me? Speak plainly. Lin Shan stated directly that, is it true that you have obtained the Longyan flower? Ning Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shan. He sat in the chief's seat, gazing down upon Lin Shan, casually sipping wine as he spoke with indifference. Lin Shan regarded Ning Yu, though Ning Yu's cultivation was not formidable. Merely at the Thousand June realm, his high-handed demeanor indicated a special status. A pharmacist? Lin Shan sensed the unique aura of a pharmacist emanating from Ning Yu. Such deference from the upper echelons of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce suggested that his teacher must be quite extraordinary. It was rumored that the elder of the Jiuding Chamber had been gravely ill for some time, and the Zhang family had been seeking remedies. Lin Shan mused. This matter was not a secret. It had long been circulated, and Lin Shan was well aware. With this thought, Lin Shan nearly grasped the situation. The Zhang family's invitation to the Silver Armored Army to come to the Ten Peaks Mountains was undoubtedly to seize that miraculous medicine. The elder Zhang's ailment was the crux of the matter. This pharmacist's mention of the Longyan flower indicates he possesses considerable skill, able to discern its existence. The news of the miraculous herb being plucked must also have been orchestrated by him, aiming to use Lu Guangtou and others to seek out someone who could procure the Longyan flower. How could one so young possess such abilities? Could he be a disciple of a renowned healer? Lin Shan's mind raced with thoughts. He had surmised the identity of his counterpart. And no wonder he exuded such arrogance, looking down upon others. Yes, Lin Shan affirmed. Zhang Chonglin's eyes brightened instantly. He hastily declared, Young friend, I wish to acquire the remaining Longyan flower in your possession. Name your price, and I, Zhang Chonglin, shall surely satisfy your demands. I apologize, but I have completely refined it, Lin Shan stated. What? Zhang Chonglin's complexion turned pale. Ridiculous! With your meager strength, how could you possibly refine an entire Longyan flower in such a brief span? Surely, there must be some remnants. I advise you to speak the truth, for I am a disciple of the renowned healer. Do you truly believe you know better than I how much power a Longyan flower can possess? Ning Yu declared arrogantly, If I cannot absorb it, does that mean I cannot consume it? Lin Shan countered. Upon hearing this, Ning Yu's expression darkened ominously. You think you are speaking to whom? Ning Yu barked. Who was he? A disciple of the renowned healer, with a status so exalted that even the masters of great powers must show him deference. How dare a lowly rat challenge him? Young friend, have you truly exhausted the entire Longyan flower? Zhang Chonglin gritted his teeth and inquired. He was unwilling to accept such an answer. Rest assured, young friend, as long as you can produce the Longyan flower. No, even if it is merely a petal or a leaf, I, Zhang Chonglin, can not only offer you a satisfactory reward, but also guarantee that no one shall harm you. Zhang Chonglin implored earnestly. For Zhang Chonglin, the elder Zhang's health was paramount. All that Lin Shan had done previously could be overlooked. Lin Shan regarded Zhang Chonglin. The elder Zhang was a titan in his own right, and all major powers within the Great Wei Empire had dealings with him, wielding immense influence, to the extent that even the royal family must tread carefully. Simultaneously, the royal family sought to obtain the Zhang family's vast wealth. Yet, as long as the elder Zhang remained alive, the royal family would think twice about their actions. It could be said that the elder Zhang's existence was sufficient to restrain much of the royal family's power. For Lin Shan, the elder Zhang's survival was advantageous. Can you contact Zhang Tianxue? Lin Shan suddenly inquired. Chapter 53. Being a concubine is acceptable. Zhang Chonglin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Shan to mention Zhang Tianxue so suddenly. Young friend, do you know my niece? Zhang Chonglin's expression shifted. Indeed, Lin Shan nodded. Zhang Chonglin's face brightened with joy. The fact that Lin Shan would ask such a question indicated there was hope. He promptly produced a jade talisman, intricately inscribed, with formations capable of transmitting sound and images across great distances. That it was far more efficient than methods like the Eagle message. However, such intricate formations were beyond the abilities of ordinary formation masters, and there were none in the Great Wei Empire who could achieve this level of craftsmanship. Thus, only great powers could possess such items. It was hardly surprising that Zhang Chonglin, as a high-ranking member of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, had a sound-transmitting jade in his possession. Inputting his inner strength, he activated the jade talisman, and the formations illuminated, swiftly projecting a light screen. In no time, an image appeared within the light screen, none other than Zhang Tianxue. At that moment, it was evident that Zhang Tianxue had tears in her eyes, clearly having just cried. Upon receiving Zhang Chonglin's message, she immediately activated her jade talisman to connect with this end. Fourth uncle, how is it? Have you found a miraculous medicine that grandfather needs? Zhang Tianxue inquired with immense hope. There is a lead. Do not worry too much, Schwerer, Zhang Chonglin replied, proceeding to channel his inner strength to project Lin Chen's appearance through the jade talisman to Zhang Tianxue. Schwerer, do you recognize this person? Zhang Chonglin asked. Bai Fei? Zhang Tianxue exclaimed in surprise, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as she couldn't help but ask, Fourth uncle, how is he with you? The medicine required by father may have been obtained by this young man. Zhang Chonglin explained at the same time. He was astonished. Zhang Tianxue's reaction indicated that she not only recognized this young man, but also that their relationship seemed rather significant. Really? Zhang Tianxue's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She turned to Lin Shun and pleaded, Bai Fei, will you save my grandfather? I will grant you anything you desire. While she said this, she had spent time with Lin Shun and understood that it would be difficult to sway him. However, she believed that despite Lin Chen's peculiar nature, he was a good person, for otherwise, he would not have saved her without asking for any reward. I know I owe you a great deal, and I cannot repay it all at once. How about I repay you slowly over the course of my life? If absolutely necessary, I will not insist on being your legitimate wife. Being a concubine is acceptable, as long as you save my grandfather. Zhang Tianxue implored. It was evident that she shared a deep bond with her grandfather and did not wish for him to pass away, willing to sacrifice everything for his sake. Zhang Chonglin listened in astonishment. What had transpired between these two that they were now discussing such things as concubinage? The esteemed young lady of the Zhang family, from the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce, offering to be a concubine to an inconspicuous youth. Had she truly incurred such a profound debt of gratitude? And this young man shared such a connection with Zhang Tianxue, yet initially refrained from mentioning it, only to assert himself forcefully later. Zhang Chonglin could not fail to discern Lin Chen's intentions. Though this youth was young, he was astute, fully aware of how to infuse his words with weight. The difference in impact between speaking now and at the outset was immense. Miss Tianxue, there is no need for such measures. With my presence, I shall surely save your grandfather. There is no need to lower yourself before this rat from the gutter. Ningyu bellowed angrily. His complexion soured, filled with rage, for he had previously encountered Zhang Tianxue at the Zhang residence and had been captivated by her beauty and nobility. In his eyes, only a woman of Zhang Tianxue caliber was worthy of him. Deserving to stand by his side, he had already mentally designated her as his woman. Once he cured the elder Zhang, he would make his proposal, confident that the Zhang family would acquiesce, for this was a union with a future renowned healer. However, now this woman he had chosen, the noble princess of the Zhang family, was demeaning herself before a mere even suggest becoming a concubine was utterly shameless. Ningyu was consumed with fury, seeking nothing less than Lin Chen's demise. Zhang Chonglin, having witnessed all manner of individuals, immediately discerned Ningyu's intentions. Without waiting for Lin Shun or Zhang Tianxue to react, he hastily interjected, Young friend, Schwerer is indeed anxious. She is willing to do anything for her grandfather's survival. I implore you, consider her filial piety and agree to assist us. The Zhang family shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Having concluded his words, Zhang Chonglin solemnly bowed to Lin Shun. Indeed, Zhang Chonglin is a person of significance. This gesture effectively mitigated any potential overreactions from Zhang Tianxue, eased Ningyu's ire, and simultaneously conveyed his sincerity. He had no choice. It was imperative not to offend either party, as he absolutely did not wish to witness a conflict between Lin Shun and Ningyu. Lin Chen observed this exchange quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. Ningyu, however, snorted disdainfully, his countenance dark and forbidding. Yet he refrained from continuing the discourse, Not wanting to overly antagonize Zhang Chonglin, we can discuss the remuneration Lin Shen offered, extending his hand to retrieve the communication jade from Zhang Chonglin, which he then stored in his spatial ring. The image of Zhang Tianxue promptly vanished, severing the connection. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the moment. Zhang Chonglin's eyelid twitched. He was well aware that a jade of such immense value had just been taken. However, I can only think of a few things for now. When I have further needs, I shall contact Zhang Tianxue myself, Lin Shen stated. Zhang Chonglin managed a reluctant smile, naturally acquiescing to this arrangement. Although a piece of communication jade was precious, the financial might of the Jiuding Chamber of Commerce rendered it a trivial concern. Rest assured, my Zhang family guarantees that we shall exhaust all efforts to fulfill your requests. Zhang Chonglin declared earnestly. Lin Shen nodded and proceeded to articulate his needs of high-grade elixirs, demon cores, spiritual treasures. These were items Lin Shen had previously hesitated to procure from the larger cities, wary of leaving traces. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford to be cautious. He must make numerous requests to elevate his strength. Of course, the reason for his extensive list was to obscure his true intentions. For instance, he discreetly included demon cores from serpentine beasts of higher bloodlines, ensuring they blended in and did not attract undue attention, thereby preventing others from perceiving too early his unique ability to absorb demon cores and acquire their powers. Other requests, such as for 5th-grade longswords, were merely standard demands. Yet, Lin Shen casually remarked on the possibility of acquiring ancient relics for study, a statement that Zhang Chonglin took at face value. Without any unnecessary banter, Zhang Chonglin activated his spatial ring, producing nearly all the items Lin Shen sought without error. Truly, Zhang Sai was commendable. The collection he carried was akin to a treasure trove for an ordinary individual. This sword is quite remarkable. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. That it was a 5th-grade longsword, elongated and lightweight, measuring 7 feet, adorned with numerous engravings that exuded a sharp aura. This sword, known as Fei Yu, was my personal weapon in my youth. Although I no longer use it, I have kept it close. Observing your prowess with a sword, I wish to gift it to you. Zhang Chonglin chuckled warmly. To bestow a personal weapon was indicative of Zhang Chonglin's eagerness, as well as his intention to forge a closer bond. Lin Shen nodded appreciatively and accepted Fei Yu, while he noted but did not scrutinize the other items. Among them were indeed some ancient artifacts, inscribed with mysterious runes and texts, possibly the ancient script needed by Bai Shu. However, this was not the opportune moment for examination. Putting these items away, Lin Shen produced 4 leaves resembling dragon claws. The very leaves of the Longyan flower. I have already consumed the petals. These are all that remain, Lin Shen stated. Chapter 54. Bai Fei must die. Zhang Chonglin appeared somewhat disheartened. After all, without the petals, the medicinal efficacy would be diminished, but if they had already been consumed, there was little that could be done. Fortunately, Ningyu had mentioned that even the leaves held some value. Zhang Chonglin then turned to Ningyu, respectfully inquiring, Master Ningyu, do you believe these 4 leaves will suffice for the concoction of elixirs for my father? Ningyu's expression shifted, for he had hoped for petals rather than leaves, which would greatly assist him. However, he could not refute the earlier promise he made. To do so would undermine his credibility. 4 leaves are indeed useful, but I do not believe he has consumed all the petals. He could not possibly have refined so many without retaining some. Ningyu retorted coldly. The Longyan flower has a delightful flavor, Lin Shen remarked casually, then proceeded to exit. You. Ningyu seethed with rage. Was Lin Shen daring to provoke him? A mere mouse had the audacity to challenge one of such esteemed status. You stop right there. You must leave the remaining Longyan flower with me. Ningyu demanded icily. He was determined to obtain what he desired. Master Ningyu, I believe this young friend is not one to lie. He is unaware of the Longyan flower's potency, and thus consumed it entirely. Though wasteful, it is regrettably unavoidable. Thankfully, Master Ningyu, with your expertise in alchemy, can utilize the Longyan leaves to craft the elixirs my father requires, which truly is a blessing for our Zhang family. Now that we have acquired the spiritual herb, I propose we hasten our return to avoid any delay. Zhang Chonglin interjected, his words skillfully crafted to elevate Ningyu while simultaneously silencing him. This also clearly indicated their priorities. Everything must revolve around the elder Zhang's health. On this matter, Zhang Chonglin would not yield an inch. Additionally, since Lin Shun had a prior connection with Zhang Tianxue, Zhang Chonglin would ensure that Ningyu did not make things difficult for Lin Shun. Ningyu's expression darkened. He understood Zhang Chonglin's implications. He snorted, but restrained himself from further antagonizing Lin Shun. He was keenly aware that his value lay solely in treating the elder Zhang. Otherwise, even as a disciple of a renowned physician, he would not receive such high regard from the Zhang family. For him, the gratitude to be received from the Zhang family held paramount importance. And it was indeed unnecessary to jeopardize that for the sake of Lin Shun. I have long traversed the path of alchemy, and with my presence, there is no need to worry about the elder Zhang's condition. Ningyu proclaimed with pride. Then we shall rely entirely on Master Ningyu. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily. Thus, after exchanging farewells and expressing numerous compliments laden with clear intentions of alliance, Zhang Chonglin and his party departed to board the flying treasure ship. This ship, capable of soaring through the void at remarkable speeds, was a coveted strategic asset among the major factions. Regrettably, its manufacture was exceedingly difficult, and only the royal family, border military, and Juding Chamber of Commerce possessed such vessels within the entirety of the Dawei realm. Once the silver armored army escorted Zhang Chonglin and his entourage onto the treasure ship, their mission was deemed complete. Once aboard, the likelihood of danger was virtually non-existent, for even the strongest entity within the Dawei nation was merely at the level of a specialized expert. There had never been a presence of a higher-tier practitioner capable of flight in the realm of knowledge. Only those of the knowledge domain could soar through the skies. Before departing, Ningyu cast a meaningful glance at the leader of the silver-armored army and handed him an item. Subsequently, the ship was enveloped in a myriad of intricate patterns that extended into the void, creating a complexity that imparted a sense of the ship being lifted by the very fabric of space. This was the Void Array, a masterful manipulation of spatial laws, showcasing its rarity and the difficulty of its creation. The Juding Chamber of Commerce had expended immense resources to acquire such a vessel, which was seldom utilized in ordinary circumstances. However, in light of the elder Zhang's condition, they spared no effort. As the array lifted the ship, it ascended and rapidly accelerated until it soared into the heavens, quickly vanishing from sight. "Commander, what are our next steps?" an officer inquired. Ji Qingjie wore a grim expression, refraining from an immediate response as he examined the item Ningyu had given him. "Eat Dan." Ji Qingjie's gaze sharpened, unable to suppress his excitement. This was a top-tier 5th-grade elixir, capable of assisting practitioners in the intent realm to strengthen their martial intent, an exceedingly precious treasure sought after by those in that realm. Ji Qingjie promptly stored the He-Dan away, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He then retrieved a piece of paper from the vial. "By Fei must die," it read. "Humph. Even without this, I would not let that boy off easily. He severely injured Jinwei, crippling my silver-armored army's future. How could I simply let it go?" Ji Qingjie growled menacingly. Moreover, now that Ningyu also desired Lin Chen's demise and had even produced the He-Dan, there was no way he could spare Lin Shun. "Have our operatives been diligently monitoring that boy?" Ji Qingjie questioned coldly. "Rest assured, my lord, our spies are more than capable. That boy cannot evade their watchful eyes." The officer replied with a chuckle. Just then, a hawk swooped down and landed on the officer's arm, delivering a scheduled report from their spies. The message contained the boy's current location. "Shall we proceed directly?" The officer sneered. "Let us go," Ji Qingjie commanded. However, upon opening the message, the officer's expression shifted dramatically. "What is the matter?" Ji Qingjie's brow furrowed in concern. "My lord, the spies report that they have lost track of him." The officer stammered. "What?" Ji Qingjie's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. "Fools! How can you not keep tabs on a single boy? What use are you?" Feeling Ji Qingjie's wrath, the officer instinctively recoiled, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Ji Qingjie stated, "That boy is surely still within the ancient Tower City. Have our team disperse and find him." Indeed, the adjutant promptly took his leave. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, accompanied by Lu Nan, navigated through the alleyways with remarkable agility. His perceptive abilities were keen, He had already sensed that he was being followed by a persistent fly. However, Lin Shun had faced elite scouts from the kingdom of Wu at the borders. And despite this, he had successfully conducted several covert marches, infiltrating the military formations of WU. In comparison, the scouts of the Silver Armored Army were trivial as they weaved through the alleys, altering their direction with great speed. Lin Shun soon managed to shake them off entirely. Subsequently, he disguised himself seamlessly, leaving no trace behind, and the pursuers could no longer track their whereabouts. Lu Nan, closely trailing behind, was filled with astonishment. She was well acquainted with the ancient Tower City, even more so than Lin Shun. Yet throughout this endeavor, Lin Shun remained in command, as if this locale were his home ground. Not only was he immensely powerful and extraordinarily gifted, but his combat qualities and tactical acumen were also astonishing. Fortunately, they were not adversaries. Otherwise, Lu Nan doubted her survival. Steeling herself, Lu Nan spoke, "The entrance lies just ahead. The key you obtained from me can lead you to the Seven Alley Gate, but I have never truly been able to enter the Seven Alley myself." Chapter 55. A grand inscription. Lin Shun and Lu Nan arrived in an ancient district within the Tower City. The majority of its inhabitants were no longer martial artists, but rather ordinary citizens, toiling away within the confines of the ancient city. Rarely did martial artists venture into this area, which was characterized by its filth and disarray. Fortunately, having shed their pursuers, Lin Shun and Lu Nan had disguised themselves, blending in with the local populace and attracting no attention. However, they could not linger for long, lest they be recognized. While martial artists typically avoided this place, lurking spies were ever watchful, as local factions sought to maintain control over every corner of the city. As they passed by dilapidated low-rise buildings, many appeared on the verge of collapse, posing a significant danger. Yet it was evident that these structures were ancient, having suffered years of decay, followed by continuous repairs, resulting in their current state. The oldest parts likely boasted a history spanning thousands of years. Following Lu Nan's guidance, Lin Shun entered a secluded alleyway, a place where local residents seldom ventured, making it exceedingly remote. In the middle of the alley, Lu Nan came to a halt. Here stood a stone tablet, its inscription long since faded and indecipherable. The tablet was embedded within the wall, blending in with the surrounding bricks and stones, appearing merely as a building material, thus attracting no attention. However, Lin Shun noticed a depression on the tablet, resembling the shape of the key he had previously received from Lu Nan. Without hesitation, he produced the key and placed it into the indentation. In the next moment, as if awakening from slumber, intricate patterns emanated from the stone tablet, entwining with the key. With a flash of light, Lin Shun and Lu Nan vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. The sky was dark and oppressive, as if it were about to collapse, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. The dim heavens seemed to loom close, pressing down upon the expansive array of structures below. The architecture here, characterized by blue bricks, black tiles, and red pillars, stretched endlessly, yet most of it was in ruins, with only a few buildings still standing. Albeit heavily damaged, it resembled a desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, even amidst these remnants, one could discern that there had once been 8 rows of houses. Between each row lay an alleyway. In total, 7 alleys. This was indeed the domain of the 7 alleys. Lin Shun was utterly astonished. He had speculated about the nature of the 7 alleys, perhaps envisioning it as a unique district hidden within the myriad structures of the Tower City. Yet he never anticipated that the 7 alleys would exist in an entirely different realm. What kind of sorcery was this? Had they traversed through the void? Was the stone tablet a legendary teleportation array? Even the formidable kingdom of Wei could not construct such a terrifying formation. Lin Shun struggled to maintain his composure. He had never envisioned witnessing such a phenomenon within the borders of the kingdom of Wei, and particularly not in a city as modest as the Tower City. The 7 alleys appeared to conceal countless secrets. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun endeavored to calm himself. He surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze narrowed sharply in the distance, where the dark sky met the earth. Towering mountains unfurled like a vast expanse. Among these mountains stood ancient structures. Did they also belong to the realm of the 7 alleys? No. Something about them seemed familiar, and Lin Chen's expression changed. Those were the 10 towers, the 10 ancient stone towers within the 10 Tower Mountains. He had recently seen one, the White Jade Tower. Lin Chen was certain he could not be mistaken. But why could he see the 10 towers here? Or was it possible that the 10 towers and the 7 alleys were intrinsically linked, part of the singular system? I was initially quite astonished. They seemed unmistakably like the ancient towers from the 10 Tower Mountains. Yet I could not approach them. Hence I could not confirm anything. Lu Nan sighed. Although she was a descendant of the 7 alleys, possessing ancient artifacts passed down from her ancestors, such as that key, she herself was too weak. Aside from being able to enter this place, she could do little else. Despite the proximity of the 7 alleys, she could not truly draw near, even if she attempted to advance. It would be futile, as the 7 alleys would perpetually remain before her, as if in a different space altogether. It was akin to being close yet worlds apart. Lin Shun took a few steps forward. Indeed, no matter how far he advanced, the 7 alleys consistently lay just ahead, unwavering and unchanged. They're a formidable barrier here, or some other force. Lin Shen pondered it if necessary. He might secretly attempt to harness the power of the Tian Tongue. However, he first needed to find an opportune moment to utilize the various demon cores he had acquired from Zhang Chonglin to enhance his strength. Oh, how intriguing! Search around and see if there are any ancient inscriptions etched here. Bai Shu suddenly interjected. Ancient inscriptions, words as in marks, are the manifestation of martial arts reaching an apex, simplified into strokes. Thus, ancient characters embody terrifying power, representing a form of martial expression. Bai Shu elucidated that in her view. Given the extraordinary nature of this place, it was possible that someone had engraved ancient characters here. However, despite this assertion, they found themselves in a desolate area with nothing of note. Where would ancient characters be inscribed? Is there anything particularly special about this place? Lin Chun inquired. Lu Nan shook her head in response. Though I have come here only a handful of times for the sake of secrecy, I have meticulously searched each time, having thoroughly scoured this area multiple times without discovering anything remarkable. It seemed that even Lin Chun could not penetrate the secrets of this place. Lu Nan let out a sigh. Being a descendant of the 7 alleys yet unable to enter them was indeed ironic. Surely, there must be something else passed down? Lin Chun furrowed his brow. None that I've already attempted to explore any potential leads. Lu Nan replied. What about bloodlines? Lin Chun asked. Lu Nan paused for a moment. The only thing passed down from our ancestors, apart from external objects like the key, is indeed our bloodline. Are you saying that my blood could unlock this place? Lu Nan's expression shifted. Yet, she soon shook her head. It wouldn't work. I was once injured and bled here, but nothing changed. Perhaps there were changes you simply did not notice, Lin Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Nan tugged at her mouth, unable to suppress an eye roll. The genius prodigy could make one feel exasperated with just a truthful statement. Lu Nan chuckled wryly, but resolved to act, drawing a dagger and slicing her palm. Instantly, blood flowed forth, dripping onto the ground. As her blood seeped into the earth, Lin Chun felt a subtle ripple. His spirit jolted, and he focused intently, but could not grasp what it was. Is it an incorporeal entity? Lin Chun frowned. Bai Shu, however, let out a scoff and remarked, How obtuse! Can't you see? Such a grand character, and you probably don't even pay attention to your studies. You can see it? Lin Chen's heart stirred. Of course. My pages are practically itching to reveal themselves, Bai Shu exclaimed with excitement. Harnessing Bai Shu's power through the 9 heavens slashing god technique, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sensation and quickly lifted his gaze. Indeed, there were characters, such grand characters. They loomed over the heavens, filling the entire sky. Chapter 56. The realm of the 7 alleys. Lin Chun was astounded. It was evident that this was indeed a character. Colossal and awe-inspiring, dominating the firmament. However, as Lin Chun strained his eyes to capture the entirety of the character, he could not discern what it was this moment. He comprehended that the ancient characters Bai Shu referred to were not the written language of antiquity, but rather a form of extremely ancient and unique script, an embodiment of power. It appears that both Lu Nan and the previous Hua Yun possess only a scant understanding of the treasures hidden within the 7 alleys. Huayan even believed that it merely contained the power leading to the realm of specialized techniques. In hindsight, such a notion grossly underestimates the significance of the Seven Alleys. The very character itself is not something a practitioner of specialized techniques could inscribe. What an immense concept, Bai Shu chuckled softly. She was not overly astonished. After all, her experiences had cultivated a broad knowledge base. Lin Shan speculated that at the pinnacle of Bai Shu's prowess, the entire blade might have been inscribed with ancient script. Its might must be unparalleled. This character, is it called Jia? Lin Shan endeavored to commit this character to memory, yet despite its few strokes appearing deceptively simple, closing his eyes rendered him utterly incapable of recalling it. Lin Shan's heart quivered. Is this the essence of ancient script? Even the form of the character itself constitutes a part of its power, imbued with supreme strength, without understanding the true meaning inherent in each stroke. One could never hope to inscribe it. You needn't bother looking. Even if you do, you won't comprehend it. Such a grand ancient script is beyond your current ability to carve, and moreover, the character Jia embodies a profound martial path, having already formed a law that you cannot wield at this moment. Bai Shu's side. This ancient script is formidable, capable of being inscribed upon the celestial dome, a testament to its astonishing nature. It is not within Lin Shan's grasp at present, and even attempting to carve it into Bai Shu would prove futile. Let us proceed. With my presence, this character shall not hinder us, Bai Shu declared. Lin Shan nodded, feeling a twinge of regret, but passing through this place was still a significant gain to AS for the ancient script. Since it resides here, he could always return to claim it in the future. Ultimately, it belongs to him, a powerful hidden asset, a reservoir of strength. At that moment, Lin Shan activated the Nine Heavens sword-slaying technique. The sword shadow of Bai Shu within his dantian began to vibrate gently, and strands of white energy emanated forth, enveloping Lin Shan. Subsequently, he and Lu Nen advanced forward. Above them, the colossal character Jia radiated with divine light, and great power descended, forming an immense, invisible wall. This barrier separated Lin Shan and the others from the Seven Alleys, preventing them from drawing near. However, as Bai Shu's power surged forward, ripples began to emerge upon the barrier, akin to a resilient membrane. Although there remained a sense of obstruction, it was no longer insurmountable. Simultaneously, Lin Shan observed intricate patterns beginning to appear on Bai Shu's pristine sword body. These delicate lines, reminiscent of brush strokes, gradually formed one of the strokes of Jia. Fortunately, I possess consciousness and am a spiritual entity, allowing me to actively inscribe parts of it, but to inscribe the entirety, you must rely on your own abilities, Bai Shu instructed Lin Shan. Therefore, make certain to study diligently and learn the characters. Do you understand? Bai Shu did not hesitate to remind Lin Shan to focus on his studies. Lin Shan could only chuckle ruefully. He also sensed that Bai Shu's power was beginning to increase. It seemed imperative to grow stronger quickly, to inscribe more ancient characters. A sense of urgency welled up within Lin Shan, leading him to inquire, can such power penetrate through Tian Tong? Tian Tong, that broken black dragon. A barbaric creature, one that has never read a book. What capabilities could it possibly possess? Can it even comprehend characters? Bai Shu expressed her disdain for Tian Tong. However, she seemed to recognize the dragon's formidable and unique nature. Conceding with a slight grimace, there is a possibility, given that black dragons are inherently capable of disregarding prohibitions and formations. Yet, it can only dismantle them. It cannot ignore the power contained within such prohibitions and formations. You should exercise caution in the future. Furthermore, while ancient script bears similarities to prohibitions and formations, they are fundamentally different in essence. It represents the embodiment of a martial path taken to an extreme. Concerning laws, a truth you will come to understand in due course. Bai Shu was indeed reminiscent of a dedicated educator, tirelessly imparting knowledge. Lin Shan silently took note. I could see this moment. Wielding the sword, Bai Shu inscribed a stroke of the character Jia. Merging with the barrier, in the next instant, the long sword pierced through the barrier, allowing Lin Shan and Lu Nan to step onto the other side, truly entering the Seven Alleys. The moment they crossed, Lin Shan perceived a radiant glow emanating from Lu Nan, as if her very blood had been ignited. Her bloodline was indeed pivotal. As a descendant of the Seven Alleys, she was destined to gain more here. And in a flash of light, Lu Nan vanished from sight. Has she been directly guided away? I wonder what she will acquire, Lin Shen murmured. Naturally, there was no need for concern, as a descendant of the Seven Alleys. She was entitled to inherit the strength of her forebears. Lin Shen remained confident that he would not return empty-handed. Moreover, Lu Nan's departure was beneficial for Lin Shen, facilitating his movements, having breached the barrier. Lin Shen truly set foot in the Seven Alleys. An ancient aura enveloped him, as if the very air were steeped in antiquity, rendering the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. This place had been sealed by the character Jia for far too long. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings and refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to channel the Nine Heavens sword-slaying technique. Uncertain of what he might encounter ahead, Lin Shen understood the necessity of enhancing his own strength. Previously, in the presence of Zhang Chonglin and others, he had not had the opportunity to utilize the items acquired from Zhang Chonglin. Now, having arrived in this new realm, he felt no apprehension of being detected by foes. The various demon cores, undoubtedly sourced from Zhang Chonglin, were of high quality, with the lowest being of the 3rd rank and 6 stars. Lin Shen immediately employed Tian Tong to consume them, drawing forth a wealth of pure power that facilitated a breakthrough in his realm. The 8th level of the Overbearing Realm, a significant advancement. Moreover, among them was a high-grade bloodline serpent demon core, which proved to be an invaluable asset. After consumption, the sword shadow of Tian Tong solidified further, acquiring an entirely new ability. This demon core belonged to the battle beast fire serpent. Its most formidable power lay in its serpent's tongue line, capable of condensing its demonic energy into an extremely fine line and then launching it with explosive force. Truly astonishing. Lin Shen murmured. Such demon beasts were rare in the WEIT. Was said that in the territory of the demon race, they were extensively employed in border warfare. A volley of several tens of thousands of fire serpents could obliterate most defensive structures. Remarkably lethal, even in individual combat, they were formidable. Lin Shen concentrated, and a serpent dragon exterior materialized around him, with thunder flashing from its horns, transforming the entire serpent dragon into a thunder serpent, more ferocious than before. As the serpent dragon opened its mouth, a torrent of mystical energy surged forth, coalescing into a searing beam. The fluctuations were filled with explosive potential. Chapter 57. Ancient script shield. This was the serpent's tongue line. With a thought, the serpent dragon aimed skyward, and the concentrated power erupted forth. The line shot straight up, as thin as a pin, piercing the heavens and striking the barrier with a resounding impact. Of course, the barrier was far too resilient. Upon contact, the serpent's tongue line exploded, leaving no trace. Yet Lin Shen could already sense its tremendous power. Indeed, a formidable long-range attack, and with the serpent dragon exterior, it could execute strikes from all angles. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Chonglin had truly gifted him a remarkable treasure. The only downside was that the power required for the serpent's tongue line was substantial, even with Lin Shen's strength, which far exceeded that of others in the same realm. He could not use it indiscriminately. Most, he could unleash 10 shots before exhausting his mystical energy. Henceforth, he would need to exercise caution in its application. Of course, the abilities acquired from consuming serpent demon beasts merely enriched Lin Shen's arsenal of attacks. His greatest strength remained his sword. The cultivation of swordsmanship was paramount. From Zhang Chonglin, Lin Shen had rightfully obtained 2 6th-grade sword techniques. Thousand Feather Sword. Rapid sword style. Thousand Feather Sword transforms the sword into flying feathers, unparalleled in sharpness. If mastered to perfection, one could simultaneously conjure 1,000 rays of light to strike, virtually unstoppable, whether in individual combat or against an army. It could unleash tremendous might. Among 6th-grade martial techniques, the Thousand Feather Sword ranks slightly above average. The rapid sword style is devoid of any embellishments, solely seeking swiftness. Once perfected, its speed is so rapid that the naked eye can scarcely perceive it. Striking like a tempestuous storm, its power is undeniably formidable. Both of these sword techniques complement the Flying Feather Sword, clearly intended by Zhang Chonglin, showcasing his thoughtful design. Lin Shen understood that the other party was attempting to cultivate ties. Sparing no effort in his generosity, he wondered if Zhang Laozu could be rescued. However, regardless, Zhang Chonglin's successful acquisition of medicinal herbs had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the major powers of Dawei. Lin Shen mused. The royal family's focus is likely on the Zhang family at present. The more so, the pressure on Lin Shen's side would comparatively lessen, which is beneficial for him. Bai Shu, take a look at these ancient artifacts. Many are inscribed with ancient characters. Are there any ancient scripts among them? Lin Shen inquired, producing the artifacts gifted by Zhang Chonglin. Zhang Chonglin was a high-ranking member of the Nine Tripod Trading Company, an entity that often procured a plethora of peculiar items. It was evident that Zhang Chonglin had a penchant for collecting and possessed a discerning eye. Any ancient artifact he deemed worthy of collection must possess a unique significance. Certainly, Zhang Chonglin likely did not perceive anything unusual in the end. Otherwise, he would not have so readily facilitated Lin Shen's acquisition. The artifacts were not particularly ancient and most a millennium old. Bai Shu perused them briefly. Her interest waning to a millennium. Lin Shen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. For the goddess, a mere slumber of 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment, rendering a millennium insignificant. It remains a mystery in which era the goddess and these 9 swords existed. Or perhaps they belong to an entirely previous epoch? Presently, Lin Shen chose not to dwell on such thoughts, merely hoping for some fruitful discovery. Bai Shu rummaged through the items for a while before exclaiming in surprise. Had she found something? Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Bai Shu nodded slightly and instructed Lin Shen to extract a partially damaged stone tablet from the heap of antiquities. The tablet appeared exceedingly ancient, seemingly older than the one outside 7 Alleys. Its inscriptions worn and barely legible, revealing a single character that was too indistinct for Lin Shen to discern. This bears remnants of great power. It was indeed inscribed with an ancient script. I suspect it was once a mountain monument of a certain sect, which later perished and found its way here, Bai Shu remarked. Her enthusiasm was noticeably muted, a stark contrast to her earlier reaction to the character. Clearly, this was not a formidable ancient script. Bai Shu approached the stone tablet, gently caressing its surface. Though she was a sword spirit, unlike the Black Dragon, she could actively evoke the power of the Bai Shu sword. Waves of white light surged towards the tablet, and the blurred inscriptions began to clarify. Observe closely and learn well. You should be able to inscribe such characters, Bai Shu advised, resembling a teacher imparting knowledge. Lin Shen gazed at the characters, confirming that none corresponded to those of this era. Indeed, ancient scripts represented power and even laws, rather than mere semantics. However, unlike the earlier character, Lin Shen felt a profound sense of greatness. This character seemed to resonate more clearly with him. Gradually, Lin Shen found himself immersed in the character, and he faintly envisioned a warrior, towering and formidable, who had spent years honing his body, using it as a bulwark that he charged into battle, drawing enemy attacks upon himself, a living shield. He broke through enemy lines. This individual was truly fierce, obsessively devoted to his martial path, never yielding despite severe setbacks. Ultimately, he attained mastery, transforming his physical form into an impenetrable shield, surpassing even defensive treasures. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his path, the martial essence manifested as strokes of ink, coalescing into the character Lin Shen now beheld. Shield. After a moment, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Lin Shen's eyes. He seemed to grasp the meaning of the character. Shield. Bai Shu regarded him with approval, chuckling, to draw me out, you must possess some skill. Lin Shen was astonished, even perplexed as to why he could comprehend it. Bai Shu, sensing his confusion, explained, ancient scripts are the embodiment of formidable martial arts, requiring one to forge their own path to inscribe them. However, each individual's journey is unique, with innate strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the earlier character was inscribed by a truly fearsome martial artist, whereas this is merely a minor path, an observer. If your martial talent is sufficient, you may resonate with the strokes of the character and intuit its meaning and power. Seeing, recognizing, inscribing, and mastering characters are entirely different endeavors, with increasing complexity. Lin Shan was speechless, Hecate present. He seemed to be at the stage of recognizing characters, unable to inscribe them yet. However, it seemed unnecessary, for he had Bai Shu. Her presence enabled Lin Shan to comprehend ancient scripts, recognize them, and naturally articulate them, allowing for their inscription. With this in mind, Lin Shan attempted to inscribe each stroke of onto the Bai Shu sword using his understanding. Despite some hesitations, he managed to complete it in one fluid motion. Upon completion, Lin Shan observed that a character had indeed materialized on the blade, albeit somewhat juvenile and chaotic, yet recognizable as the character. As the character took form, Lin Shan noticed that Bai Shu's sword became denser, its power intensified. The white-clad maiden appeared more vivid, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. Chapter 58. 10 Heads 9 Infants Indeed. Inscribing ancient scripts could facilitate Bai Shu's growth and transformation. Alas, this character was still insufficiently potent. Further inscriptions were needed to fully solidify Bai Shu and aspire towards the next sword for a first attempt. This level is commendable, Bai Shu remarked, a rare compliment. Lin Shan smiled, filled with joy. This was a completely novel endeavor, one he had never even heard of before. As for the true power of ancient scripts, Lin Shan was eager to explore. Promptly, he activated the Bai Shu sword, and the character gleamed with radiance. In an instant, Lin Shan felt his defenses bolstered, as though he possessed an indomitable physique. This represented a significant enhancement in defense. And combined with Lin Shan's already fortified body, he could transform into a humanoid behemoth. Could this be the power of ancient scripts? Lin Shan marveled. This surpassed the effects of armors crafted by blacksmiths, talismans drawn by talisman masters, or formations laid by array masters. Its efficacy was remarkable, executed almost instantaneously without any preparatory time. Moreover, it felt intrinsically unified with his own strength, as if it were part of him. Such power was indeed astounding, and this was merely inscribed upon Bai Shu. What might it be like if one day I could condense my own martial essence into characters? Lin Shan pondered in awe. This world is vast. I once believed the might of the Dawei was unparalleled. Yet it is far more astonishing than Lin Shan had imagined, harboring terrifying powers he had never encountered before. If one day I leave the Dawei for even greater realms, what unimaginable experiences await me, such as the Qing Xian Divine Gate. Qin Yuer must be at the Qing Xian Divine Gate now. Having become a disciple, her horizons far beyond what Dawei could offer. The Dawei no longer holds any significance for her. We shall meet again, Lin Shan murmured with a detached air. He would triumph over the formidable foes of the Dawei and ascend to those lofty heights to behold a broader world. Now, let us see what treasures the 7 alleys hold. Lin Shan's gaze fell upon the dilapidated alleys before him. The crumbling passageways appeared devoid of anything remarkable, with numerous broken walls and remnants. As Lin Shan traversed the stone path, he attentively sensed the surroundings. Also curious about Lunan's current whereabouts, he instinctively refrained from entering certain ruins, feeling it inappropriate to disturb them. However, there were relatively intact houses within the alley, and Lin Shan stepped inside. The courtyard was ancient and tranquil, yet long neglected, having fallen into disrepair, resembling a haunted house. With the overcast sky adding to the eerie atmosphere, Lin Shan wandered for a while before stopping before a mural in a side hall. The mural depicted a monstrous entity of unparalleled malevolence, colossal as a mountain, with 10 heads, each akin to a peak piercing the clouds. Merely gazing upon it evoked terror, as boundless malice seemed to emanate from the mural. What is this? A beast of the demon race. Lin Shan gasped. He had never encountered such a fearsome creature. Strange, why does this little thing look so peculiar? Bai Shu remarked in astonishment. Lin Shan was at a loss for words. This terrifying creature seemed capable of shattering the heavens. Could it truly be described as peculiar? What is this? Lin Shan inquired. That it appears to be a 9 infants, but typically it is only 9 heads. Why does it have 10? Bai Shu replied, equally intrigued. She continued, according to ancient texts, the 9 infants were born at the dawn of creation, emerging from the convergence of yin and yang energies in the deep mountains and vast marshes. They are nine-headed serpents self-styled as nine infants. This creature is extraordinarily powerful, possessing an almost immortal body. One head equals one life, and with 9 lives, as long as one remains, it can absorb spiritual energy from the world to recover, rendering it nearly impossible to slay. Yet I wonder why it possesses an extra head. Could be a tumor. The 9 infants of a legendary beast truly exist. Is this place related to these 10-headed 9 infants? Lin Shun speculated. Perhaps those 10 ancient towers might have been constructed to seal the 10 heads of the 9 infants. After all, they are indeed difficult to kill, Bai Shu suggested. Lin Shun was taken aback. So that's how it is. It seems the legacy of the 7 alleys exceeds expectations. Upon glancing around once more, Lin Shun found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he pressed deeper into the structure, where a series of well-preserved edifices gradually came into view. As he entered to investigate, he encountered several murals that depicted a group of individuals who selflessly sacrificed themselves, enduring tremendous losses, ultimately managing to suppress the 10-headed Jiao Ying with a secret method. This aligned closely with what Bai Shu had previously recounted. Those 10 ancient towers served as anchor points to seal away the 10 heads. According to the murals, after successfully sealing the 10-headed Jiao Ying, the majority of the people from the 7 alleys perished, suffering catastrophic losses. Eventually, others began to covet the power of Jiao Ying, driven mad by its allure. The inhabitants of the 7 alleys, left with no choice, sealed off all 10 towers with the character Jia. In the aftermath, the remnants of the 7 alleys, having lost most of their formidable warriors, gradually began to decline, and now perhaps only Lu Nan remains. The rumors surrounding the 7 alleys have devolved to the point where they merely assist others in accessing specialized techniques. Yet, it is precisely this that has allowed the place to endure until now. Otherwise, it would have long since fallen into the hands of the powerful. Ultimately, Lin Shun found himself in a hall reminiscent of an ancestral shrine, adorned with numerous memorial tablets, the foremost of which bore the name Lu Donglai. Presumably the progenitor of the 7 alleys. Do you know this individual? Lin Shun inquired. No, Bai Shu shook her head. Her era was evidently far more ancient. The shrine also housed a larger mural depicting the moment of triumph when the 10-headed Jiao Ying was successfully sealed. A towering figure stood atop one of the heads of Jiao Ying, holding an ancient character aloft. It was the character. This individual was the creator of. Was he Lu Donglai? Lin Shun mused, scrutinizing the scene. Lu Donglai forcibly extracted half of a demon core from Jiao Ying using the character, subsequently sealing it, which allowed the 10-headed Jiao Ying to finally fall silent, suppressed beneath the 10 towers, buried deep within the earth. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Shun could not help but ask, Bai Shu, does this Jiao Ying qualify as a serpent? Previously, Bai Shu had mentioned that Jiao Ying resembled a 9-headed serpent, so it would not be unreasonable to categorize it as a serpent-like demon beast. Well, it could be considered so, Bai Shu replied, her certainty wavering. Logically speaking, the demon cores of serpent-like demon beasts enable the growth of Tiangong because their metamorphosis often leans towards that of a dragon. However, Jiao Ying is an unparalleled ferocious beast, utterly unafraid of the dragon clan, even regarding ordinary dragons as mere snacks. Even if it were classified as a serpent, it remained uncertain whether Tiangong could consume its power. After all, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 59. A test of life and death. The progenitor of the 7 alleys sealed half of the Jiao Ying demon core here, if obtained and devoured by the black dragon. Even a minuscule benefit would be immeasurable. Lin Shun expressed with excitement. He might even have the chance to acquire the abilities of Jiao Ying. You could give it a try, Bai Shu merely suggested. Lin Shun exited the shrine and continued his exploration of the 7 alleys, entering every intact building he encountered. Eventually, in the central row of structures, Lin Shun made an intriguing discovery. It was a circular stone chamber, surrounded by towering stone statues, likely representing the past warriors of the 7 alleys. The center of the stone chamber, a beam of light shot straight upward. The missing Lu Nan was situated within. She had her eyes closed, seemingly in a state of transcendence, undergoing a baptism. The people of the 7 alleys had indeed left something behind for posterity. She was rapidly absorbing the power bequeathed by her ancestors. A process akin to a complete metamorphosis, reshaping her destiny. Bai Shu articulated slowly. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. However, this was Lunan's fortune, a legacy from her forebears, and Lin Shan had no intention of usurping it. In fact, Lunan appeared to be within reach, yet she was effectively isolated, making any attempt at contact exceedingly difficult for Lin Shan. Observing his surroundings, he meticulously scrutinized every detail before finally directing his gaze to the ground. The stone-paved floors seemed to be arranged according to a specific pattern. The seams connected not in straight lines, but rather in arcs, resembling brush strokes. "Does this floor inscribe a character?" Lin Shan exclaimed softly. Upon encountering ancient script, he instinctively thought along those lines. Indeed, it did seem to resemble a character. It was once again the character, albeit in a simplified form, Bai Shu noted. Immediately, Bai Shu radiated light as she had previously inscribed a stroke of the character, which now resonated with the power within the floor. In an instant, Lin Shan observed the floor's stone tiles becoming translucent. Peering downward, he beheld an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar shattered the silence, as an exceedingly ferocious beast burst forth from the depths of darkness, unleashing a frenzied howl at Lin Shan. In the shadows, 10 heads writhed wildly, each opening wide its blood-filled maw, the overwhelming malevolence causing Lin Shan to involuntarily step back. Even though he was acutely aware that this was merely a projection of another realm seen through the barrier, incapable of directly affecting him, he still felt intimidated by the ferocity emanating from it. Was this the infamous Jiao Ying? Truly terrifying. Steeling himself, Lin Shan initiated the 9 heavens slaying god technique. The Jiao Ying continued to roar, its malevolence surging towards Lin Shan's mind, yet he remained unaffected. When he had previously drawn Tian Gong, the Black Dragon's ferocity had been even more formidable. Utilizing the Black Dragon's vision, Lin Shan pierced through the darkness beneath, where he discovered half of a demon core suspended in mid-air. So the demon core was hidden here. Bai Shu, could you slightly open the barrier? I wish to test something, Lin Shan proposed. Are you certain? Bai Shu regarded Lin Shan with concern, cautioning Jiao Ying is a naturally ferocious beast, exceedingly terrifying, and this particular one is exceptionally unique, possessing 10 heads. Often, a mere attempt can lead to death. Even a slight infusion of its power could be catastrophic. Please consider carefully. Was Bai Shu jesting? Lin Shan chuckled lightly, declaring, since I have cultivated the 9 heavens slaying god technique, it is merely a ferocious beast. There is nothing to fear. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Thereafter, Bai Shu's sword glowed with the stroke belonging to the character once more. A beam of white light descended, distorting the barrier, creating a minuscule opening. In an instant, a putrid wind surged forth, a wave of malevolence crashing down upon Lin Shan. This was no longer a mere projection. It had directly reached Lin Shan's vicinity. A thread of power from the 10-headed Jiao Ying crossed the barrier, yet it was already terrifying. That power materialized into the form of the 10-headed Jiao Ying, casting a colossal shadow over Lin Shan, with pairs of blood-red eyes flickering ominously. It was as if he were truly facing the 10-headed Jiao Ying. Roar! The projection of Jiao Ying unleashed a ferocious growl, lunging towards Lin Shan with a bite. Humph! Lin Shan snorted coldly, and the Feiyu sword was instantly drawn. Thousand feather sword. A flurry of sword feathers coalesced around Lin Shan, then surged forward, striking the projection of Jiao Ying's power. Simultaneously, the speed of the Feiyu sword increased. Swift sword style, he aimed to sever one of the heads of the projection with a single stroke. The projection of Jiao Ying howled, growing increasingly ferocious. A mere insect dared to wound it. The projection of Jiao Ying roared, each head opening its gaping maw, unleashing torrents of water, fire, and lightning towards Lin Shan, seeking to engulf him. The power was indeed formidable. However, it was merely a fraction of the 10-headed Jiao Ying's might. It was insufficient to annihilate Lin Shan. Lin Shan activated the Bai Shu sword, the character, done, gleaming, significantly enhancing his defenses, and then, like a rampaging dragon, charged towards the projection of Jiao Ying's power. The sword light cleaved through the torrents of water, fire, and lightning, his body vibrating as if impervious to the elements. The projection of Jiao Ying's assault intensified. Symbols began to appear in its maw, unleashing even more terrifying power, vowing to obliterate Lin Shun. The battle escalated to an extraordinary intensity. Lin Shun sustained injuries, yet he remained undefeated. Instead, he leveraged the projection of Jiao Ying to further familiarize himself with the thousand-feather sword and swift sword style, as well as the use of the serpent's tongue binding, rapidly achieving mastery. His combat prowess consequently continued to grow. Furthermore, the power of Tiangong was also stirred within Lin Shun. With each clash, he utilized the Black Dragon to tear at the power of Jiao Ying, continuously devouring and absorbing it. The 10-headed Jiao Ying before him was the manifestation of the power of the Demon Core, fundamentally a part of the Demon Core itself. The Black Dragon feasted upon the Demon Core, Bai Shu observed, and Lin Shun's performance elicited a slight nod from her. Even she, who had witnessed countless prodigies over endless ages, recognized Lin Shun's exceptional abilities among them. Perhaps this individual truly could draw out the 9 swords. However, whether reaching that stage would ultimately be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain for Bai Shu. Yet, since Lin Shun had chosen to draw her, and she had already been extracted, there was no need for her to ponder such matters. Her sole focus was to assist Lin Shun in becoming stronger. Lin Shun continued to battle, sustaining numerous injuries, and though they were significant, at this moment, he appeared even more ferocious than the 10-headed Jiao Ying, wielding his sword with the force of 1,000. Mere humans were akin to ants. The 10-headed Jiao Ying beyond the barrier let out a furious roar. Lin Shun felt a jolt of shock. Could it be that even a fragment of a demon core possessed sentience? As the 9-headed serpent roared furiously, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if the remnants of its demon core were channeling even more power. Yet, a colossal character for Boundary materialized instantaneously, its barriers steadfast and impenetrable, withstanding the relentless assault of the 9-headed serpent. "Release me, if you possess any capability," bellowed the 10-headed 9-headed serpent. The boundary began to solidify, and with little time remaining, Bai Shu ignored the 10-headed 9-headed serpent and directed his words at Lin Shun. Lin Shun nodded, his eyes bloodshot. 1,000 feather sword. The sword feathers fell like rain, numbering in the thousands. Through relentless battle, Lin Shun had perfected this 6th-tier martial technique. The sword light pierced through the corporeal manifestation of a 9-headed serpent's power, pinning it to the ground, eliciting a pained roar. Subsequently, the dragon-scaled cloak enveloping Lin Shun swelled dramatically, the dragon's head opening to its fullest extent, condensing an exquisitely refined bundle of energy. In the next moment, the energy surged upward, plowing through without interruption, a stark contrast to the previously spaced-out strikes. Lin Shun had optimized the beast's capabilities. However, this came at a cost, as Lin Shun's inner energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, this strike had cleaved the 9-headed serpent's projection into 2. Lin Shun coughed up blood, but paid no heed to his injuries. The celestial tungsten transformed into a black dragon and lunged forth, sinking its fangs into the 9-headed serpent's projection, beginning to devour it. "Human, you dare consume my power? One day, you will understand the folly of your actions." The 10-headed 9-headed serpent behind the boundary, surprisingly, repressed its fury and spoke coldly. Meanwhile, the black dragon roared, fully consuming the 10-headed 9-headed serpent's power. Chapter 60. Tyrant's battle armor. Lin Shun's complexion was ashen. He hastily sat down, consuming the healing pills acquired from Zhang Chonglin to recover from his injuries. In truth, throughout the battle, Lin Shun had continuously taken pills to replenish his depleting energy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure. After all, the Snake Tongue energy bundle consumed an exorbitant amount of energy. He truly had to thank Zhang Chonglin. Without that purchase, Lin Shun would have struggled to withstand even a fraction of the 10-headed 9-headed serpent's might. The benefits he gained were immense. Once the black dragon devoured the power projection of the 10-headed 9-headed serpent, an incomparably vast and pure energy began to surge toward Lin Shun. Simultaneously, the black dragon itself became increasingly solid, seemingly on the verge of materialization. This indicated that the power of the 10-headed 9-headed serpent was a tremendous boon for the celestial tungsten, far exceeding the total of all the demon cores previously consumed. As a result, Lin Shen's realm surged instantaneously, reaching the 9th level of the tyrant's domain. The overwhelming energy flowed through Lin Shen's body, a tempestuous force hidden within him, akin to a volcano, its destructive potential unimaginable upon eruption. Lin Shen had never anticipated that the tyrant's domain could be so formidable, surpassing even his previous mastery beyond the 6th level of the Thousand June realm. It is essential to note that he had once been a prodigy, with extraordinary talent, undefeated among his peers, capable of transcending realms to engage in battle. During that time, Lin Shen believed he had nearly reached his zenith. Yet now he had surpassed his past self by several folds. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Shen focused his thoughts, and his inner energy rapidly coalesced, transforming into tyrant's energy. The tyrant's energy roared violently, causing the air around Lin Shen to shimmer and warp, as if he were donning an invisible battle armor. "What is this?" Lin Shen exclaimed in astonishment. He had never encountered such a phenomenon at the 9th level of the tyrant's domain before. This is the tyrant's battle armor, a manifestation only attainable by martial artists who have cultivated the tyrant's domain to an exceptionally high level. Those who possess the tyrant's battle armor experience a comprehensive enhancement of their combat prowess. Exceedingly formidable, Bai Shu elucidated. However, the nation you inhabit is exceedingly remote. Historically, few have achieved this feat, so it is not unusual that you are unaware. The tyrant's battle armor. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The gains from this journey through the 7 alleys had been monumental, elevating his combat strength several times over. At this moment, he was fully equipped, and it seemed he was now capable of contending with those in the Insight realm. By the way, did I also acquire the abilities of the 10-headed, 9-headed serpent? Lin Shen pondered eagerly. Originally, the demon core of the serpentine beast was consumed by the celestial tungsten, yet this time it seemed to have been returned to Lin Shen. However, the enhancement of the celestial tungsten was also apparent, leaving Lin Shen uncertain for the moment. He promptly activated the dragon-scaled cloak. The transformation occurred. Lin Shen's eyes brightened. He instantly sensed that he had gained a new ability. Beneath the dragon's head of the cloak, several protrusions emerged, as if something were about to break free. With a mere thought, those protrusions transformed into entirely new dragon heads. These were the 10 powers of the 10-headed, 9-headed serpent. However, this form was challenging to maintain in a stable state, only capable of coalescing for a brief duration. Having an additional head provided multiple avenues for attack, significantly enhancing his capabilities, though it appeared he could not harness the full power of each head of the 10-headed, 9-headed serpent. Lin Shen murmured, "The 10-headed, 9-headed serpent. Each head possesses a unique ability. Water, fire, light, and electricity, all immensely potent. Yet this time, I have merely consumed a fraction of the power contained within its demon core, so I do not expect more. Moreover, there will be future opportunities. As with the character for Boundary, I have effectively stored this power for later retrieval. One day, I will drain this 9-headed serpent." Lin Shen rose, the sounds within his body crackling like frying beans. An overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. The gains from this endeavor had far exceeded expectations. It was nearly time to depart. Lin Shen clenched his fists, reveling in the powerful energy within him. He had no time to linger here. He then turned his gaze to Lu Nan, who remained in slumber, undergoing a transformative baptism. It was vaguely evident that Lu Nan had undergone a transformation. Her figure appeared more proportionate, and even her appearance underwent subtle changes, becoming more enchanting, exuding an indescribable nobility. This was the effect of the physical enhancement and transformation. The true change lay in the elevation of her potential and talent. Though that was immeasurable, and Lin Shen could not ascertain it, the founder of the 7 alleys had carved a path to the pinnacle of martial arts with the character for Boundary. Suppressing the 10-headed, 9-headed serpent, his strength was unfathomable. Lin Shen believed that as the sole inheritor, Lu Nan's benefits would far exceed his imagination. "Until we meet again," Lin Shen whispered softly. Lu Nan appeared to be in no state to awaken imminently. Thus, Lin Shen chose not to linger and departed from the 7 alleys. Upon exiting the 7 alleys, Lin Shun returned to the concealed alleyways of the ancient tower city. He tightened his hood and made his way outward. Swiftly blending into the crowd, he needed to leave for the 100 Battles wasteland without delay. On the way, Lin Shun quickly discerned that scouts were patrolling back and forth. They appeared to be from the Silver Armored Army. They were still holding their ground. Did they truly wish for his demise? A cold glimmer flickered in Lin Shun's eyes. If so, he would oblige them. Lin Shun deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the hidden scouts to detect him. And soon, the scouts relayed the information back. At last, he shows himself. Did he think he could escape us by hiding for a day and stealthily exiting this ancient tower city? Chengjie sneered. A mere rat, lacking the patience to hide, deserves to die. Go kill him. We can return early, Chengjie ordered. This time, I will personally slay him. Jin Wei gritted his teeth, having been humiliated by Lin Shun's sword previously. He harbored a deep-seated hatred, vowing to cleanse that disgrace with his own hands. The last time he lost was due to underestimating Lin Shun. Otherwise, he would never have been defeated. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. He was a genius who had condensed the embryonic form of sword intent at a young age. How could he possibly lose if he fought seriously? Rest assured, his life will be yours to take. Chengjie chuckled. The Silver Armored Army promptly mobilized. They kept a vigilant watch on Lin Shun's movements, while Lin Shun, clearly anxious to escape, made his way toward the city outskirts, eager to flee. This inadvertently facilitated the Silver Armored Army's actions. Outside the city, in the mountainous wilderness, Lin Shun was hastening his journey when suddenly a large contingent appeared ahead, clad in silver armor, uniform and imposing. Little mouse, you've been fleeing quite merrily, but do you think you can escape? Jin Wei laughed heartily. You are somewhat alert, realizing danger is imminent. It's a pity you lacked patience, emerging after hiding for a day, thinking we couldn't find you. Jin Wei grinned maliciously, intent on personally executing Lin Shun. Chapter 61. A sword to kill Lin Shun cast a glance at them. All of this within his expectations. However, he still inquired, you waited a day to kill me solely because I defeated you? Given that they sought his demise, Lin Shun certainly intended to kill them in return, yet he wished to understand their reasoning beforehand. The Silver Armored Army was not without their tasks. To expend such effort seeking him out for retribution seemed rather unusual. You are indeed perceptive, but unfortunately, not perceptive enough. Otherwise, you would know to remain hidden in a stinking ditch to avoid us. Chengjie let out a cold snort, although Lin Shun possessed formidable talent and combat prowess. At this moment, he was nothing more than a corpse. Chengjie had no qualms about ensuring that a dead man understood his fate. It is worth mentioning, he sneered, that Lord Ningyu desires your demise even more than I do. Willing to expend a harmony pill for it, you should feel honored that your worthless life is deemed worthy of such a price. Lin Shun lowered his gaze, if that is the case. Then Ningyu need not continue living. I shall seek him out. Enough. You may die now but not waste any more of our time. Chengjie remarked indifferently. That moment, Jin Wei stepped forward, his sword intent swirling around him. Powerful and sharp, he approached Lin Shun, looking down upon him. Oh, you truly believe you have bested me? Do you think your meager strength can surpass mine? Do you imagine that your unexpected tactics can work a second time? Allow me to enlighten you. A fool will always remain a fool. Even if he manages to win once by sheer luck, it changes nothing. As for a true powerhouse, a few trials will only serve to make him stronger. Allowing him to avenge his past failures, Jin Wei pointed his sword at Lin Shun. That moment, his aura peaked. He would not afford Lin Shun any opportunity, for if he fought seriously, Lin Shun would have no chance whatsoever. Sword intent incarnation, star-piercing strike. This time, Jin Wei struck first, his sword slicing through the air like a shooting star. Swift and devastating, augmented by the sword intent incarnation. Who could withstand such power? Lin Shun stood frozen, not even realizing what was happening. Jin Wei laughed coldly. Indeed, when I unleash my full strength and deny you any chance, what can a mere rat do to harm me? Die. The sword light descended like a star. The condensed sword intent suggesting that in just a few years, it might coalesce into true sword intent. Under such formidable might, Lin Shun was nothing more than a trivial creature. There was no possibility of a repeat of the previous encounter in which he had defeated him with a single strike. However, for a mere filthy rat to experience such a fleeting moment of glory in this lifetime, perhaps it was worth it. Jin Wei reveled in his triumph. Yet, Lin Shan stood unfazed before the sword that pierced through like starlight. Just a day prior, he had indeed needed to exert his full effort against Jin Wei, employing the Dragon Cloak and the Thunderbolt 10 swords. But now, it seemed a single strike would suffice. A simple, straightforward sword strike. In that instant, Lin Shan swung his sword at Jin Wei. However, the power of this strike distorted the air itself, cleaving downwards without any embellishment, instantly shattering Jin Wei's sword light. Then, with unrelenting force, Lin Shan's strike bisected Jin Wei entirely. What is happening? What transpired? Jin Wei struggled to comprehend that he had been slain, killed. This was the current state of Lin Shan. Blood sprayed forth. And the scene was nothing short of shocking. Jin Wei had not merely been defeated by a single sword. He had been utterly executed, unable to even utter a sound before succumbing to death. How could this be possible? Ji Chengjie stared in disbelief. Jin Wei should have fought with all his strength. He had given it his all. Why had he instead been directly slain? This person had only been absent for a day. How could his combat power have grown so significantly? Ninth layer of the dominant force realm. Ji Chengjie's expression darkened. Within just a day's time, Lin Shan had broken through to the ninth layer of the dominant force realm. And what was this overwhelming aura emanating from him? As if it had solidified into armor. Such a dense and formidable aura of dominance. Ji Chengjie had never seen or heard of before. A chill gripped Ji Chengjie's heart, and he suddenly felt regretful, though he quickly dispelled such thoughts. There was no point in lamenting now. It was imperative to eliminate Lin Shan at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. If he were allowed to continue growing, even the commander of the Silver Armored Army would struggle to defeat him. He must be slain immediately to eradicate future troubles. Ji Chengjie's gaze turned grim as he raised his hand, signaling. At once, the Silver Armored Army roared in unison, a surge of might emanating from each soldier, coalescing into a unified force. The Silver Armored Army began to advance. The Silver Armored Army, well-trained and renowned among mercenaries, was often said to possess combat prowess rivaling that of the Border's elite legions. Furthermore, they had always regarded themselves as an elite army, holding their heads high. In this moment, the silver-armored soldiers pushed forward as a formation, their energies intertwining, their combined strength flowing like a torrent, crushing all in their path. The momentum was astounding. Before such an army, individual valor would prove ineffective. Likely to be crushed by the formation. You are strong, surprisingly so, but today you must die. Under my silver-armored formation, you cannot survive, Ji Chengjie snarled. The silver-armored formation had earned its reputation throughout the Great Way. And even if Lin Shan were powerful, he was but one man. Surrounded by the silver-armored formation, he would find it impossible to escape. A formation is a great weapon for offense and murder. Not something that individual skill can match. Not to mention that Ji Chengjie himself led. With the power of the first layer of the intent realm, how could Lin Shan possibly compare? Ji Chengjie was confident in his ability to slay Lin Shan. Yet for extra precaution, they would unite as a formation, leaving Lin Shan no opportunity. Boy, my silver-armored formation is unrivaled in the Great Way, even not inferior to the elite legions of the Border. You shall witness this, and it will be worth your death, Ji Chengjie growled. With a single wave of his hand, the air shattered with a deafening roar as the formation merged into one entity. Charging towards Lin Shan like a ferocious beast, the might was truly overwhelming. What do you mean not inferior to anything? Lin Shan suddenly interjected, his expression expressionless, his voice icy. He had led troops at the Border, engaging in fierce battles against the elite legions of the Wu Kingdom, unafraid of death, achieving 7 great victories. He was well aware of the Border Army's strength. What were these silver-armored soldiers? Daring to claim they were not inferior to the elite legions of the Border. It was an insult, a disgrace to the warriors who fought bravely at the Border. Naturally, we are not inferior to the Lin family army. If my silver-armored army were to enter the battlefield, we too could achieve great victories. Ji Qingjie declared with arrogance. The silver-armored army? Comparing it to the Lin family army? This rabble, disorganized mob. They dare to challenge the 100-battle elite established by Lin Lan. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid, cold. Ruthless, he wielded his sword, advancing towards the silver-armored formation. With such a half-hearted army, Lin Shun would break through alone. Chapter 62. The arrival of the Imperial Guard's kill. Ji Qingjie roared, his powerful aura merging with the formation, enhancing its might. The army surged forward, their momentum like a flood, charging ahead. A disorganized mob. Lin Chen's dominant force surged. Solidifying into battle-armored, he held his sword, 1,000 feathers converging, then accelerated in an instant, dashing into the enemy ranks like a phantom. Speed sword technique. One sword struck like thunder. Lin Shun sliced directly into the formation, akin to a tiny vessel facing a deluge, yet possessing the might of a ship that could calm the seas. With his sword drawn, he shattered the silver armor. Lin Shun aimed to pierce through the silver-armored formation. Can you achieve this? This is a formation, not a rabble of scattered soldiers. Ji Qingjie bellowed as the power of the formation transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging at Lin Shun. However, Lin Shun surged forward like a wild dragon, directly colliding with the advance. The 1,000 feathers descended like a storm, targeting the formation, forcing the silver-armored soldiers to split their focus in defense. Meanwhile, Lin Shun continued to swing his sword, relentlessly breaking through their armor, carving a blood-soaked path without deviation. The silver-armored soldiers charged through, leaving behind a trail of corpses and a straight stream of blood. Die! Ji Qingjie roared, the sword intent emanating from him soared with the sword light, bolstered by the formation's power, making his strike even more formidable. The brilliance of his sword was blinding, causing eyes to squint. The soil and stones beneath were lifted into the air by this force, turning to dust beneath the sword light. This strike would be beyond the capacity of even the average first layer of the intent realm to withstand. Yet Lin Shun showed no sign of retreat, turning back to charge into the formation, seemingly unfazed by the dazzling sword. Dominant force battle armor. This was a power that no one in the entire history of the Great Way had ever attained. Proof of reaching the pinnacle of the dominant force realm. Naturally, it was immensely powerful. In that moment, Lin Shun unleashed the full might of the dominant force battle armor, holding nothing back. The air around him twisted, radiating ferocity, single-handedly breaking the formation. Lin Shun bore forth against the resplendent sword light, remaining steadfast. What? Ji Qingjie was genuinely frightened this time, his heart trembling. How is this possible? Is he a humanoid tyrant? Is he still human? Still in the dominant force realm? But Lin Shun had already closed in. Speed sword technique. A single sword faster than lightning slashed downward, severing half of Ji Qingjie's shoulder, his defensive treasures proving utterly ineffective before the 5th-grade flying feather sword. However, Ji Qingjie was ruthless enough, deserving of his position as a commander, with combat experience unparalleled. He managed to seize Lin Shun with his other hand. Kill him! Ji Qingjie roared. Around them, dozens of blades instantly slashed towards Lin Shun. But was being well-trained merely about uniformity? Lin Shen's body was enveloped in the coiling dragon, as a protrusion rapidly expanded at his neck, transforming into 2 heads. With a 3-headed roar, snake-like tendrils surged forth, sweeping across all directions, leaving the ground beneath them deeply indented and charred. The silver-armored soldiers were left shattered, blood raining down, with not a single one left alive. Is this the formidable Ace Legion you speak of? Rivaling the Lin family army? Lin Shen's voice was frigid. Is this truly worthy of comparison with the Lin family army? A bunch of clucking chickens and barking dogs. Spare me, Ji Qingjie pleaded. After arduous training to reach the essence solidification realm, he did not wish for death. Hey, when killing, did you ever consider that others do not wish to die either? Lin Shen's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed a sword light, severing Ji Qingjie's head in one stroke. Single stroke beheading. After eliminating the silver-armored army, Lin Shun did not depart. From the very beginning, he had sensed a gaze scrutinizing him, as if attempting to glean insights from his battle. It felt deeply unsettling, akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent. Lin Shen's gaze turned icy. He deduced the identity of the person lurking in the shadows. Indeed, he had not evaded detection. It was likely the Imperial Guards, the royal bodyguards. When he had to interact with Zhang Chonglin and others earlier, Lin Shun had already considered this possibility. After rescuing Zhang Tianxue, Lin Shun believed the Imperial Guards must have had contact with her and would likely pursue her trail. For the Imperial Guards, the tasks assigned by the Emperor were paramount. They would do anything to achieve their objectives. Killing the wrong person was a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning that if they could not locate Lin Shun, they would slay everyone suspected of being him. Better to kill the wrong person than let one escape. Lin Shun was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the royal bodyguards. Each one possessed at least the essence solidification realm, far surpassing Ji Changjia. Fleeing now would bear little significance, as he would inevitably be pursued. It was better to restore his strength first. Lin Shun consumed a medicinal pill and quickly activated the Nine Heavens slashing deity technique to recuperate. Tisk, truly impressive. Not only did he at the 9th level of the dominating strength realm slay a powerful essence solidification expert, but he also shattered formations directly. Truly inconceivable. Zhou Tao emerged from the shadows, applauding Lin Shun. Lin Shun merely regarded him, saying nothing. Oh, so calm. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Tao chuckled. Then, with a smile, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Tao. As you can see, I am a commander of the Imperial Guards." Zhou Tao pointed to the golden insignia on his chest. This insignia was enough to make the heads of many powerful factions in the Great Way Kingdom change color, warranting utmost respect and not a hint of neglect. Not to mention, he was a commander. What brings the royal bodyguards to seek me? Lin Shun inquired. Alas, bound by duty, there is little choice that I have come primarily to ascertain whether you are indeed Lin Shun. Zhou Tao replied with a chuckle, that he appeared quite amiable, yet Lin Shun felt a tightening in his chest. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. Lin Shun looked at Zhou Tao and asked, "That rebel of the Empire?" "Indeed, that would be him. What a mess he created for us. If we cannot locate him, I fear I may lose my head upon returning." Zhou Tao sighed. Do you believe I am Lin Shun?" Lin Shun queried. Zhou Tao paused for a moment, his small, sharp eyes scrutinizing Lin Shun deeply. He shook his head and said, "Frankly speaking, I do not believe you are. I see little resemblance to Lin Shun in you. Rather, there are far too many differences to enumerate. Your strength, realm, combat style, and techniques have all changed. Even your aura is different. I do not think you're Lin Shun. Indeed, the differences were too great. It was hard to imagine that a person could undergo such a transformation in a short time, becoming entirely someone else," leading Zhou Tao to conclude that the current Lin Shun was likely not the real one. "Then perhaps you should search elsewhere. Are you not in a hurry?" Lin Shun suggested. Zhou Tao nodded, saying, "Indeed, I must resolve matters here before moving on. Alas, such is the burden of a busy life." Lin Shun's gaze sharpened. "What matters?" Lin Shun asked. Zhou Tao's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Shun, stating, "Although I do not believe you are Lin Shun, there remains a slight possibility. Your appearance is entirely different from his. If you are indeed Lin Shun, how have you achieved this transformation?" "It could only be a human skin mask." Zhou Tao's eyes glinted like a venomous serpent, fixated on Lin Shun. Chapter 63. The Diamond Eagle Claw Technique. Lin Shun's heart jolted. Truly, as expected of a commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Tao possessed great strength and an exceedingly keen mind. That he had pinpointed the crux of the matter. "Young friend, allow me to examine your face. If you are not wearing a human skin mask, then you may leave." Zhou Tao's gaze was unwavering as he spoke slowly. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhou Tao observed every nuance of Lin Shun's demeanor. Lin Shun's heart raced. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, as if he were facing certain doom. Yet despair had not yet set in. "If you deem it necessary, then feel free to proceed," Lin Shun replied nonchalantly. He stood there, seemingly unguarded, inviting Zhou Tao to investigate. However, in Zhou Tao's eyes, Lin Shun appeared without flaws, ready to counterattack in an instant, retreating to advance. If Zhou Tao wished to inspect, he would have to draw closer. Yet whether Lin Shan would suddenly strike was uncertain. Dare you? Zhou Tao was well aware of the risks, yet this did not deter him. Then let us see. Zhou Tao chuckled. He stepped forward. There was indeed risk involved. Attempting to determine whether Lin Shan wore a human skin mask could invite a close-range counterattack. Given Lin Shan's previous combat prowess, Zhou Tao would also find himself in peril. But in truth, was there any need to verify the existence of a human skin mask? Better to kill the wrong person than let one escape. With a faint smile, Zhou Tao's eyes harbored an icy glint. Murder was a skill he excelled in. Lin Shan was acutely aware of the methods and practices of the royal bodyguards. Having witnessed their disgraceful past, Lin Lan had even personally executed a member of the Imperial Guards due to their intolerable cruelty. The Imperial Guards could not possibly be so cordial. If they sensed any likelihood, they would not let him live. Lin Shan was certain they would strike. Standing still, Lin Shan watched as Zhou Tao advanced step by step. And almost simultaneously, both Zhou Tao and Lin Shan made their moves. Zhou Tao's hand curved into a claw, and a piercing eagle cry resonated, sharp enough to rupture eardrums. He transformed into a majestic eagle, eyes fixed intently on Lin Shan, like a hawk on its prey. The diamond eagle claw technique. Zhou Tao's strike was without restraint, aiming for a kill. Little did he expect Lin Shan to strike nearly in tandem. Both were formidable adversaries. Lin Shan's feathersword glimmered with white light, the character shield vividly inscribed, radiating immense power. The shield enhanced his defenses. The dragon's armor, Lin Shan amalgamated 1,000 feathers into one. Thrusting toward Zhou Tao with equal ferocity. You are quite impressive. Your timing has nearly surpassed mine, but alas, you are too weak. Zhou Tao sneered. Lin Shan's timing had taken him by surprise, as it was nearly identical to his own. And upon careful consideration, Lin Shan's timing was even better. However, such minutiae held no weight in the face of absolute power. The claw was razor-sharp. Zhou Tao had already attained the 4th level of the essence solidification realm. His strength far surpassed Ji Qingjie, having honed his claws to a lethal degree, capable of rending the very air. Although Lin Shan possessed some skill, his dominating strength was distinctly different from the ordinary. It seemed to have reached a special elevation. Yet no matter how much he improved, he remained within the dominating strength realm. How could he break through the Thousand June realm with mere brute force? The martial intent of the 4th level of essence solidification. Let us see if you can block this. The claw descended like a giant eagle swooping from the heavens, its might unstoppable. One strike could flatten a small mountain. Indeed, it was incredibly powerful, exuding a profound sense of oppression. However, compared to the gatekeeper Wang Yusi, it paled in comparison. At that moment, Lin Shan unleashed all his power. With a shield enhancing him, his physical explosiveness and defensive capabilities transcended any realm. Like 1,000 feathers united, in an instant, he unleashed the most powerful force. Sword met claw in a fierce clash. However, the strength of Zhou Tao's claw was far too sharp to be countered by mere brute force. Wherever intent was directed, destruction followed. Humph! Zhang Chonglin was indeed generous, gifting you a 5th-grade spirit sword. Otherwise, both sword and man would be torn asunder. Zhou Tao scoffed. His claw was also a 5th-grade spiritual treasure. Underscoring the rarity of such treasures, even scarcer than 5th-grade medicinal pills. Yet the sword did not shatter. This claw could not be withstood. Indeed, it could not be withstood. From the outset, Lin Shan had never believed he could counter with sword techniques. The 4th level of essence solidification was too powerful, beyond his current capability to contend with. However, the inability to counter with sword techniques did not imply he could not endure. Shield. Lin Shan transformed. Reminiscent of the one who had once created the character Shield, his physical strength surging exponentially, becoming akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, perfectly complementing his dominating armor. Utterly ferocious, he braced himself against that claw. The eagle claw tore through the air. The finely honed dominating strength was shredded, and in the next moment, it seemed as though Lin Shan's flesh would be torn apart, reduced to fragments. Yet, it did not happen. Lin Shan's physique exhibited extraordinary defensive strength. The claw tore through his skin, but could advance no further, halted by his bones. Even the might of the claw could not completely penetrate the defenses of the shield. This is the power of ancient script, the ultimate embodiment of martial arts. The martial intent also belongs to the subordinate realm. Impossible. Zhou Tao displayed a look of astonishment for the first time. This claw should have directly reduced Lin Chun to fragments. If Lin Chun were clad in armor of 5th rank or above, he might have understood, but how could it be that a mere flesh and blood body could withstand such an attack? The indestructible body of a diamond was not the issue. Was this a human or a beast? Failing to slay Lin Chun with a single strike caused Zhou Tao's movements to become slightly sluggish. And Lin Chun was waiting for this very moment. On the exterior of the dragon, for dragon heads opened wide, almost at zero distance, unleashing the snake-like tendrils towards Zhou Tao with explosive force. The instant burst of power was terrifying. Although Zhou Tao was at the 4th level of the intent realm, he did not dare to underestimate it. Even while slightly delayed, he bellowed fiercely. And a dreadful surge of profound energy coalesced in front of him, forming a massive shield, akin to an eagle folding its wings before it, the feathers clearly defined, evidently cultivated to a very high level. Lin Chen's snake-like tendrils failed to penetrate it, but Lin Chun still had his sword, and his sword was even faster. The swift sword technique, the sword light nearly transformed into an illusion, outpacing the naked eye. With white light flickering upon the blade, the character realm, meticulously inscribed by Bai Shu, glowing faintly. The blade twisted, as if the force could penetrate the void itself, quick to react, with impeccable timing, and an attack that was razor-sharp. Yet, too weak. Do you not understand? Zhou Tao roared, his speed surprisingly not inferior to Lin Chen's. He surged forward. The giant eagle screeched, its claws massive as a door, and Zhou Tao had no doubt that Lin Chen's sword could not harm him. He intended to crush Lin Chen's sword directly. The refined claw intent was enough to slay Lin Chun. Zhou Tao could not believe that Lin Chun could maintain such terrifying physical strength. Continuous attacks would surely kill Lin Chun. However, the space before Lin Chen's blade experienced a slight distortion, and Zhou Tao's claw, which he thought could effortlessly crush Lin Chen's sword, was unexpectedly penetrated. What? Zhou Tao was astonished. Chapter 64. The pure sandpass Lin Chen's sword seemed to have not collided with that claw at all, directly piercing into Zhou Tao's ribcage. Zhou Tao's protective inner armor could not withstand it. Yet, Zhou Tao's claw simultaneously struck Lin Chun, sending him flying, leaving a deep wound on his chest point. One could even glimpse his internal organs, had it not been for the protection of the character shield. His bones would likely have shattered, and his insides would have been crushed. The injury was severe. The claw intent rampaged within him, constantly exacerbating his wounds. Lin Chun hastily consumed a 5th-rank healing pill. With Zhang Chonglin's batch of goods, Lin Chun lacked for nothing, and after being pierced through the ribcage by Lin Chen's sword, Zhou Tao's expression darkened to the utmost, but he was simultaneously perplexed, unable to comprehend how Lin Chun had achieved this. Why had the two attacks not collided? It was as if the void had been distorted, existing in different spaces altogether. Generally speaking, the most common route for those wishing to traverse from the Great Way to the 100 Battles Wasteland is through the Clean Sand Pass. This path is relatively stable, with few instances of toxic miasma or disturbances from monstrous beasts. Consequently, the majority of martial artists seeking to hone their skills or pursue fortune opt to pay a fee to pass through the Clean Sand Pass. However, as it is one of the border gates of Great Way, entry necessitates undergoing scrutiny. Given the current circumstances, Lin Chun naturally cannot take this route. In fact, to ensure his safety, Lin Chun has donned a new human skin mask to alter his appearance. Even if someone were to catch a glimpse of him, he would remain unrecognizable. Nonetheless, within the Clean Sand Pass, there exists a device for testing one's profound energy. Although it is seldom activated, once inside, one would be at its mercy. If he were to be suspected and tested, the likelihood of Lin Chun being exposed is substantial should he choose not to pass through the Clean Sand Pass. His only alternative would be to traverse the mountains. While fraught with danger, it also presents opportunities. Historically, many notorious criminals from within Great Way have escaped through the mountains into the 100 Battles Wasteland. However, the chances of success are exceedingly slim, and the peril is indeed immense. Lin Shun gazed toward the distant Clean Sand Pass, where a fortress-like city had long been constructed at the gate. The city itself was quite prosperous, bustling with a myriad of goods that, in comparison to the 10-story mountain range, the interests tied to the 100 Battles wasteland were truly monumental. The Clean Sand Pass merely takes a cut from this, yielding substantial profits, a most lucrative endeavor. The commander station at the Clean Sand Pass is from the Zhao family. From afar, Lin Shun observed the ceaseless flow of people entering and exiting the Clean Sand Pass. And nearly every 15 minutes, a massive convoy of several hundred individuals would pass through, an astonishing volume indeed. Lin Shun did not hastily venture into the mountains, but instead took a moment to observe. He was unexpectedly taken aback. Among the convoys entering the Clean Sand Pass, one bore the royal insignia. The convoy was extravagantly adorned, and as it passed, bystanders hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to approach. Many even knelt on the ground. Displaying visible fear, is a member of the royal family visiting? Lin Shun furrowed his brow. What could the royal family possibly want at this time? Regardless of the reason, it does not bode well for Lin Shun. Entering the Clean Sand Pass likely means they are headed for the 100 Battles wasteland. Could it be for him? Lin Shun was uncertain. Continuing to observe, he noted that the gates of the Clean Sand Pass swung open, and 2 squads of soldiers filed out. The commander of the Clean Sand Pass, Zhao Chengxi, was the first to greet them, showing utmost respect as he guided the convoy into the pass. Once the convoy had fully entered, the gates resumed normal operations. Zhao Chengxi personally welcomed them, but did not reveal his face, indicating that the individual within the convoy held a significant status among the royal family. Lin Shun narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was some powerful prince or a favored princess. The convoy not only bore the royal insignia, but also included representatives from various noble families and sects, indicating that the royal family was at the helm. Accompanied by multiple factions, Lin Shun surmised this in his mind. After observing for a while longer and seeing no further movement, he decided to proceed toward the mountains. The vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains is immeasurable. Even a single tributary stretches for tens of thousands of miles that it would not be difficult for Lin Shun to find a path into the mountains while avoiding the Clean Sand Pass. However, just then, the soundstone suddenly vibrated. Lin Shun was taken aback. Zhang Tianxue? This soundstone was given to him by Zhang Chonglin, and Zhang Chonglin should have informed Zhang Tianxue of the situation. Thus, the only one sending him a message now would be Zhang Tianxue. Lin Shun retrieved the soundstone, hesitating for a moment before channeling his profound energy to activate it. However, he did not transmit the scene from his location. A light curtain rose from the soundstone. And soon, Zhang Tianxue's visage appeared, still as breathtaking as ever. Moreover, compared to the last time, her complexion appeared significantly improved, and she was smiling cheerfully. Presumably, the condition of old Master Zhang had alleviated. Bai Fei, are you there? Zhang Tianxue furrowed her delicate brows as she called out. After all, her side did not project Lin Shun's image. What is it? Lin Shun inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Tianxue's large eyes brightened momentarily. Then she huffed twice, still not letting me see you. What are you being so mysterious about? I don't even want to see you. At that moment, Zhang Tianxue was indeed charming and adorable. However, Lin Shun had no heart to admire her. If there is nothing urgent, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Lin Shun stated. Wait, Zhang Tianxue quickly called out, her cheeks puffed up. Why are you being so cold? Zhang Tianxue felt a bit aggrieved. When had she ever been treated this way? Yet, Lin Shun had always been like this, leaving her to sulk in silence. She huffed again, saying, Thank you for the medicine. With Master Ningyu's help, my grandfather's condition has improved significantly, and he has regained consciousness. He even mentioned wanting to meet you in person to express his gratitude. Is that so? Lin Shun murmured. This could be considered good news, if you have no pressing matters. You can come to my house, Zhang Tianxue said, her face slightly flushed. I have matters to attend to, Lin Shun replied bluntly. Zhang Tianxue gritted her teeth, knowing this would be his response. Her warm feelings were met with indifference. Frustrated, she declared, Fine, if you don't want to come. I have many things to do as well. Master Ningyu requires a variety of medicinal materials, and I must accompany him to collect them. Zhang Tianxue initially wanted to mention the matter of becoming a concubine, but now she chose not to bring it up. Ningyu, hearing that name, a cold glint flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. "Are you very close with Ningyu?" he suddenly asked. Zhang Tianxue was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Shan would ask such a question, as she expected him to simply sever the communication without further ado. "Well, it's not that close. Master Ningyu is a distinguished guest of my family, and he has done us a great favor, so of course I must treat him well. His quest for medicinal materials is for my grandfather, so it's only natural that I accompany him," Zhang Tianxue stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Why should she feel guilty? There was nothing to feel guilty about. She and T married that detestable fellow. Merely made a verbal agreement, not a formal engagement. Moreover, she was T particularly close to Ningyu either. Ningyu saved your grandfather and is a disciple of a renowned healer. His intentions toward you are quite evident. I imagine your family would be more than willing to facilitate this, Lin Shan stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxue raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride creeping into her demeanor. "Aren't you completely uninterested in me? What's this? Suddenly wanting me to honor our agreement. I'll tell you, my family is indeed very pleased with Master Ningyu, and some elders have already inquired about my feelings." Though she said this, Zhang Tianxue felt a flutter of sweetness within her heart. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, didn't it show he cared about her? Furthermore, she would never marry Ningyu. She was grateful to him, but she held no affection whatsoever. "Is that so?" Lin Shan murmured. "Aren't you uninterested in women? Why are you asking all this?" Zhang Tianxue countered, "I'm not uninterested in women, just uninterested in you." Lin Shan replied, "You?" Zhang Tianxue erupted in anger. This man was as infuriating as ever. What was wrong with her that he found her unappealing? Wasn't she attractive? She was certainly charming enough. Then who do you want to be close to? Zhang Tianxue huffed, visibly upset, "The very least. A princess from the royal dynasty." Lin Shan answered casually, his gaze drifting toward the distant clean sand pass. "That a princess from the royal dynasty. Did a princess arrive with the royal convoy from Great Way?" Zhang Tianxue's chest visibly heaved with indignation, her frustration reaching a boiling point. "Fine. Go seek out your princess then. I'll inform you that recently, a prince and princess from the royal family have headed to the 100 Battles Wasteland. You can go find them, and I wish you success." Zhang Tianxue snapped. "Is that so?" A glimmer flashed in Lin Shan's eyes. Indeed, as the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, even without seeking information, her knowledge surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Such inquiries would come naturally, not because Lin Shan doubted Zhang Tianxue would divulge anything, but rather he needed to ensure there were no vulnerabilities. Such a distinguished princess, what could possibly compel her to venture into the treacherous 100 Battles Wasteland? Lin Shan questioned. Zhang Tianxue's chest rose and fell heavily once more, her already impressive figure appearing even more striking. Lin Shan genuinely felt concerned she might explode. "Looks like you really intend to seek out the princess. Very well. The 100 Battles Wasteland is quite perilous. Perhaps you might truly find an opportunity to rescue a damsel in distress, and then become the esteemed son-in-law of the current dynasty. How glorious that would be. Additionally, I must inform you that accompanying them are the young elites from various noble families and sects, including many esteemed young ladies and saintesses from their respective sections. You have ample chances ahead. You might even encounter princesses from other nations. If you put in some effort, perhaps you could become a son-in-law to 2 kingdoms." Zhang Tianxue was exceedingly vexed, yet she couldn't quite comprehend why her emotions were so heightened. Had something significant occurred? Lin Shan inquired. It appeared that the situation was even more astonishing than he had initially imagined. It was likely a significant event. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many noble individuals to gather in the 100 Battles Wasteland. It was said that formidable experts from transcendent sects were making appearances in the 100 Battles Wasteland, seeking to select disciples. Zhang Tianxue remarked, "And then it becomes exciting. Oh, your opportunity has arrived again. Perhaps there are young female disciples from those transcendent sects as well. They would be far more esteemed than the princesses of dynasties. You should seek them out. It is bound to propel you to great heights." Transcendent sects are terrifying forces that exist beyond the mundane world. The secular dynasties and sects are nothing but swarms of ants in comparison. However, the status of transcendent sects is exceedingly lofty, and opportunities to interact with them are rare in the secular realm. When such opportunities do arise, everyone competes fiercely for a chance to venture into the transcendent world. The Qing Xian Divine Gate is, in fact, one of those transcendent sects, and oh wonder the royal princes and princesses would take action. Such opportunities are indeed not to be missed. Lin Shen's eyes flickered with excitement. This time, it seemed that young geniuses from several surrounding nations would converge in the Hundred Battles wasteland. After all, transcendent sects are only interested in young talents. Those who are too old have exhausted their potential and are unqualified to enter the transcendent sects. Through Zhang Tianxue, Lin Shen learned a great deal of information. Had he sought to inquire himself, it would have been difficult to uncover so many secrets as so far. It seemed that only a select few at the top were aware of what was happening, while those beneath remained oblivious. Having gleaned the information he desired, Lin Shen intended to sever contact, but ultimately added, "You'd better not marry Ningyu." "What business is it of yours?" Zhang Tianxue retorted angrily. She was about to seek out the princess of a dynasty and even the female disciples of the transcendent sects. Why should she care whom she marries? To avoid you becoming a widow, Lin Shen replied. And with that, he closed the communication jade that on the other end. Zhang Tianxue was so enraged that she hurled the precious communication jade to the ground. What kind of person is this? Just because he isn't marrying me, he still curses me to become a widow if I marry someone else. This is too much. Zhang Tianxue fumed, no longer wishing to see him again. She had not considered that Lin Shen was not cursing her to become a widow. He merely intended to kill Ningyu. Stowing away the communication jade, Lin Shen made his way toward the mountains. A grand event was about to unfold in the Hundred Battles wasteland, promising to be bustling with activity and attracting numerous powerful individuals. Yet for Lin Shen, it might not necessarily be a good thing. After all, the arrivals were overwhelmingly strong and held high status. Any unforeseen developments could place them in opposition to Lin Shen. Nevertheless, he resolved to enter the Hundred Battles wasteland first, approximately 100 miles from the Jingsha Pass. Lin Shen chose a narrow path leading deeper into the mountains. Thanks to the enhancements from the Zixia Lei Lian seeds and the Long Yen flowers, Lin Shen's physical form had become significantly stronger, allowing him to withstand most ordinary toxins with ease. Additionally, he possessed detoxification pills, alleviating his concern as he ventured deeper into the mountains. The wilderness grew increasingly intense, with ancient trees towering overhead, many species of which he could not name blanket the ground. Numerous ferocious beasts lurked within the forest, necessitating utmost caution. Lin Shen darted swiftly through the terrain, his heightened senses enabling him to evade most of the beasts. Here, the beasts were not overly formidable. Even if he were to slay them, it would serve little purpose, and Lin Shen did not wish to waste time. However, as he delved further, the path gradually became perilous, with the emergence of fourth-tier beasts posing a significant threat to Lin Shen. Should he encounter a beast king among them, he would have no choice but to flee, as he would be unable to contend with such a foe. Traversing this vast mountain range without passing through the Jingsha Pass was indeed no simple task. Fortunately, Lin Shen had honed his escape skills to a peak level during this time. After encountering danger, he often managed to extricate himself from peril, sustaining injuries that were non-fatal and recoverable. Along the way, he encountered many areas shrouded in toxic miasma, which even Lin Shen dared not traverse, and thus had to take detours. Natural hazards such as corrosive swamps, volcanic craters, and bone-corroding gases presented extreme dangers. Even the slightest contact could prove fatal. Even Lin Shen's speed was greatly reduced, necessitating extreme caution in his passage. This was the expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a realm of utter wildness where humans felt distinctly out of place. Yet such places often birth spiritual treasures, perilous yet accompanied by immense fortuity. Now that Lin Shen had ventured deep into the mountains, he naturally hoped for a stroke of luck to encounter the emergence of such treasures. He was merely a step away from the Qianjun realm and needed to cross this threshold swiftly. Only then would he possess the means to rescue his kin. Perhaps he was overthinking things. It was best to face reality first. Lin Shun sat cross-legged in a cave, attempting to recover from his injuries using the Nine Heavens slashing divine technique. He realized he had entered a perilous area. Ahead lay a toxic miasma. To his side was a corrosive swamp, and the path he had taken was now engulfed in bone-corroding gases. But he was effectively cornered, should the wind direction shift unfavorably. The toxic miasma and bone-corroding gas could converge, and he would likely perish here. The 10,000 Great Mountains were indeed fraught with peril. He wondered just how extensive the area was, if the miasma were not too dense. He could force his way through. Lin Shun murmured to himself. He was enveloped in a protective layer akin to a dragon's skin, and with the shield technique, it was not as though he could not withstand contact with the miasma at all. As long as the distance was not too great, there was still a chance to break through. However, if the miasma was indeed thick, it would spell disaster, and he would perish within it. Regrettably, although his perception far exceeded that of others in the same realm, he was still unable to penetrate the miasma, rendering him incapable of assessing its coverage. Fortunately, he still had some time. His current position was temporarily safe. Perhaps the wind in the mountains would shift, dispersing the toxins ahead, allowing him to escape this predicament. In any case, he decided to focus on recuperating and would reassess the situation come morning. He could not remain here indefinitely. If the situation had not improved by dawn, he would have to take the risk and attempt to break through to as he practiced the Nine Heavens slashing divine technique. Lin Shen's injuries were rapidly healing. He had consumed numerous beast cores along the way, drawing closer to the Qianjun realm, but regrettably, he was still not quite there yet. Time passed, and in the dead of night, Lin Shen vaguely heard the sound of explosions. The noise seemed to emanate from a distant place. Likely considerable commotion, or else it would not carry so far. Following that, more explosive sounds echoed, intensely vigorous. Listening closely, was there a battle occurring? Chapter 67. Two women descend from the sky. It seemed as though a cataclysm was unfolding over there. Lin Shun could faintly hear several beast roars, the cries of extremely fearsome beasts. Had the beast king of this mountain range made its move? How powerful was it? 4th tier 9 stars? Or perhaps it had reached the 5th tier? The distance was too great. Lin Shun could only hear the sounds, but could not perceive the fluctuations in their aura, leaving him unable to assess the situation. Moreover, these sounds only persisted for a short while, likely indicating a resolution to the conflict, followed by an eerie silence, even quieter than before. It seemed that the remaining beasts had been thoroughly intimidated into silence. Thus, the latter half of the night passed in tranquility, and Lin Shen's injuries were completely healed. At dawn, he would attempt to leave this place. However, just as dawn approached, Lin Shen heard a thud from outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. Had a flying beast passed by and crashed into the toxic miasma? That was indeed a possibility. Lin Shen did not pay it much mind, as after that object fell, it remained still, likely having succumbed to the toxins. However, another thud followed shortly after. Another one fell. Lin Shen opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss. The beasts here should be more familiar with the mountain's conditions. It was unlikely for them to repeatedly stumble into the toxic miasma. Instantly, Lin Shen's vigilance heightened as he stepped outside, concealing himself behind a rock to investigate. What was this? In the distance, he spotted two human-shaped depressions in the mud. Humans? Warriors? Lin Shen's heart jolted. Where did these two come from? Having fallen from the sky, could they possess the ability to fly? Warriors in midair was something even those at the pinnacle of their realms could not accomplish. Could they be experts from the knowledge of the sky realm? Lin Shen's expression shifted, but upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Experts from the knowledge of the sky realm wield immense power, and the spurs of the 10,000 Great Mountains could not possibly contain them. Were they perhaps cast down from a flying treasure ship? Or had they, through some secret method, temporarily achieved flight before ultimately plummeting here? Lin Shun recalled the earlier sounds. Could it be that these two had battled against a formidable beast king? Glimpsing at the toxic miasma, Lin Shun realized that despite the passage of a night, he had not drawn any closer to it, nor had he distanced himself. The presence of the two individuals who had fallen here cast a pall of pessimism over his hopes of overcoming the miasma. Pondering for a moment, Lin Shun stepped forward, intending to first assess the condition of the two individuals. One of them, discernible from the shape of the pit, appeared to be a woman. The curvature was unmistakable, suggesting a figure of considerable allure. Approaching, Lin Shun peered down and indeed found a young woman, her feminine features strikingly prominent, exuding an overwhelming sense of impact, though slightly less than that of Zhang Tianxue. Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged as he evaluated her strength. The woman seemed quite youthful, hardly exceeding 20 years, possessing an exquisite beauty that was vibrant yet not overly seductive, instead radiating an air of nobility that hinted at her illustrious lineage. However, her aura was alarmingly faint, suggesting she had sustained severe injuries, and her precise realm of cultivation remained indeterminate. Notably, there were no visible external wounds. Lin Shen shifted his gaze to the other pit, which, judging by its form, likely belonged to a male. However, upon closer inspection, he found a remarkably beautiful young girl at the bottom, even younger than the first, though her physique was somewhat ambiguous. Lin Shun could discern no overt feminine traits. Without a view of her face, one might struggle to determine her orientation. The two were similarly attired, seemingly hailing from the same faction, yet an underlying tension suggested they were not particularly close. A disparity exacerbated by their stark physical differences. Much like the earlier woman, this seemingly unremarkable girl exhibited little in the way of external injuries, but her aura was also weak, indicating internal damage. Casting a glance around, Lin Shun found it difficult to leave the area, and thus proceeded to drag both individuals from their pits back to the cave. Upon closer examination, it became evident that both were gravely injured internally. Their organs damaged as if shattered like fragile glass, riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. The nature of the attack that had inflicted such harm was a mystery, yet their survival was remarkable. A force enveloped their organs, indicative of high-grade healing elixirs. Lin Shen murmured to himself, they must have consumed at least a 6th-tier healing pill, as otherwise they would not have endured. Yet with such injuries, Lin Shen found himself at an impasse. Unable to render any substantial aid if things continued this way, their survival would be measured in mere hours. Bai Shu remarked, there truly no hope? Lin Shun inquired, I am merely a sword spirit. What can I do? Bai Shu shrugged. Then there is nothing left to be done. Perhaps we should find a suitable resting place for them. Lin Shun sighed. For now, let us remove the spatial rings from their fingers. Determined to attempt a rescue, regardless of the outcome, Lin Shun resolved that the spatial rings would serve as his reward. Channeling his mystical energy, he attempted to activate the rings, only to be momentarily taken aback. His energy was unexpectedly obstructed. There existed a formidable restriction within the rings, preventing any energy from intruding beyond their owners. This ring must be of significant quality. Lin Shun was astonished. Such high-grade spatial rings are rare even within the Great Wei Kingdom. What could the identities of these two women be? Yet the answer should lie within the rings. Summoning the power of Tian Tung, Lin Shun transformed his energy into a black dragon, which surged into the spatial ring. Effortlessly piercing through any barriers, the internal space of the ring was vast, far exceeding that of Lin Shen's. WNIT resembled a treasure vault, brimming with an abundance of impressive items. Even a branch warehouse of the Nine Ding Commerce Association would pale in comparison. Moreover, the quality was exceptional. Among the treasures, Lin Shun uncovered a token inscribed with the words Nine Swords Sect. It appeared to be a disciple's token, as both women possessed one, and it emanated a unique resonance, likely containing their information. However, Lin Shun refrained from probing further, wary of potential risks. The Nine Sword Sect was unfamiliar to him. At least within the Great Wei Kingdom, no such sect existed. Perhaps it originated from a neighboring nation, or even from an ancient sect beyond the realms of the world. Returning the token, Lin Shun shifted his focus to the elixirs. Soon, he discovered the healing pills. 6th tier, truly astonishing. Without hesitation, Lin Shun administered the 6th tier healing elixirs into the bodies of the two women. Although he could not cure their injuries, he could at least alleviate their deterioration. The remaining elixirs, despite their high quality, seemed incapable of healing their wounds. Lin Shun thoroughly searched both spatial rings but remained at a loss. It appeared that burial was the only option, Given the immense value of the treasures he had discovered, Lin Shan was determined to find them a fitting resting place with regards to their injuries. He could do little more, so he chose to focus on his search instead. He needed demon cores. 5th-tier demon cores. Lin Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 5th-tier demon cores belong to 5th-tier demon beasts. Equivalent to the level of specialized techniques. For the Great Way Kingdom, specialized techniques represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Only a handful of individuals, like Lin Lan and Zhao Wuji, had attained such levels. To his astonishment, these women possessed 5th-tier demon cores. Multiple cores, no less. Even Lin Shan felt his heart race. First, he would absorb the demon cores. He extracted 2 5th-tier demon cores. Regrettably, these cores did not belong to serpentine beasts. Otherwise, the benefits would have been even greater. The black dragon roared, devouring the cores, and in the next moment, an incredibly pure energy surged toward Lin Shan, channeling the energy through the 9 heavens slaying god technique. Lin Shan absorbed it entirely. The overwhelming force propelled him forward with tremendous momentum, almost without obstruction, as he burst into the Qianjun realm. One layer of Qianjun. Lin Shan's body crackled with energy. The mystical force reverberating through the air, creating thunderous sounds. The might of Qianjun surged within him. This transformation elevated Lin Shan's combat strength. Previously, while he possessed the might of Qianjun, it had been achieved through sheer physical strength. However, true mastery of the Qianjun realm hinged upon the enhancement of mystical energy from the dominance of Bagang to the force of Qianjun. Only through the elevation of mystical energy across these two realms could one truly harness the martial intent refined from the realm of condensation. Otherwise, if the mystical energy remained feeble, it could not support the weight of martial intent. Thus, even though Lin Shan had been capable of slaying individuals in the condensation realm while in the Bagang realm, he was unable to condense martial intent due to insufficient mystical energy. He had power, but lacked the finesse. Now, stepping into the Qianjun realm, he had achieved the might of Qianjun. Furthermore, his weight of power could not be easily surpassed, even by those in the 6th or 7th layers of the Qianjun realm. Could it be possible for him to condense martial intent at the 6th layer of Qianjun? Lin Shan found himself pondering, shaken by the thought, as such a feat seemed implausible. The embryonic form of martial intent could be attempted, yet to condense true martial intent before reaching the condensation realm was a challenge beyond imagination. Bai Shu noted. Lin Shan nodded. As long as he possessed the embryonic form of martial intent, he would have the means to contend with stronger practitioners in the condensation realm. Otherwise, no matter how potent his mystical energy, it would ultimately falter against martial intent. Once one reached the 2nd layer of the condensation realm, the advantages of martial intent became overwhelmingly apparent, rendering Lin Shan unable to compete, let alone against formidable opponents like Zhou Tao, who was at the 4th layer of the condensation realm. Previously, he had managed to escape by utilizing poison. Otherwise, direct confrontation would have left him with no chance of victory. However, the prospect of using demon cores to continue elevating his realm was becoming increasingly daunting. A 5th-tier demon beast was beyond his capabilities to defeat alone. Lin Shan sighed. He would require the aid of spiritual herbs and, of course, his own rigorous training. The path ahead appeared far from optimistic. Stretching his limbs, Lin Shan reveled in the surge of power following his ascension, and he resolved to depart. Within the spatial rings of the two women lay detoxification pills and even miasma-repelling pills, sufficient for Lin Shan to traverse the treacherous toxic miasma. Not yet deceased, Lin Shan crouched beside the two women to assess their conditions. Both still exhibited signs of life, and since they were not dead, he could not simply abandon them here. Searching once more, he felt there might be overlooked items, and thus he began another thorough examination of the spatial rings. Previously, he had primarily focused on elixirs and spiritual herbs, neglecting other details. This time, he scrutinized everything carefully, aware that there might exist certain secret methods capable of treating their injuries. Ultimately, he discovered numerous secret techniques, yet none were of a healing nature. There were no spiritual treasures that could assist either. The only GL at this moment, the plaque was taken down. The material of the plaque was uncertain, appearing to have been struck by lightning, with most of its surface charred black and the faint remnants of the scorch marks. Lin Chun could still sense the ferocity of the past thunder, evoking a feeling reminiscent of thunderclaps echoing in the Sea of Souls. It was as if the thunder had struck again. Lin Chen's complexion paled slightly. The lingering scorch marks bore such astonishing might. They could even influence a person's spirit. Originally, there were 2 characters on the plaque, but regrettably, one had been obliterated by the lightning, leaving only one behind. Bai Shu remarked with a hint of regret. A radiant light flickered from her form and flowed into the plaque. Immediately, Lin Chun observed strokes of characters emerging, and the solitary character remaining on the plaque began to clarify. Indeed, it was an ancient script, with the wisdom gained from his previous experience. Lin Chun focused intently on this character, allowing his mind to open and take on a state of clarity, seeking to comprehend the meaning of the character through the lens of martial understanding. Each stroke and line encapsulated the martial essence distilled by the person who had inscribed this character. Naturally, the higher one's martial talent, the easier it was to grasp. However, this character was more profound than Shield, and Lin Chen's comprehension was considerably slower than before. Nevertheless, he managed to seize upon a fragment of its essence and gradually unveiled its true significance in a moment of reverie. Lin Chun beheld a woman. Her features blurred. She exuded warmth, lacking the sharpness typical of a warrior. She appeared to be a healer, but a pharmacist, perhaps. Pharmacists not only concoct pills, but also predominantly cultivate healing arts, embodying the most potent elixirs. This woman had evidently traveled far along the path of healing. The vision revealed the female pharmacist attempting to save a man, exhausting every means but to no avail. The man was evidently of utmost importance to her. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself, striving to heal his wounds with her own life force. Perhaps by sheer coincidence, or perhaps through a newfound clarity gained from risking everything, she unexpectedly pierced through the limits of her healing art in that moment of combustion. She inscribed a character, Heal. This ancient character represented her mastery of the healing path. Once the character Heal was inscribed, its healing capabilities surged dramatically, ultimately restoring the man to health. Remarkably, she herself was spared from death. By risking everything, transcending her limits in a desperate situation, she took a significant step forward on her own path. Lin Chun marveled at this. Having reached this point, he grasped the essence of this ancient character well enough to inscribe it upon Bai Shu. Each stroke etched into the blade of Bai Shu, a commendable ancient character. Yet regrettably, Heal fell short of pill and medicine by a considerable margin, thus not reaching the pinnacle. Bai Shu smiled faintly. With an additional character, her power strengthened a fraction, and her form became much more solid. However, characters like pill, medicine, or even heal were beyond Lin Chen's capability to inscribe at his current level, Bai Shu remarked. After all, Lin Chun was primarily a swordsman. Although healing was also a martial path, the disparity was vast. The fact that he could inscribe the character Heal was already quite remarkable. Perhaps one day, I will find a character sword, or even create one myself. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Once the character Heal was inscribed upon Bai Shu's blade, Lin Chun could wield its power. It appears that your fates are not yet sealed. Lin Chun turned his gaze towards the 2 women. Chapter 69. My name is Shang Tiange. Having gained considerable benefits from the 2 women, Lin Chun, now presented with the possibility of healing, naturally would not stand idly by in that moment. Bai Shu's power surged, and the character Heal radiated a brilliant light. At that moment, although Bai Shu was a sword, she bore no trace of lethality. Instead, she radiated an extraordinary gentleness, akin to the warmth of spring sunlight. The power of Heal permeated the bodies of the 2 women. The healing essence that had previously existed within them became remarkably vibrant, as if further activated, displaying an immense medicinal potency. Simultaneously, where the power of Heal flowed, the internal organs that seemed on the verge of shattering began to mend gradually. The countless fine cracks began to knit together, and under the nourishing effects of a 6th-grade healing elixir, they further restored. Indeed, it was effective. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Although this power did not directly enhance combat strength, it proved to be immensely beneficial for him. No one would wish to battle against someone with extraordinary healing abilities. That it was akin to facing two opponents with each strike, as if a formidable pharmacist stood behind Lin Shun. It is said that there are indeed some violent pharmacists who, despite cultivating alchemy, possess incredible martial prowess. Such individuals are formidable and exceedingly difficult to defeat, Lin Shun murmured. With Bai Shu by his side, Lin Shun could almost achieve such feats, and in the future, inscribing other ancient characters would render his capabilities even more comprehensive. That it would not be a problem for one person to possess the abilities of a pharmacist, talisman master, formation master, and so forth. A cough broke Lin Chen's train of thought. Awakened. After Lin Chen's treatment, the injuries of the two women had stabilized. The woman, who was somewhat larger in stature, was the first to awaken slowly, although her complexion remained pale and bloodless. She had regained a measure of vitality compared to before. "You didn't die." Xiang Tinga's voice was hoarse and weak, clearly astonished. Before her unconsciousness, she had been steeped in despair, believing death was inevitable. Yet now, she was still alive, her heart brimming with excitement. Soon, she coughed several times, the pain radiating from her heart, causing cold sweat to stream down her body. Her internal organs, including her heart, had nearly shattered. It seemed that although she had recovered significantly, she was still far from healed. Even the slightest acceleration of her heartbeat upon waking caused her immense pain. Xiang Tinga hastily regulated her breathing to calm herself. She glanced around, her pupils contracting suddenly, revealing a wary expression. "Who are you? Did you save me?" Xiang Tinga naturally noticed Lin Chen sitting beside her. Lin Chen nodded. Xiang Tinga couldn't help but be astonished. This seemingly ordinary youth had managed to save her, which was truly remarkable. Such an injury would likely confound even a sixth-grade healing elixir. Would it not? Could this individual be a powerful pharmacist? "You are fortunate to have saved me. I shall repay you well. Now, do all you can to heal me." Xiang Tinga raised her chin slightly, speaking in a tone that bordered on command, despite her severe injuries. An air of arrogance filled her essence to her. This person's ability to save her was a blessing for him, for it would yield him great rewards. Moreover, did he not save her in hopes of gaining something in return? "You seem to be in decent shape. Next, you need to treat her," Lin Chen replied indifferently, disregarding Xiang Tinga's words. Xiang Tinga's expression darkened instantly, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Lin Chen, even in her grievous state requiring assistance. She maintained an air of superiority, looking down upon Lin Chen as if from a great height. "Did you not understand what I said? You only need to focus on healing me. As for the others, since they are not dead, they could be disregarded. Oh, you understand?" Xiang Tinga exclaimed. She resembled a haughty swan, demanding that everything be done according to her wishes, refusing any form of defiance to be silent. Lin Chen retorted sharply. Xiang Tinga did not anticipate that Lin Chen would dare to oppose her, and she was instantly filled with rage, her chest heaving. Yet, she was soon overcome by a violent fit of coughing, her complexion paling. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Xiang Tinga gritted her teeth. She hailed from a nine-sword sect, a powerful and prestigious sect beyond the world, revered and formidable. A mere mortal paled in comparison to her. Akin to an ant, destined to crawl at her feet. This moment, she allowed this person to save her, which was already an act of grace. How dare he be so ungrateful? "Do you know who I am?" Xiang Tinga's silver teeth clenched tightly. Lin Chen felt a surge of anger as well. This woman was excessively overbearing. Even in such circumstances, she refused to temper her arrogance, continuing to command him as if it were her right. It was utterly unreasonable. Clearly, those around her had spoiled her. "Big no," Lin Chen replied indifferently. Xiang Tinga was taken aback. "Big no, what does that mean?" She was astute enough to realize Lin Chen's implication after a moment of contemplation. Big-chested, empty-headed. This brat had subtly accused her of having a large chest, but lacking in intellect. "How dare you speak to me so?" Lin Chen inquired. "It seems I won't die after all." Yi Ying exclaimed joyfully. She could feel that her previously irreparable internal injuries were now beginning to heal, the organs tentatively mending together, no longer easily shattering. How remarkable. This person is capable of treating such wounds. "You should focus on your recovery. Lin Shan advised. They had awakened and could now utilize their own profound energy to facilitate bodily repair. All right, Ying nodded, commencing her practice. Lin Shan stepped aside, also in recovery. For the exertion required to activate this healing character was considerable. Simultaneously, he observed the two women. Their internal energy fluctuations were robust, even in their weakened state, indicating the high caliber of their practice techniques. Moreover, it was evident that they had transcended the barriers of their fifth and sixth realms. Starting at the sixth level of intent. At such a young age, the older one could not be more than 20, and her talent was certainly not inferior to Lin Shan's former self. The two women engaged in their full recovery. Despite Xiang Tinga's lofty demeanor and poor attitude, Lin Shan did not deliberately hinder her healing. He had still provided her with healing elixirs. After 2 hours, the two finally ceased their recovery, as they needed rest and could not maintain such intense practice indefinitely. "May I ask your name, young sir?" Ying stood up and inquired with a smile. She was lively, radiating youthful vigor, without any airs about her. At that moment, she curiously leaned forward, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up and down at Lin Shan. After all, it was astonishing that Lin Shan could heal their injuries. It was hard to imagine such a person existed in the mundane world. Xiang Tinga. Lin Shan thought of a name, as he could no longer use Bai Fei. Huffed. Upon hearing this name, Ying burst in a lao, as long as one does not provoke the Beast King and merely traverses the mountains. There should be no significant issues. Lin Shan stepped outside. Having already delayed for quite some time, he needed to cross the mountains swiftly to enter the 100 Battles wasteland. However, just as he was about to exit the cave, he suddenly halted, and both Xiang Tinga and Yi Ying exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Someone was approaching. Damn it, it's Qi Bofiai and his group. Yi Ying's face changed. Xiang Tinga's gaze turned icy in an instant. Chapter 71. Internal Path 9 Swords. Qi Bofiai. If it weren't for this individual, they would not have dared to challenge the Beast King. It seems Qi Bofiai deliberately provided them with false information, leading them to believe they had a chance against the Beast King, when in fact he was sending them into a deadly trap. They had nearly perished here. It appears that Qi Bofiai is affiliated with Zhang Xianling. And perceiving us as a threat to the position of the Saintess, he seeks to eliminate us? Xiang Tinga said coldly. Lin Shan understood the implication that it seemed that the internal strife within the Nine Swords sect was quite intense. Yet he had no desire to wade through such murky waters that Qi Bofiai must be seeking us. If he encounters us in a weakened state, he will undoubtedly strike. Yi Ying remarked coldly. Humph, a despicable coward. With such advantageous conditions, he likely won't kill us easily. Xiang Tinga scoffed. Yi Ying nodded in agreement. Not everyone is like Lin Shan, who shows no interest in their well-being. A vile person like Qi Bofiai would surely seize the opportunity to insult them. We cannot let him know the extent of our injuries, or we will be in grave danger. Xiang Tinga gritted her teeth. Their injuries had yet to heal, and Qi Bofiai's strength was not significantly weaker than theirs at full capacity. If their injuries were exposed, and Qi Bofiai sensed an opportunity to attack, they would undoubtedly face calamity. They could only feign strength, instilling fear in him to deter his actions. Xiang Tinga spoke in a low voice. She turned to Lin Shan, stepping forward to block his path. You need to cooperate with our performance. Xiang Tinga insisted through gritted teeth that I have no desire to die. Lin Shan firmly refused. You. Xiang Tinga glared at Lin Shan. Young Master Shang, Qi Bofiai is malicious. If he discovers your connection with us, and that we are weakened, he will not spare you. Yi Ying stepped forward, lowering her voice. Lin Shan furrowed his brow. He did not wish to get involved, but it appeared there was no escaping it. Indeed, benefits come with risks. Having gained substantial advantages from the two women, the accompanying dangers were also immense. However, it was too late for regrets. Lin Shan would not waste time lamenting the situation. What level of cultivation does this person possess, and what martial techniques does he practice? Lin Shan inquired. At the same time, he returned to his previous spot, kindled a fire, and sat down cross-legged. Yi Ying and Xiang Tinga exchanged glances, sitting on either side of Lin Shan, concealing their auras, making it difficult for anyone to discern their current state. He has reached the 5th level of the Intent Consolidation realm and practices the Nine Swords Divine Technique. With the martial skill being the External Path Nine Swords. Yi Ying quickly explained. External Path Nine Swords. Lin Chen's expression shifted. While examining the spatial rings of the two women, he had indeed seen this martial skill. It was a 7th grade technique extraordinarily impressive. However, was there another martial skill known as Internal Path Nine Swords, which complemented it? What exactly is Internal Path Nine Swords? Lin Chen asked. Why do you ask that? Xiang Tiange replied, a bit impatiently. She was feeling anxious, worried about exposure. Lin Chen gave her a glance from her chest to her head, without saying a word. Seeing this, the veins on Xiang Tiange's forehead bulged. Without needing to speak, she understood Lin Chen's implication. Internal Path Nine Swords is our Nine Swords sect's most powerful martial skill, surpassing the External Path Nine Swords in might, and it has the ability to counter it. We previously gained the qualification to compete for the position of the Sanus, so the sect granted us the Internal Path Nine Swords, but in reality, we have yet to begin training. Currently, we possess the same skill as Qi Bo Fei, which is the External Path Nine Swords, Yi Ying quickly explained. Lin Chen needed to cooperate with their performance, so he required as much information about Qi Bo Fei as possible. Is that so? Lin Chen took out the scroll for Internal Path Nine Swords and began to examine it. Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying widened their eyes. What are you doing? Are you being naive? Even if Internal Path Nine Sword can counter External Path Nine Swords, how could you possibly train in it now? Xiang Tiange exclaimed incredulously. Moreover, you cannot cultivate it. It requires the alignment with the Nine Swords Divine Technique to be mastered, such an important martial skill. If there were no restrictions, it would have long been spread outside. This guy is too straightforward. Wanting to cultivate Internal Path Nine Swords now to suppress Qi Bo Fei is just foolishness. Yi Ying added, somewhat speechless. What use is sharpening a knife at the last moment? Moreover, if anyone were to hone their skills, it should be them. Lin Chen is fundamentally incapable of training in Internal Path Nine Swords. Lin Chen ignored their protests and continued to focus on the scroll. A 7th grade peak martial skill. He had never trained in one before in the Kingdom of Dawei. Aside from the royal family possessing a 7th grade inheritance, the Lin family's strongest technique only reached the 6th grade. 7th grade techniques are immensely powerful and notoriously difficult to cultivate, not to mention the requirement of a specific technique to even have the qualification to train. However, the goddess once proclaimed that the Nine Heavens Slaying God technique is the strongest technique in existence. Lin Chen wanted to see if this supreme technique could break all rules. Must one cultivate the Nine Swords Divine Technique to master Internal Path Nine Swords? Lin Chen was determined to shatter that rule. Seeing Lin Chen unmoved, the two women could only fall silent. This was not the time to argue with him. Qi Bo Fei and his companions were about to arrive. Let us cooperate momentarily. Set aside our disputes for now, Xiang Tiange said. Though reluctant, she preferred to collaborate with Yi Ying rather than allow Qi Bo Fei's ilk to succeed. Agreed, Yi Ying concurred. Thus, they sat by the fire and took fish from Lin Chen, skewering them and placing them over the flames to roast. The more casual they appeared, the less Qi Bo Fei would suspect anything. Before long, clear sounds of movement echoed from outside the cave. They had indeed found this place. Senior brother, there's a cave here. There's movement inside. Someone called out. Let us go in and take a look. It was Qi Bo Fei's voice. Then came the sound of several footsteps, and the first to enter their line of sight was a short, thin man with small eyes that had a serpentine quality, exuding an icy demeanor. This man was none other than Qi Bo Fei. As Qi Bo Fei walked in, he immediately spotted Xiang Tiange and the others. His expression, Qi Bo Fei, you surely aren't trying to conceal something, are you? I recall that you were quite close to the Holy Sun. Xiang Tiange narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Bo Fei shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and promptly replied, Junior Sister Xiang, you are unjustly accusing me that I am well aware that you require the reverse scale of the Beast King, which is why I kindly informed you. It was merely a well-intentioned mistake. Really? Xiang Tiange expressed her skepticism. If Junior Sister does not believe me, there is nothing I can do. You may report this matter to the sect, should the sect deem me a traitor to my fellow disciples. I shall accept it. Chi Bofiai's face flushed with urgency, appearing thoroughly wronged. That would be for the best. I would prefer not to suspect you, but it is rather suspicious, Xiang Tiange remarked, to her words. Chi Bofiai could only offer a bitter smile. He then inquired. In any case, it is fortunate that both of you are still alive. How are your injuries? Do you require healing elixirs, or the like? His gaze fell upon the two women, not missing a single detail. This was the matter of utmost concern for him, why injuries have nearly healed, thanks to the assistance of this esteemed young master. Yi Ying replied with a smile. Chi Bofiai narrowed his eyes that he had indeed noticed Lin Shan early on, but considering he was merely a character of the Thousand June realm, he had not paid much attention. Now it seemed that the recovery of the two women was somehow related to this individual. A flicker of malice crossed Chi Bofiai's gaze. Who might this be? He asked. This is Xiang Tiange, an extraordinary pharmacist whose healing abilities are remarkable. It is due to his aid that we have recovered so swiftly. Yi Ying explained. The pharmacist. Chi Bofiai gritted his teeth, surprised by this unforeseen development. However, even a pharmacist would find it challenging to aid the two women in recovering from such severe injuries, especially at such a young age. He exchanged a glance with a junior disciple behind him, and then laughed heartily, clasping his fists in gratitude. I am Chi Bofiai, and I thank Brother Tiange for saving my two junior sisters. Rest assured, my Nine-Sword sect will reward you handsomely. Brother Tiange, Xiang Tiange thought to herself. Feeling 100 grievances arise within her, Chi Bofiai was well aware of this fact, and was speechless. That fellow's name was rather odd. Was it truly his real name? Yet, a name was of little consequence. It was merely a trivial matter, Lin Shan said. Brother Tiange, my two junior sisters' injuries are still serious. I have brought a considerable number of healing elixirs and spiritual herbs. Please take what you need. Chi Bofiai said eagerly. Testing me. Are you? Lin Shan thought with a cold sneer, though he maintained a smile as he replied. These two young ladies possess exceptional talents, though their injuries appear severe. They are not as grave as they seem. With my assistance in healing, they are recovering well, and there is no need for concern. Yes, that's so. Chi Bofiai's eyes glimmered. He chuckled. That is good to hear. Indeed. By the way, the journey here has been perilous. My junior brother has unfortunately sustained an injury. I wonder if Brother Xiang might assist in treating him? Chi Bofiai gestured for the person behind him to step forward. The disciple approached, rolling up his sleeve to reveal an arm that was nearly mangled, blood and flesh, a gruesome sight. What brutality! This was a self-inflicted injury by the disciple, merely to test Lin Shan's healing abilities. The injury appeared serious, reminiscent of a dog bite. Lin Shan observed, clicking his tongue in astonishment. The disciple's expression soured instantly. Isn't that just a roundabout way of calling him a dog? Lin Shan thought. Yi Ying smiled at the corner of her mouth. Xiang Tiange, however, let out a cold huff, a sense of satisfaction blooming within her. This fellow's tongue is indeed sharp. I must ask Brother Xiang for your assistance. Chi Bofiai chuckled. Certainly. Lin Shan nodded. He activated the Nine Heavens slashing divine technique. The sword shadow within his dantian gradually vibrating, the character heel illuminating and transforming into streams of white light that flowed into Lin Shan's hands. Subsequently, Lin Shan directed the white light into the disciple's wound. The naked eye, the injury visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Such impressive healing abilities. This individual is indeed a pharmacist, and his methods are exceptionally refined. It seems plausible that he could assist the two women in recovery. However, Chi Bofiai found it difficult to gauge the extent of their recovery. He was keen to test the current strength of the two women, but could not find an excuse, as they likely harbored little trust in him, that if he exhibited any signs of suspicion and the two women's strength had indeed returned to a significant degree, then it would be his demise. He could only proceed with caution, awaiting an opportune moment. Brother Tiange's skills are truly admirable. To possess such power at such a young age, your future is limitless. Chi Bofiai exclaimed with great appreciation. It is but a trivial skill, Lin Shan replied modestly. Brother Tiange is far too humble. Chi Bofiai chuckled. Enough of this idle chatter. How are we to cook this fish? It is nearly burnt. Hurry up and continue cooking. Xiang Tiange spoke impatiently. Lin Shun sighed and walked over to crouch down and resume cooking the fish. Senior sister, must you not adopt a kinder demeanor? Young Master Shang has at least aided us. Yi Ying frowned. Humph. It is his fortune to have the chance to assist me. Otherwise, he would never encounter someone of my caliber. Xiang Tiange raised her chin, embodying the essence of a proud swan. Enough. It is merely a small matter. Do not let it trouble you. Lin Shun said with a smile, displaying a carefree attitude. He was not bothered by Xiang Tiange's rudeness. Young Master Shang, your character is too good. There is no need to tolerate her. Yi Ying interjected. Why, Yi Ying? What do you mean? Am I unreasonable? Xiang Tiange retorted angrily, her martial intent beginning to surge. Humph, is it necessary to ask? Just inquire with senior brother Qi and see what he has to say. Yi Ying coldly huffed, unleashing her own martial intent. Xiang Tiange's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Qi Boufei. His expression changed instantly. Why are you dragging me into this rivalry? He hastily laughed. Junior sister Xiang has always been gentle and courteous. I certainly do not wish to offend you. Flatterer. Ying coldly scoffed, clearly displeased. Ladies, you are still not fully recovered. The fish will be ready shortly. Please rest and wait for your meal. Lin Shan said with a faint smile. Humph. Both Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying replied with cold huffs. They retracted their powers and waited to eat on the side. Qi Boufei's heart was filled with uncertainty. It appeared that the two women had indeed recovered to a considerable extent, showing no signs of abnormality, which did not suggest that their injuries were still severe. Could it be that they had truly recovered? The Beast King's terrifying bloodline secret technique could allow such rapid recovery. Qi Boufei could discern no flaws, yet he remained skeptical. Chapter 73. Driven to desperation, the two women maintained their usual demeanor, behaving as they normally would, and the longer they concealed the truth, the more beneficial it was for them. Once they had fully recovered, they would eliminate Qi Boufei. Qi Boufei did not depart, instead finding an excuse to linger nearby. Lin Shun and the others remained vigilant, unwilling to let down their guard. But Lin Shan sensed that it might be difficult to conceal the truth that Qi Boufei was cunning, malevolent, and ruthless. He had even commanded a subordinate to sever an arm merely to test Lin Shan's healing abilities. Such a person would not be easily subdued. Although Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying's acting was superb, without revealing any flaws, if the intensity of the probing were to be increased, their lies would be exposed. Qi Boufei would certainly not relent. While roasting fish, Lin Shan practiced the inner path 9 swords in his mind. He had reviewed this martial skill previously, and, having attempted to practice it, he was clear that his cultivation of the 9 heavens slashing divine technique would not be restricted by the rules. He could cultivate the inner path 9 swords. Thus, Lin Shan began to continuously practice within his mind the 7th grade martial technique. The inner path 9 swords was indeed profound, and even with Lin Shan's talent, he could not master it in a short time. However, his progress was not slow. The inner path 9 swords consisted of 9 swords, and Lin Shan believed he could cultivate to the 2nd sword before Qi Boufei caught on. The 2nd sword should yield unexpected results. Qi Boufei was in a dilemma that he understood that if Xiang Tiange and her companion had not truly recovered and were merely putting on a fade, then he must act swiftly. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. That a cold glint flashed in Qi Boufei's eyes as he made a decision, signaling a subordinate to act. The subordinate's expression changed multiple times, but ultimately he nodded. He had no choice but to comply. Suddenly, Qi Boufei clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Have I been poisoned? Qi Boufei growled menacingly, attempting to summon his mystical energy, yet he could only let out a muffled groan, his breath growing even weaker. It was I who did this, senior brother Qi. I bet you never anticipated such a day would come for you. Zhuo Zhao sneered. With that, he kicked Qi Boufei away, then cast a chilling glance at Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying. Ladies, there's no need to feign innocence. How could you possibly recover so swiftly from the Beast King's bloodline secret technique? I see you are merely putting on a brave front. Tiske, who would have thought that I, Zhuo Zhao, would have the chance to relish the company of 2 beautiful sisters, one tall and one petite? Surely an irresistible delight. Zhuo Zhao laughed heartily. He stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his fourth-level Qi realm without reservation. Zhuo Zhao, are you courting death? Xiang Tiange retorted coldly. Sister, stop pretending. Your injuries have not healed at all. I advise you to submit obediently, and I might show you a modicum of tenderness. Otherwise, do not blame me for treating you harshly. Zhuo Zhao sneered. Having been pushed out by Qi Buofei, he found himself with no escape. Since it had come to this, he might as well take the plunge. If he gambled correctly, today he would surely have the opportunity to enjoy the company of these two beauties. The expressions of Xiang Tiange and Ying darkened. They had not expected Qi Buofei to resort to such desperate measures, sacrificing a pawn to ascertain their condition. As for Zhuo Zhao's life or death, he cared not at all, truly venomous. Yet there seemed to be no solution. They had indeed underestimated Qi Buofei. What is the matter, sisters? Am I mistaken? If my words are incorrect, why not come and slay me then? Huh. Zhuo Zhao laughed uproariously. Lin Shun, holding a roasted fish, subtly pointed towards the fallen Chiwa F.E.A.T. this juncture. There was no turning back. The lies were destined to be exposed, and the only chance lay in taking the initiative. Qi Buofei's performance was for the sake of Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying, whose acting skills were superb, making him believe he had yet to fully reveal himself. To secure a retreat, he feigned poisoning, throwing Zhuo Zhao to the wolves. Otherwise, he would have acted directly himself. After all, once Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying recovered, his life would surely be forfeit, leaving him with no options. And thus, this became his opportunity, the only opportunity. Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying were indeed somewhat flustered. Zhuo Zhao's coercion left them at a loss for how to respond. Yet upon noticing Lin Shun's actions, they suddenly found their direction. It must be done. Zhuo Zhao, who would have thought you would dare to act so boldly? You shall meet a swift demise, Yi Ying declared, rising with a flash of light in her hand, her sword now in grip. The sword intent surged. Though not at its peak, it was still formidable. Zhuo Zhao swallowed hard, yet he had no choice but to proceed. Sister, do you still intend to hold on? Do you think I would be deceived by your tricks? Zhuo Zhao scoffed. He too drew his sword, instantly elevating his sword intent to the pinnacle of the fourth-level Qi realm, strikingly sharp. You seek death, Yi Ying cried. Qi Buofei was keenly watching Yi Ying, eager to discern whether she was truly feigning. Given Zhuo Zhao's strength, if Yi Ying failed to decisively crush him, her injuries would remain grievously severe, far from recovery. Conversely, if she had genuinely regained her strength, he would have the justification he needed, ensuring he would not be without a retreat. Sister, allow me to expose your ruse, then I shall thoroughly ravage you. So Zhao laughed heartily, launching a sword strike. Channeling all his sword intent into this one blow. 9 swords of the outer path. 6 sword. It was no small feat for Zhuo Zhao to cultivate the 9 swords of the outer path to the 6th sword, and its power was naturally immense. The sword intent was sharp, piercing directly towards the soul. Yi Ying moved. Her own sword intent erupted forth, also employing the 9 sword of the outer path. Yet it was the 7th sword. Not at her pinnacle strength, but against Zhuo Zhao, it was unnecessary to go all out. She still needed to observe. Qi Buofei's thoughts raced, his focus unwavering, determined not to miss any detail. Just then, however, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, sending tremors through his very soul. At the instant Yi Ying and Zhuo Zhao's swords clashed, a sword light suddenly struck towards him, swift and ruthless, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted by their duel. Xiang Tiange? Qi Buofei's heart raced. At this moment, how could he not realize that Xiang Tiange and the others were indeed in a precarious state? Their powers far from restored, all of it merely a charade. They had seen through his schemes and recognized his trickery. Roar! Qi Buofei bellowed. He summoned all his strength, unleashing a maximum effort to deflect the incoming sword. He understood that if he could withstand this strike, victory would be his. Chapter 74. I do not favor the large. Yet even in this moment of weakness, Xiang Tiange was delivering a full-force blow. Intent on slaying Qi Buofei, coupled with her initial advantage, it would not be so easily blocked. With a piercing sound, blood splattered. Nearly half of Qi Buofei's neck was severed, and he had failed to withstand the blow. However, he had managed to mitigate much of its power. The injury was severe, but not fatal. Chi Buofei hastily retreated, denying Xiang Tiange another chance to strike, while simultaneously swallowing a healing pill and utilizing his mystical energy to staunch the bleeding. Yet, for the time being, he was rendered unable to re-enter the fray. They are merely paper tigers at this moment. They cannot hold out for long. Chi Buofei snarled, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, it was he who would emerge victorious, and Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying would become his playthings. Once he grew weary of them, he would dispose of them. The remaining minions swiftly rose, clearly enscathed by poison. It was all a ruse, and now they surged towards Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying. Most among them were in the second or third level of the Qi realm, their combat strength not to be underestimated. Even wounded, I am not someone you pathetic fools can contend with. Today, you shall all perish. Xiang Tiange had resolved to fight to the bitter end. She remained proud. So what if she was injured? She would never allow herself to be humiliated by such a rabble. Attack. The battle erupted. On Yi Ying's side, she clashed fiercely with Zhuo Zhao, though her state was unstable and her strength barely half of its full capacity. She was not someone Zhao could easily subdue. They had been chosen as candidates for the Holy Maiden precisely because they were formidable. Their talent, potential, and combat prowess surpassed their peers. The injuries had indeed lowered their power to the level of Zhuo Zhao and his ilk, perhaps even slightly below. Yet, among their own ranks, they were already a rarity, capable of fighting beyond their realm. The battle was intensely fierce. The two women had thrown caution to the wind, disregarding their internal injuries that continued to worsen. And they were indeed strong, making Lin Shun realize that the great sects of old were filled with prodigious talent. The core disciples were truly the cream of the crop. Xiang Tiange possessed the strength to match her pride. Even when weakened, she still pressed the attack against her opponents. Her sword light was dazzling and exceptionally sharp. Of course, the few opponents were no slouches either, unleashing their combat abilities to impressive heights within their realm. Yet ultimately, they could not withstand the two women. The results were astonishing. With a series of piercing sounds, flesh and blood were continuously penetrated by the sword light. Within 3 minutes, the two women had joined forces to eliminate all of Chi Buofei's subordinates. And Zhuo Zhao was also pierced through the heart by Yi Ying. However, reaching this point was already their limit. Both women were pale and teetering on the brink of collapse, their internal injuries weighing heavily, nearly reverting to their previous near-death state. Just then, 2 beams of white light descended. It was Lin Shun, positioned behind them, using the power of healing to prevent their injuries from worsening further. Yet under such circumstances, there was no time for recovery. Tithitiske, truly the daughters of destiny. Even in this state, they managed to wipe them all out, Chi Buofei remarked coldly. His injuries had nearly healed. He gazed at the two women, his eyes gleaming with unmasked desire. Sisters, perhaps it would be best if you ceased your resistance. Otherwise, I genuinely fear I might inadvertently kill you. Chi Buofei, I will never allow you to succeed, even in death. Xiang Tiange wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied coldly, Sister, do not say such things. If you truly perished, I would take advantage of the opportunity. Chi Buofei laughed maniacally. His laughter twisted. Xiang Tiange shuddered with revulsion, her body trembling slightly. She found it hard to accept such an ending. Lin Shun stood silently behind them, not uttering a word. His mystical energy had surged to its peak. A torrent of white light cascading over the two women. The ancient character for healing unleashed its power. A formidable healing ability was aiding the two women in stabilizing their injuries and initiating their recovery. Chi Buofei's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shun, saying, Brother, a wise man knows when to retreat. I see you possess considerable talent, and as an apothecary, it would indeed be regrettable to kill you outright. Why not join me? We can each take one of these two women. What do you say? Lin Shun's capabilities were impressive. If he could be won over, it would be ideal. After all, Lin Shun's encounter with the two women had been purely coincidental, and they shared no ties. Even if he were to assist Chi Buofei, it would not matter. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women tightened. Lin Shun had no obligation to assist them. They were currently in a deadlock, and Chi Buofei was insurmountable, Expecting Lin Shun to risk his life to stand with them was clearly unrealistic. They could only focus on recovering their injuries with all their might. This proposition was not without merit. Lin Shun smiled faintly. However, the healing continued unabated. If that is the case, you should show some sincerity as well. Qi Buofei's gaze turned ominous. Which one do you desire? Lin Shun inquired. Qi Buofei furrowed his brow and replied with a smile. Since Brother Tinga is so astute, let Brother Shang deal with Xiang Tinga as he pleases. I only require Sister Yiying. You dare, Xiang Tinga exclaimed sternly. Young Master Shang, do not heed his nonsense. His words are utterly unreliable. Yiying cried out as well. Lin Shun glanced at Qi Buofei and calmly stated, I refuse. Why? Qi Buofei's voice turned icy. He was well aware that Lin Shun was merely stalling for time. But no matter how formidable his healing abilities might be, this brief interval would hardly alter the outcome. Meanwhile, he lay in wait for an opportunity. I do not favor the grand, Lin Shun remarked. You, Xiang Tinga glared furiously at Lin Shun. Opportunity. Qi Buofei had long been poised to strike. In an instant, he seized the moment, launching forward with a blade of unparalleled sharpness aimed directly at Xiang Tinga. The speed of this strike was so swift that Xiang Tinga, having just momentarily lost focus, could not react in time. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Shun had been waiting for. Had Qi Buofei been allowed to gather his most potent strike, it would have been insurmountable. Only Lin Shun could choose the right moment to act, thus presenting a glimmer of hope. By saying so, Lin Shun intended to expose a flaw in Xiang Tinga, luring Qi Buofei into executing his planned attack. In that instant, Lin Shun forcefully shoved Xiang Tinga aside. Wai Yiying, reacting with remarkable speed, was already enveloped in a swirling aura of sword intent, striking at Qi Buofei with a single blow. Qi Buofei snorted coldly. Possessing the strength of the 5th level of the condensed intent realm, he deemed the two half-damaged individuals, a mere healer and a frail practitioner, as utterly incapable of withstanding him. Although his strike was initially thwarted, Qi Buofei remained unperturbed, parrying Yiying's attack with a horizontal sweep of his sword. Both wielded the 9th sword of the external path. Qi Buofei executed his 6th sword, while Yiying also unleashed her 6th sword. Yet the superiority was unmistakable. Sister Yiying, your mastery of the 8th sword of the external path at such a young age is truly remarkable. Even I cannot perform that technique. Alas, you are unable to wield it now, and your 6th sword is so feeble. Can it withstand me? Qi Buofei laughed heartily. His sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful, and his profound energy was exceptionally robust. Meanwhile, Yiying's energy was faltering, and her sword intent could not reach its zenith. She was indeed incapable of resistance. With a single strike, she was forced back, blood spilling from her mouth, her injuries worsening. However, beams of white light descended continuously, aiding Yiying in recovering her wounds, preventing her from being defeated in a single encounter. You seek death. Then, I shall be the one to end you. Qi Buofei's gaze turned ominous as he fixated on Lin Shun. Chapter 75. One person, one half, the 8th sword, unaware of the time. You must die. Qi Buofei's sword intent zeroed in on Lin Shun, causing a tremor in Lin Shun's heart. This sword intent was tremendously formidable. It was no wonder he was a disciple of an extraordinary sect, for even at the 5th level of the condensed intent realm, his sword intent was scarcely weaker than Wang Yuxi's. In the Great Wei Kingdom, this individual could be deemed a prodigy. Yet the people here were not ordinary. They were all geniuses among geniuses. Xiang Tinga, having evaded the previous strike, could not allow Qi Buofei to gain the upper hand now. Lin Shun was their sole hope for survival. Should they lose his healing abilities, they would be swiftly vanquished by Qi Buofei, and at that point, death would be a distant wish, as they would be reduced to mere playthings. 9th sword of the external path, 7th sword. The 7th sword, though immensely powerful, demanded vast amounts of profound energy. Given Xiang Tinga's current state, unleashing the sword would come at a great cost. Her entire aura began to deteriorate. Internal organs leaked blood, and cracks threatened to tear her apart. Had it not been for the sustaining white light, she would have already shattered. Yet, despite her pride and arrogance, Xiang Tiange was not delicate. She cast aside her fear of death, and the pain could not delay her hand. She had to slay Qi Boufei. Otherwise, she dared not even contemplate her own demise, though the seventh sword was executed with great difficulty. Lacking even a fraction of its full power, it remained formidable. The immense sword radiance surged forth, and Qi Boufei dared not underestimate it. Unfortunately, you cannot unleash the eighth sword. Otherwise, you might truly have had a chance to turn a tide. Qi Boufei laughed heartily, his own sword suddenly glowing with intensity. Seventh sword. Both wielding the seventh sword of the external path. In ordinary circumstances, Qi Boufei could never compete with Xiang Tiange, for their understanding of the nine-sword divine technique was not on the same level. The same sword technique, when wielded by different individuals, could yield vastly differing powers. Yet now, Qi Boufei was the stronger. As their swords collided, the sword intent rampaged wildly, shaking the very cave itself, shattering rocks into fragments. Leaving no place unscathed, this clash was indeed astonishing. It was clear that Qi Boufei had the upper hand. Xiang Tiange coughed blood, her profound energy waning dangerously. "Sister Xiang, you might as well surrender." Qi Boufei sneered, striking again. Xiang Tiange struggled to resist, but it was futile. She was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, another sword struck. "Yi Ying, seventh sword? I told you it's useless." Qi Boufei growled, repelling Yi Ying with a single blow. Yi Ying spewed blood, barely able to hold on. The white light persisted, unbroken, yet it was evident that this approach was untenable. Futile resistance. Why suffer? Qi Boufei cackled, relishing the opportunity to trample two core disciples underfoot. No, beneath his groin. "Ha! Now it's your turn." Qi Boufei ceased his mirth, fixing his gaze upon Lin Che. As he spoke, he had already drawn his sword, intent on eliminating Lin Shun, this unpredictable variable. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Xiang Tiange gripped her sword, her profound energy surging within her, her sword intent solidifying. Even if she were to die, she would ensure that Qi Boufei perished alongside her. "It's not over yet." Yi Ying cried out, coughing blood as she unleashed her final reserves of strength. No longer pondering her own mortality, she aimed to slay Qi Boufei. The two had always been at odds, perpetually clashing since entering the Nine-Sword Gate. To be frank, even with Qi Boufei's deliberate withholding of information during the Beast King's encounter, had they not hindered each other, they might not have reached this dire juncture. This clearly illustrated how much disdain they held for one another. Yet at this moment, an extraordinary synergy emerged between them, perhaps stemming from their prolonged rivalry, granting them an intimate understanding of each other. Almost simultaneously, they struck. Eighth sword. This sword style was the eighth sword. What a farce! In their current states, even before the sword style was fully executed, they were destined to perish. Indeed, it was impossible. Then what of half the style? Just half. One half each. When combined, what then, in this moment? They shared an uncanny harmony, necessitating no prior discussion. Each poured forth their utmost effort, executing the half-style eighth sword. And as their swords converged, it transformed into the true eighth sword, even in their weakened states. And despite their sword intent not reaching its apex, this strike was undeniably potent. "You dream of a reversal." Qi Boufei bellowed in fury. Qi Boufei unleashed his full power without reservation. Seventh sword, two immense sword radiances clashed. And Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying could hardly withstand the force, being sent tumbling backward, utterly drained. Yet Qi Boufei was equally thrown back, blood spilling from his mouth that he had sustained injuries. The might of the eighth sword was not easily thwarted, and a gaping wound appeared on his chest. Regrettably, it had not penetrated deep enough to be fatal. "It is over," Qi Boufei sneered. Xiang Tiange and Ying both revealed expressions of despair at this moment. They were even incapable of self-termination. Just then, a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. A figure surged forward with astonishing speed, like a flash of light. It was Xiang Tiange. The two women's eyes brightened, igniting a spark of hope. "Go, young Master Xiang. If you win, I shall bear your children." Yi Ying exclaimed, "If you triumph, I shall forgive your previous disrespect toward me," Xiang Tiange called out. Yet, was it truly feasible? Shang Tiange was merely a healer, utterly devoid of combat prowess, seeking death. Qi Boufei laughed heartily. He directed a strike at Lin Shun, yet it was evaded. Lin Shun had long since become familiar with his combat style. In an instant, Lin Shun dodged, simultaneously transforming into 9 figures. What? Qi Boufei gasped in shock. How could such a ruse escape his notice? A sweep of his senses revealed which was the real one. Yet Qi Boufei's expression shifted. He could not perceive it. Lin Shun seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering any fluctuations undetectable. But so what? Even if all 9 were genuine, it mattered not. Get lost. Qi Boufei roared, unleashing a torrent of profound energy that swept away the illusions, leaving only Lin Shun's true form. Astonishingly, Lin Shun withstood the onslaught, remaining unscathed. This profound energy was exceedingly robust, entirely unlike that of a mere Thousand June realm warrior. His surface aura resembling battle armor. At this moment, Lin Shun stood mere steps away from Qi Boufei. Only 2 paces remained, the 2 women's side. Lin Shun had already performed admirably, yet this distance remained too great. No matter how Lin Shun chose to strike next, Qi Boufei would certainly respond. You are too weak. Even with all your might, you remain 2 steps away from me. You can advance no further. Qi Boufei chuckled triumphantly, for he believed victory was his. Chapter 76. Boundless ferocity at this moment. Qi Boufei was indeed in a state of disarray due to his injuries. Moreover, Lin Shun's swift approach compelled him to utilize his profound energy to shatter Lin Shun's phantoms, rendering his swordplay exceedingly strained. Yet, even under duress, his prowess remained formidable. The 5th sword. In such circumstances, Qi Boufei astonishingly managed to fully execute the 5th sword of the external Tao's 9 swords. This strike was potent enough to slay Lin Shun 10 times over. However, Lin Shun's eyes sparkled. This was the moment he had been anticipating. Dragon-scale armor, dominating battle armor, the ancient character for shield. In an instant, Lin Shun propelled his profound energy to its zenith. Heavenly tungsten. White script, all unleashed. In this moment, Lin Shun held nothing back. Facing a great sect from beyond the world, he had no qualms about revealing his identity. The 9 heavens slaying divine technique, the dual hues of black and white entwined upon the feathered sword, resembling 2 colossal dragons, roaring forth. Then, in a swift transformation of sword style, the internal Tao's 9 swords. 2nd sword. The blade was unleashed, its radiance akin to a comet piercing the heavens, aimed directly at Qi Boufei. A mere 2 steps away. Indeed, this was a close distance, yet it felt insufficient, making Qi Boufei believe that Lin Shun could advance no further and that he was destined to be defeated. However, the reality was that Lin Shun's limits were not confined to this point. Rather, he intended to halt here. The 2-step distance was the optimal range for the internal Tao's 9 swords to counter the external Tao's 9 swords. The sword issued forth. What? Qi Boufei's complexion drastically changed, his eyes wide with terror. He sensed an uncanny familiarity in Lin Shun's sword, as if it were the same lineage as his own, yet vastly more powerful. As if separated by the heavens and the earth. It felt even constrained, fundamentally suppressed from the very essence of the sword style. A thought flashed through Qi Boufei's mind, one he could scarcely believe. But it seemed the only answer. This was the internal Tao's 9 swords. Yet this was not even the first sword. How could this individual possibly cultivate the internal Tao's 9 swords? Qi Boufei could not comprehend. The internal Tao's 9 sword suppression over the external Tao's 9 swords rendered Qi Boufei's strike akin to a paper tiger, utterly shattered. Even a might of the sword could not reverse the innate suppression of the internal Tao over the external Tao. Immediately following, 6 dragon heads emerged from the dragon scale armor. Snake tongue threads, ultimate eruption. The 6 strands of snake tongues cleaved through the air, all surging into the gaping wound on Qi Boufei's chest. Qi Boufei screamed in agony, completely pierced through, his heart crushed to pieces. He was dead, his eyes still wide open in disbelief, unable to fathom how Lin Shun could wield the internal Tao's 9 swords. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Shun gasped heavily, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hastily consumed a spirit elixir to restore his profound energy. At this moment, should his profound energy be exhausted, Lin Shun would be fine, able to recover. But the two women would likely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Lin Shen's physical form had undergone a transformation, granting him exceptional recovery abilities, allowing him to barely hold on without interrupting the treatment for the two women. At this moment, the two women were utterly stunned, their wide eyes fixed on Lin Shun. Their mouths agape, one could easily fit an egg inside. This was simply astounding. It was utterly subversive, the internal Dao's 9 swords. This fellow had actually executed the internal Dao's 9 swords, a powerful swordsmanship that even they had yet to master. How could this be possible? It was simply inconceivable. Recover quickly. Time is of the essence. I cannot remain here to guard you, Lin Shun urged. The two women nodded eagerly. In that instant, Xiang Tiange appeared exceptionally obedient. They were truly taken aback by Lin Shun. Who could be so extraordinary? Was he a pharmacist or a warrior? This was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, his talent was almost otherworldly. After all, they knew that Lin Shun had only just glimpsed the internal Dao's 9 swords. How could he learn it so swiftly? Even executing the second sword. Reflecting on the elders within the 9 Swords sect who had spent 10 years merely to master the second sword, and who were quite pleased with their rapid progress. The two women felt a wave of powerlessness wash over them, rendering them speechless. Recovery. Restoration is paramount. Lin Shun himself was also recovering, though at a slow pace, as he needed to continue treating the two women. He furrowed his brow, realizing that they had already delayed for quite some time. At this rate, they might require another full day. Lin Shun was concerned about running out of time. He cast a glance at the two women. It appeared that a change in strategy was necessary. He should seek external assistance. Originally, Lin Shun had intended to take on the revenge single-handedly, given the overwhelming power of the royal family within the Great Way. Coupled with Zhao Wuji as their lackey, Lin Shun was reluctant to involve anyone else that, if he were to fail, those who aided him would likely meet a dreadful fate. Thus, he had no choice but to rely solely on himself. However, the situation had changed. These two women hailed from the 9 Swords sect. That was a sect of immense power. They had no reason to fear the Great Way royal family. What could they do if they intervened? Did the Great Way dare to challenge the 9 Swords sect? Lin Shun exhaled deeply, realizing that for the time being, this would have to suffice. He then collected the spatial rings of Qi Bofei and the others, devouring the demon cores to enhance his own strength. The collections of the others were decent, but they would not significantly elevate Lin Shen's combat prowess in a short period. Qi Bofei's were indeed superior. He possessed 5th-tier demon cores. Additionally, there was a vial of 6th-tier Wanjun pills and a magical flower. Good heavens, such treasures exceeded even those of the two women. The Wanjun pills were immensely beneficial for warriors of the Thousand Jun realm. Capable of rapidly enhancing profound energy, such items were rare in the Great Way. They were 6th-tier elixirs. The most commonly used in the Great Way was the Thousand Jun pill, which was only 5th tier. Unfortunately, this did not contribute much to Lin Shen's advancement. He only required the demon cores. Of course, the so-called Wanjun was merely an optimistic aspiration. Who could truly reach Wanjun? It was nearly impossible. As for the magical flower, it was of the same tier as the dragon's flower, nearly reaching 7th tier. However, unlike the dragon's flower, the magical flower primarily enhanced spiritual power, which is to say, soul strength. The enhancement of soul strength significantly benefited a warrior's perceptual abilities, reaction speeds, and comprehension skills. Furthermore, it was remarkably effective for consolidating and enhancing martial intent. Lin Shun held the vial of elixir and the magical flower, casting a glance at the two women, letting out a faint sigh. "What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on me?" Xiang Tiange exclaimed, her teeth gritted. She had been secretly observing Lin Shun. Her curiosity piqued, but upon catching Lin Shen's disdainful gaze, she became incensed. Lin Shun chose to ignore her. Xiang Tiange felt a wave of frustration. She bit her lip and said, "That's because I learned that the Beast King was weakened, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I exchanged most of my possessions to acquire the Grand Harmony pill." Otherwise, I could have given you 10 vials of Wanjun pills, and even the fruits of the magical flower. The Grand Harmony pill holds immense value for those in the comprehension realm, ranking as an 8th-tier elixir. Even for a sect from beyond the world, it was likely that not everyone could afford it. Lin Shun had only heard of it, never having seen it, and oh wonder. Lin Shun felt that while the collections of the two women were astonishing, they did not match their status. It turned out they had already expended a significant portion. Setting aside the Wanjun pills, it seemed Qi Bofei had prepared the magical flower in hopes of transcending the 5th and 6th realms. But alas, he was deprived of that opportunity, Yi Ying remarked coldly. Lin Shun consumed the magical flower, leaving the leaves behind. Perhaps they would still be useful. He also directly ingested the Wanjun pills, although the demon cores were more directly beneficial to Lin Shun. This elixir also provided considerable assistance. Lin Shun believed that after absorbing the energies of both elixirs, his realm would at least elevate by 1 tier. Simultaneously, Lin Shun was curious. Why did you choose to challenge that Beast King? Risking so much? Chapter 77. The third layer of the Thousand June Realm of. Why should I tell you? Xiang Tinga turned her head away. The Beast King is a red-eyed dragon-patterned flood dragon. A 4th-tier, 8-star demon beast, possessing a superior bloodline and immense combat prowess. The reason we wish to slay it is to obtain its reverse scale. Yi Ying spoke up, the red-eyed dragon-patterned flood dragon, belonging to the dragon lineage, ignited a fire in Lin Chen's heart. Should he succeed in hunting this demon beast and devour its demon core, the benefits to Lin Shun would be monumental. It would provide him with an unprecedented enhancement. However, a 4th-tier 8-star beast was equivalent to the 8th layer of the comprehension realm, and with its superior bloodline, coupled with the flood dragon's formidable physique, its overall strength was likely greater than that of an ordinary 9th-layer comprehension realm warrior. It was no wonder these two women dared to challenge it. Indeed, the talent from beyond the world were remarkably confident, daring to confront a 7th-layer comprehension realm warrior. Why the reverse scale? Lin Shun inquired. The reverse scale holds immense significance for dragon-type demon beasts, yet for humans, is not the most precious aspect of their bodies. Dragon cores, dragon tendons, and even dragon horns hold equal or greater value. The reverse scale serves as a token, granting us access to a certain hidden realm, allowing us to compete for the keys to its treasures. Yi Ying did not withhold this information. Furthermore, reverse scales are often found on true dragons, which are exceedingly rare. Even if encountered, we would undoubtedly be no match for a true dragon and could only seek out a flood dragon. Some powerful bloodlines among flood dragons had the opportunity to produce reverse scales. We searched for a long time before we finally located this red-eyed dragon-patterned flood dragon, Yi Ying explained. She then shot a fierce glare at Xiang Tinga. I found it first. If it weren't for you butting in, I would have already seized the reverse scale. Humph. Each to their own abilities. Your words only invite ridicule. Xiang Tinga retorted coldly. Thief. Ying looked down in disdain. What did you say? Xiang Tinga was angered. Proud as she was, how could she tolerate such a label as thief? Save some energy to recover from your injuries. Lin Shun admonished lightly. Xiang Tinga gritted her teeth, let out a cold snort, and fell silent. On a normal day, she would have unleashed her ire upon Lin Shun, but today she refrained from doing so. Her mindset had subtly shifted. There was no denying it. Lin Shun's previous display had been overwhelmingly fierce. Once silence enveloped them, Lin Shun spoke up. Ladies, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Please go ahead. Young Master Shang. Ying replied with a smile. Be honest. I have delayed far too long because of you two, and I fear I may not have enough time to accomplish what I desire. Therefore, I require your assistance, Lin Shun stated. What do you need us to do? Ying inquired. Firstly, we must pass through the 10,000 great mountains as swiftly as possible to ask for what lies beyond. The situation remains uncertain, Lin Shun explained. Humph. Do you take us for bodyguards? Xiang Tinga retorted angrily. Of course. With your capabilities, one of you would suffice, Lin Shun replied. You, Xiang Tinga was incensed further. What do you mean by that? You think I am unnecessary. Are you looking down on me? She clenched her teeth and declared, if you say that, I refuse to leave. I won't owe you any favors. I hope you encounter great trouble, and I will assist you, and then we will be even. Such words were indeed fitting for Xiang Tinga's proud character. Rest assured, young Master Shang, you saved my life, and I will certainly assist you to the best of my ability. Yi Ying smiled. Additionally, she was quite curious about what secrets such a genius as Lin Shun might be concealing. By the way, it is said that in the 100 Battles Wasteland, an otherworldly sect is selecting disciples. At present, many secular forces have dispatched young elites to vie for a spot within this otherworldly sect. Is this otherworldly sect the Nine-Sword Sect? Lin Shun inquired with curiosity. This matter held significant implications. Although it did not currently concern Lin Shun, one could not dismiss the possibility of becoming embroiled in it. Moreover, the otherworldly sect was not something the secular world could easily defy. I have not heard of any such plans from the sect. Yi Ying replied, shaking her head. The Nine-Sword Sect was immensely powerful, and even within its own dominion, the selection of disciples was conducted with great rigor. Externally, it was even more stringent. Typically, only elders would travel to scout for promising candidates without any prior notification, for they considered such actions beneath them. Perhaps it is merely a fallen sect seeking a sense of superiority in this mundane land, unable to compete in the other world. Xiang Tinga scoffed disdainfully. That is not entirely impossible. Though this method of recruitment is not without merit, it does seem somewhat devalued. Yi Ying chuckled. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he realized how vastly different the perspectives of the other world and the secular world were. After all, in his view, the collective effort of numerous powerful factions sending their finest disciples would undoubtedly yield a ranking. Such a method of recruitment could ensure that only the most exceptional talents were selected, a commendable approach. Yet, the other world did not share this mindset. Them. Mere mortals were best evaluated by their own scouts, rendering any form of competition unnecessary. In essence, the otherworldly sect simply did not regard the so-called geniuses of the secular world with any importance. They had no interest in investing time in them. It was, quite simply, arrogance. Having grasped this, Lin Shun ceased his inquiries, and the two women concentrated fully on their respective cultivation techniques to recuperate from their injuries. Half a day passed. Lin Shun waited patiently for that duration. In this time, he thoroughly absorbed the effects of the Mo Yin flower and the Wan Jun pill. Boom! At a certain moment, like a volcanic eruption, Lin Shun's aura surged dramatically. Second stage of the Thousand Jun realm. No, third stage of the Thousand Jun realm. The entirety of a bottle of Wan Jun pills, combined with the potency of the Mo Yin flower, enabled Lin Shun to break through two minor realms consecutively. At this moment, the profound energy within him surged violently, akin to turbulent waves crashing against the shore, roaring with uncontainable power. The strength granted by the Thousand Jun realm was further manifested. The might of the Thousand Jun was akin to a deluge. Such formidable, profound energy emanating from a warrior of the third stage of the Thousand Jun realm was nothing short of astonishing. This fellow is truly terrifying. What a monstrosity! Yi Ying's complexion paled slightly. This level of profound energy exhibited the dominance and force akin to that of a ninth-stage Thousand Jun realm warrior. At this rate, could he be on the verge of condensing his intent? Such an occurrence was unheard of. At least Yi Ying had never heard of such a thing. Even the Holy Sun and her master had not possessed such power at the Thousand Jun realm. Xiang Tinga gasped as well. And no matter how proud she was, she had to acknowledge that the person before her was nothing short of a prodigy. Even among the otherworldly sects, he would overshadow the masses. As Lin Shun felt the overwhelming power surging within him, his eyes slowly opened. The moment they did, divine light burst forth, almost forming tangible beams. Accompanying this was a potent wave of spiritual energy, enough to make even the two women feel a hint of threat. It was important to note that they were both formidable beings of the condensing intent realm, with spiritual powers far beyond what a Thousand Jun realm could contend with. Though they had consumed the Mo Yin flower, such a tremendous growth was unexpected. If it continued, he might even condense his soul. Yi Ying exclaimed softly. If he truly managed to condense his soul, he would exist on an entirely different level. Chapter 78. Understanding much of, he is still far from condensing his soul. Xiang Tinga snorted lightly. Yet despite her words, she was still astonished. This person, now at the third stage of the Thousand June realm, was already exerting pressure on them. Should he break through 5 or 6 more levels, reaching the ninth stage, they would likely not stand a chance against him. Both women felt a profound sense of defeat, resigning themselves to their healing process. However, Lin Shan would not wait for them indefinitely. Once their internal injuries had healed, they prepared to depart. Xiang Tiange was quite displeased, as her injuries were still severe, and leaving now posed significant risks. Nevertheless, Lin Shan insisted that she could remain to heal, that in the end, she followed him, albeit with a cold expression, equipped with high-grade detoxifying pills and antidotes. Traversing the poisonous miasma posed little issue. They continued on their journey, maintaining their healing state. While their speed was not particularly swift, it spared them the previous cautious troubles. Overall, their pace had quickened. After all, despite their injuries, the two women were still powerful, effortlessly slaying any lurking beasts along the way, as they needed only to avoid particularly dangerous spots. Ultimately, they crossed the mountains, and their travel time aligned closely with their expectations, it must be said. Having powerful bodyguards made a significant difference. Upon passing through the mountains, they entered the Hundred Battles wasteland. This area had been ravaged in the past, littered with remnants of destruction, a desolate expanse. Initially, human presence was scarce. However, this wasteland buried countless treasures left by a once mighty nation, attracting martial artists in droves. Additionally, as people from surrounding nations fled here to escape dire circumstances, towns began to emerge amidst the ruins, gradually growing in scale until several large cities were established, allowing a significant population to flourish. However, behind most of these cities loomed the shadowy influence of surrounding nations that it was impossible for a new nation to arise here. The chaos would persist, aligning with the interests of those neighboring nations. The three of them donned cloaks as they traversed the dilapidated roads, heading towards the nearest city, Yin City. Yin City was one of the 4 major cities within the Hundred Battles wasteland, the closest to the Great Wei Kingdom, yet the latter's influence there was minimal. This was because the Lord of Yin City had fled from the Great Wei Kingdom before betraying his homeland. The Lord had stirred up turmoil within the Great Wei, even decimating a prominent noble family, prompting the royal family to issue a wanted notice. Ultimately, he escaped into the Hundred Battles wasteland, where he now ruled in Yin City. However, these events were relics of the past, occurring several decades ago. Lin Shan had only heard of them from Lin Lan. If his kin were to enter the Hundred Battles wasteland, they would undoubtedly choose in Yin City. You wouldn't have committed some grave offense in the secular world, would you? You seem rather cautious, as if worried about being recognized. Ying inquired curiously, glancing at Lin Shan. Indeed, Lin Shan nodded. No wonder you wish to enter the Hundred Battles wasteland. Ying remarked, showing little concern for Lin Shan's misdeeds. Matters of the secular world are all trivial. My purpose here is for other reasons, not solely to evade pursuit, Lin Shan explained. Rest assured, with me by your side. Even a sovereign of a dynasty would find it difficult to harm you. Ying chuckled confidently. As a core disciple of the otherworldly sect, she had the foundation for such confidence. Thank you, Lin Shan murmured. Then your name is also an alias. Xiang Tiange bit her lip, glaring at Lin Shan with indignation. She remained fixated on the name Xiang Tiange. Change it. She seethed with indignation. Xiang Tiange. What a magnificent name. It exudes an indescribable aura of dominance, perfectly befitting Master Xiang, that I see no reason to change it. Yet Ying sang a different tune. Since it's a pseudonym, why not choose any name? How about Xiangying? Xiang Tiange shot Ying a sidelong glance. Why not call it Gang Tiange then? Ying was unyielding. Why not AIing? What about Chao Tiange? Riing would suffice, you illiterate. There is no surname Ri, Ying retorted angrily. Humph, you can barely recognize a few characters, only inviting laughter, Xiang Tiange scoffed. Lin Shan's lips curled slightly. He couldn't help but acknowledge that both women were not only well-versed in surnames, but also possessed an extraordinary breadth of knowledge. Indeed, disciples from the secluded sects were quite knowledgeable. The young lady was correct. The surname does exist, albeit rarely that I recall from our era, a formidable figure named Ri Tian. whose power was truly terrifying. He even created the ancient character Ri, an unparalleled strength. If you have the opportunity, you might seek him out. The character Ri holds many meanings. It commonly refers to the great sun in the sky, that is, the sun itself, but it can also denote the number of days. And at times, it may even signify the emergence of men and women in scholarly pursuits. She relished such matters. However, Lin Shen promptly interrupted her. He had neither the interest nor the time to indulge in such discussions. He contemplated hastening his pace to avoid further quarrels between the two women when suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. It was the demon blood horses. There were quite a few of them. However, those who could afford such demon blood horses likely hailed from some major force. The speed of the demon blood horses was astonishing, akin to the swift winds. They were racing along the road, rapidly approaching, showing no sign of slowing down. How arrogant! Were they intending to trample over anyone who failed to yield or could not evade in time? Lin Shen, seeing this, preferred to avoid trouble and stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Why should we give way? Xiang Tiange appeared quite displeased. Proud as she was, of noble standing, she would never yield to others. Only others should yield to her. This group was so rude. Recklessly charging forward on their demon blood horses without the slightest intention to slow down, which was truly infuriating. I have matters to attend to. It's better to avoid trouble, Lin Shen stated. Xiang Tiange gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. Yet, she ultimately acquiesced. For Lin Shen to compel her, Xiang Tiange, to concede was something no disciple of the Nine Swords sect could achieve. Wei Ying, on the other hand, did not mind much. Although she felt displeased, she stepped aside as Lin Shen suggested. The cavalcade approached swiftly, like a gust of wind. It was evident that many of the riders were youthful, with the men exuding valor and the women radiant. Their attire indicated they were offspring of affluent families. Brother Song, your demon blood horse is truly impressive. It's faster than we are. It seems that demon blood is exceptionally formidable. A young lady clad in a canary yellow dress exclaimed. She was Zhuo Qiu, a young lady from the Zhuo family of the Great Wei Kingdom. The Zhuo family was one of the prominent families in Great Wei, wielding considerable influence. You are indeed correct. Qiu Mei, this divine steed belongs to the imperial military. I acquired it through numerous connections from General Zhao's camp. Hence its ferocity. Song Haqian laughed heartily, his face brimming with satisfaction. Song Haqian was the scion of the Song family, one of the influential clans in Great Wei. The Song family had military ties, consistently supplying military supplies, and was far wealthier than the Zhuo family. Brother Song, may I ride it for a moment? I too wish to experience this divine steed. Another charming young lady piped up. She was He Cici, a maiden from the He family. The He family had business dealings with the Song family and had grown prosperous through their alliance. Of course, since Sister Cici has spoken, how could I refuse? Song Haqian chuckled heartily, slapping the saddle, and in a graceful leap he soared into the air. His retainers swiftly dismounted, allowing him to switch mounts. The entire process was seamless and elegant, showcasing Song Haqian's remarkable prowess, leaving many women in the party captivated. Sister He, do be careful. This horse has quite a fiery temperament, Zhuo Qiu remarked with an unfriendly expression. Fear not, Qiu Jie, I can handle it. He Cici replied with a smile, casting a provocative glance at Zhuo Qiu. Then, with a leap, she landed on Song Haqian's horse. What a magnificent steed! He Cici exclaimed with delight. Without hesitation, she urged the horse into a wild gallop for a test. Zhuo Qiu's expression darkened, and she discreetly flicked her finger, unleashing a surge of mysterious energy. The energy instantly penetrated the belly of the demon blood horse. Provoked, the horse let out a shrill neigh. Rearing up on its front hooves, nearly tossing He Cici off, He Cici screamed, her face paling in fright. Yet she was determined not to appear foolish in front of Song Haqian, so she quickly channeled her energy and yanked on the reins. The demon blood horse, agitated, surged forward wildly, and He Cici, desperately pulling at the reins, dashed off the road. There were people ahead. At such speed and force, should they collide, it would surely reduce them to a bloody pulp. Chapter 79. Trouble breeds mischief. He Cici saw this, but had no intention of turning the demon blood horse around. She feared that forcing the horse's head to change direction would only provoke it further. If that happened and she was thrown off, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. She could not allow that. Her image in Song Heqian's eyes would surely be shattered. That was absolutely unacceptable. As for the lives of the bystanders, a bunch of filthy rats. If they couldn't dodge, they deserved to die. Sisi was utterly indifferent to the fate of the bystanders. Instead, she channeled her mysterious energy to form a protective shield around her body, ensuring that no blood would splatter on her and soil her garments. "Young master," a retainer called out to Song Heqian. Yet, Song Heqian simply waved his hand, smiling. "This horse does indeed have a fiery temperament. It will settle down shortly. Sister Sisi will be fine that he didn't even mention the 3 bystanders." This vixen will have her comeuppance," Zuiqiu snorted coldly. Regardless, the thought of riding a horse and causing death was inherently unsettling and quite ominous. Moreover, the horse would be sullied. Song Heqian surely would not take kindly to it. Zuiqiu believed that Song Heqian's opinion of Sisi had already diminished significantly. The mere fact that he did not rush to rescue Sisi indicated this. Just a family relying on the Song family, living off their favor and daring to hope to marry into the Song family. How laughable! Zuiqiu scoffed. The demon blood horse charged forward, barreling toward Lin Shun and the others. Its might was akin to that of a cannonball. One could foresee that if Lin Shun and his companions failed to evade, they would be reduced to mere pulp. What a pity, Lin Shun sighed. As a soldier, he immediately recognized that this horse hailed from the military, and such a fine steed should be charging in a battle alongside soldiers. Yet now, it had become a plaything for a wastrel. Truly a pearl cast before swine. Lin Shun stepped aside and then gave the horse's neck a light slap. The demon blood horse immediately let out a neigh, raising its front hooves high and coming to a sudden halt. To be able to stop so swiftly while maintaining such speed, this horse was indeed extraordinary, its bloodline rich with demon essence. However, this meant that Sisi, who was mounted, was thrown off. Even a martial artist could not maintain their balance, landing face first on the ground in a most comical manner. Zuiqiu could hardly contain her laughter. This was a delightful turn of events. Sisi's image was utterly ruined. Song Heqian's eyes narrowed. He had only recently tamed this divine steed, and there were still areas where it did not fully obey him. However, that person had merely slapped the horse's neck and caused it to stop. And now the demon blood horse was standing docilely beside him. Song Heqian's expression darkened. He felt overshadowed, bringing him considerable embarrassment. "Ah!" Sisi shrieked as she scrambled to her feet, her hair disheveled, blood streaking her face, presenting a most woeful sight. How could she endure such humiliation? "You filthy rat! You wretched creature! It was your doing! How dare you make me look foolish? Kneel before me!" Sisi screamed, pointing at Lin Shun. At that moment, the retainers of the He family had arrived, casting cold glares at Lin Shun and his companions. "You nearly collided with us, did you not?" Lin Shun replied coolly. "What of it? Who do you think you are? Obstructing my path? You deserve to die," Sisi shrieked. "And you dare to throw me off my horse to avoid a collision? If my face is marred, I will slaughter your entire family." Sisi twisted in fury. Her vanity was tied to her appearance. Relying on her beauty was her only means to secure a marriage with Song Heqian and become a noble woman. Sisi's arrogance and brutishness revealed her truly ugly nature. Yi Ying and Xiang Tiange's expressions turned icy. "Truly, trouble breeds mischief. With that unsightly face of yours, even a fleeting glance would be repugnant. If it were to be destroyed, so be it. What is there to lament?" Ying scoffed. "Ugly." Xiang Tiange simply uttered a single word. In truth, Sisi was not bad-looking and dressed herself with care, qualifying as a beauty. However, when compared to the two of them, she indeed fell woefully short. "What are you saying?" Sisi exploded, her face contorting with rage. "You two wretches dare to insult me. I will tear your faces apart." Sisi bellowed, charging forward to claw Yi Ying and the others' faces. It was apparent she was a pampered child. Though a martial artist, she had no understanding of combat. This also suggested that, in her daily life, no one dared to lay a hand on her, allowing her to unleash her fury without fear of retaliation. But how could Yi Ying and Xiang Tiange possibly refrain from fighting back? Their tempers were notoriously fierce, challenging even the Beast King. And in critical moments, they would dare to trip each other up. What was Yi Cixi to them? Smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Yi Ying struck Yi Cixi without mercy, sending her flying. Though her face had not yet been disfigured, this blow caused one side of her face to swell instantly, resembling a grotesque pig's head. Truly an unsightly sight. Yi Cixi, dazed from the slap, had not anticipated that her adversary would dare to retaliate. In the past, when she had bullied others, those beneath her could only endure her tyranny, unable to fight back even if it meant death. But now, this wretch had the audacity to strike her face. Kill her! Someone kill her! Yi Cixi screamed frantically. The guard of the He family roared and rushed forward. They believed there was no consequence, thinking Yi Ying would not dare to resist. But now that Yi Cixi had been slapped and wounded, they would surely face punishment upon their return. They dared not hold back. They were determined to kill Yi Ying. Despite her youth, Yi Ying was no delicate flower. She was decisive in her actions. She struck with her sword, the blade flashing, and none could stand against her. In mere moments, all the guards were slain. With a frostbitten expression, Yi Ying gazed at Yi Cixi, deeming such a woman unworthy of survival. You cannot kill me. I am a lady of the He family. If you kill me, you will not live. Yi Cixi stammered, her lower body dampened with fear, having lost control of herself. The unfolding situation left Song Heqian and his companions utterly aghast. They had anticipated that Lin Shun and his group would meet a dire fate at the hands of Yi Cixi. Yet the tables had turned completely. Stop! Song Heqian shouted. He had to intervene. Otherwise, if Yi Cixi perished before him, he would face dire consequences upon his return. Song Heqian swiftly stepped forward, and the rest of his entourage rushed to encircle Lin Shun and his companions. Song Heqian adopted a lofty demeanor, his gaze cold. My lady, is it not excessive to resort to such violence? He intoned solemnly, exuding an air of intimidation. Excessive? Yi Ying scoffed. This hideous creature gallops about recklessly, trampling others. If I were weaker, I would have been crushed. Is that not excessive? Yi Ying retorted icily. Chapter 80. Get lost upon hearing this. Song Heqian's eyes flickered slightly. Yi Ying's voice was indeed melodious. He turned to look. Even cloaked, with half her delicate face obscured, her beauty was undeniable. What a stunning woman, Song Heqian thought, his previously sullen expression evaporating. He then adopted a cultured stance, saying, indeed, she was in the wrong. But she has paid the price. That I implore you, show mercy, my lady. I am Song Heqian of the Song family. Should you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. This display of humility and respect was meant to garner favor. Feeling smug, Song Heqian thought he had revealed his identity and lowered his stance to elicit goodwill. Believing that Yi Ying would no longer act out of line, he did not wish to miss out on such a beauty. He was confident that once the situation calmed, his looks, status, and strength would surely win her over. Song family as Song Heqian? Yi Ying echoed. Song Heqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pride flickering in his eyes. But he humbly replied, my lady, do not concern yourself with the power of the Song family. I, Song Heqian, am not one to leverage my lineage against others. What Song family? I have never even heard of it. Have you finished your drivel? If so, go away. Yi Ying retorted impatiently. What nonsense, Song family. Yi Ying could scarcely regard it this moment. She would not have cared if royalty were present, let alone a mere Song family. Furthermore, she found Song Heqian's demeanor thoroughly distasteful. Such pretentiousness was indeed revolting. Did he think that such behavior would portray him as cultured and admirable? Song Heqian's smile instantly froze. Yi Ying's response had utterly exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, he felt his anger rising. This woman dared to speak to him in such a manner. Utterly shameless. Lin Shun sighed that he had not wished to provoke trouble and had sought to avoid it. Yet here he was, trapped in this situation. He only hoped Yi Ying would resolve matters swiftly without delays. However, Song Heqian's icy gaze swiftly turned to Lin Shun. This person was sighing. Song Heqian sneered. It seemed this was Yi Ying's crutch. How audacious to challenge him without regard. He was eager to see who this young man was. Clearly, someone was backing him. Song Hechien coldly stated, "Pray tell, which family do you belong to?" "I would like to know." Lin Shun had never anticipated that the focus would shift to him. He was the least inclined to be embroiled in any disputes, only wishing to reach Yin City as soon as possible. But it seemed that would not be so easy. With someone like Song Hechien, a wastrel who sought to reason with him would never let it go. Given the circumstances, Lin Shun had no choice but to adopt the most time-efficient approach. Additionally, they possessed the Demon Blood Horse. If they could seize it, their travel speed would significantly increase. Lin Shen's eyes glinted. He patted the Demon Blood Horse's neck, and it neighed. Obediently pacing beside him, it appeared that Lin Shun was indeed its master. Song Hechien's face darkened further. This was akin to a slap in the face. "Reveal your background. I wish to see which family has given you the audacity to act so brazenly before the third young master of the Song family." Song Hechien said coldly, "Get lost." Lin Shun replied with a single word that Ying stifled a laugh. This fellow Lin Shun did not fear them. How could he be intimidated by someone like Song Hechien? Xiang Tiange nodded in approval, clearly pleased with the command to get lost. Seeking death. Song Hechien roared in fury, pointing at Lin Shun. "You dare to oppose me, thinking I am easy to deal with. Seize him. I want him dead." With Song Hechien's command, the heir turned cruelty oppose him was to court death. This was the nature of the children of noble families. They cared not for human life, treating it as casually as if they were slaughtering cats or dogs. His guards approached with wicked grins. These brutes were powerfully built, their energy fluctuations intense. All were martial artists at the 6th level of the Thousand June realm. Akin to wolves and tigers, they were clearly accustomed to such scenarios, eager to crush Lin Shun. Song Hechien stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Ying, intent on demonstrating that her support meant nothing before him. She was only fit to be killed, devoid of the strength to resist. Zuiqiu stood beside Song Hechien, a charming smile gracing her lips. She felt elated. The eyesore, had been humiliated, her face swollen. Completely losing face and no longer able to vie for Song Hechien's attention. Yet, now 2 more women had arrived. It seemed Song Hechien had some interest in these 2. A cold glint flashed in Zuiqiu's eyes. She spoke, "Take down those 2 women. How dare such wretched creatures offend Brother Song? They shall serve as our slaves." She intended to degrade the 2, ensuring that even if Song Hechien did take a liking to them, they would merely serve as concubines, posing no threat to her position. "Rest assured, Miss Sua, we will handle it properly. Brat, you have quite the audacity to oppose our young master. If you are wise, kneel and present those 2 women to our young master as slaves. Perhaps then you may spare your life." The guards grinned malevolently. They believed Lin Shun was simply a fool unaware of his own mortality, unwilling to lose face before women, thus putting on airs. Such individuals often meet a tragic end. Many have perished at their hands in the past, and this one before me shall be no exception, that I fear he will soon be crying out for mercy. Lin Shun remained silent as he brandished his sword and advanced. "What audacity! Seeking death!" The group of guards exclaimed furiously. They were hand-picked enforcers of the Song family, far superior to the mere guards of Hisisi. The young man was oblivious to the peril, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Kneel before me," one of the guards bellowed. Armed with a gleaming long knife, his formidable strength at the 7th level of the Thousand June realm rendered his strike immensely powerful. As the knife descended, Lin Shun did not even flinch. The guard sneered, "It can't even dodge." Truly pathetic. How dare he oppose Song Hechien? He is merely courting death. Yet in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Lin Shun appeared unscathed, while his blade had indeed struck downwards. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld his own hand plummeting to the ground. His hand had been severed. He couldn't even comprehend what had occurred. With a severed hand, how could he possibly harm Lin Shun? Lin Shun pressed forward, unsheathing his sword without an ounce of hesitation, and proceeded to take lives. The blade shimmered brilliantly, despite the guards being at the pinnacle of the Thousand June realm. They could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Shun. They fell like grass cut down. And it was Lin Shun, wielding his sword, who gazed indifferently at Song Hechien, his aura laden with an icy chill. Chapter 82. The Hao-Yuan Sect. Lin Shan would show no mercy towards those who sought his life. Song Hechien's complexion shifted, and he shouted sternly, "Do you truly wish to kill me? Do you grasp the consequences? The Song clan will ensure you have no way to survive." He continued, "If we end this here, I can guarantee that I will not trouble you again in the future. Such an outcome would benefit us all." Lin Shan remained expressionless. These words held no significance. The debauched scion viewed the lives of others as mere trifles, yet when faced with his own peril, he faltered. It was laughable. Lin Shan stepped forward, drawing his sword. "Fool! If I perish, do you think the Song clan will spare you?" Song Hechien bellowed, realizing that Lin Shan was indeed intent on killing him. Was this man mad? Did he not comprehend the might of the Song clan? Frantically, he unleashed his mystical energy, attempting to flee while simultaneously roaring at Zuiqiu. "What are you hesitating for? Send your men to kill him." Zuiqiu was already in shock. The moment Lin Chen dispatched Wu Bo, she had been left dumbfounded, and now Song Hechien's words jolted her back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she turned to flee with her subordinates. She aspired to marry into a prestigious family, to soar to great heights. Not to meet her demise. The opponent was utterly deranged, and his strength was fearsome. Having already killed Wu Bo, what could she and her meager followers accomplish? Song Hechien actually expected them to engage. Engage for what purpose? To serve as cannon fodder. Aiding Song Hechien in creating an opportunity to escape? Zuiqiu was not foolish. She fled without a backward glance. Wretched scoundrel! You and yours with family shall await annihilation. Song Hechien's visage twisted with rage. His complexion a ghastly pale. He too wished to escape, yet the chill emanating from Lin Chen's sword pressed against his heart, plunging him into an abyss of terror. Song Hechien fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I'm the third young master of the Song clan. I can be of great assistance to you. Whatever you desire, just say the word, and I shall fulfill it. Please do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will comply with any request." He continued, "You have come here for the disciple selection of the Hao-Yuan sect, correct? I can introduce you to the disciples of the Hao-Yuan sect." In a state of frantic fear, Song Hechien blurted out everything he could think of to sway Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze flickered. Song Hechien, clinging to hope, quickly added, "Indeed, the Hao-Yuan sect is an extraordinary sect, immensely powerful, reputed to rival the Qingxian Divine Gate. My elder brother shares a deep bond with the disciples of the Hao-Yuan sect. I can request him to secure you a spot within the Hao-Yuan sect." However, Ying scoffed derisively. "The Hao-Yuan sect? Surely not. Have they not long since fallen from grace, with their gates shattered and their reputation tarnished? How can they still claim to be extraordinary?" Yi Ying remarked with amusement. "No wonder they are so eager to recruit disciples in the secular world. Xiang Tinga looks down upon them. They had heard of the Hao-Yuan sect. Indeed, in the past, it was among the notable sects, boasting formidable strength. However, even at its peak, it could not compare to the Qingxian Divine Gate, let alone now that IT had long since declined, nearly fading from the ranks of the extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Song Hechien felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if thunder had struck in his mind. Who among ordinary citizens would dare to utter such a disparaging remark? To belittle the Hao-Yuan sect so brazenly? What manner of individuals were these two women? Were they perhaps disciples of another extraordinary sect? Song Hechien's face drained of color. If that were the case, what would it matter if he were killed? Before such sects, even the royal family of the Great Way appeared feeble, let alone the mere Song clan. He was doomed. A sinister glint flickered in Song Hechien's eyes. He knelt, pleading for mercy, but suddenly he struck. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand, adorned with glowing patterns, radiating a brilliance as if it sought to rend the very air. It was a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual treasure, exceedingly sharp. Song Hechien erupted with energy, his power surging to its zenith, utilizing a secret technique to double his combat strength. This was the secret technique from the Hao-Yuan sect. "Let us see how you withstand it," Song Hechien roared. "This is the moon phase body." It seemed the Song clan indeed had significant ties to the Hao-Yuan sect, for Song Heqian's elder brother had procured a secret technique from them. Above Song Heqian's head, a crescent moon began to glow faintly, and his aura surged dramatically, at least doubling. This was indeed astonishing. Coupled with his 9th-tier strength in the Thousand Jun realm, he believed he could grievously wound Lin Shun, using him as a hostage to secure his own survival. What of the killing intent realm? At such close quarters, Lin Shun would surely be unable to fend off his assault. It was absurd that he had not prepared for this. Song Heqian bellowed, the dagger aimed unerringly at Lin Shen's heart, just as he envisioned. However, in the next moment, Song Heqian's expression shifted entirely, his eyes widening in disbelief. The dagger could not penetrate at all, as if an invisible armor enveloped Lin Shen's form. No, it was not merely a single layer. That was the dominant armor, the ancient shield technique. Song Heqian's attack could not breach it, let alone harm Lin Shun. Indeed, at that moment, Song Heqian's strength was formidable. After his secret technique enhancement, he was likely unmatched among opponents in the 9th tier of the Thousand Jun realm. Yet his adversary was Lin Shun. The difference between enhancement and no enhancement was negligible. Lin Shun raised his sword and struck downwards. A crimson line appeared across Song Heqian's neck as he was slain. Subsequently, Lin Shun stored his spatial ring and mounted his demon bloodsteed. "Let us depart," Lin Shun stated that Yi Ying and Xiang Tiange each summoned a demon bloodsteed and galloped along the road towards Dark Speech City as for the events that had just transpired. They regarded them as trivial. Killers are invariably killed. That was all there was to it. The scene of carnage left behind was littered with corpses, with Cici's face swollen and resembling that of Pig, as she had secretly crawled away to a distance, too terrified to move. After witnessing Song Heqian's death, she was utterly petrified, sitting there in a daze, unsure of what to do. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that a flying eagle descended. Circling above the scene, the eagle, observing the surroundings, instantly bore an exceptionally somber expression, as if imbued with intelligence. It then turned its gaze to Cici, its coldness unmistakable. It spoke. "What has transpired? Speak." It was a man's voice. Cici was stunned. Could this eagle be a powerful beast of the 6th tier? Otherwise, how could it possibly speak? "Why you? Who are you?" Cici stammered. "I am Song Heqian's elder brother. Tell me, who killed him?" The eagle demanded coldly. Cici was aghast. The eldest scion of the Song clan, Song Helong. He could perceive everything that transpired here through the eagle and even convey his words. "Why, yes, it was like this." Cici hastily recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, the eagle's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "To dare kill a member of my Song clan is audacious. To think one can act with impunity in the 100 Battles wasteland is to underestimate my Song clan." Song Helong's voice was frigid. "Song eldest scion, what should I do next?" Cici inquired, her demeanor displaying a hint of fragility. Unfortunately, at that moment, she resembled a pig, lacking any allure. "You wretched scoundrel, my 3rd brother lies dead. And yet you remain alive. Go, accompany my brother in death," Song Helong declared coldly. Without hesitation, the eagle opened its beak, unleashing a beam of light that pierced through Cici's forehead. She collapsed lifelessly. The eagle soared into the sky. Heading towards Dark Speech City. Chapter 83. Dark Speech City. Lin Shun and his companions rode furiously towards Dark Speech City. The demon bloodsteeds indeed offered remarkable speed. Along the way, Lin Shun rifled through Song Heqian's spatial ring, discovering a wealth of valuable items. Ignoring the demon cores, Lin Shun believed that if he consumed them all, a breakthrough in his strength would not be far off. Yet what intrigued Lin Shun the most was the moon phase body. This was the secret technique Song Heqian had employed just before his demise, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Lin Shun murmured, "The Haoyue sect, though dismissed by Yi Ying and the others as nearly fallen from grace, remains a formidable entity in my eyes. The so-called dead camel is larger than a horse. Even in decline, the Haoyue sect is still superior to mundane nations like the Great Way. Its legacy is undoubtedly exceptional." The moon phase body? This technique was indeed once powerful, foundational to the Haoyue sect, but alas, after the passing of the previous sect master, its transmission has ceased. leaving only a fragment behind. Xiang Tinga scoffed, her disdain palpable. Yi Ying chuckled, elaborating, young Master Shang, you are unaware. The moon phase body was indeed formidable, a paragon among amplification techniques. However, the transmission has now been interrupted, and a significant portion of the scriptures has been lost. Even the Hao Yu sect struggles to fully manifest the complete set of lunar phase avatars. The previous individual, Song Ho Qian, exhibited a new moon phantom, representing merely the most rudimentary stage of the lunar phase avatar. Following that, there are the crescent moon and full moon stages. It is said that above the full moon lies the brilliance of the bright moon, though it remains uncertain whether anyone has ever attained that level. Consequently, this secret technique has been disseminated. Lin Shan listened intently to Yi Ying's account while perusing the scroll of the lunar phase avatar. Indeed, many gaps were evident, leaving only the initial half intact. It appeared that one could only cultivate up to the crescent moon stage before further progress became unattainable. What a pity, Lin Shan remarked. Even with his extraordinary talent, he found it impossible to mend the already fragmented scroll of the secret technique. As for cultivation, merely reaching the new moon stage would yield minimal enhancement. Let me see. It was Bai Shu who suddenly spoke up. The girl clad in white manifested beside Lin Shan, her large eyes gleaming with eagerness. She resembled a curious young maiden, making it hard to fathom that she was a sword spirit who had existed for countless ages. Can you repair it? Lin Shan asked, somewhat taken aback. Bai Shu's manifestation was only visible to Lin Shan, alleviating concerns about being noticed by Yi Ying and the others. Humph. I have perused countless tomes. I have encountered all manner of techniques and martial arts. Numerous ancient secret methods and divine arts have been restored through my hands. What say you? Bai Shu puffed out her chest, exuding pride. The book-loving girl seemed to have read everything that bore text, and oh wonder she possessed such extensive knowledge. One could only wonder what kind of family or sect Bai Shu hailed from that allowed her to roam freely in the sea of books from a young age. Then why not directly teach me the powerful secret techniques? Lin Shan's eyes sparkled. Humph, you greedy wretch, Bai Shu pouted, shooting Lin Shan an indignant glance, then lamented, I am devoid of any knowledge now. All that I once possessed has been lost, rendering me incapable of teaching you. But you can still repair it? Lin Shan questioned in astonishment. What is the use of merely looking? Can I look? Bai Shu retorted, irate. After allowing Bai Shu to examine the scroll, Lin Shan tucked it away, harboring a flicker of hope for its restoration, though he remained cautious about over-investing his emotions in it. They continued on their journey. A day later, the imposing, dark walls of Yin City loomed in the distance, resembling an ominous cloud pressing down upon the earth. However, while it was referred to as a city wall, it merely delineated the city's boundaries, lacking any formidable protective formations. In fact, many areas were in disrepair, and even the city gates were absent. This exemplified the style of the Hundred Battles wasteland, where no sanctuary was deemed necessary. Chaos reigned, and martial prowess prevailed, with all disputes settled through brute force. Even within the city, safety was scarce, with fatalities occurring almost daily. Only within the inner city of Yin, where powerful factions held sway, was there relative peace, and battles were seldom witnessed. However, residing there required a substantial financial outlay, a price paid for safety. Such was the reality of the Hundred Battles wasteland, and Yin City was no exception. And the other cities fared little better. Such a locale was inherently perilous, with individuals constantly at risk of being targeted. Losing possessions was minor, but losing one's life was grave. Apart from those born here, few would choose to settle in such a place unless absolutely necessary. Lin Wanner had brought her kin here as a last resort, for survival was a possibility, whereas death was certain elsewhere in the Great Way. As they approached in Yin City, Lin Chun dismounted from his horse, signaling Yi Ying to ride atop his steed. He then led the reins toward the city, while Yi Ying was left speechless in his attempt to conceal his identity. This fellow had unwittingly thrust her into the saddle. Nonetheless, Yi Ying was unbothered. Previously, she had led a relatively simple life while cultivating within the Nine Swords sect. This excursion was a novel experience for her, and she was quite interested in cooperating with Lin Shan. Xiang Tinga, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lin Shen's horse was the finest, so why should Ying ride it? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she feared it would imply that she wished to ride Lin Shen's horse. Thus, the trio entered in Yin City and the city gates. If one could even call them that, substantial damage marred the walls, leaving only a gaping hole in place of a proper entrance. As Lin Shen and his companions approached, they attracted the attention of several onlookers. These individuals lingered in small groups near the gates, scrutinizing every passerby. Occasionally, their eyes would flash with a predatory glint as they followed some travelers into the city. It wouldn't be long before the sounds of battle erupted, as for casualties. No one cared to inquire at a demon blood horse, a remarkable beast, especially that one. It's extraordinarily majestic, a top-tier demon blood horse, someone exclaimed. Those who survived in this place, navigating the 100 Battles wasteland, were astute individuals with keen eyes. They instantly recognized that Lin Shen's demon blood horse was extraordinary. Such a creature could fetch a handsome price, particularly the one beneath Ying, whose value was comparable to a 5th-grade spiritual treasure. Many began to feel tempted. With such immense worth, it was only logical to take a gamble. Moreover, while the two women were obscured by cloaks, even fleeting glimpses of their beauty were enough to captivate. Not to mention their figure, which the oversized cloaks failed to conceal. One of them is like this, while the other remains undetermined. But it mattered little. If they could be captured, it would be a windfall of both wealth and beauty. In the 100 Battles wasteland, desperate rogues abounded. Though it was evident that these two women were of no ordinary stock, they could also be pampered young ladies from affluent families, naive enough to believe they could navigate the wasteland effortlessly. If that were the case, it would indeed be a significant gain. Thus, a gamble was warranted. Immediately, some began to lie in wait for an opportunity. They were seasoned veterans prepared to test the waters, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Such tactics were second nature to them, and even when encountering formidable opponents, they were confident in their ability to survive. In this place, one's combat prowess was secondary. Escaping was an art mastered by all. "Oh, beautiful lady, splendid horse you have there. How about letting your brother take a ride?" A diminutive figure resembling a monkey sprang forth. He particularly emphasized the phrase "take a ride," his lecherous eyes fixated on Xiang Tiange, greedily scanning her from head to toe. Chapter 84. Preparations in advance. The crowd scoffed. This fellow, nicknamed Monkey, was not particularly strong, merely at the 5th level of the Thousand June realm. However, his ability to escape was commendable. With his 5th-grade body technique, the Phantom Step, mastered to perfection, even a 9th-level Thousand June expert would find it challenging to catch him. This was why he dared to be the first to make a move. As such, everyone's attention shifted towards the two women, eager to witness their response. Should they show any sign of fear or falter, they would undoubtedly become prey, prompting a rush from all directions. In the 100 Battles wasteland, it was entirely commonplace for trouble to arise, a scenario one would expect. However, the individuals here were clearly seasoned veterans, far superior to those from the ancient Lu City. With experience that was profoundly astute, Lin Shen observed silently, choosing not to speak. He was merely a horse attendant at the moment, ensuring he did not attract attention. Xiang Tiange, however, was livid, her face flushed with fury as veins throbbed at her temples. She was deeply provoked. Lin Shen, using the alias Xiang Tiange, was a constant source of irritation for her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Yet, she had no choice but to endure. Now, this detestable scoundrel dared to gaze upon her while uttering the word ride. How could Xiang Tiange not understand the implications? Seeking death, Xiang Tiange's pent-up anger towards Lin Shen erupted in an instant. While he remained composed, this loathsome individual dared to harass her, and she could no longer tolerate it. She extended her slender fingers, delicate and long like green onions, and with a swift motion, she struck downward as if wielding a sword. At first glance, there appeared to be no significant force behind it. However, the monkey, a seasoned warrior, sensed the imminent danger in an instant. His expression shifted, and his body suddenly flickered as he activated his phantom step, attempting to flee. He understood that these two women were not to be trifled with. What harm is there in a little ride? Your brother is quite gentle. The monkey leered, confident in his ability to escape, even attempting to take advantage of the situation with his words. Xiang Tiange's gaze turned icy. As her finger descended, a sword-like gleam flashed out at lightning speed, far exceeding expectations. The monkey could not evade it. Though he transformed into a phantom, intending to slip into the alley, his body was suddenly propelled backward. A deep gash visible to the bone on his back. By the time he hit the ground, he was already lifeless. He had been slain. Many gasped in shock, their pupils constricting in disbelief as they scattered. No longer daring to make a move. Simultaneously, they felt a chill run down their spines, questioning the origins of these two women who displayed such formidable prowess. They must undoubtedly hail from an influential family or a powerful sect. The direction appears to stem from the Great Wei Kingdom. However, in this era of tumultuous strife within the Hundred Battles wasteland, with numerous young talents from surrounding nations converging here, it is indeed challenging to ascertain whether they truly hail from the Great Wei. One thing is certain, though, these two individuals are not to be trifled with by the common folk. Of course, they are merely commoners. Unbeknownst to them, there are still those who have set their sights on the two women, believing that such women possess the worth to warrant action. This place is indeed the Hundred Battles wasteland, teeming with all sorts of characters. It is difficult to guarantee safety for anyone who ventures here, as uncertainty reigns supreme. Xiang Tiange, having dispatched the monkey, cast a fierce glare at Lin Shun, as if intent on carving a piece of flesh from him. Lin Shun felt utterly innocent. What did this have to do with him? He led his horse into the city. Darkspeech City is vast in scale. Though chaotic within, it offers everything that other cities possess: brothels, casinos, taverns, inns, and various shops selling rare treasures abound, with a bustling marketplace teeming with patrons each day. Lin Shun arrived at the entrance of a tavern, the finest establishment in Darkspeech City, situated in the heart of the city, where the security is considerably better than in the outskirts. Esteemed guests, please come inside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct us. As soon as Lin Shun and his companions arrived, a young servant greeted them, while another attendant took charge of their horses. Here, as long as one can afford the price, personal property such as horses will be well cared for, with no issues arising. However, for those lacking funds, this place can be a veritable den of wolves. Fortunately, Lin Shun and his companions were not short on wealth. Having collected an abundance of spatial rings, he possessed a substantial amount of money that had yet to be spent. Even the exorbitant prices here would not pose a challenge for him. 2 premium rooms. Lin Shun stated point 3. Both Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying chimed in simultaneously. Lin Shun opened his mouth in surprise, then nodded, instructing the young servant. 3 rooms. The servant's face lit up with joy as he eagerly complied. Though he reminded them, esteemed guests, the premium rooms are rather costly, priced at 1,000 taels of gold or 10 spirit crystals per night. Spirit crystals are crystallized stones infused with rich spiritual energy. They originate from a type of ore, and the spiritual energy contained within can be absorbed by martial artists, making them exceedingly valuable. All martial artists require spirit crystals. They have come to serve as a form of currency within the martial world. A single spirit crystal is roughly valued at 100 taels of gold, which represents about half a year's earnings for a small family. It is undeniably exorbitant. Yet in the Hundred Battles wasteland, such prices are quite commonplace. Handing over a gold note worth 1,000 taels as a deposit, Lin Shun presented it to the young servant. The gold note serves as the standardized currency across this vast region, established by an external sect and accepted by all nations. While spirit crystals can be used directly, they are generally not employed lightly. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the upper floor. The servant, brimming with excitement, graciously escorted Lin Shun and his companions to the tavern's higher levels. With the money in hand, the service was undoubtedly top-notch. Rest assured, esteemed guests, although this is the Hundred Battles wasteland and may seem chaotic, that turmoil lies outside. Within this establishment, you shall encounter no danger. You may enjoy a peaceful night's rest, the servant assured with a smile. That is reassuring, Lin Shun replied. The 3 rooms were interconnected, and Lin Shun chose one on the end.